A golden core cultivator traverses into the realm of Naruto. Yet instead of pursuing the sublime path of enlightenment, he turns towards the embrace of the chakra system. He even forgets that he was once a cultivator until a near-death experience illuminates his soul, causing certain wills within his spirit to be devoured in reverse. Gradually, the hazy memories of his past life surge forth like a tidal wave in his perception. If a frog can cultivate longevity through natural energy, then surely humanity can forge a path of cultivation from it. After his rebirth, his childhood ambition was to establish a system of cultivation amidst the chaotic world of ninjas. However, as time passed, he gradually let this goal fade from his consciousness. The root of this neglect lay in his practice of chakra. Drawing from his prior experiences in the realm of cultivation, he suddenly harbors a terrifying hypothesis. The entire chakra system harbors a profound flaw. Why do ninjas possess immense power, yet lead such fleeting lives? Why do the three sage of insects not only wield formidable strength, but also live for millennia? Why has the ninja world never known unity, from the early days of the warring states to the present era? Is there truly no wise soul among them? The cycle of hatred within the ninja world continues relentlessly, spiraling in an unending loop. Is the so-called war merely a consequence of the interests of various villages and their internal strife? This world feels utterly askew, as if an invisible hand manipulates everything from the shadows. Who possesses such power? The answer is singular. The origin of the entire chakra system, the Sage of Six Paths, looms over the ninja world like a dark deity. Even the chakra of the Nine Tails, scattered and lost, retains a fragment of will. How could the Sage of Six Paths not wield this power? As the progenitor of chakra, any practitioner within this system undoubtedly harbors a trace of the sage's will within them. The stronger one becomes, the deeper the influence they're subjected to, unwittingly ensnared in an abyss of ignorance. The entire trajectory of the ninja world is subtly guided by the Sage of Six Paths. Progressing along a predetermined path, he dictates life and death, allowing one to live only to drain their final worth, before harvesting them like mere chives, transforming them into sustenance. He recalls his companions, Kakashi and Hashirama. The three of them rose from the warring states, jointly founding Konohagakure. Thanks to his intervention, even Hashirama was poised to unify the ninja world for the sake of enduring peace. Just the night before, the trio had been passionately discussing their ideals. Yet overnight, both had inexplicably changed, reverting to a script of subservience to tailed beasts. This culminated in the Battle of the Valley of the End. He wished to steer them away from a predetermined path, yet the outcome was foreseen: failure. Just as scripted, Kakashi secured his escape through Hashirama's flesh, and both seemed to descend into madness, intent on slaying their dear friend. Fortunately, he managed to escape. It was this brush with death that unveiled the true nature of the ninja world. Once healed, he relinquishes all his chakra and probes the depths of the chakra within his body, subsequently employing his self-developed sealing techniques, enveloped in one's own chakra. After the Hyuga clan, you publicly declared that you had lost your powers due to severe injuries, withdrew from the ranks of ninjas, and ceased to interfere in all matters, resolutely content to be a mere mascot. Yet privately, you embarked on the development of an immortal cultivation system. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, over 30 years have passed. Many events transpired in between, revealing to you, who had transcended the situation, a deeper darkness. In just over 30 years, 3 great ninja wars erupted. Ninjas resembled captive silkworms, tirelessly engaged in endless warfare, only to be harvested in successive waves. After 45 years of pastoral life, you grandly exited the gates of the Hyuga clan. Yet not a single clan member noticed your presence. You felt it was time to take action. At this moment, you had completely excised your chakra, created your own immortal techniques, and attained the pinnacle of the golden elixir, only a step away from the realm of the primordial spirit. With a lifespan of 500 years, the untrained eye, you appear to be a feeble old man on the brink of 80. Yet, should you desire, you could return to your former glory at any moment. You must don this visage to meet a certain individual, Uchihamadara. Upon leaving Konoha, your figure soared into the sky, soaring like the great Onoki, and moving with remarkable speed, displaying none of the frailty of old age. Moments later, you descended upon a relatively flat mountaintop, extracting a small tuft of black hair from your pocket. "Show me where you are hidden," you murmured, as you pinched the hair between your fingers. Then a mysterious force surged between your fingers, resembling natural energy, yet distinctly different. This was a result of your research into natural energy. After achieving the harmony of heaven and man, referencing the drawings of reincarnation, using personal information as a medium, you resonated with natural energy in pursuit of identifying the essence of the host. This method required an exceptionally high mastery over natural energy to execute. As you approached the northern border of the Land of Fire, you realized it was there. Help has arrived. You soared into the sky once more. 2 hours later, you descended, instantly adopting a hunched posture, returning to your former state in Konoha. Indeed, the frail appearance was concealed underground. As expected, many were aware of your presence. It seemed they had become involved. You simulated Earth release with your own power, descending into the depths of the Earth. In a dim, subterranean cavern, behind you loomed a colossal outer path statue, its figure emaciated, resembling a mere skeleton, its cheeks sunken, branches of the outer path statue protruding from the back of its head, providing it with the sustenance of life. Deeper within the earth lay a field of white trees, growing like fruit suspended from branches. Beneath the massive root system, originally seated upon a stone bed, Uchiha Madara, who had been resting with closed eyes, lifted his eyelids, his scarlet Sharingan spinning silently. Long time no see. An aged voice echoed from the darkness. You emerged from the shadows, the dim light suddenly brightening. It is you, Hyuga. The incredulous voice exclaimed. It is indeed me. Surprised to see an old friend? Perhaps a little. But how did you find your way here? Madara, genuinely astonished, was taken aback by your ability to locate him. You are astonished that he is still alive. Naturally, I possess my own methods. What brings you to me? Surely, it cannot be merely to reminisce. Madara's tone is frigid. Arrogant as you are, does Uchiha Madara fear death as well? Gazing at the tubes protruding from the back of Madara's head, along with the outer path golem, your words are laced with mockery. Humph, my affairs are of no concern to you. I have my own plans, and besides, are you not on the brink of death yourself? Uchiha Madara lets out a cold snort, disregarding your taunts. Indeed, when one is nearing death, they tend to reminisce about the past otherwise. Why would one seek to reconnect with you? How did you know I was not dead? Uchiha Madara's expression falters, prompting an immediate inquiry. From my understanding of you, you have never engaged in a battle without certainty of victory. Furthermore, the subsequent disappearance of your corpse only solidified my suspicions. Your words, imbued with unwavering confidence, reveal that you have long seen through the truth. Even if I not perished then, how could you be assured that I would survive until now? Uchiha Madara's demeanor grows stern, exuding a formidable aura. One cannot deny that Senju Tobarama was a genius in his lifetime. He devised a forbidden technique known as impure world reincarnation, which confirmed you were still alive. You cast aspersions upon Senju Tobarama. Let us return to the initial question. How did you locate me here? Madara remains confident in his concealment. I naturally possess my own methods. You resolutely reiterate, refusing to provide an answer. Uchiha's expression remains icy, his blood-red Sharingan fixed upon you, shimmering with a perilous glint. The atmosphere grows momentarily tense. Hinata, do you wish to meet an untimely demise? At this moment, Madara harbors murderous intent towards you. The enigma that you truly believe I would undertake actions without assurance? Madara displays no trace of fear, the corners of his mouth curling upward, the creases on his face deepening. Indeed, the news of your lost power is a mere fabrication, one that even Senju Tobarama was deceived by. Uchiha Madara's curiosity toward you intensifies, yet the murderous glint in his eyes diminishes. You neither agree nor refute, allowing him to ponder. The riddle master is the best at concealing truths. State your purpose. I am not fond of riddles. Yet that poker face of yours has remained unchanged for decades. Your tone is cold and unyielding as ever. But do you still remember your initial dream? Your expression seems to revert to your youthful self. You came merely to pose such trivial inquiries. This is of great importance, you assert, a blend of tedium and childishness in your question. I have long seen through the world's illusions you are but a robust branch in this sordid realm. Your voice, aged and filled with disdain, resonates. Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to articulate for you. You once declared the desire for world peace, to end all wars. You also proclaimed the necessity of unifying the shinobi world to achieve this goal, and I supported your vision. Even Hashirama, under our insistence, once resolved to unify the shinobi world to forge peace. Why is this so? Because we have both endured the brutality of the Warring States era, where training for murder began at the tender age of 4 or 5, and children of merely 10 were sent to the battlefield, with life expectancy barely exceeding 30 years. The various clans oppressed one another, and the shedding of blood was an everyday occurrence. The Byakugan, due to its strategic value and minimal side effects, was relentlessly sought after in a desperate bid for self-preservation. Sealing techniques were employed. Many were captured to serve as breeding vessels for their bloodlines, leading to the deliberate extinction of numerous small clans. Even the Sharingan, which carries greater side effects, was not spared from the plucking of eyes. Consequently, you set aside your prejudices and allied with your adversaries, aspiring to forge a peaceful world. You assured the various clans that they would mutually return the bloodlines and secret techniques they possessed, pledging assistance in reclaiming stolen bloodlines. A defensive alliance was established, forbidding mutual slaughter. Coupled with your formidable strength, this attracted a multitude of ninja clans, culminating in the founding of Konoha. Later, at the suggestion of Senju Tobarama, the Konoha Ninja Academy was established, enforcing a rule that no one under the age of 12 could graduate, ensuring children were granted a complete childhood. Subsequently, other ninja villages emulated Konoha's policies, leading to their own establishments. The era of warring states concluded, giving rise to the age of one village, one nation. Yet, we all understand that despite the establishment of villages, this system merely mirrored the warring states, destined to repeat the tragedies of the past. The notion of unifying the ninja world was proposed, and I supported it, for only through collective unity could the likelihood of war be diminished. You were pleased to engage in lengthy discussions with me, recounting tales one after another. Enough. I tire of these tedious reminiscences, I interjected. Uchiha Madara resembled a monkey whose tail had been stepped on, filled with unbridled fury. Allow me to finish before you become enraged, I urged, as you continued your oration, drawing Madara's memories back to the past. Yet, everything changed overnight, becoming unrecognizable. Hashirama abandoned the dream of unifying the ninja world and absurdly distributed tailed beasts to various villages as a means of balance. You relinquished your ideals, forsook your kin, and exiled yourself. When did you truly perish? I once ventured to the Valley of the End to ascertain the authenticity of your intentions, striving to prevent your rift. Yet, why did both you and Hashirama seek to end my life? We were once comrades on the same path. Your words were laden with deep emotion, yet I interrupted. That is merely a ridiculous and foolish ideal, unattainable. Madara's anger flared once more. Can you explain why, back at the Valley of the End, both you and Hashirama intended to kill me? You have long harbored a profound dread of this moment, nearly losing yourself entirely. Who urged you to recklessly involve yourself? Madara's response seemed strained, as if grasping for justification. Is that truly your reason? I challenged. Have you questioned your own heart? I cannot believe that the Madara, who once passionately discussed ideals with me, would kill his comrades for such a trivial reason. Even if you were, what of Hashirama? My relationship with him was amicable. Surely he would not attempt to slay me for such a laughable motive. A faint smile graced my lips, revealing my disbelief in Madara's rationale. Uchiha Madara fell silent, seemingly contemplating something, yet words escaped him. Madara, have you come to understand yourself? I hope you awaken soon and return to your true self, I said with serene conviction. Then he turned and walked into the shadowy depths, gradually vanishing from sight. At times, death may not be merely an end, but a form of rebirth. Uchiha Madara perceived a sound emanating from the abyss, falling into a prolonged silence. Emerging from the depths, your expression shifted instantaneously. Where was the visage of deep-seated grievances, the concern for friends, the unwavering dedication to ideals? In an instant, you vanished, taking flight from the very spot. Goodness, at such an advanced age, still engaging in verbal duels with the younger generation, one wonders if it is effective, for we do not trust in whirlpools. Do you truly feel tainted? Yet it is certain that aside from the injurious spirit embedded within him, Madara's chakra is also a reincarnation, influenced by other factors. What precisely constitutes the essence of his mental fortitude should be intertwined with the blood sacrifice. However, merely sowing the seed suffices, let the outcome be what it may. The remaining time shall be spent wandering through the ninja world, for it has been many years since his last venture. Within the shadowy cavern, Uchiha Madara sat upon a stone bed, the dim light illuminating half of his form, while the other half remained shrouded in darkness, much like his current state of mind. that he was indeed affected by your words. Why did Lord Madara not eliminate him? If he could locate this place, surely the secrets of the underground could not remain concealed from him. Would this impact your plans? A white Zetsu emerged from the ground, expressing a sense of helplessness. It was not a matter of unwillingness, but rather an inability to act. Uchiha Madara, too, felt a hint of resignation. Do you know what allowed Hinata to survive in the Warring States period and rise as a formidable force? His ability to preserve his life set him apart as a unique member of the Hyuga clan. He dabbled in all forms of jutsu ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, sealing techniques, and hidden weapons, as well as traps and swordsmanship, mastering each with remarkable proficiency. In his own words, survival begets opportunity. He would explore every possible method pertaining to self-preservation. He is the strongest among the Hyuga clan in generations, akin to the brilliance of myself and Hashirama within the Uchiha and Senju. Had it not been for our existence during the late Warring States, he would undoubtedly have shone the brightest. Although he now faces mortality, my own condition is scarcely better, and his secret techniques have grown even more potent, enabling him to infiltrate the underground base. I noticed a slight pallor on Madara's face. He retained confidence in his perceptive abilities. Lord Madara questioned White Zetsu anxiously. What shall we do if he reveals the underground secrets? Then we must conceal ourselves. Besides, he has only discerned the surface and remains oblivious to my true intentions. If any unforeseen events arise, we shall devise another plan. Madara's expression darkened, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light. He was unaware that you were fully cognizant of his plans and dismissed them with disdain, showing little concern for your objectives. Your aim is to make Madara aware of the issues within his own body. My time is limited. I must select a successor to carry forth my designs. War is imminent, and you must expedite the selection process within the Uchiha clan so that I may complete my arrangements amidst the chaos. Madara instructed White Zetsu. Understood, Lord Madara. I shall take my leave. White Zetsu responded before burrowing into the earth, disappearing from view. Death is but another form of rebirth. Has Hinata already anticipated this? Uchiha murmured to himself as the light began to fade, that a dim figure concealed in the shadows. You drifted through the entire ninja realm, intermittently soaring and pausing, immersing yourself in the essence of nature and the cosmos. Simultaneously, you diligently refined your cultivation methods, which had already reached a commendable level of sophistication, nearly comparable to the spiritual essence of the Sage of Six Paths, just a step away from transcendence. The cultivation techniques you devised encompass 5 realms: condensing chi, opening the acupoints, refining the golden elixir, and the spiritual essence. As you surmise, the cultivation method grounded in natural energy significantly extends one's lifespan. 8T present. You stand at the pinnacle of the golden elixir stage, on the cusp of the spiritual essence realm, with a lifespan extending up to 500 years, undoubtedly surpassing the prowess of both Madara and Hashirama in their prime, and rivaling the Sage of Six Paths himself. Despite your ability to take that decisive step at any moment, you remain hesitant, not out of fear of a sage, but due to the realization that advancing to the spiritual essence stage necessitates an immense reservoir of natural energy to nurture both body and spirit. Without a viable solution to this predicament, the potential repercussions of attracting attention could escalate far beyond a mere confrontation with a sage, drawing the ire of even the likes of the venerable Otsutsuki clan. It is prudent to exercise caution and continue perfecting your cultivation techniques beyond the spiritual essence realm, whilst devising strategies to minimize any disturbances. During your ascent, you harbor a clear intention in your heart as time swiftly passes and a month slips away unnoticed. The third great ninja war has commenced, with all 5 great ninja villages swiftly embroiled in conflict. In this tumultuous time, Konoha has taken on a frenzied demeanor, facing 4 adversaries at once, leaving many ordinary ninjas bewildered. They remain oblivious to the underlying discord within the major villages, which compel their leaders to hastily engage in warfare to alleviate and diminish the overwhelming influence of the powerful clans. The leaders of the 5 great villages share an unspoken understanding and act with remarkable unity. Hiruzen Tobi has bided his time, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Though he has solidified his position as Hokage, the internal strife among the clans has pushed him to his limits. Many clans only realize their predicament in the later stages of the war, by which time extrication becomes exceedingly difficult. They resemble insects nurtured by the Sage of Six Paths, consumed by the relentless struggle for power within a confined realm, continually sacrificing their lives to fuel the chakra system. Even as their very souls become unknowingly ensnared, the pursuit of power and authority inevitably becomes the greatest source of strife. So it is with Hiruzen, so it is with the Sage of Six Paths, and so it is with you. In your quest for enlightenment, you remain undeterred, even if it means standing against the world. If a sage, who treats the ninja realm as his personal garden, can proclaim himself a guiding mentor to the destined, then you too can be hailed as a valiant warrior leading the masses against dragons. The time has come. I shall use this identity to stir the waters, becoming a figure of great virtue within the ninja world, planting the seeds of resistance against oppression. Upon further reflection, it seems that the precautions taken against Madara were perhaps a touch overly conservative. Next time, before his demise, I shall subtly prepare to strike. Once more did I plan to take a moment to nourish the clan, providing them with water and fertilizer, for you are a person of remarkable execution. Once a decision is made, you speed forth towards the border between the land of fire and the land of wind, where conflict has already erupted. You commence with the Hyuga clan, the most accessible target, for you are their progenitor. The transmission of wisdom begins now. Heaven has perished, and yellow heaven shall rise. The year is the first of the cycle, and all under heaven shall prosper. You require a group of individuals courageous enough to voice their dissent against the injustices of fate, as the malevolence within the ninja world runs exceedingly deep. The majority of ninjas merely drift along, lacking personal conviction or stance that a leader must emerge to guide them. Your objective is to discover and direct them, gradually revealing the harsh truths of the ninja world, leading them onto the path of resistance, continually elevating their ideals and nurturing their courage to confront the inequities of destiny. During this intensive training, you not only tailor your teachings to their individual needs, but also draw upon the martial experiences of the Warring States period as instructional material, igniting within the youth the curiosity for that era. Unintentionally, you encourage them to express their thoughts freely, fostering an environment where their confusions and inquiries are met with eager responses. Teaching those with fundamentally flawed perspectives requires a different approach. Direct indoctrination proves ineffective. One cannot force a cow to drink water. The easily obtained is seldom cherished, a lesson learned from the Warring States. Thus, you must allow these fledgling minds to pose their own questions, offering answers without influencing their judgment. Only through their own articulation and refinement of thoughts and ideals will they come to value them. After a month of this continuous effort, seeing the seeds sown, you prepare to depart. However, to your surprise, Danzo pays you a visit. With just a few exchanged words, you discern his intentions. The main house has allied with Danzo, aiming to eliminate you, fearing your potential to disrupt the established order they have built over generations. Moreover, you remain the sole clan member without the cursed mark. Danzo seeks your demise, wary of your ability to unveil his collusion with the likes of Yagura and the benefits it may bring him removing an unstable element through an enemy's hand, granting you a grand exit, while simultaneously securing the Hyuga clan's allegiance. Why would he not seize such an opportunity? You suddenly realize that you may have concealed your true self for too long, playing your role so convincingly that many have genuinely believed your end was nigh. The weak and elderly are easily manipulated. The main house truly possesses a short memory, inherently treacherous. Previously, when you declare the loss of your power, they hastily attempted to mark you with the cursed seal, reasoning that your diminished strength necessitated such a measure. As the former strongest among them, your Byakugan's purity was deemed too high and required restriction to prevent its leakage, all while setting an example for the clan and enhancing their respect. Yet, at that time, they're not newborns fresh from the womb. How could they possibly fulfill their desires? The following day, the clan leader met an untimely demise, and all the participating clan elders fell victim to poison, nearly leading to their extinction. This lineage of the Hyuga clan had only been established for a little over a decade, yet it caused quite a stir in Konoha. The renowned Hanfijian had taken a particular interest in it. At that time, he felt an inability to see through your character, having personally examined you and confirmed that you had indeed lost the source of your chakra, rendering you incapable of further cultivation. After the elders of the clan interpreted this, a wave of trepidation washed over them as they recalled your words. They lacked a fundamental understanding and respect for a true warrior. It was common knowledge that you were behind these events, yet there was no proof to substantiate their claims. They could only be grateful that you harbored no murderous intent towards them, merely issuing a warning. Otherwise, they would not have survived that day. Later, the Hyuga clan appointed a new leader, who found your presence to be a thorn in his side. He had attempted numerous times to test and orchestrate your assassination, all without success. Fortunately, you did not share the same intentions as your predecessor. Otherwise, the grass on your grave would have grown 3 feet high by now. Now, it appears that Hyuga Yin and his son have turned their thoughts toward you once more, conspiring with Danzo as if they regard you as a decrepit old man nearing his end. Yet, you remain unyielding, as Hyuga is indeed a true dragon, a fact that continues to trouble the clan as they still concern themselves with the old man. I must trouble you with this. Glancing at Danzo, I spoke in a neutral tone, my expression devoid of emotion, yet my eyes hinted at a coldness. Perhaps it had been too long since I had engaged in combat, leading them to develop a false sense of security. It is time for these younger generations to comprehend what it means to be deemed the strongest among foreign clans during the Warring States period. Originally, the plan for Hyuga Jin was to focus on preaching and sowing the seeds of knowledge in the days to come. However, since some are unwilling to allow you to preach, you do not mind displaying your prowess. Thus, Senior Jin made his decision. With matters to attend to, I took my leave. Seeing that you agreed, Danzo stood and excused himself without seeing me off. I uttered 2 cold words, and Danzo departed. However, the 2 ninjas he brought remained at the entrance of Hyuga Jin's tent, keeping watch. Since your arrival, there had always been individuals arranged by Danzo monitoring you, but it had never been so overt. At most, they observed from a distance, which you had never minded. Now, however, it was blatant. As you stepped out of the tent and made your way toward the camp's exit, the 2 monitoring ninjas exchanged glances. One swiftly headed toward the command center, while the other closely trailed behind you. Not long after exiting the camp, a dozen figures approached rapidly, ordered by Lord Danzo to escort Senior Jin back to Konoha. One of the leading ninjas stepped forward to report, emanating an aura that signified his strength, comparable to that of a high-ranking shinobi. It seems Danzo has begun to harbor intentions regarding the Byakugan. This could pose a problem. My tone remained calm, my expression unchanged. The group moved at a leisurely pace, and it wasn't until dusk that we traversed several kilometers that I noticed that someone had been marking our trail and discreetly revealing our coordinates. Ahead lay a dense forest. It seems that Danzo has thoughts about the Byakugan. This is troublesome. Hinata Makoto spoke calmly, his expression unchanged. The group moved slowly, and it wasn't until dusk that they covered a few dozen kilometers. Hinata Makoto also noticed that someone had been marking their trail and secretly leaking their coordinates. Ahead was a dense forest, just right for resting. Traveling at night could be quite inconvenient. What do you think, senpai? The leader of the escort team inquired. Sure. Hinata Makoto was succinct. Soon, the group entered the forest, tidied up in a relatively spacious area, and set it up as a temporary camp. Had they already laid an ambush? 20, 30, 40, 10 standard combat teams? Sand Hidden truly covets the Byakugan. Hinata Makoto sensed the approaching enemies not far away, and it didn't come as a surprise. The several members of the escort team exchanged glances at this moment. Among them were perceptive ninjas who also noticed the enemy's arrival. However, instead of moving forward to protect Hinata Makoto, they retreated at a distance, looking like spectators. Hinata Makoto didn't mind. It was expected. When it comes to betraying teammates, few in Konoha have more say than Danzo. Captain, are we really not going to help senpai? A chunin from the escort team stepped forward, unable to hold back. Lord Danzo's order was to retrieve the Byakugan. As for anything else, it has nothing to do with us. Moreover, the Hyuga clan has tacitly agreed to this. The leading ninja's tone was cold, showing no regard for Hinata Makoto as one of their own. They're here. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 40 figures jumped out from all directions, surrounding Hinata Makoto. Indeed, he is the head of the Hyuga clan. There is no caged bird mark on his forehead. A Sand-Hidden leader realized this the moment he saw Hinata Makoto. Only 4 jonin? How much do you Sand-Hidden look down on me? The voice of the aged Hinata Makoto came through as he was surrounded. Attack! Without much dialogue, the Sand-Hidden ninjas instantly rushed towards Hinata Makoto. It's time for you ants to feel the terror from the Warring States period. Ants must have the awareness of ants. I bloom in slaughter, like flowers in the dawn. 80 God Airstrike. Chapter 8. Even ants dare to bind the Azure Dragon. What nonsense! A powerful shockwave erupted from Hinata Masashi's arm, accompanied by a sharp explosive sound. It was a manifestation of the air being compressed. The 2 Sand-Hidden teams charging directly at Hinata Masashi were instantly reduced to rubble. They didn't even have time to react. One of them was even a Jonin. The trees behind them were blown apart, creating a deep channel. Retreat. Wear him down with ranged attacks. The remaining 3 Jonin, leading the sand-hidden forces, were nearly paralyzed with fear at this scene. They immediately shouted at their comrades. Hinata was known to be a strong taijutsu clan, something the entire ninja world was aware of. He was not afraid of anyone in close combat, especially not Hinata Masashi. However, the sand-hidden leader, wanting to obtain the complete Byakugan, thought he was too old and weak, so he planned to beat him up directly for a quick resolution. This erroneous command led to dire consequences, costing 2 teams their lives. The captain of the guard team, watching from a distance, and the other members broke out in cold sweat on their foreheads. What incredible power! Is this really the strength a ninja should possess? It's simply unimaginable that this is an elderly man nearing his end. A powerful aura emanated from Hinata Masashi's frail body, almost solidifying into a murderous intent that enveloped the entire battlefield. Even the sand-hidden ninjas, retreating several meters away, still felt a tremendous impact. Their hearts felt as if gripped tightly by a giant hand. Their breathing became rapid. Just one strike nearly shattered the sand-hidden's psychological defenses. Get a grip. Release powerful ninjutsu from a distance. Wear him down. One sand-hidden Jonin commanded his subordinates, suppressing his fear. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Wind release. Wind cutter. Wind release. Dimensional blade. Magnet release. Super shuriken. Earth release. Earth dragon spear. Water release. Water dragon bullet. A group of sand-hidden ninjas unleashed powerful long-range ninjutsu at the captain's command. Various techniques howled as they rushed towards Hinata Masashi, intent on taking his life. Immortal golden body. Hinata Masashi typically didn't shout slogans during battles, finding it somewhat foolish. Even if he did shout, it would be fire release turning into water release. Water release turning into lightning release. This was all battle experience. However, this time, to teach some people a lesson, he decided to cooperate. A golden bell, several meters high, suddenly appeared around Hinata Masashi, enclosing him completely without sparing the ground. The ninjutsu struck the golden bell, creating ripples like stones thrown into a lake. And it didn't even break its defense. Ignoring the attacks from the sand-hidden ninjas, Hinata Masashi swiped at the ring on his hand, and a great sword instantly appeared in his grasp. Old friend, it's been a long time since I've drawn you. Let us drink to our fill today. Hinata Masashi held the sword in his right hand, feeling a bit sentimental. The sand-hidden ninjas continued their relentless attacks, but they were already on the verge of collapse. They couldn't even move. You're done attacking. Now it's my turn. In this era, dying by my sword will be the glory of your lives. Remember, my name is Hinata Masashi. Hinata Masashi's tone was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. My sword path opens the heavens and the earth. Split the universe. Slice the sky. As he spoke, he swung his sword 3 times in 3 directions. It seemed like simple horizontal cuts, but it invoked a certain force that formed a sword aura extending 40 meters. It instantly struck around the sand-hidden ninjas, many of whom didn't have time to react and were instantly killed. The surrounding trees were also neatly severed. The sand-hidden ninjas suffered heavy casualties, with only 5 surviving. The reason they survived wasn't due to their strength, but because of their better positions. They weren't instantly cut down by the sword aura, giving them a brief moment to use the body replacement technique. Even so, these 5 were unlikely to survive. Being injured by Hinata Masashi's sword aura was more painful than death. The remaining 5 sand-hidden ninjas were terrified, dragging their injured bodies to flee, not even having the courage to look back. Hinata Masashi didn't pursue them. After all, they were all doomed. There was no need. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. The guard team, observing, was all awestruck by Hinata Masashi's overwhelming power. What was even more frightening was that throughout it all, Hinata Masashi hadn't moved an inch. He simply waved his hand and drew his sword. In just 3 to 5 minutes, all the sand-hidden ninjas were essentially wiped out. This was a full 10 elite teams, all of Chunin level, with 4 Jonin leaders. Even existence at the level of a Kage would have to be very cautious. 8 would have to engage in a bitter battle. But Hinata Masashi? It was not an exaggeration to say he was chopping vegetables. Were they not here to take his Byakugan? Why weren't they coming? The so-called guard team had not yet recovered from their shock when Hinata Masashi's voice, like that of a reaper, came through. You've misunderstood, seniors. We absolutely have no such intentions. The leader Jonin was drenched in cold sweat. feeling as if he were being stared at by an ancient beast as he looked at Hinata Masashi. With each heartbeat, it felt as if it were draining all the strength from his body. The other team members were not much better, each breathing rapidly, their expressions tense, fearing they would incur the wrath of this killing god and be sacrificed to the sword in his hand. Then get lost. Tell Danzo and Hinata Han, my patience is limited. I don't mind sending them on their way before I die. A group of ants dares to bind the Azure Dragon. What nonsense! Hinata Masashi sheathed his great sword and turned to walk deeper into the forest. The guard team watched Hinata Masashi's disappearing figure and let out a long sigh of relief. No one dared to mention the mission. Let us return to the main camp. This matter is beyond our participation. Just report the truth. The leading ninja instructed everyone, then immediately took the lead in sprinting towards the Konoha main camp. The remaining Konoha ninjas flew to keep up. In the sand-hidden camp, when the 5 surviving ninjas returned, only 3 remained, and they were clearly on the verge of collapse. What happened? Weren't you supposed to intercept the Byakugan? Why are there only the 3 of you left, and so heavily injured? Elder Chiyo came personally to check on the injured with a serious expression. Hinata Chiyo, cough cough. We were deceived. That cough cough. That Hinata old man is too terrifying. So strong, so strong. We 10 teams. Everyone but us is dead. This is a trap targeting us, sand hidden. We must, before he finished speaking, the only remaining conscious sand-hidden ninja fainted. The loss of 10 elite teams' combat strength cast a shadow over the sand hidden internally. Meanwhile, at the Konoha main camp, Danzo was receiving reports from his subordinates. The mission failed. Danzo-sama, the leading jonin, reported to Danzo, accompanied by his subordinates. Why did it fail? Asama, give me a reason. Following that, the leading jonin Asama reported everything he had witnessed truthfully, including Hinata Masashi's warning to him and Hinata Han. This left Danzo feeling shocked and fearful, and filled with anger towards the Hinata clan. He couldn't imagine how someone nearing death could still be so powerful. Moreover, he intended to seize Hinata Masashi's Byakugan. It was like looking for death in a latrine. At this moment, he finally understood why Hinata Masashi had kept the Hinata main family in check, yet was still alive. He also realized why the Hinata main family had asked him for help. They were using him as a pawn. Regardless of the anger, shock, and fear this brought to the sand hidden and Danzo, Hinata Masashi did not care. His goal was the path to immortality. But those who block him must die. Chapter 9. The Best Seed, Orochimaru. Hinata Makoto sets off again, this time confident that no one will dare to disturb him. He is a powerful individual. What is a powerful person? Do whatever they want. They act as they please. Rules are made for the weak. And he aims to be the one who makes the rules. Cough cough. Recently, he's been indulging in motivational talks a bit too much, almost washing himself clean. The world of ninjas is still deep, and at the very least, one must reach the realm of the primordial spirit to have the qualifications to be reckless. He should continue his journey as a great sage and kind teacher, looking for some quality seeds to plant in the ninja world. However, finding qualified seeds in the ninja world is not easy. Even Uchiha Madara needed a long time to select a successor. Hinata Makoto feels helpless about this. He can't just compete with Madara. Most of the oddballs in the ninja world are either powerful but brainless or smart but weak. Those who are both powerful and smart are ruling in their comfort zones, and they all consider themselves strong, making it impossible to fool them. Moreover, they are bound by deeply ingrained beliefs. The moment you tell them there's a problem with the chakra system, they could easily turn against you. Don't think the Sage of Six Paths is just idling. He has been paying attention to the overall direction of the ninja world. Just like Hong Jun in the primordial world, he could almost say, the fate of the ninja world cannot be changed. After all, every generation's child of destiny is a reincarnation of the chakra carried by his 2 sons' spiritual will. Hinata Makoto has reason to believe that the previous generation's child of destiny was Senju Hashirama. Supported by the slug, he had an easy path. However, the slug probably doesn't care much about fame and fortune and may not have promoted it publicly. The next generation is naturally Uzumaki Naruto. It's his turn now, and he is quite good at persuasion, having found a spokesperson in Jiraiya, giving off a vibe similar to the Emperor's teacher in a Hong Jun novel. The next generation should be from the old Loach lineage, but Hinata Makoto really doesn't know about that. The Sage of Six Paths and them probably have some unspeakable dealings. Surely, it can't be as melodramatic as in the primordial world. Don't say it. You really can't. The slug seems a bit like Tai Jing, indifferent to fame and fortune, never revealing its true self, always using clones. The toad seems a bit like Yuching, constantly talking about destiny, which would make it the primordial heavenly sovereign in the primordial world. The old Loach's spirit host does not distinguish between good and evil. As long as they pass the test, they can sign a contract. And the little Loaches under them are also mixed, which is just like the Ching-Ching Tontian. Hinata Makoto's imagination suddenly runs wild. So what am I? The Wester Two Saints? That's about right. All beings suffer, and they need me to save them. Hinata Makoto, in a solemn manner, talks to himself like a fake monk. Forget it. After all, it's just a small matter. Who cares? With the confidence to flip the table at any time, Hinata Makoto is not afraid of them. The heavens did not give birth to me. Hinata Makoto, the ninja world has been like a long night for ages. I will lead the charge. Just being willful. However, finding the next candidate is really quite difficult. Hinata Makoto feels a bit overwhelmed and can't help but sigh. I'm having a hard time. After thinking for a while, there aren't many suitable options. Nagato and Yahiko have started to emerge, but they have already been brainwashed by Jiraiya. They have established lofty ideals in life. While striving for them, they have also gained some ninja followers. Not easy. Moreover, Nagato is still a pawn of Uchiha Madara. Madara has been watching. If he finds out about their digging, how awkward would that be? If he wants to dig, he has to wait until Madara is dead. He just fears that by then, he won't be able to dig anymore. They are actually good seeds, with decent potential and easy to persuade. What a pity. Who else is left? Uchiha Fugaku. But this guy has a few screws loose. Later, he and Hinata Hanabi are on par, always talking about his clan narrow-minded. Wouldn't he that waste some time? No, I can't be bound by the original story's thinking. After all, the Sage of Six Paths in the original didn't write himself as the mastermind behind everything. Moreover, Uchiha Fugaku is still young. He should still be salvageable. Let us list him as one of the seed candidates. Who else? Hinata Makoto sits on a large stone by the roadside, resting his chin on his hand, constantly contemplating. Kakashi? He is still a bit too young. By the time he grows up enough to participate in the wars, it will be almost the end of the third Great Ninja War. He's a good seed, but he is still in the village. And taking too long is not good, because Hinata Makoto cannot spend too much time on preaching. He must complete his missionary work before the end of the third Great Ninja War. After all, he still needs to continue creating laws and walking the path of greatness. That's fundamental. He cannot put the cart before the horse. The remaining undesirable candidates really don't pique Hinata Makoto's interest. Is the great mission of preaching going to end like this? Think again. There must be candidates I haven't thought of. There are so many talents in the ninja world. Hey, Deidara from Awagakure seems good. No, that one work? Damn it, he is younger than Kakashi. Hinata Makoto calculates the time and helplessly complains. Right? The Akatsuki organization has so many talents. Let us analyze and see if there are any suitable ones. Thinking of Deidara, Hinata Makoto's thoughts open up. Kisame Hashigaki, still too young. Kakuzu, his age is fine, and his strength is decent. He should be out making money now. He can be listed as one of the candidates. Haiden should still be a teenager, has long believed in the evil god. Although he can't be a seed, he can be used as a muscle, and he should be quite useful. As for Sasori, he is also a mentally troubled youth, the catalyst of the third Great Ninja War. Perhaps he can be tried. Let us list him as one of the seed candidates. Conan is not considered for now. Who else? All right, I almost forgot about Orochimaru. Hinata Makoto's eyes suddenly light up. Almost missed the best seed. Orochimaru, the soul of the entire Naruto series. Intelligent, powerful, thoughtful, a genius among commoners. Good at discovery, loves science, a master of brainwashing. Simply a born leader of the resistance. Hinata Makoto can't help but clap his hands. Feeling energized, although he was forcibly redeemed in the later stages, Hinata Makoto guesses that Orochimaru, having seen through the truth, has little expectation of this world. So he describes himself as the one who drives the windmill. He has seen through the direction of fate and understands the essence of the ninja world. Because no one understands him, no one comprehends him, and no one supports him. It's already a blessing that not everyone is shouting to kill him. Sometimes knowing too much, but being unable to do anything is also a kind of suffering. But I, Hinata Makoto, am here. Orochimaru, your soulmate, faith mentor, lighthouse in life, the guide on the journey of life. It must be me, and only I, Hinata Makoto. I will push you to the throne. Let you be the wind that drives the change in the ninja world. The more Hinata Makoto thinks about it, the more he feels that Orochimaru is a genius. So, it's decided. The current top candidate is Orochimaru. Currently, Orochimaru is serving as the commander on the Iwagakure front, and Hinata Makoto decides to set off immediately. He can't wait to have a heart-to-heart talk with Orochimaru and share the same bed. This is his ideal successor. But he can't be too impatient. Preparations must be made in advance. After all, Orochimaru is too clever, although he is slightly inferior to Hinata Makoto. Compared to these rotten leaves and old help in the ninja world, it's like the difference between heaven and earth. It's exhausting to reason with smart people. Hinata Makoto deeply understands this from his past life. However, Orochimaru, as long as you are curious, you want to be able to escape. After all, curiosity killed the cat. After simply sorting out his thoughts, Hinata Makoto prepares to set off. After all, there's a seed that can grow into a towering tree in this twisted ninja world waiting for him. Orochimaru, would you be willing to become that dragon-slaying warrior? I believe that, under my guidance, you will. I also believe you have the ambition and ability. Hinata Masaki took off towards the direction of the hidden Earth battlefield. Orochimaru, I'm coming. Chapter 10. The strongest worker, Kakuzu. With Hinata's speed, it wouldn't take him half a day to reach the battlefield of the Hidden Stone. However, halfway there, someone suddenly appeared in his perception, prompting him to change his mind. It was none other than Kakuzu, one of the candidates he had previously earmarked. Hinata thought to himself, it's better to meet by chance than by design, since fate has brought us together. I might as well take precautions and lay the groundwork for the upcoming sowing. He immediately floated down from the sky, landing about a kilometer directly in front of Kakuzu's path, and slowly walked toward him. Kakuzu was almost born at the end of the Warring States period, and he should be over 10 years younger than Hinata. He had once crossed hands with Hashirama, and, although he was defeated in just a few moves, it was still something he took pride in. After all, surviving an encounter with the god of ninjas is indeed something to boast about. Of course, it was mainly because Hashirama had no intent to kill and showed mercy to this young man who dared to challenge him, much like Hans admired the 3 legendary ninjas. This is a peculiar trait among the strong in the ninja world. As a bounty hunter and a slave to money, Kakuzu actually welcomed war. After all, having been transformed by Takigakure's Jigaku, he needed fresh hearts, and war was more profitable. Once war broke out, there would be plenty of high-commission tasks in the underground black market. Each village had some undesirable tasks they wanted bounty hunters to take on. This time, he had accepted a mission released by Iwagakure in the black market, which was why he was heading to the IWA front. Kakuzu had always been alone with no friends, partly due to his past experiences. Those who have suffered betrayal find it harder to trust others. Even when doing dangerous tasks, he never teamed up with anyone. He used to have the heart of a strong man. Few dared to confront Senju Hashirama for the sake of their village during the Warring States period, let alone in an era where there were one village and one country. As for why he became a slave to money, perhaps it was because he no longer saw hope in becoming stronger. Like a bird in a cage, Takigakure made Kakuzu, but also limited him. Takigakure gave Kakuzu the possibility of extended standby, but stifled his chance to continue growing stronger. Having lost his goals and motivation, Kakuzu sought something to do to avoid going insane from prolonged loneliness, which led him to become a bounty hunter. In his view, money would not deceive him. It was much more reliable than so-called friendship and bonds. It allowed him to eat what he wanted, buy what he desired, and spending money could also please himself, ensuring his life wouldn't be boring. For someone like him, as long as there was a noble ideal that could move him and give him a goal to strive for, he could still become a very reliable companion. After joining Akatsuki, Kakuzu could be considered the most dedicated one, truly the strongest worker. He could earn money, fight, and not bicker with a leader. Importantly, he was still in good shape and had a long life ahead. He wasn't afraid of 996 or 007. Such an excellent employee was something all bosses dreamed of in his past life. Hinata also wanted such an employee. However, the premise was that he had to convince him. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have the qualification to talk about ideals with him. After all, in the ninja world, strength speaks the loudest, especially for an old relic like Kakuzu, who has killed many. Coincidentally, Hinata had both of these attributes. Therefore, Kakuzu would definitely be clearly arranged to become his strongest worker. He would surely fight for the peace and struggle of all beings in the ninja world for his entire life. In just a few minutes, the two approaching each other grew closer. Kakuzu had already spotted Hinata coming from a distance, but he thought he was just an ordinary old man until he got closer and realized it was actually a lone member of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, He looked extremely aged, on the verge of death. There was not a trace of chakra emanating from him, making him seem like an ordinary person. This was like money falling from the sky, hitting him in the face. After all, the value of the Byakugan was still very high, especially since Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara forcibly reclaimed the flowing Byakugan during the village building era. Furthermore, with the caged birds, there had been no reports of the Byakugan's existence in the outside world. If he could obtain it and sell it to various ninja villages, it would definitely yield a sum far exceeding that of an S-rank mission. As he watched Hinata get closer, Kakuzu couldn't help but wonder in his heart. How could a member of the Hyuga clan have no protection? Could there be a trap? But as the two were about to pass each other, Kakuzu's perception found no ambush around them. Ultimately, driven by greed for the Byakugan, Kakuzu decided to take the risk. He was confident in his perception abilities and even more confident in his strength. If there were really an ambush, he wasn't T without legs. If he couldn't fight, he could still run away. He felt that if he didn't T earn the money that came to him, he wouldn't T sleep well at night. Just as the two brushed past each other, Kakuzu struck. Well-versed in taijutsu, Kakuzu threw a punch at Hinata's head, aiming to knock him out instantly and seize the Byakugan. He just didn't realize that high-level hunters often appear in the form of prey. The scenario Kakuzu had imagined did not occur. His swinging fist was blocked by an aged hand. "You young one, don't you feel ashamed to ambush an old man on the verge of death?" Previously puzzled as to why a member of the Hyuga clan had no one protecting him, it turned out that high skills breed boldness. Although Hinata's reaction exceeded Kakuzu's expectations, it also resolved Kakuzu's doubts. He had mistaken the old man for the rotten bugs of the clan. "Kakuzu, your vision needs improvement. You know me? Although I'm curious about your identity, I'll take your Byakugan." Kakuzu said this and attacked again. However, as the brief skirmish unfolded, things developed in a direction Kakuzu could not have imagined. This elder of the Hyuga clan was absurdly strong. He didn't look old at all. His movements were swift, and his strength was immense. His reflexes were quick, and his combat awareness was even better than Kakuzu's. Kakuzu had hardened his skin with ninjutsu, and, as a taijutsu expert, he believed that few from the Hyuga clan could compete with him in taijutsu. Yet, this seemingly frail old man was actually overpowering him in taijutsu. This was simply outrageous. Kakuzu attempted several times to create distance and use his mass clones to unleash ninjutsu, but all failed. Faced with a barrage of attacks, Kakuzu was powerless to fight back. He was pressed down and rubbed against the ground. Kakuzu realized he had kicked an iron board, but there was no way out. He had to finish what he started. Tears included. "Who exactly are you? Why are you causing me trouble?" Kakuzu finally found an opportunity to break free from Hinata's grasp, took a breath, and voiced his confusion. He also realized he had been baited. After all, he and T lived for so many years for nothing. An almost dead old man with a Byakugan, and he just happened to appear in front of him. Plus, this person knew him. How could there be so many coincidences? "ISNT at you who's seeking trouble with me?" Hinata replied. "Humph. Do you really think I'm foolish? Where do all these coincidences come from? State your purpose." In fact, Kakuzu wanted to run directly, but he was locked down by Hinata's imposing aura. Moreover, he did not sense any killing intent from Hinata. "I came to test your temperament, and to give you a new life." Hinata spoke frankly. "Test my temperament. Give me a new life. Who do you think you are? Senju Hashirama?" Although Kakuzu felt some apprehension towards the old man, his experience made it difficult for anyone to easily deceive him with just a few words. "Old man, Hyuga-jin." Hyuga-jin immediately confessed his identity. "Hyuga-jin, so it's you. You're still alive." Kakuzu found it hard to believe. After all, he was also from the Warring States period and certainly had some understanding of Hyuga-jin, who was one of the few capable of fighting against Hashirama and Madara. Hyuga-jin had quite a reputation during that era. However, according to the information Kakuzu had, if Hyuga-jin were still alive, he would be at least over 80. In the ninja world, due to the training system, living to be over 80 was extremely rare. Even more unimaginable was that Hyuga-jin at this age was still so powerful. Even Kakuzu was only able to maintain his peak strength thanks to the existence of J-Bai. Otherwise, his power would have declined long ago. What do you mean by that? After learning Hyuga-jin's identity, Kakuzu's attitude became much calmer. Hyuga-jin's identity and strength were worth Kakuzu's time to listen to him. "You probably haven't had any significant increase in strength for a long time, have you? J-Bai has achieved greatness for you, but has also bound you." Hyuga-jin's words were like a bombshell. "How do you know this?" Kakuzu looked shocked. This was a secret. Those who knew it were all basically dead. "My understanding of you far exceeds your imagination. You need a new beginning. You have lost your motivation and your life goals. And only being with money is indeed a waste. Since that's the case, why not establish a new life goal and embark on a journey worth fighting for? What I want to do is help you create a perfect world. Walk a path that truly has ideals. Although this road may be full of thorns, at least you will have made an effort. It's much more meaningful than living like a walking corpse. Just as Hashirama and Madara ended the chaos of the warring states, you too can strive to change this ugly, twisted, and conflict-ridden ninja world. It desperately needs someone with ideals to spread great love to the world. Why can't that person be you? Only by becoming the united ninja world will there be no conflicts. This is something Hashirama and Madara failed to achieve, but it doesn't mean that this path is wrong. Kakuzu, what choice will you make? Let me see your character. Hyuga Jin continuously tempted Kakuzu with his words. Listening to Hyuga Jin's analysis and the grand vision he painted, Kakuzu fell silent. He indeed, as Hyuga Jin said, had lost his goals and motivation and had no ideals, only being with money. But did he really want to live like this? Hyuga Jin understood him too well. At this stage, Kakuzu was like someone stuck in a swamp, with no one to pull him out, fearing he would never escape. Originally, this was something Nagato had done, but now it was taken over by Hyuga Jin. Think it over. I believe you will make the right decision. Hyuga Jin sincerely encouraged Kakuzu. Chapter 11, Waiting for a Rabbit by the Stump. In fact, for most lonely people, they crave recognition and understanding from others even more than ordinary people do. However, environmental factors, some negative experiences, and their reclusive personalities make it very unfriendly for them. This makes it difficult for them to make changes. Kakuzu belongs to this category. To encourage someone like him to change, he needs a compelling reason to convince himself. Seeing that Kakuzu was listening to him, Hinata Shin decided not to say much more. The two stood facing each other on the narrow path, falling into a long silence. Before long, a gentle breeze blew through, rustling the trees on both sides of the road and stirring Kakuzu's chaotic heart. But you have little time left, even with the most noble ideals and beliefs. What can they do? Can this world really change? Kakuzu broke the silence first, filled with doubt in his words. Isn't that the reason I came to find you? Your existence is the best successor to realize my ideals. Hinata Shin's words were full of sincerity and trust. Kakuzu knew what Hinata Shin meant. He was more capable of living. In this ninja world where the strong dominate, it's not the cleverness of others that you fear, but the deep connection of the strong with you. That kind of trust and sense of belonging from the strong can easily give these mentally distorted ninjas immense satisfaction and glory. This is also why Sarutobi Hiruzen later promoted himself as the strongest Hokage. With this image, along with some of his brainwashing rhetoric, it was a spiritual blow to many unaware small clans and civilian ninjas. Hinata Shin also felt this tactic was a bit dirty, but it had to be said that it was really effective. From Kakuzu's eyes, he could see that his heart was somewhat shaken. Watching Kakuzu fall silent again, Hinata Shin was not in a hurry. Give me some time to think it over. Kakuzu ultimately could not escape Hinata Shin's grasp. He was still moved. All right, but you don't have much time to think. I also have many plans to implement, and I may need your help during this period. Here, take this ring and scroll. The ring allows you to contact me in real time, and the scroll contains the usage instructions. Hinata Shin did not refuse. Instead, he took out a scroll and a ring and handed them to Kakuzu. This was a communication tool he prepared for the seeds, similar to the shadow clone technique, but different, taking him quite some time to create. I have some matters to attend to, so think it over and contact me in time. After seeing Kakuzu take the ring and scroll, Hinata Shin left. Compared to Kakuzu, Orochimaru was his top priority, the object of his dreams. After Hinata Shin left, Kakuzu held the scroll and ring in his hand, feeling a mix of emotions. He was also somewhat surprised that his belief in money was not as sincere as he thought. A perfect world? Perhaps it could be a nice life goal. Kakuzu pondered in his heart, then disappeared at the end of the road. He was destined not to escape Hinata Shin's grasp, inevitably walking down the path already planned for him. The flames of the Third Great Ninja War seemed to be growing stronger, as if someone was continuously adding firewood to the pile that had only just begun to burn. After parting with Kakuzu, Hinata Shin continued toward the main camp at the northern border of Konohagakure. As a commander of the Iwagakure front, Orochimaru was doing quite well, effectively suppressing Iwagakure's momentum. Today you ambush my supply line. Tomorrow I will take out your reconnaissance team and assassinate your elite ninjas. Although the war felt like a child's fight, where you hit me once, I must retaliate. It was indeed like this before the war fully commenced. In general, Ninja warfare consists of small-scale skirmishes, multiple batches, and various battlefields. Small-scale refers to engagements involving reconnaissance, assassination, and ambush teams, usually striking and then retreating to avoid being encircled by the enemy. Multiple batches indicate a high frequency of engagements, as both sides probe and search for various information about each other. Various battlefields mean that the battlefields are quite dispersed, as the locations of engagements may appear anywhere due to different missions. Therefore, the requirements for a commander are quite high, needing strong, on-the-spot command, overall coordination, and decision-making abilities. Orochimaru was undoubtedly excellent in these aspects. However, recently Orochimaru had been troubled by an issue. His most beloved disciple, the heir of the Senju clan, Tsunade's brother, SHT, had come to the battlefield. He kept pestering him to go to war, talking about the will of fire, saying he wanted to become Hokage. He wanted to be like his grandfather. This made Orochimaru's head spin. At this time, Orochimaru had not yet fallen into any misconceptions and still leaned toward a normal mindset. Because SHT's identity was not only the brother of his closest comrade, but also his disciple, he cared for and loved him very much. Moreover, this child was indeed warm, sunny, hardworking, and very respectful towards him. It was precisely because of this that Orochimaru did not want him on the battlefield, as he deeply understood the cruelty of war. Even as one of the legendary three, they had experienced near-death situations multiple times, and he had a profound awareness of the fragility of life. After all, casualties are just numbers, but the dead are real people. For this reason, he repeatedly rejected SHT's request to go to war and sent a message to Tsunade to come and take SHT back. In Orochimaru's view, SHT was still a child. Although his strength was decent, he lacked experience. As a budding ninja of Konohagakure, he still needed time to grow. When Tsunade learned that her brother had secretly run off to the Iwagakure battlefield, she was very angry. She immediately put down her work at the Konoha hospital and rushed to the Iwagakure front without even reporting to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After her father fell in the Second Great Ninja War, her mother died of depression, and her close lover also died on the battlefield. SHT was her last relative. He was also the hope of the Senju clan. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She wished she could fly there immediately. Hinata Shin arrived near the main camp in no time, but this time he did not rush in because he was contemplating how to approach Orochimaru. The camp was easy to enter. At worst, he could have the Hyuga clan come out to greet him like last time. But this time the target was different. He was looking for Orochimaru, not those Hyuga quails. Being too deliberate would easily raise Orochimaru's suspicions and feel a bit cheap. Being too direct wouldn't work either, as Orochimaru had not yet become disillusioned with the village and Sarutobi Hiruzen, nor had he embarked on his quest for immortality and truth. So what to do? Hinata Shin was also feeling a bit overwhelmed. Should he wait a little longer? Damn it, smart people are really hard to deal with. Look at Hinata, and then look at Kakuzu. What good people. They believe whatever you say. Although Hinata Shin had already made detailed plans on how to guide Orochimaru, the premise was how to get Orochimaru to take the initiative to get close to him. He had been so focused on planning the guiding route that he forgot about this point. As a result, he could only think of a way on the spot. More than an hour passed, and Hinata Shin still couldn't think of a good solution. This much time was enough for him to fly back to the Sunagakure battlefield. His time was very precious. Damn it, if he had known, he would have interacted more with them when they were younger, making him so passive now. Hinata Shin couldn't help but curse. After all, back then he was so immersed in creating techniques that he neglected everything, including the Hyuga clan, and had no time to play with the kids. Just as Hinata Shin was racking his brain for a solution, a striking figure quickly appeared in his perception. It was Tsunade, hurrying over. Isn't this the solution he was looking for? Hinata Shin instantly perked up, immediately flew forward for a kilometer or two and waited on Tsunade's route, walking slowly. At Tsunade's speed, 5 kilometers would take less than 10 minutes. Chapter 12. Hinata Makoto and Tsunade before long. Tsunade's swift figure appeared in Hinata Makoto's sight, already quite close. Is that little Tsunade? Hinata Makoto looked at the incoming Tsunade and asked, his tone revealing a sense of uncertainty. Who are you? Are you from the Hyuga clan? I don't think I've seen you before. Tsunade landed gracefully near Hinata Makoto. She basically knew all the main branch members of the Hyuga clan, but she was certain that she had never seen this old man before, although he felt strangely familiar. The reason she could recognize all the main branch members was not just because of her status, but also because she inherited her grandfather Senju Hashirama's gambling habit. Tsunade could be considered the biggest spendthrift in Konoha, feeling uncomfortable if she didn't lose tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of Ryo every month. Her two teammates, Orochimaru and Jiraiya, often ended up being drained financially. This also led to her being referred to as a big fat sheep after leaving Konoha. But the question was, where did the money come from besides gambling? After all, even the wealthy Senju clan couldn't withstand such extravagance, especially since the current strength and influence of the Senju were far from their former glory. This brings us to Tsunade's excellent medical ninjutsu. To earn money, she provided regular checkups and treatment services for various ninja clans, and the fees were not low. The Hyuga clan, being both a wealthy and a taijutsu clan, had inevitable injuries during training, and the elderly were very concerned about their health, naturally creating a strong demand, making them one of Tsunade's major clients. Thus, Tsunade knew the main branch of the Hyuga clan quite well. However, the old man in front of her, although unfamiliar, evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity, as if she had seen him somewhere but couldn't recall where. It seems that time has passed too long, and you've forgotten me. I used to hold you when you were little, and you even lost to me 3,000 Ryo, which you still haven't paid back. Hinata Makoto teased with a hint of regret in his voice. You are grandfather Hinata Makoto. You're still alive. Tsunade's long-buried memories suddenly awakened, and images began to flood her mind. There were scenes of Hinata Makoto holding her and playing with her, as well as moments of gambling with him. There were also memories of her being mischievous with Hinata Makoto. These memories kept surfacing, triggering a chain reaction that reminded Tsunade of her grandparents and many sad past events. Tears instantly spilled from her eyes. Sometimes, seeing old acquaintances can trigger beautiful memories along with painful past experiences, turning even the strongest person sentimental. You're quite a big girl now, still crying. You're already an outstanding ninja. I can hear your name as one of the legendary three in the village and the ninja world. Hinata Makoto stepped forward and wiped away Tsunade's uncontrolled tears with his old, thin hand, as if treating his own granddaughter. He had never married in his life, and it wasn't that there weren't women who liked him. On the contrary, he had many suitors during the Warring States period. He was the dream lover of single women from the Hyuga clan, and after the village was founded, he was pursued madly by women from various ninja clans. Not only because he possessed great strength, but also due to his handsome appearance and strong charisma. Hashirama once worried endlessly about his marriage with Madara. For a while, both he and Madara didn't dare to go home, staying in the administrative department daily, because Hashirama arranged for beautiful women from various clans to come for matchmaking. But both of them, one cold as ice and the other slippery as an eel, had no plans to marry, and eventually, it just fizzled out. Looking back, it was quite amusing. So after Hashirama had a granddaughter, both Madara and Makoto doted on Tsunade quite a bit. Hinata Makoto, influenced by his past life, had a special fondness for this gambling girl. After all, she was once the goddess of his fantasies, often teasing her and praising her for growing up to be a beauty. When Tsunade became more sensible, she often followed Hinata Makoto around, as he really knew how to make her happy, which made Hashirama quite jealous at one point. The events that followed are not worth mentioning. The truth is that Hinata Makoto, in pursuit of the Great Way, gave up many things. Although their meeting was orchestrated by Hinata Makoto's design, he genuinely felt a pang of pain for this once adorable little girl. Grandfather Makoto, I'm sorry. It's really been a long time since I saw you, and I didn't recognize you right away, Tsunade said, stabilizing her emotions and expressing some regret. Don't blame yourself. It's my fault. No need to worry about it. Hinata Makoto replied nonchalantly. Are you in such a hurry because you have important business at the camp? It's my younger brother, S.H. Ju. He secretly ran to the Iwagakure battlefield, and my teammate Orochimaru informed me to come and bring him back. Hashirama's grandson? Young and quite bold. Why is grandfather here on the battlefield? Shouldn't you be enjoying retirement in the village? At my age, I want to travel around a bit, using the remaining time to leave something for the ninja world. Seeing you in such a hurry, you must be quite worried about your brother. Let's get going. We can catch up at the Konoha camp. It won't take long. The two exchanged questions and answers, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Then the two flew together toward the Konoha camp. Considering it was not far, and being concerned about Hinata Makoto's health, Tsunade slowed down considerably, and Hinata Makoto leisurely followed, not falling behind. As they chatted while on their way, the atmosphere was pleasant, and soon they could see the tents of Konoha in the distance. Before long, they arrived near the camp, and patrolling ninjas immediately sounded the alarm. However, due to Tsunade's obvious identity, they did not face any substantial obstruction. They were only stopped at the entrance, and asked for the password. Naturally, they didn't have it and waited at the entrance for notification. Even though they knew Tsunade's identity, it couldn't be avoided, especially in a wartime state. Orochimaru, who was very meticulous, soon appeared, dressed in a white kimono. With a pale face and a slender figure, but exuding a strong presence, bringing Ju from inside the camp. Seeing her brother was fine, Tsunade immediately breathed a sigh of relief, already thinking about how to deal with him later. Upon meeting, Orochimaru could immediately confirm Tsunade's identity, as they had known each other for many years. However, he looked at Hinata Makoto with some confusion, noticing Hinata Makoto's smooth forehead and that he wasn't wearing the iconic Konoha forehead protector anywhere else. He wondered when a main branch of the Hyuga clan had become so open-minded that such an old man would come to the battlefield. Tsunade, this is Hinata Makoto. Grandfather Makoto, like my grandfather, he is a powerful figure from the Warring States period, one of the founders of Konoha. Tsunade quickly introduced as a teammate, understanding Orochimaru's confusion with just a glance. Hinata Makoto, a powerful figure from the Warring States period, one of Konoha's founders? Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. He didn't know much about Hinata Makoto, although he had heard of his existence, but had never seen him. Because Hinata Makoto had been incredibly low profile during the time of pursuing the Great Way, his name gradually became submerged in the tide of time. Only the higher-ups of Konoha and the Hyuga main branch had a very clear understanding of his existence. Even Tsunade, due to the passage of time and heavy tasks, had gradually forgotten about him. Grandfather Makoto, this is my companion, currently the commander on the Iwabikure front, Orochimaru. Tsunade also introduced Orochimaru to Hinata Makoto. The two, under Tsunade's introduction, got to know each other. Hinata, as a powerful figure from the Warring States period and the founder of Konoha, sparked Orochimaru's curiosity and earned his respect. After getting to know each other, Orochimaru immediately invited him to join the main camp. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tsunade instantly transformed into a violent dragon, giving Mitsu a good beating, determined to make him understand how heavy her love was. Hinata couldn't help but smile at this harmonious scene. Next up was the PK time with Orochimaru. Chapter 13 Stay. Under the leadership of Orochimaru, the group walked towards the main tent, while Hyuga Makoto took the opportunity to observe the entire camp. Overall, it was quite orderly, without a sense of chaos or looseness, and he did not hear any voices of discontent towards the commander. Everyone was mostly fulfilling their roles. Orochimaru's ability to achieve such a level as a first-time commander was quite impressive. Even Danzo was slightly inferior to him, as Hyuga Makoto often heard ninjas privately criticize Danzo's task arrangements and battle plans during the Sand Village front. Of course, it could also be due to Danzo's ulterior motives, as many missions carried significant risks, and it was normal for ninjas to complain. After all, everyone only has one life. Upon arriving at the big tent, Orochimaru, as the host, arranged for the two to sit down and welcome them. Suk had finally managed to escape safely under Tsunade's verbal jabs. After being ordered not to run around, he was sent out. What followed were matters between the adults. As a close comrade of Senju, Hashirama's granddaughter, Orochimaru had a certain understanding of Hashirama's strength. He couldn't help but feel curious about Hyuga Makoto, who was from the same era as Hashirama and could be called a strong person by Tsunade. However, he did not understand why this person, still alive, was not well known among the masses. Even someone like Orochimaru knew very little about Hyuga Makoto. Had he been sealed away by the higher-ups? Why was he reappearing in the ninja world now? Was he coming to the battlefield for a glorious conclusion? Although Orochimaru did not say much on the way to the tent, his doubts about Hyuga Makoto were growing. Tsunade, who had previously been worried about Suk, had not had a detailed conversation with Hyuga Makoto. Now, calming down, she had many questions she wanted to ask him. Little Tsunade, if you have something to ask, just ask. There's no need to look at me like that, Hyuga Makoto said gently, noticing Tsunade's puzzled gaze from the side. Upon hearing Hyuga Makoto's words, Orochimaru became interested as well. Although his expression did not change, the curiosity in his eyes betrayed him. Grandpa Makoto, since you're still alive, why haven't you come to see me all these years? I remember you used to dote on me a lot when I was a child. Why has your existence gradually faded from the world? What happened back then that caused you to almost vanish from the ninja world? Logically speaking, I shouldn't have gradually forgotten or even overlooked your existence. Tsunade poured out all her doubts. It is indeed my problem, but there are other factors as well. You should know that I participated in the Battle of the Valley of the End. I fought with your grandfather and Madara, was severely injured and near death. My foundation was damaged, and I could no longer cultivate chakra, losing all my strength. During that time, I was targeted by a very powerful entity and also suffered persecution from the Hyuga clan, feeling disheartened, so I chose to avoid the world. As for why the world has forgotten my existence, it is mainly intentional on my part. After all, the passage of time erodes even the greatest powers beyond all ninja techniques. As for your neglect and even forgetfulness of me, that was something I had your great uncle do. To avoid affecting your growth and to allow me to live in seclusion, he implanted a psychological suggestion in you. Regarding why I didn't come to see you, I truly apologize, because once you see me, the suggestion in your mind will be broken by the memories hidden deep within. Hyuga Makoto answered Tsunade's questions one by one. After listening to Hyuga Makoto's answers, Tsunade recalled some things. Indeed, as Hyuga Makoto said, she had heard her great-uncle mention the Battle of the Valley of the End. At that time, she had not yet been subjected to the psychological suggestion, and after learning that Hyuga Makoto had lost all his power, she had tried to visit him to play several times. Back then, Hyuga Makoto seemed to have changed overnight, although he still cared for her. He no longer had the patience and enthusiasm he once had for teasing her. It seemed like something was urging him on. What kind of powerful being could make you wary? I remember hearing my grandfather say that your strength is not much different from his when we played together. Tsunade continued to inquire. Orochimaru was also very curious about this. I won't say much about this. Knowing too much brings no benefit. The depths of the ninja world are far deeper than you can imagine. You are not prepared for it yet. Hyuga Makoto did not directly answer Tsunade's question this time, but spoke in a way that suggested there was a huge secret, making both Orochimaru and Tsunade feel intrigued. Moreover, given his status, it seemed even more credible. Then, what is the purpose of your visit to the Iwagakure battlefield? Orochimaru, not getting the answer he wanted, still posed a question. I came specifically for you, Orochimaru, Hyuga Makoto said directly, without hiding anything. For Orochimaru, you came for me? Both Tsunade and Orochimaru were surprised. Tsunade was surprised that after all these years of seclusion, he not only didn't meet her, but also specifically came to see Orochimaru. If it weren't for a chance encounter, she might never have seen him again in her life. What she didn't know was that this time was not a coincidence, but a predicted encounter. Is there something special about Orochimaru? Tsunade couldn't help but wonder. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was completely different. He had no idea what Hyuga Makoto was up to. After all, he had never interacted with Hyuga Makoto before today. They had barely exchanged a few words. Hyuga Makoto suddenly said he came specifically for him, which surprised him. I wonder what I can do for you, senior. Although Orochimaru was unclear about Hyuga Makoto's purpose for coming, he still expressed his respect politely. After all, he was Tsunade's elder, the founder of Konoha, and a former strong person. Basic respect was still necessary. Although Hyuga Makoto was a mysterious person, luring him in, it must be said that it successfully piqued his curiosity. It's not about serving. I want to stay here for a while and see if I can change the direction of things, or create a new trend. Hyuga Makoto continued to play the riddle, making Orochimaru and Tsunade feel a headache. You keep dropping hints like this, always making people itch without explaining clearly. It's really frustrating. It's like an itch you can't scratch. Hyuga Makoto was skilled at fishing for information. His baiting methods were becoming increasingly adept. Since you have this idea, I have no objection, but please adhere to the relevant regulations, as this is a wartime state. Although Orochimaru was unhappy with Hyuga Makoto's riddling behavior, he still agreed. However, he made a request for Hyuga Makoto to follow wartime regulations to express his dissatisfaction. Tsunade was also rendered speechless by Hyuga Makoto's riddle-like behavior, so she didn't ask further. Just then, a messenger ninja came in to report work, and the conversation came to an end. Let me give it a try and see if I can change the direction of things this time. Little Tsunade, this is all for you. Chapter 14, Hunt. Hinata Makoto remained on the battlefield of Iwagakure. Originally, his plan was to gradually guide Orochimaru, laying the groundwork for the subsequent plan, and he hadn't intended to confront the Sage of Six Paths so soon. However, after learning that Tsunade was looking for S.H. Ju, Makoto decided to change his approach, as he hadn't anticipated that S.H. Ju was still alive. S.H. Ju's death was a crucial turning point, triggering Tsunade's hemophobia and prompting Orochimaru to ponder the essence of life, laying the foundation for his future pursuit of immortality. The change in direction that Makoto referred to was his attempt to alter S.H. Ju's fate of death. This would not only provide Tsunade with a better future, but also establish a formidable and respectable image of a senior for Orochimaru, facilitating future guidance and preventing them from repeating the mistakes of the past. This was a test for Makoto concerning the Sage of Six Paths. as well as an attempt to once again engage in the so-called destiny of the ninja world that he had hidden from for decades. During the Warring States period, he had realized that the cards on the table were transparent to others, and even his thoughts had been influenced. Now, however, the situation had reversed, with the enemy in the light and him in the dark. Naturally, the uncontrollable risks had decreased, and the success rate had greatly increased. Everything unfolded as Makoto had anticipated. Tsunade not only failed to persuade S.H. Ju to return to Konoha, but was also somewhat swayed. S.H. Ju kept declaring his dream of becoming Hokage, fighting for the will of fire, and inheriting his grandfather's legacy, etc. Upon hearing this, Makoto couldn't help but think he was probably manipulated by Sarutobi Hiruzen. And now the will of fire had already been instilled by Sarutobi. For several consecutive days, they failed to leave. In Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent a message requesting Tsunade to return early to oversee the Konoha hospital. Orochimaru was also being closely attended to by S.H. Ju, visiting several times a day, which made Orochimaru quite annoyed. He even learned to play both sides, telling Orochimaru that his sister Tsunade supported him going to the battlefield, just waiting for his teacher's consent. Then he told Tsunade that Orochimaru-sensei supported him going to the battlefield, just waiting for his sister's consent. He almost got away with it. Observing from the shadows, Makoto found it somewhat amusing. If he could pull it off, both Orochimaru and Tsunade would probably lose face. Although he did not succeed, he still made Orochimaru and Tsunade aware of S.H. Ju's determination to go to the battlefield. Given this, Tsunade and Orochimaru discussed whether to let S.H. Ju experience the brutality of war, believing it would be much easier to persuade him to return to the village afterward. They also realized that S.H. Ju was currently somewhat stubborn and needed a wake-up call. However, they had to be fully prepared to let S.H. Ju experience the harshness of war. Just as they were discussing how to arrange this, Hinata Makoto hurried over and advised them not to let S.H. Ju go to the battlefield. If he had to go, it would be best if both of them could protect him simultaneously. He then handed a scroll to Tsunade, telling her that if an urgent and irretrievable situation arose, she should open the scroll. He did not elaborate on the reason, knowing they wouldn't believe him anyway. Makoto also knew he couldn't dissuade them, but it didn't hurt to give them a precautionary warning. After the incident, he could gain a reputation for foresight, which was beneficial. He did not plan to prevent S.H. Ju from going to the battlefield, as if something didn't happen on the battlefield, it could happen elsewhere. Moreover, that would also be beyond his control, unless he forcibly intervened, which would not align with his interests. He aimed to maximize his benefits, changing S.H. Ju's fate of death while leaving a profound and unfathomable impression on Tsunade and Orochimaru, and at the same time, making them aware of certain issues to accelerate their understanding of the truth of the world. Despite the many questions on Tsunade and Orochimaru's faces, Makoto did not explain much. He simply instructed Tsunade to keep the scroll safe and not to open it unless it was an emergency. He then left, leaving Orochimaru and Tsunade confused. They had originally planned for Orochimaru to personally take S.H. Ju for training, with Tsunade overseeing the main camp. However, after Makoto's intervention, Tsunade began to feel uneasy. After all, S.H. Ju was the hope of the Senju clan and her own younger brother, her only family. He absolutely could not have any accidents. S.H. Ju was delighted to have received permission from his sister and teacher to head to the battlefield to fight for Konoha. He felt very happy. The young and fearless S.H. Ju was not afraid of war. Instead, he was eager to achieve merit and fame, with no clear understanding of the reality of war. After careful consideration, Tsunade decided to follow Makoto's advice and joined Orochimaru to protect S.H. Ju on his training journey. Everything in the camp was temporarily handed over to Orochimaru's deputy, a strategist from the Nara clan, and they were instructed to consult Makoto if any issues arose that they couldn't handle. The next day, they arranged for S.H. Ju to follow a ninja squad to carry out a mission while secretly trailing behind to provide protection. Makoto was also waiting. He had made his move, and now it was up to the so-called destiny or the Sage of Six Paths to act. Makoto believed that if Orochimaru was to be the one pushing the windmill in the future, then his destined path should begin with S.H. Ju's death. The three ninjas corresponding to the three summoning sanctuaries were undoubtedly an important part of the Sage's layout. Makoto was determined to completely change this fate and guide Orochimaru onto the right path, even if it meant confronting the Sage of Six Paths in advance. He was willing to do it. S.H. Ju was running swiftly alongside the squad, his warlike instincts racing in his veins. To him, This was the first step towards becoming Hokage. Soon, S.H. Ju's squad encountered a reconnaissance team from Iwagakure, resulting in a fierce battle. S.H. Ju performed reasonably well, not overly nervous, as he had completed missions and taken lives before. After several skirmishes, he managed to kill an Iwagakure Ch. His performance was commendable, not embarrassing the Senju clan. This also relieved his teammates, who at least saw he wasn't a useless burden. However, the overall strength of the opposing Iwagakure team was relatively weak compared to the teammates specially assigned to S.H. Ju, leading to a clear disparity. They were soon wiped out. After a brief rest, the team continued with their hunting mission, and the hidden Orochimaru and Tsunade were somewhat satisfied with S.H. Ju's performance. However, things do not always develop in a positive direction. At the Iwagakure camp, 2 temporary squads consisting of 8 elite jonin received orders and quickly left the camp, heading towards a designated target. Their target was none other than Senju S.H. Ju. It was unclear how Iwagakure had obtained this information, but they were confidently rushing towards the predetermined mission location, as if they were certain. Moreover, all Iwagakure ninjas operating in that area had received orders to be ready to support at any time. The hunt for Senju S.H. Ju had begun. Chapter 15. Encirclement. S.H. Ju's team consists of 1 jonin and 3 elite chunin, making them an elite squad among hunting teams. The captain, Kazu, has a balanced skill set in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, with rich combat and leadership experience and a strong battle instinct. Team member Chiku excels in ninjutsu and reconnaissance, while Yuta specializes in taijutsu and traps, complemented by the well-rounded S.H. Ju. Their formation allows for both offensive and defensive maneuvers. They were carefully selected by Orochimaru and are all elite of the same level, capable of guiding and protecting S.H. Ju's growth. 2 days passed, during which S.H. Ju's team engaged in several skirmishes with Iwagakure's reconnaissance and hunting teams, experiencing both victories and being pursued. Fortunately, the captain's rich experience prevented any casualties, giving S.H. Ju a clearer understanding of the brutality of the battlefield. Every second counts. A single oversight could lead to death for himself or his teammates. The pressure was immense. He finally understood why his teacher and sister had always opposed him going to the battlefield. That evening, their team chased after the Iwagakure team they had scouted. Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were secretly protecting them, followed along. However, during their march, the seasoned fighters sensed something was off. The Iwagakure team seemed to be deliberately leading S.H. Ju's team. Nevertheless, Orochimaru and Tsunade didn't pay much attention, considering a lesson for S.H. Ju. With the 2 of them present, they felt confident in being able to provide timely assistance in case of any incidents. They were overconfident. After tracking for a while, Captain Kazu called for a stop, having sensed something was amiss. Although the Iwagakure team seemed to flee when they felt they couldn't win, their speed was not slow, and they had not been caught up with. Instead, they were keeping their distance, taunting them. Although they had realized this in time, the Iwagakure team's ambush had already been set. A large net began to tighten around them, and Kazu's team found it difficult to escape, as surrounding Iwagakure ninjas had already been dispatched to form a blockade. The 8 elite jonin from Iwagakure were also in position. At Kazu's signal, Chiku began to scout with full force and quickly discovered some hidden enemies in the distance. He immediately reported to Kazu about the ambush and suggested a timely retreat. Just as Kazu decided to retreat, the fleeing Iwagakure ninjas saw them stop and begin to scout, and they turned back to engage. Clearly, they did not want to give them a chance to escape. Orochimaru and Tsunade also noticed something was wrong. More and more Iwagakure ninjas were showing up. They were closing in from all directions. If it weren't for the 2 of them, Kazu's team would surely be doomed. At this moment, they had no time to think further and immediately rushed toward S.H. Ju. Want to leave? Did you ask us first? The Iwagakure ninjas charged forward, firmly entangling Kazu's team. Meanwhile, 2 hidden Iwagakure teams quickly came to support them. Doton Doridan, a 2-meter-long yellow earth spear shot up from the ground, aimed at S.H. Ju. Sueton Danch. S.H. Ju used a body flicker technique to dodge quickly, then retaliated with a water technique. A wooden stake landed in place, and the Iwagakure ninja appeared several meters away, dodging S.H. Ju's attack. Ninjutsu, Retsudo Tench. The ground beneath S.H. Ju cracked open instantly, and a stone pillar came crashing down toward him. Sueton Suedamp. S.H. Ju leaped high to evade the range of the ninjutsu, and quickly formed hand seals. A high-frequency, vibrating water flow instantly sliced toward the Iwagakure ninjas. This was an S-class ninjutsu of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, but Ju was still not very skilled at it. His speed was insufficient, and its power fell short. However, it was still strong enough for a chunin. Doton des. The Iwagakure ninja formed seals and slapped his hands on the ground, causing a heavy earth wall to rise up to block Ju's water technique. Using the cover of the wall, he quickly used the shadow clone technique to leave a clone behind while his real body burrowed underground. Ju's water technique sliced through the Iwagakure's earth wall, but the Iwagakure ninja's clone dodged it and closed in, attacking with taijutsu. The clone's purpose was to confuse and entangle Ju, giving the hidden real body a chance for a decisive strike. Fortunately, Ju was highly focused and not easily deceived, but he was still injured on the arm by the Iwagakure ninja, significantly affecting his combat ability. This young rookie, just entering the battlefield, would definitely suffer greatly when facing seasoned veterans of the same level. These ninjas were far stronger than they had previously shown, with combat abilities and experience that matched or even surpassed theirs. Kazu and the two teammates were also entangled and caught in fierce battles, unable to break free. In just a few minutes, they found themselves surrounded by several Iwagakure teams, falling into a dire situation. Tsunade and Orochimaru quickly appeared near the battlefield, ready to provide assistance. But before they could act, the 8 already ambushed Iwagakure Jonin teams rushed over to intercept them. Efton, Fsh, Katan, Ji Keiki no Jutsu, Doton, Doriden, Raidon, Hai. A wave of ninjutsu surged towards Tsunade and Orochimaru, blocking their way, which was now within reach. Rashomon, Orochimaru, slammed his hands onto the ground, and a black-red, demon-faced gate rose up, blocking the incoming ninjutsu. Get out of my way. Tsunade showed no signs of hesitation, leaping into the air and extending her left leg for a tench kick. The Iwagakure ninjas blocking her way dared not stand firm, all using body flicker or replacement techniques to evade. Boom! The ground beneath Tsunade's foot shattered into pieces. She was truly anxious. It was her sister and teacher who had arrived. Ju heard the furious voice nearby and saw the towering Rashomon. The remaining team members also recognized Orochimaru's arrival, reigniting the hope they had almost given up on. The brief yet intense battle was extremely unfavorable for Ju and his team. All 4 were injured, and the 3 surrounding teams were elite. They were all fearless, using injuries to exchange for injuries, and no one understood why they were so frenzied. Under Chiku's perception, more ninjas were rushing in one after another. The longer the situation lasted, the worse it became for them. Seeing that Ju and his team were already injured in multiple places, Orochimaru and Tsunade were furious. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. The 2 bit their fingers and formed seals to summon their helpers. Because the 8 Iwagakure Jonin were not pushovers, and their combat experience and teamwork were well established, they could not break through their blockade in a short time. After all, the name of the 3 ninjas was not just for show. It also included their summoning beasts. However, things did not go as Tsunade and Orochimaru had anticipated. Tsunade did not summon a gigantic slug, but instead summoned a slug clone about 1 person high. Orochimaru also did not summon the multitude of snakes, but instead summoned a relatively weaker, large snake. As they struggled to change their fate, fate was continuously adding difficulties for them. Angrily, Tsunade immediately questioned the slug, asking why a larger body had not come to support them. It was one thing if Orochimaru's summoning beast was disobedient, but why did the slug also fall short at such a critical moment? However, there was not much time to think. Ju and the others had little time left, and the Iwagakure ninjas were continuously arriving. The situation was extremely unfavorable, and they were in a dire predicament. Chapter 16, Destiny. Things were heading towards a situation beyond their control. Facing an increasing number of Iwagakure ninjas, Tsunade and Orochimaru knew they were in trouble. The slug, due to its smaller size, lacked intimidation and was too slow. Moreover, its abilities were primarily focused on healing support. It could only spit out a few corrosive slime attacks, dealing relatively low damage. While it was not entirely ineffective, its impact was indeed limited. Orochimaru's snakes, on the other hand, were somewhat helpful, but their power and damage were far inferior to that of the large snake summons, failing to dominate the battlefield. Whoosh! A bright red flare shot into the sky, marking the highest level of emergency signal from Konoha. Its main purpose was to indicate their location and notify nearby Konoha ninjas on missions to come to their aid. All Konoha ninjas who saw it would abandon their tasks and rush to help. It was launched by Orochimaru, who sensed something was wrong and made a wise decision. 8 Iwagakure Jonin were doing their utmost to block them, causing trouble for Tsunade and Orochimaru, who were close by. Normally, they would have had the confidence to defeat or even kill such a number of Jonin, but that required time. And what they lacked most right now was time. Shinji and the others were being surrounded and hunted by 3 elite teams, with countless Iwagakure ninjas coming to reinforce them. While most were there to intercept Tsunade and Orochimaru, some were still heading towards Shinji and the others. In an instant, a distance of just over 100 meters formed 2 battlefields. The brief skirmish was exceptionally intense. There is no time, Orochimaru. Buy me some time. I'll rush over. Otherwise, it will be too late. Tsunade, seeing Shinji getting injured again, attempted to break through the blockade, but was once again stopped by Iwagakure ninjas. Summoning Snake Wave, Orochimaru knew the situation was critical and quickly formed hand seals. Slamming his hands on the ground, unleashing a torrent of chakra, tens of thousands of snakes were summoned, sweeping towards the Iwagakure ninjas like a tide. The endless wave of snakes was not only massive in number, but all were venomous. This was one of Orochimaru's trump cards, most suitable for covering Tsunade. The Iwagakure ninjas were caught off guard by this move. The area was too vast. Many weaker support ninjas perished, and the 8 Iwagakure Jonin were in a dire situation. Seizing the opportunity, Tsunade broke through the blockade and quickly rushed towards Shinji, who was not far away. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet, closing the distance. Tsunade formed hand seals with both hands, unleashing a water dragon several meters long that charged at the Iwagakure ninjas surrounding Shinji. Seeing that Shinji and the others were about to collapse under the assault of Iwagakure ninjas and unable to catch up with their taijutsu, Tsunade immediately unleashed a long-range ninjutsu attack. Tsunade could use ninjutsu. She just usually fought with taijutsu, leading others to think she was not skilled in it. The Iwagakure ninjas could only dodge, giving Shinji and the others a moment to breathe. Luckily, Tsunade arrived. Otherwise, in less than 10 seconds, they would all be dead. Each of them was battered and bruised, with Shinji covered in blood, one arm incapacitated, his back slashed, and a penetrating wound on his left chest. Fortunately, none of the injuries were fatal. Seeing the injuries of her companions, Tsunade did not dare to hesitate and quickly had a few small slug clones that had followed her on her shoulder provide them with treatment. If this dragged on, the blood loss could kill them, including the Jonin captain and the others. Their team was basically unable to fight anymore due to their severe injuries. If it weren't for the support of their convictions, they might not have held on until Tsunade's arrival. However, even with Tsunade's arrival, the situation did not improve. In fact, it worsened. The Iwagakure ninjas who avoided the ninjutsu attacks closed in again to attack, not giving Tsunade a chance to heal them. Since the incapacitated Shinji and the others had become a burden for Tsunade, she not only had to deal with the attacks from the Iwagakure ninjas, but also had to divide her attention to protect them. Moreover, the Iwagakure ninjas that had previously intercepted them sent 2 Jonin along with the reinforcements to join the hunt. Orochimaru couldn't extricate himself either, as he was still being blocked by 6 Iwagakure Jonin. The situation had become even more severe. Once a person has a weakness, they can easily become a target. To protect Shinji, Tsunade had to make a decision that went against her principles. She would abandon the remaining Konoha ninjas to cope with the difficult situation ahead. The Iwagakure Jonin did not expect that this time S-Hunt would actually catch 2 big fish. They had been puzzled when they received the mission, wondering why they needed 8 Jonin to deal with just 1 young man. Now they understood. If they could eliminate 2 of the legendary 3 here, it would be a tremendous benefit for the village and would bring them immense glory. So they fought harder. Over 12 squads of Iwagakure ninjas had appeared on the battlefield, along with the remaining 8 Jonin. Although some ninjas had perished under Orochimaru's snake wave, most were weaker ninjas. Many Jonin, while also injured during the battle, were not mortally wounded. Overall, the number of Iwagakure Jonin on the battlefield likely exceeded 10. Even with Tsunade and Orochimaru giving their all, they faced great risks in such a battlefield. If they tried to escape, they might not be able to stop them. But if they fought to the death, it was uncertain what would happen, especially with the burden they carried. In the brief 5 minutes since Iwagakure initiated their attack, so many reinforcements had arrived. It almost made Orochimaru and Tsunade think it was a trap set specifically for them. They needed to regroup with Tsunade, as they had a tacit understanding. If they separated, they risked being picked off one by one. Moreover, Tsunade alone might not be able to protect Shinji. Orochimaru analyzed the situation thoroughly. He hoped that the Konoha ninjas who saw the signal would come to their aid in time. Otherwise, today could be dangerous. Tsunade would definitely not abandon her brother, even at the cost of her own life. Orochimaru understood her too well. Shinji was her Achilles heel. Fighting to the death was not wise. The most important thing was to find a way to escape as soon as possible. The fierce battle continued, but Tsunade was too passive and began to sustain injuries herself. Heiya, Chiku, and Yuta were also killed one after another due to Tsunade abandoning them. Seeing the death of her companions and her sister getting injured while protecting herself, Shinji at this moment gained a deeper understanding of war. Sister, give up on me. Otherwise, you won't be able to escape either. He didn't want to become a burden to his sister. As a ninja, he had this awareness. In fact, if Shinji could contract with the wetlands, he could have used reverse summoning to escape, but unfortunately, the Slug Sage did not accept him. Tsunade did not know why. She had once asked the Slug Sage, but received no answer. As for the Dragon Cave, he was still in the trial period. Thus, Shinji had no way to use reverse summoning to flee. If he forced it, he would likely die. Not everyone was like Jiraiya. What nonsense! You are my brother. How could I abandon you? Tsunade punched back in a Wagakure ninja, her tone very resolute. Tsunade also realized she couldn't protect Shinji alone, so during the battle, she kept moving with Shinji toward Orochimaru. But ultimately, it was still too late. The Wagakure ninjas noticed their plan and desperately attacked Shinji. Tsunade didn't block it in time, and a kunai with an explosive tag pierced through S.H. Moku's chest. Boom! The explosive tag detonated instantly. S.H. Moku. Tsunade's piercing voice resonated throughout the battlefield. Senju S.H. Moku still walked down the old path. I want you all to die. Tsunade abandoned any defense and began a merciless exchange of injuries for lives, causing significant damage to the IWA shinobi in an instant. Orochimaru also unleashed his full power, exchanging injuries for lives and killing 3 IWA jonin. At a critical moment, 2 nearby Konoha teams on a mission rushed in to provide support. The IWA shinobi, seeing the uncontrollable Tsunade and the fierce Orochimaru, found them even harder to deal with without restraint. Coupled with the arrival of the Konoha shinobi, they saw that the situation was untenable and retreated promptly. S.H. Moku, you must be okay. After the IWA shinobi withdrew, Tsunade immediately dragged her blood-soaked body, trembling with tears, and continuously used medical ninjutsu on S.H. Moku, whose internal organs were already exposed. Orochimaru also rushed over. In his view, S.H. Moku was basically beyond saving. Cough, cough, sister. No need, I can't go on, teacher. Please take care of my sister in the future. I hope she can be happy. S.H. Moku uttered his last words at the brink of death. Tsunade, quickly take out the scroll that Jin Senpai gave you. Orochimaru suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Tsunade also recalled what High-Ga Jun had said the time and hurriedly took out the scroll and opened it. This was her last hope. Boom! A cloud of smoke rose, and High-Ga Jun made a dazzling entrance. Chapter 17, Action. Hinata Shin handed Tsunade a directional space transfer coordinate. As long as it was activated, Hinata Shin could arrive in an instant. This was something he specifically prepared during those days in the camp. As a former elder of Konoha, he had a keen interest in life-preserving ninjutsu and had once actively participated in the research of forbidden techniques with Senju Tobarama, being one of his strongest supporters. Therefore, he had a good relationship with Senju Tobarama and had detailed knowledge of his Flying Thunder God technique. Although he no longer practiced the chakra system, he understood the principles of spatial transfer in this world. While he couldn't showcase it as freely as Senju Tobarama and Namikaze Minato, a directional space transfer was still quite easy for him. As a cultivator whose strength was closest to the 6 paths level, handling such things was not difficult at all. So it happened. The moment Hinata Shin appeared, he saw the already near-death S.H. Ju and uttered words that sent a chill down Orochimaru's spine. Grandpa Shin, you're here. Please, save S.H. Ju. You must have a way, right? Tsunade didn't have time to ponder the implications of Hinata Shin's words. She was doing her utmost to sustain S.H. Ju's life. With tears in her eyes, Tsunade looked at Hinata Shin with a pleading gaze, her body trembling in fear. She was afraid that Hinata Shin would say something she didn't want to hear. Everyone, stay back, and send the summoned beasts back. Leave the rest to me. Hinata Shin was quick to make arrangements on site. The moment he saw their summoned beasts, Hinata Shin was more certain of his suspicions. There was definitely something fishy going on. Tsunade and Orochimaru didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly sent their summoned beasts back while arranging for supporting ninjas to stand guard at a distance. Next, do as I say. Given the dire situation, Hinata Shin couldn't afford to delay. After all, he was competing with the Six-Path Sage, who liked to cut down on the competition and write the script. I'll take over sustaining S.H. Ju's life. Tsunade, you collect S.H. Ju's internal organs that have been blown out and put them into this container. It doesn't matter if they're damaged. Just make sure to clean them thoroughly. Hinata Shin casually pulled out a large bottle filled with nutrient solution and explained the next steps to Tsunade. He then pressed his hand against the dying S.H. Ju's forehead. Sealing technique, soul shackles. Red runes crawled from Hinata Shin's hand, covering S.H. Ju's forehead with some even drilling into his third eye. After several breaths, the sealing technique was complete, and at least the soul wouldn't be taken to the Pure Land. If the soul entered the Pure Land, Hinata Shin would have no way to deal with it. That was the Six Paths Sage's territory. Even if he ascended to the nascent soul realm, he might not win on the Sage's home turf, let alone now. Therefore, Hinata Shin immediately used the sealing technique to lock the soul of S.H. Ju, which was about to be captured by the Pure Land. Then, without delay, Hinata Shin made some elaborate hand signs and pressed both hands against S.H. Ju's damaged chest. Senjutsu. Infinite Life Lock. Hinata Shin exuded a powerful aura that didn't belong to his age. This surprised both Orochimaru and Tsunade, who had just pulled back their hands to deal with S.H. Ju's internal organs. They had not expected him to still possess such terrifying power at the brink of death. This also gave them a bit more confidence that Hinata Shin could save S.H. Ju. A massive amount of natural energy seeped into every inch of S.H. Ju's skin, subsequently locking in the flow of his life like a massive net. After some operations, he finally managed to preserve S.H. Ju's life at the last moment, keeping him in a state of not quite dead yet. Of course, this only maintained S.H. Ju's state of being alive. Reviving him would still require some effort. However, it likely wouldn't be easy. Nevertheless, this left Orochimaru, who was watching from the sidelines, utterly astonished. Given S.H. Ju's injuries, he had deemed him doomed. Not to mention Tsunade. Even if Chiyo, who had once exchanged her life for another, came, she wouldn't be able to save him. His internal organs were already somewhat blown apart. How could he be saved? Thus, even though he held some hope for Hinata Shin, he still internally sentenced S.H. Ju to death. But unexpectedly, Hinata Shin succeeded. He successfully locked in S.H. Ju's life. Orochimaru could still see this. On the other side, the Six-Path Sage had been keeping an eye on the ninja world, especially on some of his important pieces. The three Sannin were crucial supporting characters in his next phase of the script, and their fates had already been arranged. However, upon recent observation, he noticed deviations in the script's direction, and fortunately, the Six-Path Sage discovered and corrected it in time. For this, he specifically notified the Sage of Slugs and the Sage of Snakes. Until he saw S.H. Ju being blown up by the explosive tags, the Six-Path Sage withdrew his attention. In his view, since fate had already set on the right path, it would not change. In the ninja world, no one could escape the arrangements of fate, not even powerful figures like Uchiha Madara and Hashirama. He then fell back into his cultivation, waiting for the next great tide to arrive. However, what the Six-Path Sage did not expect was that Hinata Shin, who had once been nearly killed by his schemes, had returned. Moreover, he was back on the Fates gambling table, coincidentally brushing past him. Hinata Shin was given the opportunity to turn the tables. All right, we've temporarily preserved S.H. Ju's life, but reviving him will still take some effort. Let's take him back. Hinata Shin said to Tsunade and Orochimaru, who had finished packing up. Thank you, Grandpa Shin. Please, you must save S.H. Ju. I beg you. Tsunade excitedly stepped forward and bowed in gratitude. Did you foresee all of this, Senior Shin? Orochimaru leaned over to voice his doubts. Although he was shocked by Hinata Shin's abilities, he noticed many issues that Tsunade, consumed by thoughts of S.H. Ju, didn't see. What do you say, Orochimaru? Let's talk about it later. This isn't the place for a discussion. Hinata Shin took the nutrient bottle containing S.H. Ju's internal organs from Tsunade and headed toward the Konoha camp. Orochimaru hurriedly picked up the unconscious S.H. Ju and followed Tsunade, who was dragging her injured body along. Indeed, it was correct not to directly intervene earlier. The Six-Path Sage had been secretly watching. Hinata Shin had actually been observing the battle from 5 kilometers away after the war broke out. He clearly felt a powerful while influencing the minds of the Iwagakure ninjas. It was even possible that it was controlling their bodies. Only after S.H. Ju was blown up did this will quietly retreat. Had it not been for Hinata Shin practicing the true immortal Tao instead of the chakra system, he might not have detected its presence at all. This was an adjustment made in response to Hinata Shin's forceful intervention. It seemed the six-path sage also placed great importance on the three Sannin script. After all, they were all guides for his future reincarnated sons, which carried some weight. Otherwise, they wouldn't have received the recognition of the three great sage regions. After all, not just anyone could gain their favor. Throughout the Naruto series, only a few individuals had won their support, all related to the protagonist. Even Tsunade's disciple, Shizen, had not received the slug's recognition. Instead, Sakura, who was on the same team as Naruto and Sasuke, had gained it. Did no one covet the summoned beasts of the three great sage regions? Of course they did. Don't think that Tsunade, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya were unwilling to give opportunities to those close to them. In reality, they had no say. That old geezer, the six-path sage, definitely had some shady dealings with the old monsters of the three great sage regions. Hinata Shin was even more certain of his suspicions. Next, saving S.H. Ju would probably involve confronting the six-path sage. This was going to be tough. Chapter 18, The Six Paths Hidden Too Deep. Back at the main camp, Hyuga Makoto instructed Tsunade and Orochimaru to treat their injuries, not rushing to save S.H. Ju. After all, to bring S.H. Ju back to life, they would inevitably have to confront the Sage of Six Paths, and who knows what tricks he might use against them. Hyuga Makoto also needed to think carefully about the methods, and besides, today's observation had yielded greater insights. The Sage of Six Paths could actually influence a person's mind through chakra, without them even realizing it. This was a major discovery. Hyuga Makoto recalled that the original story mentioned chakra was passed down from the Sage of Six Paths. Initially, chakra had to be planted in people by the sage before they could cultivate it. After his mother, Kagaya, was sealed and Hagoromo went to the moon to guard, he became the source of all chakra, truly chilling upon reflection. No wonder he could influence Hashirama and Madara, even having gradually worn down by chakra, almost branded by the Sage of Six Paths. Could Tsunade and Orochimaru still participate in this healing? Hyuga Makoto thought too much and couldn't help but hesitate. If S.H. Ju were revived, the sage would definitely notice, and his fate would already be influenced by them. It just hadn't manifested yet. At the very least, Tsunade hadn't developed hemophobia. That was already a victory for Hyuga Makoto. If the sage saw that S.H. Ju was alive, and Tsunade and Orochimaru deviated from the script, he might become furious and control them through chakra. What if they ended up killing the revived S.H. Ju themselves? Wouldn't that just revert everything back to the original state, making their efforts in vain? That old sage really is cunning. I used to think he treated ninjas like mere crops, but now I realize he not only treats them as such, but also as puppets. No wonder Madara and Hashirama could change overnight. By this logic, the more powerful one is, the more easily they can be influenced. This also confirmed his initial suspicion that there were major issues with the chakra system. Not only was it used to harvest the ninja world for personal gain, but it also embedded deeply within the chakra system, affecting everything in the ninja world. It also indirectly affirmed his speculation that the Sage of Six Paths equated to fate. After all, even a small shard of the Nine-Tails chakra has consciousness, and Indra and Ashura continuously reincarnate with their own chakra and will, let alone the Sage of Six Paths, who is the source of chakra. Moreover, the ninja world has always revered the strong. If even they can be influenced at any time, how can they change anything? No wonder it's so difficult to alter so-called fate. Hyuga Makoto couldn't help but sigh. Losing in the Warring States era was not unjust. It seems necessary to find a way to guard against his tricks. Otherwise, the seeds he painstakingly planted would ultimately be made into a wedding dress for him. Hyuga Makoto sat alone in the tent, his mind constantly wandering, contemplating everything about the Sage of Six Paths. As for the treatment of S.H. Ju, it might have to be delayed a little longer, until he figured out a way to erase the will hidden within the chakra by the sage. He would have to hold off. He could only continue to let him soak in the cultivation liquid for a while longer. Orochimaru's guided cultivation also needed to be put on the agenda. He must have many questions he wanted to ask by now, and it wouldn't be long before he would seek advice actively. As for Tsunade, she was just a sidekick, after all, given her ample chest. Her mind was now filled with thoughts of her brother. As Hyuga Makoto had predicted, the next day at noon, after Orochimaru had dealt with a pile of matters, he came to visit. Makoto-senpai, sorry to disturb you. Orochimaru's arm was wrapped in bandages, his complexion pale, and he greeted him politely as soon as he entered. Disturbed? I was just bored and looking for someone to chat with. What brings you here today? Hyuga Makoto asked knowingly. I can ask you some questions. If it's convenient, feel free to ask whatever doubts you have. I'll do my best to answer. My life is nearing its end, and once I'm buried in the ground, there will be no one to know these things. Is the change in wind direction you mentioned referring to S.H. Ju's death? Oh, Orochimaru, but didn't he disappoint me? You were able to guess my meaning so quickly. You truly are a genius. Since you had anticipated it, why didn't you try to stop us? Orochimaru asked, voicing his doubts. You're too naive. Many things aren't as simple as you think. Even if nothing happens to S.H. Ju this time, he won't escape next time. It's better to let him have an incident right under our noses. At least we'll have time to save him. Hyuga Makoto hinted. Is the matter with S.H. Ju a betrayal of the village? Orochimaru expressed his thoughts. Though it was a question, his tone conveyed certainty. I want to know too. At this moment, Tsunade barged in, coincidentally hearing Orochimaru's words. She was no fool. S.H. Ju was targeted like this, and being singled out on his first battlefield was definitely abnormal. Moreover, how could a Wagikure have such precise information to hunt him down and be so well prepared? If it weren't for Hyuga Makoto, S.H. Ju would have already died. This was also the reason for Tsunade's anger. Her Senju clan had sacrificed so much for the village, yet they were betrayed. Do you really want to know? The truth is often hurtful. Think carefully about how S.H. Ju came to the battlefield, and who could have opened such convenient doors for him. Also, do you think someone has been inciting him? And who has such influence? Hyuga Makoto's words were filled with provocation. Orochimaru and Tsunade fell silent. They already had their suspicions, but indeed, as Hyuga Makoto said, the reality was cruel. Is it the teacher? Orochimaru was the first to voice his thoughts. He knew Sarutobi Hiruzen well. Why? Why would he do this? Tsunade was enraged. As the young clan leader of the Senju clan, S.H. Ju was not someone just anyone could approach, and due to the teachings of Orochimaru and Tsunade, he had always been relatively obedient. Yet this time, he not only sneaked out to the battlefield, but also used various means to pressure them, shouting about the will of fire and wanting to become Hokage. It was brainwashing them in reverse. Both of them felt that S.H. Ju had a problem with his mindset. To teach him a lesson, they had agreed to let him go to the battlefield, only to find themselves caught in a trap. Is it him? You both know in your hearts. And besides, Sarutobi Hiruzen is just one part of it. The ultimate goal is you. Think more about the issues in that day's great battle. Here, a hint, summoning beasts. I've said before, the waters of the ninja world are far deeper than you think. It's not just empty words. The vast majority of people are trapped in a corner, like frogs at the bottom of a well, seeing only a tiny piece of the sky. It's not that I don't want to speak frankly with you. It's just at the time isn't right yet. If you really want to know more of the truth, it's better to discover it yourself. Seeing that both of them were starting to show veins on their foreheads, Hyuga Makoto quickly moved to comfort them. He didn't want to be a riddle maker, but thinking about the Sage of Six Paths while existing within their chakra made him constantly wary. What if mentioning the Sage of Six Paths activated his hidden will? Therefore, he spoke even more cautiously than before, only planting seeds of thought in their minds. With Orochimaru's intelligence, he would surely make some discoveries with these hints. Once he figured out a way to erase or seal the Sage's hidden will, that would be his stage. However, the greater the challenge, the more interesting it became. Fighting against people is endlessly enjoyable. Fighting against ninjas is endlessly enjoyable. Fighting against the Sage of Six Paths is even more enjoyable. Chapter 19. Kakuzu joins Orochimaru, and Tsunade listened to Hinata's words and pondered, knowing that someone was plotting against them. Even their teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, might be involved. This made them uneasy, although they didn't fully believe it. Hinata's words had planted a seed of distrust in their hearts. There were too many issues surrounding the assassination of Rope Tree. They couldn't help but think wildly. Next, Hinata shifted the topic to the war. He had questions for Orochimaru and Tsunade, wanting to know their true thoughts in the absence of the Sage of Six Paths interference. What are your views on this ninja world war? It's merely a reshuffle caused by the rapid increase of conflicts in the interests and internal contradictions of various villages. Orochimaru saw through it and pointed out the conflict directly. I agree with Orochimaru. Tsunade echoed. Then, do you think the one village, one country system is perfect? Hinata asked again. Orochimaru and Tsunade fell silent, deep in thought, not rushing to answer. They were both intelligent people and understood Hinata's meaning. If it were truly perfect, there wouldn't be so many wars. It must be imperfect. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many wars. Orochimaru said, after some contemplation. Perhaps there are shortcomings. But since the current situation is formed, there must be a reason for it. Tsunade, still somewhat naive, replied. Then, would it be better if the ninja world were united? Hinata continued to convey his ideological thoughts. If it could be achieved, it should be much better than now. At least external conflicts would be eliminated, and wars would cease. However, corresponding internal conflicts would likely not decrease. Orochimaru, being clever, quickly articulated the pros and cons of unification. I think it's difficult to achieve. Even you and your grandfather didn't team manage it, right? In Tsunade's view, the long-standing hatred in the ninja world is hard to eradicate. Even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha couldn't do it, let alone others. In fact, your grandfather and Madara had the idea of unifying the ninja world and had enough capability to realize it. It was just that something unexpected happened later. As you said, Orochimaru, if you had the chance, would you unify the ninja world? Hinata asked, revealing some secrets from the village founding era, then inquired about Orochimaru. Yes, if the chaotic ninja world could be unified, it would be a good thing for the vast majority of ninjas. Orochimaru agreed with the idea of unifying the ninja world. He is still a person with real independent thoughts, showing Hinata his vision and perspective. Tsunade, what about you? I would probably support it as well. Being a woman, her ambition and conviction were relatively smaller, and Hinata didn't pay much attention to it. This also confirmed for Hinata that under the conditions without the Sage of Six Paths influence, the wise people of the ninja world were still quite normal. At least they could see the pros and cons of issues. However, most ninjas held outdated concepts, bound by too many constraints, unable to escape the quagmire. Just like how Hashirama was once persuaded by him and Madara, right? Once Hinata had a clear understanding, he stopped asking questions and started chatting casually with the two of them. Not long after, Tsunade shifted the topic to when to treat Rope Tree. Hinata said it was not the right time yet and needed to prepare a bit more, asking Tsunade not to rush. Even though they had successfully stolen under the Sage of Six Paths nose, he still didn't want to be overly reckless. Although he had enough confidence to confront the Sage of Six Paths and the courage to face the world, there was no need to do so. If he wanted to go further, he had to ensure that this group of behind-the-scenes manipulators had their hands full and no time to trouble him. The road to sowing seeds was still long, and protecting those seeds was urgent. Hinata needed to enter seclusion to think of a solution. Not long after, Orochimaru, as the commander-in-chief, stood up to leave. After all, as the commander, there were many matters to attend to, and he didn't have much time. Moreover, he also needed to take revenge on the Iwagakure ninja. Although he had a clear understanding of war, there were some things he had to do while being part of it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Tsunade also took her leave. She still needed to protect Rope Tree. Recently, Hiruzen had repeatedly messaged her to return to the village, but Tsunade completely ignored it, especially after guessing that Rope Tree had been sold, making her even less inclined to go back. Her filter for Hiruzen had already been shattered by Hinata. In the following time, the battlefield of Iwagakure entered a period of intense combat. Countless people died on the battlefield, all for the ridiculous internal struggles and interests of the higher-ups from each village, sacrificing their lives. The ninja system, which had been in place for thousands of years, had long since decayed. For the strong, the pursuit of power would never stop them. Similarly, for those in power, their thirst for authority would only grow. The evil of human nature cannot withstand temptation. This is true for anyone, and even more so in the ninja world. Moreover, with the Sage of Six Paths secretly fanning the flames and manipulating the direction of the ninja world, the recent Kage have basically lost the selfless dedication of the first-generation Kages, becoming increasingly aloof. As a result, they rarely went to the battlefield. Perhaps only the Raikage, who has yet to ascend to the position of fourth Raikage, still has some blood courage. What is even harder to understand is that these ninjas actually strongly identify with this ideology, sending a group of young people to the battlefield. What difference is there now compared to the Warring States era? I really want to use Edo Tensei to summon Hashirama and let him see how wrong he was. Just as Hinata was preparing to enter seclusion to think of a solution, the ring on his hand flashed, and a figure was projected. I agree to join, but how to proceed and the subsequent plans need you to explain to me in detail. Kakuzu ultimately could not escape Hinata's scheme. He understood that rather than living aimlessly, it was better to do something meaningful. Although Hinata's vision of a perfect world seemed somewhat unreliable, Kakuzu was nonetheless interested. I'm glad you can join, and I believe that with our efforts, creating a perfect world is not just an empty talk. Hinata immediately welcomed Kakuzu's joining and offered him a bowl of chicken soup. Now I need you to find some qualified companions, invite them, and lay the foundation for our perfect world. The subsequent plans need to be slowed down. There is still a difficult problem that needs to be solved, but don't worry, it shouldn't take long. Hinata then responded to Kakuzu's questions. Which qualified companions? Do we have targets? Kakuzu inquired. The genius puppet master from Sunagakure, Sasori, and the evil god messenger from Takigakure, Haiden. Hinata then briefly outlined the basic information of the two and urged Kakuzu to pay attention and not underestimate them. After receiving the task, Kakuzu immediately stated that he would set out to find them as soon as possible and bring them back. The spirit of a worker burned brightly. This left Hinata very satisfied with Kakuzu's decisive working style. The first seed had already sprouted. Preparations must be made quickly. Chapter 20. Research on how to erase the Six Paths Will. Hyuga Makoto has entered seclusion, ready to thoroughly study how to deal with the hidden Six Paths Will in the chakra. Recently, he has realized that he seems to be a bit cowardly. Could it be that he is truly afraid of the Six Paths? Although he talks about confronting the Six Paths, he keeps postponing it, fearing the many tricks that this old schemer has up his sleeve. Considering the numerous Naruto fan fictions in his past life, perhaps he, Lord Hyuga Makoto, would also be one of them. If he continues to be so cowardly, the readers will surely be displeased and curse him. Damn it, let's do it. Once he understands how to deal with the Six Paths backup plan, he won't be cowardly anymore. I am the great sage of the ninja world, the savior of the commoners, the future ancestor of the first immortal path in the ninja world. If the Six Paths have the ability, let them come out from the Pure Land and face me. At most, I won't hide anymore and will directly advance my realm to the primordial spirit stage. What is there to be afraid of? Bring it on. At worst, I will be surrounded by enemies worldwide. Earlier, he thought it was unnecessary, but now that his bloodline has awakened, this is the mindset of a normal person, adaptable and unbound. Forget it. No more overthinking. Let's first accomplish this goal. Hyuga Makoto suppressed the chaos in his mind and began his research with determination. The war continues, and the flames of the Third Great Ninja War are growing stronger. How about sealing it with a sealing technique? Hyuga Makoto's sealing technique is quite high level. However, it seems a bit tricky as the will is deeply embedded in the chakra, almost as a whole. Moreover, once sealed, it is highly likely that the chakra will also be sealed along with it. This makes it somewhat impractical. The commoners in the ninja world wouldn't be willing to trade their own power for true freedom. Back then, I dispersed all my chakra and sealed the seed of chakra. This method would also result in a loss of power and seems unsuitable. The seed of chakra? Right? This can be researched. Hyuga Makoto sat aside, brainstorming, and suddenly thought of a key point. He immediately began to observe the seed of chakra sealed within his body. Inside Hyuga Makoto's lower abdomen, there was a faint blue chakra mass resembling a flame, sealed with layers upon layers of seals. More complicated than the fourth Hokage's 8 trigram seal. Deep within that seal lies the seed of chakra. Initially, Hyuga Makoto wanted to completely erase this seed of chakra. However, at that time, he found it impossible due to his lack of power. Later, when he gained strength, he wasn't afraid of it causing trouble, so he paid it no mind. He didn't know if he was influenced previously. It is highly likely that the Six Paths will is also hidden within the seed of chakra. After all, this is the source of a ninja's power. Now that he thinks about it, it really is a ticking time bomb. It absolutely cannot be allowed to exist. Hyuga Makoto extended his spiritual consciousness through the seal, enveloping the seed of chakra, and carefully analyzed the secrets it contained. The faint blue flame flickered unnaturally, as if sensing something unusual. Through careful study of the seed of chakra, Hyuga Makoto discovered that there was indeed a dormant will mixed within. However, it was not particularly strong. It was intertwined with the chakra and DNA like a spiral, inseparable. This should have been deliberately left by the Six Paths to serve as a backdoor to erode the will of the ninja, to control the direction of the ninja world. To completely dismantle it, he must erase the intertwined Six Paths will. Otherwise, as long as the Six Paths will exists, the seed of chakra cannot be completely eradicated. To be precise, the chakra has been thoroughly infiltrated by the Sage of Six Paths. Finding the root cause is not difficult for Hyuga Makoto to resolve. Moreover, it is only a small amount of the Six Paths will, and dealing with it is not hard. But what Hyuga Makoto is worried about is whether removing the Six Paths will from the chakra will have any impact on the chakra itself. Would it cause irreversible harm to the commoner's power? This is crucial. If not resolved, future plans cannot proceed. Forget about those for now. First, let us dismantle the bomb in the body. Hyuga Makoto decided to first test on his own seed of chakra, a concentrated spiritual consciousness, which can also be said to be Hyuga Makoto's mental will, began to enter the seed of chakra to eliminate the existing six paths will. The six paths will embedded in the seed of chakra sensed a threat and felt a revival. But Hyuga Makoto did not give it this opportunity and forcefully eradicated the six paths will that existed within the seed of chakra with his powerful spiritual consciousness. The DNA embedding pattern of the chakra and the six paths will was broken, leaving behind a deeper blue chakra flame. It did not disappear with the vanishing of the six paths will. In fact, it became even purer. This is a very important discovery. It can basically be confirmed that the chakra system in the ninja world is a huge deception. Moreover, there is enough evidence. Subsequently, Hyuga Makoto completely eradicated this pure chakra, removing all sealing techniques, leaving no flaws. However, he doesn't know if the chakra refined by other ninjas differs from the seed of chakra. This is something Hyuga Makoto cannot verify. He has long abandoned the chakra system. It seems he needs to call on Orochimaru and Tsunade for help. Hyuga Makoto did not procrastinate and directly called Tsunade, who was relatively free, to conduct experiments. Hyuga Makoto first had Tsunade release a certain amount of chakra, then used his powerful spiritual consciousness to analyze it. The facts were just as he expected. Even in the ninja's own chakra, there exists a certain amount of the six paths will lurking within. To continue his research, Hyuga Makoto also drained most of Tsunade's chakra and had her refine it again. The result was the same. There was a problem at the source. It was indeed thoroughly infiltrated. Moreover, it should be that the stronger the ninja, the more thorough the infiltration, because a strong ninja naturally has more chakra. The lurking six paths will accumulates more and more. To verify this, Hyuga Makoto had Tsunade summon Jonin, Chunin, and Jinin for comparison. The results confirmed Hyuga Makoto's suspicions. The six paths will is deeply hidden within the chakra of every ninja. The greater the amount of chakra, the more the lurking will. The lesser the chakra, the less the will contained. This further confirmed Hyuga Makoto's earlier conjecture that the stronger the ninja, the more likely they are to be influenced. Next, he needed to research how to eliminate the six paths will hidden within the chakra. Since it has been confirmed that chakra does not disappear with the will's disappearance, Hyuga Makoto can conduct bold experiments. Subsequently, Hyuga Makoto had Orochimaru send over several captives to begin his research. First, he used sealing techniques. Having found the source, the sealing technique became worth trying. Hyuga Makoto attempted to seal the six paths will contained within the seed of chakra to see if it could be achieved without affecting the chakra. For several days, Hyuga Makoto did nothing else but try. However, the results were not perfect. Although it effectively blocked the invasion of the six paths will at the source, the subsequent refinement of chakra would be very slow. The value was not too high. Then, Hyuga Makoto tried a method he had used before, having the captive ninja release all their chakra. This could effectively reduce the six paths will in their bodies. Then he would violently eradicate the six paths will from the seed of chakra in their bodies. This method proved useful. It significantly reduced the difficulty of erasing the six paths will without being detected. After verification, the chakra of the ninja from whom the six paths will was removed did not disappear. Instead, it increased. Moreover, the power of the ninjutsu they cast was enhanced, becoming even stronger. The trouble is that it requires Hinata to take action personally to resolve the issue, as ninjas without divine consciousness cannot detect the existence of the six paths will at all. It is not suitable for widespread use in the ninja world. A more comprehensive method is needed to eliminate or effectively restrict the will of the six paths, ideally. It should be a method that allows ninjas to discover it themselves. Otherwise, no one would believe mere words. Hinata was contemplating other methods, but dismissed them one by one, as none were very suitable. Is it possible to enable them to cleanse their chakra themselves, and thereby discover the anomalies within? Hinata pondered the possibilities. Chapter 21. Resurrection. Hinata Makoto pondered for a long time without any good solutions, and he felt a bit of a headache for a moment. During this time, Tsunade repeatedly asked when they could revive Rope Tree, almost becoming a source of worry for her, as if she wanted to ask once every day. Now the timing was right, as they already had a way to balance the six paths. So Hinata Makoto decided not to delay any longer and prepare to revive Rope Tree first. As for a universal restraint method, it would be difficult to achieve a breakthrough in a short time. Next, Hinata Makoto began to repair rope tree's internal organs, which had been soaking in the cultivation liquid. For him, who possessed the power of cultivation and was in such a nonsensical ninja world, it was not a difficult task. Even Naruto, who was only half a step away from the six paths level in the later stages, could use yang release to make Kakashi grow eyes out of thin air. At this moment, Hinata Makoto was stronger than him in every aspect. Yin-yang release was merely a higher form of the utilization and transformation of natural energy. He practiced a self-created cultivation system and had a comprehension of natural energy that was on par with the great immortals. Therefore, the repair of rope tree's internal organs did not take up too much of Hinata Makoto's time. Next came the real operation to save rope tree. However, they couldn't do it in the Konoha camp. They had to choose a farther, less populated, and safer place. Otherwise, if the six paths became desperate and forcibly manipulated nearby ninjas to steer the plot back on track, all their efforts would be in vain. He always considered the worst-case scenario, so he could be adequately prepared to deal with any crisis. This was a habit he developed during the Warring States period. Although he was not afraid of the Sage of Six Paths and would inevitably confront him, Hinata Makoto still wanted to avoid trouble. He then notified Tsunade to bring Rope Tree's body and prepared to go to a high mountain forest more than 100 kilometers away for rescue. There was a good place. He had seen an abandoned cave when he came, which was just right for use. Tsunade was very happy to hear this and hurried to prepare, also notifying Orochimaru. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru made time to come over. He was quite concerned about Rope Tree, his disciple, and he also wanted to see Hinata Makoto's methods. This was a rare opportunity. There were many things about this old relic from the Warring States period that piqued his curiosity. The three of them set off immediately, traveling light. Senior Makoto, do you have confidence? Grandpa Makoto, you must have confidence, right? It's a small matter. The problem is basically not too difficult to solve. However, I will need your cooperation to prevent any mishaps. Hinata Makoto responded as he flew quickly toward their destination, answering their questions along the way. After more than 2 hours, the three arrived at the densely forested high mountain and found the cave. After a simple cleanup, Tsunade took out the huge scroll she had been carrying and spread it on the ground to form a seal. This was a space scroll used to temporarily store Rope Tree's cultivation chamber. Although Rope Tree was saved by Hinata Makoto, his body still needed nutrients to maintain its vitality. Boom! A puff of white smoke appeared, and a cultivation chamber about the height of a person emerged, with the pale and half-destroyed body of Rope Tree quietly soaking in the cultivation liquid. What should we do next? Should we take Rope Tree's body out? Grandpa Makoto, Tsunade asked expectantly while stroking the cultivation chamber. No rush. There are more important things to do now. We need to prepare properly before proceeding to the next step. Hinata Makoto replied calmly. Tsunade, Orochimaru, come closer. I need to set up precautions on you to prevent any impact on Rope Tree's revival. Although they did not understand why precautions were necessary for their treatment of Rope Tree, Orochimaru and Tsunade still cooperated and stepped forward. Hinata Makoto first placed his hand on Orochimaru's shoulder, focusing his mind and sensing all of Orochimaru's chakra and the seeds of chakra within, probing for the embedded will of the six paths. Then, with a hand seal, a large number of sealing runes surged into Orochimaru's body, making him momentarily feel like he wanted to escape. He sensed that with the sealing technique laid down by Hinata Makoto, his chakra's operation became heavy and slow, which startled him. But out of trust in Hinata Makoto, Orochimaru suppressed his doubts and quietly cooperated. Tsunade, watching Hinata Makoto's actions, was also puzzled, not understanding why he was using sealing techniques on them. What was the necessity of this in relation to saving Rope Tree? However, considering that Hinata Makoto had his own plans, she did not ask further. As long as they could save Rope Tree, Tsunade had no issues. 3 minutes later, the preliminary sealing of the will of the six paths within Orochimaru was finally completed, and then Hinata Makoto performed the same operation on Tsunade. Senior Makoto, this is a sealing technique for chakra, right? But it seems not entirely so, as the chakra hasn't been completely sealed. However, this doesn't seem to have any necessary connection to saving Rope Tree, Orochimaru asked after Hinata Makoto finished sealing Tsunade. Tsunade quietly listened as well. Although she was not concerned, it did not mean she was not curious. Don't worry, I will release it after everything is over, and you'll understand why later. Hinata Makoto did not provide much explanation. It would be more convincing for them to discover it themselves after he figured out a method. Now, Tsunade, take Rope Tree out and clean his body, try to align the missing organs. The rest will be up to me, Hinata Makoto instructed as he took out the cultivation bottle containing Rope Tree's organs. Okay, Grandpa Makoto. Tsunade no longer asked further questions and directly opened the cultivation chamber, taking Rope Tree's body out and placing on the ground before organizing it. Orochimaru stood aside, deep in thought. He was increasingly intrigued by the truths of the ninja world that Hinata Makoto spoke of. It didn't take long for Tsunade to handle the injuries on Rope Tree's body, and they waited for the next operation. Hinata Makoto then took out the already fully repaired internal organs and began to install them into Rope Tree's body. In the eyes of Orochimaru and Tsunade, Hinata Makoto's hands were enveloped in a peculiar energy as he connected Rope Tree's internal organs and their junctions one by one until they were flawless. Even Tsunade could not have done such detailed work alone. More than 10 minutes later, all of Rope Tree's organs were finally connected and installed, and the remaining wounds were much simpler. Hinata Makoto directly used his energy, which was far superior to Yang release chakra, to stimulate the cells to grow and multiply rapidly. In just over 10 seconds, the damaged chest was restored to its complete state, looking exactly the same as it did before the injury. This made both Tsunade and Orochimaru full of anticipation for Rope Tree's revival. Next was the most important part. Hinata Makoto first lifted the previous impervious seal on Rope Tree's body, allowing his body and the new organs to interact and activate the vitality of his body. Due to the previous injuries, Rope Tree's vitality was relatively weak, and it took more than 2 hours for his body to gradually adapt and activate. Only then did his life force rise and his body regain vitality. During this time, Tsunade was anxiously pacing, constantly asking Hinata Makoto when Rope Tree would wake up. The more hope she had in front of her, the harder it was to remain calm, which was vividly reflected in Tsunade. Tsunade, calm down. Rope Tree won't die again. Orochimaru couldn't help but advise Tsunade. In his view, Tsunade was just overreacting due to her concern. All right, the body's vitality has mostly recovered. It's time to let the soul merge and completely revive Rope Tree. Hinata ignored the two and directly approached, crouching down to press against S.H. Ju's forehead. Soul shackles, release. A series of crimson sealing runes were drawn out from S.H. Ju's mind, and gradually, the technique on his forehead disappeared. After a while, S.H. Ju's vibrant body and soul refused, fully awakening his vitality. Am I dead? S.H. Ju murmured, uttering his first words upon awakening. On the side, Tsunade, who had been anxiously waiting, was instantly overcome with joy and tears. Chapter 22 Confrontation with the Sage of Six Paths. Far away in the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths was meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly sensed that someone seemed to be forcefully altering the fate he had set. And it was successful. This left him somewhat shocked. Over the years, the scripts he had established had never been beyond his control. This made him feel both angry and surprised. Which genius was so formidable? He immediately began to deduce along the lines of fate. It turned out that the thousand-hand Rope Tree was not dead. Moreover, it had a significant impact on the scripts of Orochimaru and Tsunade, causing them to deviate in other directions. Previously, upon discovering that someone was interfering with the Rope Tree's fate, Orochimaru and Tsunade worked together to protect it. And the sage had made specific arrangements for this. He even paid special attention to and influenced the entire incident, only retracting his interference when he saw that the Rope Tree was about to die from its fixed fate. He was too confident. He retracted his attention without looking at the results. As a result, he had previously checked whether the Rope Tree's soul had been taken into the Pure Land, allowing Hyuga to exploit the opportunity. Later, Hyuga completely sealed the Rope Tree in a state of dying, yet not dead, making the Sage of Six Paths think he was already dead. Now that the Rope Tree had resurrected, the entire script previously arranged for Orochimaru and Tsunade was greatly affected, and the significant deviation in the lines of fate caught the attention of the Sage of Six Paths, knowing where the problem lay. The Sage of Six Paths activated his long-buried backup plan, simultaneously launching an invasion against Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the Rope Tree, preparing to explore the secret of the Rope Tree exceeding his control. The awakening of the Rope Tree brought Tsunade to tears of joy. Only those who have lost understand what is precious. Orochimaru was also very happy to see his disciple awaken. Only the Rope Tree, just waking up, remained in a daze, taking a while to realize he was not dead. Hyuga did not give Tsunade and the Rope Tree much opportunity to talk and separated them. Tsunade expressed her anger at this. Orochimaru was also curious, from beginning to end, It seemed Hyuga Shin was guarding against something. Only Hyuga Shin knew that the Sage of Six Paths had already discovered them and was on his way. He had sensed with his spiritual awareness that the will of the Six Paths, hidden within the chakras of Orochimaru and the others, was rapidly awakening. Even within the rope tree, it was the same. This was something even Hyuga Shin had not anticipated. He had been somewhat careless, forgetting that there was also a seed of chakra within the rope tree. Although he had been on the verge of death and his chakra had dissipated, the seed of chakra inside him had not completely disappeared. After all, he was not dead. Moreover, with his resurrection, the seed of chakra had also become vigorous. Amidst the astonishment of Orochimaru and Tsunade, Hyuga Shin quickly placed his hand on the rope tree's shoulder, and a series of sealing runes quickly drilled into the rope tree's body. He was worried that the sage would manipulate the rope tree into committing suicide. He was still preparing a backup plan in case of an accident. After doing all this, Hyuga Shin quietly awaited the arrival of the Sage of Six Paths. The sage's speed was very fast. Before long, his will was fully revived, and the will of the Six Paths descended from the Pure Land. He also discovered the seals set by Hyuga Shin. No wonder this descent felt much slower than before. This made the sage harbor murderous intent towards the existence that could interfere with his fate script. This person actually detected his hidden backup plan. Moreover, he had made arrangements in advance, leaving many of his methods unable to be executed. However, as the ancestor of the ninja world, the Sage of Six Paths would not be so easily thwarted. He quickly thought of a way to temporarily break through the seals set by Hyuga Shin and affect the three. After all, the sealing technique completed by Hyuga Shin in a short time had its shortcomings. Moreover, he never thought that merely relying on sealing techniques could stop the sage. The purpose was to limit the Sage of Six Paths and prevent him from taking this opportunity to influence the will of Tsunade and Orochimaru, so he could confront him properly. Although Hyuga Shin's sealing technique prevented the Sage of Six Paths from infiltrating the wills of the rope tree, Orochimaru, and Tsunade in the short term, being the source of the chakra system, Orochimaru and the others, as vessels of chakra, could still do so with a slight cost. Before long, the previously strange-faced Tsunade and Orochimaru, along with the dazed rope tree, suddenly changed expressions, becoming wooden-faced. Hyuga Shin had anticipated this and was not anxious, quietly waiting for the Sage of Six Paths to speak. The one who should be anxious was not him. Unexpectedly, it was you. The will of the Six Paths was the first to speak. What do you mean? Orochimaru, what are you talking about? Hyuga Shin pretended to be confused, refusing to directly answer, acting as if he did not know of the sage's existence. I truly underestimated you. The remnants of the Warring States period. The Sage of Six Paths recognized Hyuga Shin at first glance. This person had attempted multiple times to break the fate he had set during the Warring States period, and even once affected the reincarnations of his two sons. If it weren't for his forced intervention, there might not have been an era of one village, one nation. That would have had a significant impact on his plans. Later, in order to eliminate his interference, he even attempted to manipulate Hashirama and Madara to erase him. But he ultimately failed, allowing Hyuga Shin to escape with his life. However, later on, Hyuga Shin lost his power, heavily sealed the seed of chakra, and his body underwent some changes, causing the sage to lose his ability to probe and infiltrate him. Moreover, he became prudent, no longer attempting to interfere with the established fate, gradually abandoning his attention to him. In the blink of an eye, over 30 years had passed, and the sage had nearly forgotten him, only to unexpectedly find Hyuga Shin re-emerging and giving him such a great surprise. You call me a remnant of the Warring States. What about you? The true source of chaos in the ninja world? The controller of fate? Or the fabricator of ninja world history? You agree, right? Sage of Six Paths. Hyuga Shin spoke provocatively, eager to strip the sage of his secrets. I didn't expect you to know so much. Indeed, you must die. I should have completely erased you back then. The Sage of Six Paths suppressed his inner shock and anger. But the murderous intent in his words revealed his urgency at this moment. Even if someone changed the fate he set, he would not lose his composure like this. He did not expect that someone in the ninja world could see through him so clearly. Moreover, he discovered that there was not a trace of chakra within Hyuga Shin's body. He was completely unaffected. He instantly guessed that Hyuga Shin might have already discovered the truth long ago, perhaps after the battle at the Valley of the End. Otherwise, as the strongest under Hashirama and Madara during the Warring States period, it was impossible for him to lose all his power overnight. This was his plan. Hyuga Shin was too good at hiding. He had not revealed a single flaw in over 30 years. The Sage of Six Paths couldn't help but reveal infinite murderous intent towards this remnant of the warring states. He could not allow an existence to grow in his nursery that he could not even restrict. Hugashin had already been marked for death by him, but unfortunately, at this moment, he was still unable to do so. Although he could extend his will to the ninja world while in the Pure Land, it was impossible to monitor everything at all times. That was not feasible. Moreover, his main body could not casually move about in the ninja world. He had more important matters to attend to in the Pure Land. Additionally, the will of the sage that had possessed Orochimaru and the others had also been sealed by Hugashin. Their chakra was under Hugashin's control, not giving the Sage of Six Paths enough power to use. Even if he could use it, it would not necessarily be enough to kill this deeply hidden remnant of the warring states. It would probably also be difficult to make a move against the rope tree, as Hugashin must have been prepared for that. We will meet again, and I hope you can live to see that day. The cold voice of the Sage of Six Paths revealed an infinite killing intent. Since he could not deal with Huganiji for the time being, the sage said no more. He knew that the more one says, the more mistakes one makes. He then withdrew his will and retracted the Pure Land. It will definitely happen, Sage of Six Paths. You will become the evil dragon of the ninja world, and I will be the warrior who leads all beings to slay the dragon. Looking at the three whose consciousness was gradually returning, Huganiji's expression remained calm. Chapter 23, let's begin. When Tsunade and S.H. Ju came back to their senses, they completely had no idea what had happened earlier. Only Orochimaru looked somewhat unnatural, as if he had made some sort of discovery. Hyuga-jin didn't explain anything, just told them, let's go back. After that, Tsunade carried S.H. Ju, and the four of them headed towards the main camp. Along the way, Orochimaru glanced at Hyuga-jin several times, seemingly wanting to ask something, but he held back. For Hyuga-jin, the real trouble was just beginning. His current actions were equivalent to declaring war directly against the Sage of Six Paths. Moreover, the Sage of Six Paths would probably not easily give up control over S.H. Ju, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. He still needed to find a way for them to realize the issues within the chakra system as soon as possible. Otherwise, deeply rooted beliefs would be difficult to change. As for S.H. Ju's fate in the future, it would depend on whether Tsunade and Orochimaru believed in him. As for why he wouldn't pass on his self-created cultivation method, that was not his current consideration. Not to mention that his cultivation method had too high a difficulty level and required a lot of knowledge from his previous life to support it. There is also a speculation that the insect sages from the three great summoning sanctuaries would probably not agree. The waters of this ninja world were indeed quite deep, and even Hyuga-jin still had many things he couldn't figure out. For example, why could a toad's head, a slug, and a long worm cultivate to become immortals and have long lives, while humans, the most intelligent beings, were so lacking? What was it that attracted the Otsutsuki clan to come one after another in the future? And why did the brothers of the Sage of Six Paths, who sealed their mother, go their separate ways? Did the ancestor of the Hyuga clan, Yumurum, really die? And what was the true nature of the transactions between the Sage of Six Paths and the three great sanctuaries? For the last question, Hyuga-jin already had some guesses in his mind, but it still required time to confirm. Regarding his brother S.H. Ju's resurrection, Tsunade was filled with joy and expressed gratitude to Hyuga-jin along the way. Orochimaru spoke very little, but Hyuga-jin could see many questions in his eyes. However, now was not the time. Everything would be discussed after returning to the main camp. By the time the four of them returned to the Konoha main camp, it was already 4 in the afternoon. After a simple meal, they each went back to rest. There was nothing urgent. And as for the seals within Orochimaru and Tsunade, Hyuga-jin had also released them. After all, it was wartime. They needed to maintain their own strength. However, he did not release S.H. Ju's seal, saying they needed to wait a bit longer. What if the Sage of Six Paths made a surprise return? Although he speculated that the Sage of Six Paths likely could not frequently interfere with the ninja world, he still had to be cautious. The release of the seals also dispelled one of Orochimaru's speculations, which was whether Hyuga-jin wanted to control them. He was a smart person, and smart people often think a lot because they have a greater understanding of conspiracy theories. Orochimaru was well aware of the evils of human nature, but combined with what Hyuga-jin had done, another of his speculations lingered in his mind, refusing to go away. Meanwhile, the Sage of Six Paths, having withdrawn his will back to the Pure Land, was furious after learning everything. A terrifying pressure spread in all directions, leaving the souls in the Pure Land in utter terror. The sage never expected that a careless mistake would lead to the growth of a towering tree in his nursery. Although he was nearing his end, Hyuga-Jin's existence was the greatest provocation to him. Because their paths were different, the sage could not see the depth of Hyuga-Jin. He was hiding too deeply. Moreover, Hyuga-Jin's intentions were obvious. He was attempting to change the fated script that the sage had established, and he had a successful case. He understood all of the sage's thoughts so well and had made ample preparations to counter the sage's backup plans. This made him uneasy. If Hyuga-Jin really found a way to restrain his interference in the ninja world, it would undoubtedly have a terrifying impact on his plans. The sage had never thought that being beyond control could be so frustrating. He had to re-evaluate Hyuga-Jin, this remnant from the Warring States period. He even considered whether he needed to send Indra's host, Madara, who was already in the game and not yet dead, to kill Hyuga-Jin. Because in this era, if Hyuga-Jin maintained his strength, there would probably be no one besides Madara who could compete. The sage had no doubt about this. For when he previously went to the ninja world, although he could not see through Hyuga-Jin, he could sense some threat from him. This remnant was far from simple. Moreover, he was cautious and never did anything without assurance. The sage had learned this when he focused on Hashirama and Madara during the Warring States period. However, sending Madara also carried significant risks. Madara's fated script was approaching a critical moment, and he was already old, relying on the Outer Path's demonic statue to sustain his life, having already given away his Rinnegan. Whether he could kill Hyuga-Jin was another matter, and it would definitely destroy some established fated scripts. This could be said to be a way of killing 1,000 enemies while injuring 800 of oneself, which was not very suitable. What to do now? The Sage of Six Paths felt a headache for a moment. Was he really going to have to go in person? However, he was currently at a critical moment, bound by the rules of the Pure Land, and could not withdraw, and there had been previous agreements. If he forcibly left the Pure Land, all previous efforts would turn to nothing. Right now, the Sage hated the rules of the Pure Land so much, to the point of being so passive. It seemed he could only seek help from the living world. The sage felt somewhat helpless in his heart. Still, these old ones were clever. Some things were clearer to them than to him, and perhaps they could provide some assistance. The next day, after returning to the main camp, Orochimaru finally had some free time after a busy morning. He prepared to ask Hyuga-Jin some questions to resolve the doubts in his heart. Lifting the curtain, Orochimaru saw Hyuga-Jin sitting on the wooden tatami provided in the camp, resting his chin on one hand, deep in thought, as if he had encountered a difficult problem. He didn't even notice Orochimaru's entrance. "Sorry to disturb you, senior." "Oh, Orochimaru, you're here." "Sorry, I was just thinking about something and didn't notice." Orochimaru's voice awakened the contemplative Hyuga-Jin. "No need to apologize, it was my intrusion. Did you come here for something?" "Senior, you mentioned before that there were many issues when SH Ju was surrounded and killed, and that the waters were very deep, and you also brought up our summoning beasts. They have problems, right? You guessed it? Although my summoning beast, Manda, isn't very obedient, it generally responds to summoning. After all, it's quite gluttonous. Tsunade Slug has always obeyed orders. It has never summoned just a smaller clone like it did this time. They have never dropped the ball during life and death battles. One instance could be due to special circumstances, but two could indicate a conspiracy. Do you think I'm right, senior?" Orochimaru calmly articulated his speculation. "You already have the answer in your heart, don't you?" Hyuga-Jin did not respond directly. "Senior still likes riddles. It really gives me a headache. Can't you just say it directly?" Orochimaru looked helpless. "I'm afraid you won't be able to sleep after hearing it. Some things you can only discover for yourself. Would you believe what I say? I can only be a guide for you." "Orochimaru, have you ever thought about why, as a ninja with powerful abilities, life is still so short?" Hinata is really about to show his fangs. In his view, it's time to give Orochimaru a lesson in why 100,000 times. Those with a thirst for knowledge often possess great creativity and discovery abilities. For Hinata, he uses his resistance to the injustice of fate. On the other hand, he relies on lofty ideals and great plans. As for Orochimaru, Hinata intends to make use of his insatiable curiosity. Chapter 24 guidance. Orochimaru was a bit confused by Hinata's question. Isn't it always the case? Is it always right? After all, the source of a ninja's power lies in the body and spirit. How could one expect to live long by consuming precious energy? However, this also made Orochimaru realize that there was indeed something strange. You're a contract holder of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries. You should have some understanding of the White Snake Sage. Hinata continued to ask. That's natural, but do you know about its strength? It should be very strong. I can feel that even though it is well controlled, it still gives me a strong sense of oppression. Do you know how long the White Snake Sage has lived? Hinata was digging deeper, continuing to entice Orochimaru. As far as I know, it should be at least 1,000 years. Orochimaru was somewhat aware of this. Have you ever thought about why? Why what? Why does the White Snake Sage possess both immense power and a long lifespan? Hinata continued to guide Orochimaru. Orochimaru found himself falling into Hinata's trap. After Hinata's guidance, he suddenly discovered the issue. Indeed, why? The question posed by Hinata echoed continuously in Orochimaru's mind. Also, do you think that in such a chaotic ninja world, no one has ever thought about unification? Hinata didn't give Orochimaru much time to ponder. He wanted to finish his lesson before letting Orochimaru think for himself. Didn't the predecessors say that Senju Hashirama, Hachio Madara, and you all considered it? Orochimaru was somewhat puzzled by Hinata's question. He had heard Hinata mention this matter not long ago, and the memory was still fresh. Then why do you think that even the three of us failed? To be honest, even in the early days of the village and the nation, even without Madara and Hashirama stepping in, I could have potentially led Konoha to unify the ninja world. Then why didn't it succeed? Hashirama and Madara transformed overnight. Hinata gave Orochimaru a meaningful glance. Upon hearing Hinata's answer, Orochimaru's pupils constricted as he recalled the strange feeling he had while treating Rope Tree. He had sensed something was off long ago. Then, don't rush, let me finish. Just as Orochimaru was about to continue questioning, he was interrupted by Hinata. Do you think that aside from us, no one else has considered unifying the ninja world? Even you have said that those with the ability would consider it, and can see the advantages of unifying the ninja world. After all, that would be a good direction for the entire ninja world. So from the early days of the Warring States period to the present, is there really not a single wise person? Can they really not see the advantages of unifying the ninja world? Why does the hatred in the ninja world continue to cycle endlessly, never ceasing? Is so-called war really just triggered by the interests of various villages and internal conflicts? Moreover, as a symbol of power, why do ninjas become the dogs of the daimyos? Which truly powerful person would be willing to be beneath a mere mortal? What's even more ridiculous is that not only do ordinary ninjas think this way, but even the Kage of each village consider it to be natural. You need to break free from the constraints of the framework and understand the true nature of this world. Hinata couldn't help but intensify his persuasion. Listening to Hinata's series of whys, Orochimaru fell into silence. But from his face, it was evident that he was constantly pondering the questions. Hinata was not in a hurry, quietly waiting for Orochimaru's thoughts, hoping he could surprise him. Time passed second by second, and Orochimaru's expression became more and more intricate. Senior, I want to ask, you once said that after the Valley of the End battle, a powerful person set their sights on you. Do you know who this person is? After clearing his thoughts, Orochimaru first asked what he felt was the most important question. It's not suitable to tell you directly now. It's best for you to discover it on your own. Of course, if my research can be completed sooner, I can tell you directly, but not now. Hinata once again transformed into a riddle. It wasn't that he feared the Sage of the Six Paths. He had already confronted him directly. So what was there to fear? It wasn't that he couldn't directly tell Orochimaru. It was mainly that it needed to be something he discovered himself for it to be the most convincing. When reasoning with smart people, it's not about how reasonable your argument is, but whether your reasoning contains something that can convince smart people. Then I want to ask again, is this person the same one who used sealing techniques as a precaution when you treated Rope Tree? Orochimaru quickly asked the most critical question. You are indeed excellent, Orochimaru. To be able to identify the essence of the problem from small clue, it seems I did not choose wrong. Hinata immediately expressed his agreement with Orochimaru's guess. Is it really so? Orochimaru's expression became very complex after Hinata gave a definite answer. If it was just as he thought, then the ninja world was indeed, as Hinata said, very deep. It was very likely that besides the sages of the major sanctuaries, there were other long livers hidden in the dark. And the one who made Hinata wary definitely had considerable strength. What was their purpose? Why was Hinata so obsessed with unifying the ninja world? Why did Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara change overnight? What secrets were hidden in the three great sanctuaries? What problems existed in the ninja system? What exactly happened in the cave when treating Rope Tree? After the brief moment of distraction, Orochimaru's mind was filled with questions, full of curiosity. Orochimaru, I want to confirm with you once again, if you had the ability, would you strive to achieve the grand unification of the ninja world? Hinata asked Orochimaru with a serious expression and an aged tone. I would. Orochimaru's answer was firm and powerful, although he didn't understand why Hinata was so obsessed with this. The smart Orochimaru could still see the advantages of unifying the ninja world. Good. You have this ambition. I am very pleased. There's hope for the future. Hinata had a look of comfort on his face. Throughout my life, I have been cautious, walking on thin ice. I only fear that one day I might change myself. I see all beings as ephemeral, but I see you as a green mountain. Please make sure to protect your ideals, because in this twisted ninja world, you need to have unwavering faith. Orochimaru, having crossed the river of chaos in the ninja world, I believe you can reach the other side of the unification of the ninja world. You have this talent. Hinata transformed into a motivational speaker, continuously pouring encouragement into Orochimaru. Orochimaru was also a bit dazed by Hinata's motivational speech, feeling a sense of camaraderie that one would die for a true friend. After a simple chat, Orochimaru left with a belly full of questions. As a military commander, there were too many matters to attend to. In the following days, Hinata kept observing Orochimaru and Tsunade, but found that the will of the six paths within them had completely fallen silent and would likely not revive in a short time. Just as I expected, the sage of the six paths should not be able to frequently interfere with the ninja world. They must have more important things to do in the Pure Land, or they're being held back. Another seed has been planted in your nursery. I wonder if the sage of the six paths is ready. The warrior I prepared for you has already begun his path of growth. Next comes the competition of the chess players. Hinata Makoto looked at the sky with an expression full of anticipation. Chapter 25. Haiden and Kakuzu under the guidance of Hyuga Shin. Orochimaru was like a wind-up toy full of questions, constantly thinking whenever he had a moment to spare. His curiosity relentlessly drove his thirst for knowledge. Meanwhile, Hyuga Shin continued his research, but it was genuinely quite difficult, as they were no longer in the same system. Did he really have to erase the hidden will of the six paths from each of the seeds one by one? That would be too troublesome, and it would be better for them to discover it themselves, as that would promote their development. The flag of rebellion could easily be raised. However, the lack of progress over the past few days made Hyuga Shin feel frustrated. As for Tsunade and her brother, they had more freedom, spending their days training. However, it was mostly Tsunade unilaterally beating up Senju Rope Tree. After this incident, Rope Tree had become more obedient and no longer shouted about wanting to go to the battlefield every day. However, his desire for strength only grew stronger. In Rope Tree's view, if he had been strong enough at that time, perhaps Nara, Shikaku, and Yuta wouldn't have had to die. The threats of war and death easily ignite people's potential, especially in the world of ninjas. Therefore, once his body recovered slightly, he took the initiative to find Tsunade for practical training, striving to improve himself. Tsunade also felt somewhat relieved that she managed to steer Rope Tree's mindset back. Otherwise, she would have had to worry about him even more in the future. In recent days, the situation at the Iwagakure battlefield had become less intense. After all, ninjas were still human and needed to rest. Orochimaru was not Danzo. At this point, he was still relatively concerned about his subordinates. Moreover, he could listen to others' advice, which was also a reason why he gained much support for becoming Hokage after the Third Great Ninja War. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still tirelessly sending messages to Tsunade, urging her to return to Konoha. In just 3 days, he sent 12 orders, reminiscent of the 12 golden medals for recall in his past life. Unfortunately, Tsunade did not care about him at all. Hiruzen also received news that Rope Tree was alive. He could anticipate that Tsunade would definitely be resentful, but he did not expect her to disregard him so completely. There was nothing Hiruzen could do about Tsunade's indifference. After all, Tsunade's strength, status, and influence were not something Hiruzen could easily manage at the moment. The land of hot water, a country full of hot springs, was also a popular vacation destination for many ninjas. The bathing culture here was quite liberal, with mixed gender bathing. This attracted many restless men and women to travel. Kakuzu, dressed in black clothing with only his green eyes visible beneath a black mask and wearing the headband of a rogue ninja from Takigakure, appeared quite out of place in the open land of hot water. He was here on the orders of Hyuga Shin to find teammates. Because of this, he could only take on some minor tasks along the way to earn money. Although these minor tasks did not satisfy him financially, they gave him some spiritual comfort. Kakuzu still had a strong desire to earn money through missions. In his view, even for the ideal of building a perfect world, money was necessary to pave the way. Kakuzu was indeed the strongest worker that Hyuga Shin valued, as he understood the need to lay a foundation for future needs. With Hyuga Shin's reminder, he knew in advance to look for places where people mysteriously died during certain rituals. However, finding Haiden was quite difficult, causing Kakuzu to waste a lot of time. Moreover, he did not expect Haiden to commit crimes everywhere, changing locations frequently. It was possible that his current strength was still insufficient, and he was worried about being targeted by ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages, which would affect his sacrifices to the evil god. After all, Haydn was only about 15 or 16 years old and mainly relied on physical techniques, so he wasn't very strong, relying entirely on the evil god's secret techniques to support him. This led Kakuzu to have to chase after him, increasing his resentment. When he finally caught up with this kid, he would definitely make him suffer first. Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a deep-seated hatred for Haydn, the evil goddess disciple who committed crimes everywhere. This kid was even more evil than him. Generally, Kakuzu wasn't one to kill people without any means of resistance, unless someone provoked him. That was his dignity as a strong person. Haydn was different. He would kill even ordinary people to promote the evil god and offer sacrifices. This made Kakuzu doubt Hyuga Shin's decision, wondering what qualifications such a person had to be his teammate. However, as a perfect worker, since the leader had given orders, Kakuzu would still carry them out even if he had doubts. This was also one of the reasons why Hyuga Shin valued him. After 3 days of tracking and searching, Kakuzu finally cornered Haydn. "Kid, you made me search for you for quite a while." Kakuzu complained as he looked at Haydn, who had a slick-back hairstyle, gray and white hair, wearing an oversized kimono and carrying a blood-red scythe. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Haydn, at 15 or 16 years old, spoke with vigor and showed no fear. As the disciple of the evil god, he possessed immortality and could potentially kill others without anyone knowing his weakness. If it weren't for his current lack of strength, he would have already gone to the 5 great nations to promote the god of death. "Kid, you really asked for a beating, don't you? You made me waste 3 days on you. Do you understand that time is money? And you dare to refer to yourself as I? It seems necessary to teach you a lesson before I take you in." Kakuzu's tone was unfriendly, and his eyes revealed his killing intent without concealment. "Then come and try. Let's see if you can kill me. The evil god is not interested in these ordinary people. I believe your soul will be even more satisfying to the evil god." Haydn completely ignored Kakuzu's threat and instead wanted to use Kakuzu as a sacrifice for the evil god. His immortality gave him immense courage, but he did not know what kind of existence he was facing. It was an experienced old immortal. Moreover, his strange methods had already been figured out by Kaku, who had been tracking him, because it was too obvious. As soon as Haydn's words fell, Kakuzu instantly disappeared from his spot. Boom! A steel fist struck the scythe. So fast! Such great power! Although Haydn quickly reacted and blocked Kakuzu's attack, he was still shocked by Kakuzu's speed and strength. The two then engaged in a contest of physical techniques. Kakuzu's physical skills did not need further elaboration, and he also had a skin-hardening technique. Although he had once been thoroughly beaten by Hyuga Shin, that did not mean he was weak. It was just that Hyuga Shin was too abnormal. Within a minute of the fight starting, Kakuzu had Haydn firmly suppressed with his physical techniques. "This guy is definitely a strong opponent. At least he is much stronger than me in physical techniques. However, no matter how strong you are, you won't escape the evil god's punishment." While fending off Kakuzu's wave-like attacks, Haydn was also preparing to take a chance to get Kakuzu's blood and then offer him as a sacrifice to the evil god. Ultimately, he was still too young. Kakuzu saw through Haydn's intentions clearly and did not give him a chance. The result was that Haydn couldn't get Kakuzu's blood, couldn't offer him to the evil god, and was instead pinned down and beaten by Kakuzu. He was in no position to escape. Kakuzu finally felt the thrill he experienced when Hyuga Shin had beaten him. 1 word, exhilarating. 2 words, enlightening. After a thorough beating, Haydn's momentum was crushed, and he was awakened to the realization that there were always stronger people out there, and one shouldn't always think that possessing secret techniques made one invincible. This also allowed Kakuzu to release the resentment he had been holding within. "Now we can have a good talk," Jiao Du said calmly, looking at Fei Duan, who was beaten to a pulp and covered in bruises. Chapter 26. Advancement. Kakuzu had a friendly conversation with Haydn and invited him to join their team to contribute to the construction of a perfect world. He made multiple efforts to demonstrate this through actions and teachings. After being beaten, Haydn initially thought Kakuzu was there to capture him, but he was surprised to find that he was being invited to join a great cause. Although the ideal of a perfect world contradicted Haydn's beliefs, he had no choice. Circumstances were stronger than individuals, and he couldn't fight back or escape. Temporarily yielding was not shameful. The Lord of the Evil Gods wouldn't mind such details. Haydn decided to feign agreement for now and look for an opportunity to steal Kakuzu's blood to send him to meet the evil god. However, young man, you are overthinking it. You are still a bit lacking when trying to outsmart an old immortal. After receiving a reminder from Hinata and witnessing things with his own eyes, Kakuzu had already become highly vigilant against Haiden's secret techniques. He was prepared to use a self-curse binding seal on Haiden, capable of instantly sealing his movements. Although he indeed looked down on Haiden's strength, he had to admit that his evil god techniques were truly sinister and dangerous. Kakuzu then deceived Haiden, saying it was a necessary initiation ritual for the organization and inscribed a sealing technique on Haiden. Haiden didn't mind much. After all, he had an immortal body and ample resources. It wasn't until later, when Haiden seized the opportunity to ambush Kakuzu, that he realized he had been clearly set up. Ultimately, he was still too young and had limited understanding of ninjas, ending up on the wrong boat. From then on, Haiden joined under Hinata's command and became one of the strongest fighters in the subsequent resistance army. The immortal duo officially went into action. The curtain of the Third Great Ninja War was slowly rising, as various villages continued to reinforce the border battlefield, smoke rising. On the battlefield of the mist, Uchiha Kagami led the troops. As a disciple of the second Hokage and a companion of the third, he naturally offered support and brought many strong members of the Uchiha clan to the battlefield. Despite the elders of the clan being very dissatisfied with his actions, he remained steadfast in his position. Little did he know, his naivety and foolishness would ultimately harm the Uchiha clan. Why go to the mist battlefield of all places? Didn't he know that the mist ninjas were naturally restrained against the Uchiha clan? This was clearly Sarutobi Hiruzen's calculation against the Uchiha clan. How could Uchiha Kagami not see this? Truly, a son selling his father's land without a care. This also contributed to one of the reasons for his later demise. Meanwhile, on the cloud battlefield, the commander of the Central Army was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin and a disciple of the third Hokage. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen had a knack for taking on disciples. All three of his disciples were capable of standing on their own. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya gained fame during the battles against the Rain after the Second Great Ninja War, and their strength was recognized by the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo, who conferred upon them the title of Sannin. Furthermore, two of them came from commoner backgrounds, greatly enhancing his foundation and effectively securing his position as Hokage. As for why he accepted commoners as disciples, it must be mentioned that Sarutobi Hiruzen's ascension to the Hokage position had significant implications. The appointed heir of Senju Tobirama at the end of the First Great Ninja War left many strong figures from various clans who participated in the village's founding very dissatisfied. The Hokage position was initially agreed to be selected through a village-wide vote, not appointed by the predecessor, with Tobirama's designation of an heir. What would happen when Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed his disciple next? Would that not disregard the interests of various ninja clans? Thus, he was despised by the relatively powerful ninja clans at the time and did not receive their support. However, with the support of Uzumaki Mido and the Senju clan, as well as their allies, Sarutobi Hiruzen forcibly ascended to the Hokage position. After all, the Senju clan was the largest and strongest ninja clan at that time. The Uchiha had to take a back seat. Moreover, with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Mido still around, the opposing voices were completely suppressed. However, the Senju clan also paid a price for this. The absence of strong support from various ninja clans on the battlefield of the Second Great Ninja War led to heavy losses among their clan members. Their strength plummeted, no longer matching the glory of the village-building era. When Sarutobi Hiruzen first took office as Hokage, due to a lack of better choices, he could only select quality children from the common folk for training. The goal was to win over ordinary lower-level ninjas, set examples for them, and gain their support, thereby increasing his own influence. The result was evident. He succeeded. Under the arrangement of the Six Paths, it would be difficult to fail. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was a very intelligent person, a master of brainwashing. His skills in this area surpassed even Orochimaru's. It's just that he misused them. He had already been corrupted by power, and even if the Six Paths did not intervene, he would likely continue along the path set by the script. A chaotic ninja world was what the Six Paths needed. Only through constant conflict could the chakra system become more stable. The more chaotic it was, the more people crave power. Without conflict, everything would be peaceful, and the transmission and continuity of chakra would be greatly affected. This was not in the interest of the sage of Six Paths. This was also one of the reasons he prevented the unification of the ninja world. As a commander on the cloud battlefield, although Jiraiya was not as clever as Orochimaru, he was more stable in handling matters. Overall, he managed things quite appropriately without causing any major issues. He also brought his disciple, Minato Namikaze, to the battlefield. Minato was a true genius and had gained the recognition of the great sage of the Toads, becoming a contract holder for the Toad clan. Jiraiya valued him highly. It is worth noting that after receiving guidance from the great sage of the Toads, he embarked on a journey to find the child of destiny. Along the way, he encountered some promising candidates, but none were deemed satisfactory by the great sage. Even Nagato, who possessed the eyes of the sage of six paths, and Yahiko, who had true ideals of peace, failed. Only Minato Namikaze was accepted by the great sage, leading Jiraiya to believe Minato was indeed the prophesied child of destiny and to hold high expectations for him. This military campaign was also intended to help this disciple grow rapidly. Jiraiya knew that a towering tree could not grow in a greenhouse. The suspected child of destiny, Minato, should face the trials of the ninja world. During this time, the 15-year-old Minato indeed showcased remarkable talent. Within just 2 days, he adapted to the complex and changing battlefield situation, demonstrating quick thinking, outstanding command and judgment abilities, and impressive strength. At just 15, he already possessed combat power surpassing that of an elite J-nin. During this period, Minato had already learned the Flying Thunder God technique with Jiraiya's help and had completed part of its training, although he was still at the first stage and had yet to reach the second stage. Therefore, his speed was particularly abnormal. He was also proficient in wind release, water release, and first-class taijutsu, with jinjutsu above average. Additionally, he had powerful summoning beasts. His personality was very approachable, making him a reliable companion, well-respected and trusted by the ninjas on the Cloud battlefield. This further convinced Jiraiya that Minato was indeed the child of destiny foretold by the great sage of the Toads. Fools are easy to deceive. There was a reason Jiraiya was chosen. On the other side, the sage of six paths in the Pure Land had already begun to take action. Meanwhile, Hinata was still deeply engrossed in his research, troubled to death. Chapter 27, The Meeting of Truth and the Titans. Hinata Makoto felt a bit at a loss. It was really frustrating, but he didn't want to give up. It was like the author of a novel hitting a writer's block, with thoughts seemingly stuck in one place. How could the ninjas explore the six paths will embedded in chakra? The six paths will is integrated with chakra. One could say that the chakra within a ninja's body is composed of the six paths will. Would enhancing the ninja's will work? Could he think of a way to boost their mental strength, allowing them to train? Having powerful mental strength should help with perception, but the original elements within themselves are still likely to be hard to discover. It's like having two eyes. Everyone has two eyes, and no matter how much you study, two eyes just seem normal. But oddly enough, his were not normal. Hinata Makoto thought about it and rejected this idea, feeling it was unlikely. Should he continue to improve the sealing techniques? It's a method, but any sealing technique inevitably has a way to be broken. And after cultivating for thousands of years, the six paths might only be able to block for a moment. Although this method is feasible, it still carries certain risks. So he decided to put it aside for now and make a final decision only when absolutely necessary. What about soul secret techniques? For instance, soul transformation, not to mention reincarnation, and impure world reincarnation. Do their operating principles help with this? Not really. The soul is a form of spiritual energy, one of the sources of the chakra system, and the six paths chakra system might also have infiltrated this. When I was on the brink of death, the soul that was devoured should have been the six paths will hidden within the soul. Hinata Makoto speculated that when Orochimaru took over Sasuke later in the original work, it must have been influenced by Indra and the will of the six paths otherwise. How could a mere teenager like Sasuke possibly resist Orochimaru's will erosion? Hinata Makoto pondered deeply. Looking back, the fact that the six paths could control Orochimaru and others was probably also through the infiltration of the soul to influence them. The more he studied the six paths backup plans, the more he felt that this old guy was extremely insidious. Previously, he only thought chakra was problematic, but now, upon reflection, the source of the chakra system is the body and soul. In the ninja world, it is generally believed that the body belongs to the realm of yang release, while the soul belongs to the realm of yin release. The ultimate yin-yang release can even grant life, and that's how tailed beasts came to be. Yet, the ninja world is composed of natural energy. From the original work, it is known that the hierarchy of natural energy is above yin-yang release. Furthermore, everything in the ninja world is made up of natural energy, from a small stone and a blade of grass to a mountain and a lake. According to the theories of Taoism from the previous life, natural energy is unity, while yin-yang power is duality. Heaven and earth give birth to natural energy. Natural energy gives birth to yin-yang power, and yin-yang power evolves into life. Humanity is an ongoing gathering of natural energy, inherently possessing both yin and yang aspects. For the sage of the six paths, under the chakra system, this world is a massive mine. Ninjas are veins rich in natural energy and yin-yang power. The seeds of chakra are used for extraction and as a medium. The sage of the six paths treats ninjas as mining veins, continuously extracting the yin-yang power from within them. His speculation that the six paths are exploiting the masses was instantly confirmed. Things were getting more complicated, and Hinata Makoto couldn't help but sigh. Whether it's a mine or a nursery, the heavens of a ninja world are about to change. Although Hinata Makoto found it somewhat troublesome, he still did not give up on researching how to handle the will of the six paths. To achieve enlightenment, it surely wouldn't be that simple. If he didn't give the dark hands of this world something to do, they would probably come looking for him. On the other side, the sage of the six paths met with the three great insect sages in a special space. The sage of the six paths floated in midair, his body pulsing slightly like flames. It was indeed a body gathering chakra, not the true body itself coming. The summoned beasts from the three great sacred lands were the same, but their avatars were more solid, as if they were the true bodies. This indicates that these insect sages are far stronger than they appear on the outside. Even the sage of the six paths could only barely stand on equal ground with them. Hyuga, what is the purpose of this meeting? The great toad sage squinted and asked first. There was no trace of the confusion from the original work. An unstable factor has appeared in the ninja world, greatly affecting my plans, and its strength is not weak. I am temporarily trapped in the Pure Land and unable to extricate myself. I hope you can help me redirect the fate of the ninja world back on track. The sage of the six paths directly stated the purpose of this meeting. He was here to seek help. We have already stated that we will only cooperate in the transmission and promotion of your chakra system, and will not personally interfere in the development of the ninja world. We have already been quite accommodating and supportive of you. The white snake sage took a deep puff of smoke and immediately rejected the sage's request. I understand this well, but this person is indeed a huge threat and must be eliminated. The voice of the six paths was cold, with a killing, intense surging. That's your business. It has nothing to do with us. The slug sage, known for its gentle, obedient, considerate, and kind demeanor in the ninja world, spoke with a cold and ruthless tone, quite inconsistent with its image in the ninja world. This person may pose a threat to you as well. I hope you can reconsider. Seeing that the three of them disagreed, the sage of the six paths directly threatened them. He knew some things about these three old creatures. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to cooperate. Don't try to threaten us. The so-called fate you speak of is nothing more than a child's game. However, since you have come to us for help and are so resolute, as allies, we cannot completely refuse. We will send out contractors to investigate and handle it. The great toad sage thought for a moment and still decided to give the sage of the six paths a chance. After all, he had also contributed to the current situation in the ninja world. The threat I mentioned refers to your contractors. They may have already been targeted by that unstable factor, while you remain completely unaware. The sage of the six paths didn't hold back, directly mocking them. The contractors are merely chosen to cooperate with you. They are not indispensable to us. Moreover, trying to threaten us through contractors is nothing but a fantasy. The white snake sage remained calm, not taking the six paths provocation to heart. I wonder who this unstable factor is. To make you village, seek help personally, it must be someone of unusual status. The great toad sage asked again. It's a remnant from the Warring States period, named Hinata Makoto. You should have heard of him. The sage of the six paths replied. It's that little guy. I didn't expect him to still be alive. Did the backup plan you left behind not work? The white snake sage seemed to have heard of Hinata Makoto's existence, but was quite curious that he was still alive. In its view, the six paths chakra system is quite complete, and harvesting it is extremely efficient. To survive from the Warring States period to now, aside from the scripted Madara and the inhuman Kagaya, there's only Hinata Makoto left. Then let's first understand through the contractors. After all, he is just a slightly stronger grasshopper. He won't be able to jump for long. Moreover, at this age, his lifespan should be limited and he won't have too much impact on the ninja world. We will help keep an eye on it. Before the sage of six paths could respond to the white snake sage's words, the great toad sage took over and made a decision. He did not indicate that he would personally take action. The white snake sage and the slug sage had no objections to this. Then I will wait for your news in the Pure Land. The sage of six paths also knew that he couldn't persuade the three major insect sages to take action. So he stopped insisting. As long as there are restrictions on Hyuga-jin, it is indeed, as the white snake sage said, Hyuga-jin does not have much time left. Chapter 28. Time waits for no one. personally taking action to eradicate the will of the Six Paths. After the Sage of Six Paths finished speaking, he turned and disappeared into the special space, followed by the three insect sages. Hinata Makoto had no idea that he had narrowly escaped a disaster. Otherwise, if the three insect sages had truly attacked him, he might have only been able to flee for his life. The truth was just as Hinata had guessed. There were unspeakable transactions between the three holy lands and the Sage of Six Paths. He had early speculations about what it was, but he wasn't entirely sure. However, if it was indeed as he suspected, then this issue could be serious. It was very likely that once he broke through and was discovered, he would face a joint pursuit from the insect sages and the Sage of Six Paths. Therefore, to be safe, Hinata had to temporarily postpone his advancement to the Yuanshan realm. But the more he understood this world, the more he could see its darkness. It also made Hinata realize that his path might be far from what he had imagined as easy. Originally, after achieving certain results in cultivation, he had planned to fake his death and find a safe place to cultivate. But reality did not allow it, and he had no choice but to make changes, leading to other ideas. Stirring the waters. This was one of his goals as he transformed into the great sage of the ninja world. Secondly, he wanted to see if he could make other hidden hands in the ninja world reveal themselves. The depths of the ninja world were unfathomable, and the more he delved, the more alienated he felt from it. Hinata began to doubt whether he had watched a fake Naruto in his previous life. This was just too absurd. But thinking about it, true darkness often lurks beneath all that is beautiful. The filth of the world would not let a group of manipulated insects discover it. They only needed to live within the script of fate, striving for so-called ideals and beliefs. Orochimaru had been feeling very restless lately. He often unconsciously recalled the lessons Hinata had once given him and the questions he raised. Initially, this was not a problem. He thought these questions were indeed worth pondering and had spent quite a bit of time on them. He had even made some guesses and gains. But in the past couple of days, he felt something was off. A voice in his mind kept telling him that this was wrong, that the ninja world was just like this, and it had been for thousands of years. It seemed to be persuading him to give up his doubts. And that voice was his own thoughts. He even considered whether someone had used illusions on him to interfere, and he tried all possible illusion-breaking methods. He even had Tsunade give him a full-body checkup. The results confirmed that he had not fallen under an illusion, so it was his own thoughts. On one hand, Orochimaru felt that Hinata's questions were very reasonable and worth deep reflection. On the other hand, a voice continuously eroded his confusion. He felt like he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, and the mental fatigue made him extremely irritable. Even important matters were handed over to Nara's assistant to handle. Meanwhile, in the Pure Land, the Sage of Six Paths still decided to pay a certain price to forcibly awaken the embedded will within him, attempting to interfere with his pieces to steer them onto the correct fate script. This was right after he concluded his meeting with the three insect sages. Although the three sages expressed that they would keep an eye on things, they did not intend to take direct action. Therefore, for the time being, it might really be impossible to deal with Hinata Makoto, the remnant of the Warring States. So he could not give Hinata enough time to prevent him from making greater changes to the predetermined fate. Although he knew that the will left on Orochimaru and the others might have been sealed by Hinata, he had discovered last time that the seal was not perfect. He could still forcibly exert influence through the will embedded in their souls, interfering with his pieces. However, this required significantly more energy than usual. Additionally, the Sage of Six Paths unexpectedly found that the seals within Orochimaru and the others had long been lifted. This left him puzzled about Hinata's operations, but at the same time, it facilitated his actions. The erosion plan was progressing smoothly, with Tsunade and SHJ not reacting too much. Only Orochimaru clearly sensed something was off. Otherwise, he would not have doubted that he was under illusion control. This was something that Hinata also noticed. He realized that Orochimaru's situation had been unusual these past couple of days, and upon probing with a spiritual sense, he discovered something different about Orochimaru's soul. A deeply embedded will of the Six Paths had already awakened and was continuously eroding his soul. The same was true for Tsunade and SHJ. Hinata did not expect the Sage of Six Paths to arrive so quickly. Previously, he thought that he couldn't frequently interfere with the ninja world and should have enough time to prepare, but now he was slapped in the face. In fact, Hinata was right. The Sage of Six Paths indeed could not frequently interfere with the ninja world, but as long as the price was paid, the rules would yield. His existence and actions were a thorn in the sage's throat. If it weren't for the high cost of killing him, the sage would have acted personally long ago. It seemed that the Sage of Six Paths was not planning to give him too much time. So be it. Let's have another showdown. Hinata had already made plans in his heart. Upon careful reflection, this situation was not entirely a bad thing. If utilized well, it might lead Orochimaru and the others to a deeper understanding of the chakra system. Hinata then found Orochimaru and the others and took the three out of the camp, preparing to personally intervene in this battle of wills. In this meeting, Hinata distinctly felt a sense of distance from the three, as the will of the Six Paths was indeed having a significant impact. Fortunately, the time was still short, and it was not too difficult to change. Once outside the camp, Hinata did not linger and directly had the three follow him. He took them back to the cave where he had treated SHJ. The three were somewhat confused by Hinata's sudden decision, but out of trust in him, they followed along. Upon entering the cave, Hinata did not provide much explanation, immediately instructing the three to find a flat area to sit down and concentrate. He then focused his spiritual sense on their bodies, souls, and chakra. Hinata aimed to completely eradicate the will of the Six Paths within them. Since you were shameless, don't blame me for turning the table. Although it would have been best for Orochimaru and the others to gradually discover the truth, it did not mean that Hinata had to use that method. If there was time and opportunity, that would be the first choice. If there was no time or opportunity, he could only forcibly erase it. This was also the reason why Hinata dared to lift the seals on Orochimaru and the others. He always held the ultimate control. Hinata's spiritual sense was extremely solid. After penetrating their bodies, he began to probe the embedded will of the Six Paths. Hinata had already identified the places where the will of the Six Paths was embedded. One was in the body, that is, within the physical body. The other was within the chakra, which had been mentioned before. Finally, there was the soul space. Hinata's spiritual sense was incredibly domineering, forcibly invading the chakra and bodily areas where the will of the Six Paths was embedded, implementing annihilation. The autonomy of the will in these two areas was relatively weak, making it easier to erase. Currently, the Sage of Six Paths was indeed stronger than Hinata, but he was in the Pure Land, far away and unable to control in real time, like water without roots. The will of the Six Paths was destined to be no match for Hinata. The active will of the Six Paths within the three was violently extracted one by one, completely annihilated, not leaving a trace behind. Initially, Hinata had planned to leave some traces of the will of the Six Paths to prepare for future endeavors. However, after thinking it over, he decided to abandon that plan. Since he was going to do it, he would do it completely. He believed that without the constraints, Orochimaru would be able to understand and accept his ideology. The three of them, sitting cross-legged on the ground, suddenly felt their bodies become lighter, as if they had shed some burden. Their chakra became purer, and their bodies felt more vigorous. As the embedded will continued to fade away, the Six Paths will, hidden in the soul space, also became aware of the impending danger. Chapter 29 Showdown. After dealing with the three individuals' bodies and the Six Paths will embedded within their chakra, Hyuga began to clear the remnants of the Six Paths will in their soul space. The soul space is a peculiar place, where the Six Paths will possesses greater autonomy. When Hyuga spiritual consciousness entered Orochimaru's soul space, it transformed into his physical appearance on its own. Hyuga looked at the empty soul space, where a spiritual body that resembled Orochimaru 100 stood dazed at the center of the space. The area on his forehead and eyelids had begun to whiten, somewhat similar to the later version of Shin Uchiha. This was a sign of being eroded by the Six Paths will. Moreover, the speed of erosion was rapidly accelerating. The Six Paths will sensed the danger. Without hesitation, Hyuga swiftly flew in front of Orochimaru's spiritual body and pointed a finger at his forehead. A massive spiritual force surged like a roaring river towards the core of Orochimaru's spiritual body. The consciousness of the Six Paths that was embedded within was instantly suppressed. Unless the Six Paths himself arrived, this level of power was completely unable to stop Hyuga formidable spiritual strength. In no time, a white figure was expelled from Orochimaru's spiritual body by Hyuga. Orochimaru's spiritual body gradually regained its senses from the previous dazed state. It's you again, you remnant. You are truly damned, Hyuga. The Six Paths will coalesced into a spiritual form, cursing at Hyuga. The Six Paths had originally thought he could strike back under Hyuga attention, having intentionally slowed the erosion speed to avoid attracting Hyuga notice. Unexpectedly, he was still discovered. Not only had his embedded will been almost completely annihilated, but he was also expelled from Orochimaru's spiritual space. All his plans had fallen apart. and he had lost almost all the hidden traps he had left in Orochimaru since childhood. Six-Paths Sage, you are indeed insidious and cunning. Thinking you could sneak a strike? If I hadn't discovered it early, Orochimaru and the others would probably have been pulled back to their original fates, like Hashirama and the others. Hyuga showed no courtesy towards the Six-Paths Sage. His words filled with disdain. The fate of the ninja world cannot be changed by just anyone, and neither can you. Don't think that knowing some truths means you can change the world. You are merely courting your own demise. You are just a relatively strong ant among the myriad of beings. If it weren't for me, the tone of the Six Paths turned cold, filled with murderous intent, but he paused at a critical moment. If it weren't for what? If it weren't for you being unable to be trapped, or temporarily unable to escape. Hyuga directly took the Six Paths Sage's halted words. Oof. Youngster, the waters of a ninja world are far deeper than you imagine. You'd better stop your meaningless struggles. Be careful of burning yourself. How many years of life do you have left, after being stable for decades? Are you not afraid of dying without a burial place? The Six Paths spiritual body, seeing his thoughts exposed, threatened Hyuga again, hoping he could see the situation clearly and retreat early. How deep can it be? Can it be deeper than what you Six Paths hide? Not only interfering with the development and history of the ninja world with so-called fate, making the strong in the ninja world your puppets, but also treating ninjas as nurseries and mines. You're really bold, Six Paths Sage. Is the change of fate so frightening to you? Hyuga words struck at the heart, landing hard on the Six Paths face. A barrage of words left the Six Paths Sage quite furious. He now truly hated Hyuga. His secrets were almost exposed, and he had no idea how Hyuga learned these hidden truths. He also wondered how many other secrets Hyuga knew. Youngster, do not challenge my patience, or there will ultimately be a day of reckoning. The Six Paths Sage once again issued a threat. Yes, there will ultimately be a day of reckoning, and that day is coming soon. Are you ready, Six Paths Sage? After speaking, Hyuga did not wait for the Six Paths will to respond, directly unleashing a powerful spiritual consciousness that completely ground the Six Paths will to dust. Orochimaru's spiritual awareness, regaining its senses, looked somewhat pale. He had just seen Hyuga obliterate the Six Paths will. No wonder he had felt something was off these past few days, always having thoughts that contradicted his own beliefs. He finally understood why Hyuga had used sealing techniques on him and the profound words he had spoken. Had Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara also been influenced? Orochimaru's heart had already formed a clear answer. Who exactly is this person? It seemed that upon waking, he only heard the word sage. Orochimaru's perspective was broadened once again, and he wanted to understand the true face of the ninja world even more. Since you've woken up, feel free to ask any questions. This is a good opportunity to clarify your doubts. Hyuga glanced at the pale-faced Orochimaru and prepared to give him a dose of harsh reality. Didn't you always say you hope we discover things ourselves? Why has this time changed your mind? Orochimaru adjusted his chaotic thoughts and voiced his doubts. Time is running out. It's exceeded my expectations, and my research is still lacking. If I don't act this time, everything might fall back into the path he desires. Although the plan was for you to discover it yourself, plans can never keep up with changes. Hyuga calmly answered Orochimaru's question. That guy hidden deep in my soul. Who exactly is he? Orochimaru asked, his face grim as he voiced his inner question. Is the Six Paths Sage, the will embedded within your bodies? Hyuga straightforwardly laid it all bare. The Six Paths Sage. He is actually not dead. Then why did he embed his will in my body and soul? What is his purpose? And how did he do it without me knowing? When you mentioned you, were you referring to Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? Did they also receive influence? Was it him who targeted you back then? After learning the truth, Orochimaru bombarded Hyuga with questions. He indeed has not died and is living well. It was indeed him who was targeting me back then. As for why he embedded himself in your body, why you didn't notice, and whether Hashirama and Madara were influenced, these can all be answered with one comprehensive response. The will of the Six Paths exists not only in your body, but in all ninja bodies. Hyuga provided an answer that shocked Orochimaru greatly. How is that possible? Even the Six Paths Sage couldn't embed his will in all ninja bodies. Orochimaru still found it hard to believe. Then you should know who passed down the chakra system, right? Hyuga ignored Orochimaru's shock and calmly posed a question. Chakra originated from the Six Paths Sage. Orochimaru instantly felt a chill run down his spine. He indeed knew this. The records had always existed in the ninja world. Is all of this a conspiracy? Orochimaru sneered. He was too clever and quickly pieced together the puzzle. If you have any questions, you can ask later. Tsunade and Shikamaru have also handled things on their side. After saying that Hinata's consciousness completely disappeared from Orochimaru's soul space. Chapter 30. Orochimaru falls into the trap. Not long after Orochimaru emerged from the soul space, the six paths will within Tsunade and Shinji was also cleared. The three of them felt as if a massive stone that had long pressed down on them had been lifted. Their rapidly eroding soul consciousness gradually recovered. Tsunade and Shinji looked at Hyuga with some curiosity. They didn't realize what had happened. They only felt that their bodies seemed to have undergone some changes. Only the awakened Orochimaru understood the general truth and appeared somewhat deflated. His complexion turned very ugly, and it was clear that he was not at peace inside. As usual, Hyuga did not provide any answers to Tsunade and the others and prepared to take them back to the main camp. The reason for returning to the old place to erase the Six Paths will was to prevent the Six Path from discovering it and shamelessly controlling other ninjas to interfere. So far, it seemed effective, and there had been no disturbances. Meanwhile, the Six Path Sage in the Pure Land was nearly exploding with rage. He never expected Hyuga to be so bold. He had pulled out all the nails he had buried. He had also completely obliterated the portion of his will that reached into the ninja world. This made him realize that Hyuga existence could potentially impact the promotion and dissemination of his chakra system. This remnant of the Warring States period not only successfully changed the fate script he had established, but also had a deep understanding of his actions. What worried the Six Path Sage even more was that Hyuga had the capability to deal a devastating blow to the chakra system he had established. The Six Path Sage's killing intent was completely uncontrollable. It had been thousands of years. No one had ever made him lose his composure like this. Even when he had a fierce fight with his brother over differing ideals, he had never been this furious. Hyuga was no longer just an unstable factor. He was the gravedigger of the Six Paths chakra system. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. It would be best to drag his soul into the Pure Land and torture him daily to vent the Six Paths Sage's anger. However, how to deal with Hyuga was indeed a dilemma. The inaction of the three great sage beings also infuriated the Six Paths Sage. It was them who proposed cooperation, yet now they turned a blind eye to his pleas for help. If it weren't for his efforts, the ninja world wouldn't be in its current situation. Yet they, having eaten well, smashed the pot and took all the benefits. The Six Paths Sage felt helpless. The control these original native sages had over the deeper powers of this world far exceeded his expectations. What frustrated the Six Paths Sage the most was that he couldn't defeat them. Although his yin-yang release had already reached a transformative state, capable of reversing life and death, changing endlessly, and possessing immense power. He could easily use any ninjutsu, but the three sages completely overpowered him. After all, they were also on a path of sagehood, based on natural energy cultivation methods. While not the great Tao, it still had absolute suppression over the Six Paths Sage's unorthodox methods. As the Six Paths Sage was brooding in anger, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from the Eastern Pure Land. It seemed extremely violent, directly confronting the Six Paths Sage, who was having difficulty controlling his killing intent. Some things in the Pure Land have been restless recently. Do they really think I'm a soft persimmon? I can't deal with Hyuga far away, but I can deal with you bunch of monsters. The Six Paths Sage's anger skyrocketed, and he quickly soared into the sky, flying eastward toward the Pure Land. At the border of Awagakure, in the Konoha main camp. After returning to the camp, Hyuga separated from Orochimaru and the others. The matter had been handled. The rest will be left to time. Hyuga believed that Orochimaru would not disappoint him. With his talent, after being freed from the Six Paths Sage's restraints, there would surely be earth-shattering changes. What Hyuga could do now was guide him, continuously watering and fertilizing this perfect seed. He needed to promote his sprouting as soon as possible, establish ideals for him, and usher in his mission and rebirth. Days passed, and Orochimaru had lost interest in handling political affairs, even asking Tsunade to help for a while. He was contemplating the truth of the world. As Hyuga said, he previously felt like a frog sitting in a well, only seeing a tiny piece of the sky. The ninja world was a massive cage, trapping all ninjas. Without Hyuga guidance and help, perhaps Orochimaru would never have escaped the cage. Even the powerful Senju Hashirama and Uchiha were no different, right? Orochimaru knew he did not have their strength, but he was luckier than them. When his body became completely pure, he could feel a sense of freedom filling his mind and body. Perhaps it was indeed time to break away from this chaotic game of ninja villages. It It was nothing more than a series of clown-like performances, yet countless lives were lost because of it. How tragic. Maybe as Hugashin said, in the hundreds of years of chaos, which era did not have strong individuals? There were those who thought of unifying the ninja world, but their thoughts must have all been distorted. This world had truly fallen completely. Senior Shin, is this the reason you have always persisted? How powerful must the darkness lurking in the ninja world be? If the six-path sage is so strong, then what about the sages of the three great sacred lands? What role do they play? Orochimaru had begun to seek the truth of the ninja world, and he was getting closer. His thoughts were continually sublimating. The pond of the ninja world could not contain the wild horse that had broken free. He increasingly agreed with Hugashin's idea of unification. The more the hidden hands opposed them, the more it indicated they were on the right path. In the evening, Orochimaru came alone to visit Hugashin. With his thoughts sorted out, his entire spirit had changed. It was a feeling of freedom, like a bird that had long been trapped finally escaping its cage and soaring into the sky. You've come? Sit. Hugashin greeted Orochimaru, who entered the tent, gesturing to the tatami mat. Senior, I'm sorry to disturb you. Orochimaru politely greeted. Have all your doubts been resolved? If you have any questions this time, feel free to ask. I won't play guessing games with you this time. Hugashin knew Orochimaru's intentions must be for something. Senior Shin, why do you think so highly of me? We should not have known each other before. Orochimaru did not rush to ask, but instead voiced his long-standing confusion. Although he was indeed very talented, he was also very confident in this regard. After all, as a commoner in an era where most relied on family secret techniques and bloodlines to become strong, he had every right to be proud. You are correct that you don't know me, but how do you know I don't know you? I paid attention to you before you became one of the legendary three ninjas. Hugashin spoke confidently, weaving a tale without hesitation, quite naturally. This guy was increasingly fitting into the role of a great mentor. Upon hearing Hugashin's response, Orochimaru's confusion was resolved, and a smile appeared on his face. The recognition and trust from a strong individual were always worth celebrating and looking forward to for the chaff of the ninja world. Hugashin understood this long ago and utilized it skillfully. What plans do you have for the future, senior? Orochimaru asked. Perhaps in this final stretch, I will try to leave seeds of hope for this world. Hugashin said seriously, as if he were a great sage concerned about the beings of the ninja world. Has senior already made plans? Orochimaru inquired. Well, for now, let's prioritize the research on how to investigate and eliminate the will of the six paths otherwise. Any action would be unnecessary, merely adding to the ridicule and serving as a wedding dress for others. So what comes next? Orochimaru asked. Establish an organization. Set up an ideal, recruit a group of strong individuals, and make an effort for this distorted ninja world. I want to create a unified and perfect ninja world. As for success or failure, it all depends on fate. At least we will have tried. Living in darkness, but with our hearts towards the light. I hope this will be a reflection of my life after death. Will you support me, Orochimaru? Hinata Makoto began to share his plans with Orochimaru and sought his opinion. Absolutely. Senior Makoto, please let me join. Orochimaru responded with great determination. The newly sprouted seed has finally germinated, and the dragon-slaying warriors have already set out. The day of reckoning is not far off. Sage of the Six Paths, are you ready to face your judgment? Chapter 31, Approaching Departure. Hyuga Makoto had an in-depth conversation with Orochimaru, briefly introducing his plans. This heartfelt exchange brought Orochimaru and Hyuga Makoto closer together, earning Orochimaru's deep admiration for Hyuga Makoto's grand ideals. A person over 80 years old, entrenched in darkness, still yearns for the light, even while trapped in a cage. He wishes to bring change to this distorted world. Hyuga Makoto's unwavering belief moved Orochimaru. He questioned his own ability to achieve such a thing. Orochimaru's involvement pushed Hyuga Makoto's plans forward once again. It wasn't easy. After nearly a month of effort, the return was finally realized. This was also the longest time Hyuga Makoto had spent on his mission since he began preaching. But it was worth it. Through his conversation with Orochimaru, he learned that Orochimaru had lost interest in the war that had long been scripted. He also looked down upon the narrow-minded thoughts of protecting villages and families. Orochimaru had jumped out of the well and seen a broader sky. He also felt sorrow for the ninjas who were shrouded in darkness, lacking self-awareness, yet remained oblivious to it. Orochimaru even expressed a desire to leave Konoha and follow Hyuga Makoto to sow seeds of hope in the ninja world, but Hyuga Makoto refused. He stated that he was already a decayed body, and it was his mission to become the nourishment for the seeds. The dark hands of the ninja world would certainly not allow their nursery to be destroyed. They would face a storm of obstacles and persecution. These seedlings still needed a better environment to grow. Until they had sufficient strength, they needed to develop steadily for a while. Hyuga Makoto's spirit of selfless dedication brought Orochimaru's respect and admiration to a peak. Hyuga Makoto gradually achieved his initial plan to become Orochimaru's spiritual mentor, guiding light, an ideal leader. However, it was about time. Hyuga Makoto needed to continue his journey through the ninja world, walking the path of a great sage and teacher. Sowing seeds of hope. Orochimaru had initially embarked on the ideal and journey that Hyuga Makoto had planned for him, and the hidden dangers on him had also been eliminated. After a few more days of nurturing and some motivational guidance, he just needed to stabilize his core concepts. It was also about time to leave. The ninja world, under the script of the Sage of Six Paths, had never ceased fighting, and it was still the same now. Over the years of war, countless families had lost loved ones, and many children had lost parents. Scorpion was the same. He was a pitiful child, and the death of his parents in his childhood caused him significant psychological trauma. As a genius puppet master, he even created puppets of his father and mother to keep him company. Although he had Chiyo's company, his childhood lost its brilliance. Yearning for his parents' love, he gradually became twisted, pouring all his thoughts into the study of puppetry. Only puppets would never die. They could accompany him forever. At the same time, he harbored deep hatred for the third Kazekage, who had caused his parents' deaths. He blamed his parents' death on the third Kazekage. Scorpion believed that as the Kazekage of Sunagakure, it was the third Kazekage's responsibility to protect the villagers. Yet his parents died due to the missions arranged by the third Kazekage. In Scorpion's eyes, he was unqualified as a village leader. Therefore, besides studying puppetry, he also delved deeply into the art of poison making. His aim was to one day kill the third Kazekage and take revenge for his deceased parents. He wanted to put an end to what he viewed as an unqualified Kazekage. To this end, Scorpion worked hard and gradually revealed his talent. He was then noticed by the third Kazekage and taken in as a member of the guard team. This brought him a step closer to his goal. Finally, during a secret mission, Scorpion found an opportunity. He secretly poisoned the third Kazekage in advance, successfully killing the still relatively strong third Kazekage. He prepared to turn his body into a puppet as his trump card. After all, the third Kazekage was still very strong, as a wielder of magnetic bloodline limits. His sand and iron jutsu were rarely matched. Scorpion's actions became the spark that ignited the third Great Ninja War. After killing the third Kazekage, Scorpion defected and never returned to the village. In his view, there was nothing left for him to cherish there. Next, he would pursue his path of eternal puppetry. However, Scorpion did not know that he had already caught someone's attention. Moreover, the advanced team of the immortal duo had already entered the Land of Wind, beginning to search for his whereabouts. Hey, Kakuzu, where are we supposed to find someone with just a name? At least let the leader provide more information. I still need to preach to the Lord of the Evil God and offer sacrifices. The young Haiden complained to Kakuzu incessantly. He was genuinely a bit anxious, running around every day, unable to accomplish anything. Even the faith in the Lord of the Evil God was starting to complain. Shut up, Haiden. You've been complaining all day. Can you be quiet for a bit? Kakuzu was also somewhat annoyed. This method of searching was indeed not effective. Unlike Haiden, Scorpion had no obvious markers besides his identity as a puppet master, and as a ninja, he knew better how to hide his identity. Although Kakuzu scolded Haiden, he still took his advice and prepared to seek help from Hyuga Makoto to see if he could provide any useful information. He immediately activated the ring's secret technique to send a message. After a while, a figure projected from the ring, and it was indeed Hyuga Makoto. Kakuzu, is there some difficulty in contacting me? Did Haiden join? As soon as Hyuga Makoto's projection appeared, he asked. Haiden has joined under my strong invitation. And now we are searching for the other preparatory member you mentioned, Scorpion. But this person has too little information, and he is no longer in Sunagakure, making him hard to find. I wanted to ask if you have any relevant information. Kakuzu stated the current results and difficulties. Kakuzu, your speed indeed exceeded my expectations. You managed to get Haiden to join so quickly. As for Scorpion, you all can wait a bit. In a few days, once I finish my matters here, I will personally come to help you. During this time, you can also do some things you want to do. Hyuga Makoto first praised Kakuzu's workability, then responded to his inquiry. Hyuga Makoto also understood that Scorpion would be hard to find. It was strange for someone who had done such a big thing not to hide and avoid the spotlight. All right, we will wait for you in the Land of Wind for a few days, It just happens to be a time for us to rest." Kakuzu no longer asked further, cutting off communication without even mentioning their location. He knew Hyuga Makoto could locate them because the ring had real-time positioning capabilities. "Well, Kakuzu-san, I should be able to take this opportunity to preach to the Lord of the Evil God and offer sacrifices, right?" The leader said we could do what we wanted to do. Hayden could no longer suppress his desire to preach. Once there was an opportunity, he would really climb up the pole. "Sure, but don't recklessly kill civilians. Our organization does not allow such behavior. Go find a black market and take some tasks to eliminate bandits. You can earn money and also offer sacrifices to your evil god." Kakuzu was economically minded. Not only did he solve Hayden's troubles, but he could also earn money, making it a win-win situation. The two then headed toward the nearest black market. On the other hand, Hyuga Makoto received Kakuzu's message and learned that Hayden had already joined and was searching for Scorpion's whereabouts in the Land of Wind. "I can't help but sigh. Jiaodu, this worker, is really getting things done. There's no need for reminders at all. However, they also need to quickly clear their six-path will, otherwise, if it gets discovered by the six paths and he can't catch up, it will all be in vain. Currently, the research on clearing the six-path will has hit a bottleneck. While I really want to give this group of seeds a chance for self-discovery, for safety's sake, Hinata Makoto has decided to first clear the six-path as backup plans for them. This is also the reason he needs to go personally. The entire situation is developing in a positive direction. Although the research has some flaws, it's not a big deal. Hinata Makoto believes he will eventually come up with a solution. Another day has passed, and Orochimaru has come to visit again, chatting with Hinata Makoto. He's a bit unfocused lately, but then again, he already has a different worldview compared to those caged ninjas. They can't be on the same page anymore. Only here with Hinata Makoto can he speak freely and explore the true nature of the ninja world. Of course, Hinata Makoto is also very happy to water him, fertilize him, pour him toxic chicken soup, establish ideals and beliefs, and instill thoughts of creating a harmonious ninja world. However, Hinata Makoto still informs Orochimaru about his impending departure. In response, although Orochimaru expresses reluctance, he still supports Hinata Makoto's decision. Chapter 32 First encounter with Hayden. Orochimaru had anticipated Hinata's departure. After learning about Hinata's ideals and plans, he found his answer. In this ninja world shrouded in darkness, it was impossible for just one or two individuals to achieve great things. The evil within the ninja world was too deeply ingrained in people's hearts. The vast majority of people had distorted thoughts, yet they believed their actions were justified. Sometimes, what is truly terrifying is not the person committing the wrongdoings, but the majority who trust and support them, taking it for granted. This is how the ninja world under the shadow operates. Before Orochimaru left, Hinata handed him a ring and scroll. These were essential items that every qualified seed must possess. Hinata Nichiryu still lacked a lot, and if Hinata did not intervene, it would likely be after the war that he would gradually follow the path Hinata had planned for him. In the following days, besides studying daily tasks, Hinata spent most of his time communicating with Orochimaru. This surprised Tsunade, who was assisting Orochimaru. In her view, Orochimaru was not an easy person to get along with. Even she and Jiraiya had only become close friends after growing up together with Orochimaru over a long period. But Hinata, in just a month, had become a close friend to Orochimaru, to the point where Orochimaru became distracted from his work and visited Hinata daily. If Tsunade hadn't been around, she would have suspected that Hinata had used Jinjutsu on Orochimaru. However, she received notification from Hinata yesterday that he would be leaving soon. This made Tsunade feel a bit sad. Hinata was the last remaining elder in her beautiful childhood memories, and he had saved the dying Jew, altering her fate. This farewell may very well be eternal. If Hinata knew her thoughts, he would surely say, "Don't worry, there's a high probability you'll die before me." Of course, this was a joke. He was a great mentor who spread seeds of hope in the ninja world with the rest of his life. The future guide for a unified ninja world. He could not become an evil dragon like the Sage of Six Paths. Hinata understood well the principle that a dragon slayer may eventually become a dragon. He would ensure that his identity would have a glorious and impactful conclusion. At that time, he would likely be the only light illuminating the dark ninja world. With Orochimaru and Tsunade personally seeing him off, Hinata left. He had already exceeded his mission here. Not only had he guided Orochimaru onto the path he hoped for, but he had also changed Tsunade's predetermined fate. Now, it was time to seek out some quality seeds to sow ideals and hope, guiding these ignorant and pitiful puppets onto the glorious path of restoring the ninja world. As for Tsunade's future, he would no longer intervene. Whether she could join their ranks was now Orochimaru's task. This was also a test for Orochimaru. However, Hinata believed Orochimaru would not disappoint him, as Tsunade and Ju were currently the only two who had also escaped their cages. With Orochimaru's guidance, Ju's issue should not be a big problem. Tsunade would certainly be more troublesome. Her views were too rigid, and Hinata had not received the answers he wanted despite several attempts to probe. Although she was reasonably intelligent, her mindset was too narrow, and her principles would be difficult to change in the short term. Hinata did not have much time to waste at the moment. Before leaving, Hinata reminded Orochimaru and Tsunade that although he had changed Ju's fate, it did not mean he was safe. They still needed to be particularly cautious. Orochimaru understood and knew what Hinata meant. The Sage of Six Paths might still take action against Ju to steer fate back on track. Tsunade also took Hinata's words to heart and promised to be careful. Next, it was time to search for Kakuzu and Haiden in the Wind Country. According to the real-time positioning in the ring, Hinata quickly pinpointed the location of the immortal duo. After leaving the surveillance range of the Konoha camp, Hinata soared into the sky, heading towards the Wind Country. On a hill in the Wind Country, where bandits were hiding, bandits who had committed robbery were nailed to the ground, dying in a horrific manner, appearing as though they had committed suicide. This was the work of Haiden, who had taken on a task. His evil god had been urging him for days, and now he had satisfied the demand all at once. He likely wouldn't be urged again in the short term. Meanwhile, Kakuzu had taken the head of the bandit leader to collect the bounty. Although the money was little, Kakuzu didn't mind. As long as there was something to earn, he was satisfied, especially since he hadn't put in much effort. After finishing this task, Kakuzu intended to take on another task to continue making money, but upon seeing the flashing light on the ring, he gave up. He knew Hinata was almost there. He then found a quiet place with Haiden and waited quietly. Hinata sped along and quickly arrived near Kakuzu and Haiden's location. He immediately descended from the sky and rushed over. Kakuzu and Haiden had chosen a spot near a rarely visited canyon, surrounded by protruding rock columns, somewhat resembling the battlefield of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Due to the hard geology and jagged rocks, it was unsuitable for farming, resulting in sparse human habitation and relatively few birds and beasts. This might also be related to the harsh environment of the Wind Country. Here, Kakuzu sensed Hinata's arrival and reminded Haiden. Kakuzu and Haiden immediately stood up from the rocks to welcome Hinata. Within seconds, Hinata appeared before the immortal duo. Kakuzu, thank you for your hard work during this time. Your assistance has saved me a lot of time. As soon as Hinata appeared, he praised Kakuzu's work ethic. The leader overpraises me. This is what I should do. It is my honor to contribute to the great ideal. Kakuzu had begun to take on the role, considering himself a subordinate of Hinata. He was a principled man and one who valued rules. In front of newcomers, he needed to establish authority for his leader. Kakuzu was truly a destined worker. Hinata couldn't help but feel proud of his choice. This must be Haiden. He looks quite young. Hinata couldn't help but tease. Old man, although you are the leader, don't look down on me, or the evil god will be angry. The young Haiden, although prepped by Kakuzu about Hinata's existence, was still fearless and dared to challenge authority. Haiden, you must show respect to the leader. Kakuzu began verbal education for Haiden before Hinata could speak. It's fine. Being young means having some spirit. Hinata didn't mind Haiden's words and even invited him to spar. His main intention was to teach Haiden a lesson, showing him the vastness of the world, and not to think he was invincible just because he had a secret technique. Haiden was intrigued. Although he claimed to have no objections to Hinata as a leader, his inner discontent had always existed. When Kakuzu told him the leader was an elderly man over 80, he could hardly believe his ears. Generally, by the age of 80, one would be nearing the end of life. Yet Hinata had become the leader of the organization. He had questioned Kakuzu back then. Subsequently, Kakuzu provided Haiden with some knowledge about the Warring States period, which dispelled Haiden's doubts. Although he accepted it on the surface, he definitely felt unconvinced inside. He never believed that an elderly person in their 80s could still have any fighting power. This was also due to Kakuzu's pride. He didn't tell Haiden about his own defeat. Kakuzu still cared about his reputation, and how could he admit to his embarrassing moments? Seeing Haiden eager to try, Kakuzu didn't stop him. Facing some hardship could be a good thing. It would allow him to understand the leader's strength. Come on. Hyuga raised his left hand and waved his right sleeve to invite Haiden. Then I'll go. After saying this, Haiden charged forward with his bloody scythe. 3 minutes later, the match ended. Haiden was frustrated. He was almost overshadowed by the beating he received. If Kakuzu had fought him like an adult fighting a child, then Hyugajin dealt with him as easily as squashing an ant. Not to mention trying to obtain Hyugajin's blood. He couldn't even touch him, and the other party only used one hand. It was really hard to imagine that this was an elderly person in their 80s. Haiden finally began to genuinely respect this leader from the bottom of his heart. The ninja world is a place that values strength. If you have strength, you can earn respect. After the match, seeing that Haiden had calmed down, Hyugajin began to prepare for his next action, to cleanse the 6 paths will embedded within the immortal duo. Chapter 33, Spark. For this task, Hinata Makoto was already very familiar with it and had no issues. He prepared to completely extinguish the 6 paths will within Kakuzu before dealing with Haiden. Unexpectedly, this inspection brought Hinata Makoto an unexpected gain. Due to the influence of the Earth Grudge Fear, all 4 of Kakuzu's hearts belonged to others. The 6 paths will embedded within him was relatively more abundant and varied in strength. However, they were all in a dormant state and were instantly extinguished by Hinata Makoto. As for the 6 paths will within the soul, before it could even revive, it was captured by Hinata Makoto's divine sense and turned to ashes with a single slap. Giving it no chance to transmit information to the 6 paths, Kakuzu had previously been curious why Hinata Makoto suddenly asked him to sit cross-legged and concentrate, until he suddenly felt a change in his body. Not only an increase in chakra, but also an enhancement in purity. He felt as if he had shed his restraints, experiencing a refreshing sensation of liberation from heavy pressure. It felt like a release from a sea of suffering, which was quite miraculous. Moreover, he also sensed a significant change in his spirit. He felt as if he had been completely reborn, transformed from the inside out. Although filled with doubts, he knew it was not the time to ask questions. If he needed to know, Hinata Makoto would definitely tell him. On the other hand, the inspection of Haiden was quite interesting. Hinata Makoto possibly discovered a secret that had never been mentioned by the previous Hokage. That is, there was no chakra or 6 paths within Haiden's body. Instead, he possessed an entirely different type of energy. It seemed that this world was far from simple. Hinata Makoto knew he had taken another step closer to the truth of this world. Perhaps the Pure Land was not entirely dictated by the Sage of 6 Paths. There should be other unknown existences as well. As he studied the source of Haiden's internal power, Hinata Makoto already had his own speculation. After finishing the inspection and elimination of the nails within both bodies, Hinata Makoto felt much more at ease. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Kakuzu and Haiden's faces, he prepared to explain. I just conducted a thorough inspection of your bodies to help you remove the nails inside you. This world is far darker than you can imagine. The ninja world is merely a cage, and even the strong can become puppets at any time. For the ideal of our perfect world, we absolutely cannot allow you to be interfered with. However, Haiden is quite special. Currently, no inappropriate issues have been discovered, so let's observe for a while longer. Hinata Makoto's words immediately shocked Kakuzu. Even a strong person like him had unwittingly been implanted with nails and faced the risk of becoming a puppet. What kind of existence could be so terrifying? Kakuzu had no doubts about Hinata Makoto's words. That feeling of being reborn from the inside out was unmistakable. His body and soul seemed to have broken free from the shackles, and his chakra was now more pure and active, with a significantly increased quantity. It made Kakuzu recall that Hinata Makoto had mentioned there was a tricky issue that needed to be resolved, which was likely this problem. Thinking about it, if their members were all controlled, then what would be left to talk about the ideal of a perfect world? In the time that followed, Hinata Makoto told the two about the concealed truths of the ninja world and the existence of the Sage of 6 Paths. He also shared some of his plans and goals with Kakuzu and Haiden to give them a true understanding of the organization. He named the organization Spark, symbolizing that a single spark could ignite a prairie fire. Upon hearing Hinata Makoto's revelation of the true nature of the ninja world, Kakuzu found it almost unbelievable. He could hardly imagine that the entire ninja world was like a painted story, already under the control of hidden hands. Everything had been prearranged. Even they, the so-called strong, could lose their very selves at any moment. No wonder Hinata Makoto's ideals sounded so unreliable, yet he still persisted. He must be the only spark in the darkness that enveloped the ninja world. A strong sense of mission filled Kakuzu's heart, and he increasingly resonated with Hinata Makoto's vision of establishing a unified ninja world. If previously he had accepted Hinata Makoto's invitation out of a desire to find a new life goal and respect for the strong, now for Kaku, Overturning the darkness, shrouding the ninja world, had become his lifelong faith. This chaotic and distorted ninja world under the cover of darkness needed their organization's salvation. They would become a light to illuminate the dark ninja world. Haydn, on the other hand, seemed a bit oblivious. He wore a look of curiosity about such a significant matter, as if he had learned some monumental secret. However, that was normal. He was not part of the ninja system and could not empathize. But he did express his agreement with the organization's mission. In his words, "The great evil god is the true savior of the world, to break the darkness of the ninja world and welcome a bright future. The great evil god is the true deity." Hearing this, both Hinata Makoto and Kakuzu were left speechless. He never missed a chance to promote his faith in the evil god. This guy was so oblivious. It was hard to tell whether he truly didn't understand or was just pretending not to. Overall, the Undying duo had a thorough understanding of the goals and plans of the Spark organization. Their support and recognition of the idea of establishing a unified ninja world had deepened. With this, it was enough. Naturally, they then talked about inviting members to the organization. After all, Kakuzu and the others understood that with such grand ambitions and ideals, they could not accomplish anything without sufficiently strong teammates. This also made Kakuzu realize why Hinata Makoto would invite Haydn, this evil guy. Most likely, he was brought in to serve as a muscle. Considering Haydn's evil secret techniques were too bizarre, even strong people would probably find it hard to escape death if caught. The ones who would give their enemies headaches would be them. "Boss, is there anything special about the other prospective member, Scorpion, whom you mentioned earlier?" Kakuzu, having figured out why Hinata Makoto invited Haydn, also became interested in Scorpion. He can be considered the catalyst for the Third Shinobi World War. It was he who killed the third Kazekage. Hinata Makoto revealed a secret upon hearing Kakuzu's inquiry. The death of the third Kazekage had always been publicly blamed on Konoha by Sunagakure, which was well known. Unexpectedly, it was actually done by this prospective member. Kakuzu gained some confidence in the prospective member Scorpion, as even he would not be too sure of killing the third Kazekage. No wonder he was a talent carefully chosen by the boss. Each had their unique skills. So how do we go about finding this guy? He is very good at hiding, and after doing something this big, he probably won to show himself easily. Kakuzu was quite concerned about inviting new teammates. Only with enough strong allies could their ideals and beliefs have a chance of realization. Scorpion is a puppet master, so he must procure puppet materials. Have you investigated any material suppliers before? Do they have any news about Scorpion? Hinata Makoto expressed his thoughts. I did think of this, and I specifically found out the stores he frequently goes to for procurement. However, while those shopkeepers had some impression of Scorpion, they didn't know where he went, and he has shown up for quite some time, so there weren't any gains. Kakuzu responded to Hinata Makoto's question. After all, he was an old hand with rich experience, and with Hinata Makoto's guidance, he would naturally investigate related aspects. He just really hasn't found any useful clues. It's indeed not easy to locate, and you've all worked hard. Hinata replied sincerely. It's what we should do. But how should we search for Scorpion, this reserve member? Kakuzu asked Hinata for his opinion, wanted to hear his thoughts, and see if he could learn something. In his view, since Hinata was here, he must have a way. As an old-timer, Hinata's depth was something he deeply understood. You can search the underground black market or the stores that Scorpion often visits for items that belong to him. Puppets or puppet toys would work, and clothing items are also acceptable. Of course, if we can obtain a part of his body as a medium, that would be even better. If we can't get anything, I'll personally go to Sunagakure and find a way to take some of his personal belongings. Finding someone is not a difficult task for Hinata. If he could advance to the Divine Soul Realm, he could easily calculate an approximate location just by name. He can still do that now, but it consumes a lot and it's not cost-effective. It's better to use the old method, which won't take much time. Scorpion, hiding in a remote village, is studying how to turn the body of the third Kazekage into a puppet, completely unaware that the person who will change his life is about to arrive. Chapter 34 Found. After receiving orders, Kakuzu and Haydn immediately set off and acted separately. Haydn went to the underground black market to post a task for purchasing and customizing a Scorpion puppet, while Kakuzu went to various material shops to see if he could find some personal items belonging to Scorpion. Having a team made a difference. Many things didn't require him to run around, which saved time. Hinata was also busy, finding a nice inn to continue his research. Damn you, Sage of Six Paths. You've really given me a tough problem, Hinata silently cursed. Unbeknownst to him, the Sage of Six Paths, residing in the Pure Land, was also cursing him. Influenced by Hinata, the sage had nearly lost his composure and even went out to fight someone. The two shared a strange telepathic connection. 3 days swiftly passed, and Hinata's research advanced to a new level. Results should come soon. Kakuzu and Haydn also sent updates, reporting they had collected the scorpion puppet, but personal items were not obtained. Kakuzu found nothing at the material shops. Scorpion remained very cautious. However, Haydn's task for purchasing a scorpion puppet at the black market was accepted, and it was quickly delivered. Hinata returned to the original meeting spot, where Kakuzu and Haydn were already waiting. Beside them was a puppet the height of a person. It bore Scorpion's label, precisely his work. Items from the underground black market might have questionable origins, but their authenticity rarely became an issue. The ninja world is a place governed by rules. Once fraud is detected, one not only faces being blacklisted by the market, but is also prohibited from taking on black market tasks. In severe cases, one might even be hunted down by black market ninja assassins. Therefore, hardly anyone commits fraud. This has been an established notion for many years. Haydn, this is for you. Last time, I was too busy chatting and forgot to give you this. Hinata wiped his ring, and a ring similar to Kakuzu's appeared, along with a scroll. He wasn't in a hurry to search for Scorpion's whereabouts. He had already obtained the item, so there was no rush. Scorpion couldn't escape. Oh, thank you, leader. I thought I wouldn't get it, Haydn said, taking the ring and scroll, his mood instantly brightening. He had been eyeing this for a long time. Every member of the Starfire organization would have one. This would be our organization's emblem. I just don't know if you can use it. Try it out first and see if it works. If there is an issue, I can customize another one for you. The energy within Haydn came from the evil god, and Hinata wasn't sure if he could use it. Kakuzu silently waited, not speaking. Haydn opened the scroll and began to experiment using the methods described within. Utilizing the communication ring wasn't overly complicated. After some contemplation, Haydn asked Kakuzu about a few points he didn't quite understand. After receiving answers, he basically figured out how to use it. Haydn then began to try using his own power, and to his surprise, it worked. He just wasn't very skilled at it yet. It seemed the evil god's power had a similar essence to the chakra system of the sage of 6 paths. Hinata, though somewhat surprised, suddenly seemed to understand something. He felt he had entered a misunderstanding. Whether it was chakra or natural energy, they were both forms of energy, just at different levels. If his communication method could operate with natural energy and chakra, then other energies could naturally work too. Just like a vehicle, it could run on gasoline, diesel, or even water as long as it's energy. The only difference would be the speed. But as long as it worked, that was good enough. It saved time on customization. Next came the investigation of Scorpion. Hinata ignored Haydn, who was excitedly experimenting with his new toy, and directly approached the puppet. Kakuzu's gaze followed him, curious to see how Hinata would locate Scorpion and hoping to learn something. Hinata placed his hand on the part of the puppet marked with Scorpion's label. Back to the source. A powerful aura emanated from Hinata, capturing the attention of both Kakuzu and Haydn. In the northwest of the Wind Country, in a remote village about 300 kilometers away. He really knows how to hide. No wonder you two couldn't find him. Hinata commented on Scorpion's location while praising his caution. Now that the leader has found his location, when shall we set off? Kakuzu, being sensible, even if he had thoughts of his own, still wanted to hear the leader's plan. Unfortunately, he hadn't learned much from it. As for Haydn, he just needed to follow orders. Since we have the specific location, let's set off immediately. Time waits for no one. I don't have much time to waste. The future belongs to you. I hope in this final period, I can help you find a group of strong and like-minded teammates. The darkness of the ninja world needs a spark, and I believe you will eventually inherit my will and accomplish the great cause of unification. Overturn the clouds that obscure the lives of all beings. Create a perfect world. Hinata's motivational speech came pouring out, filling Kakuzu and Haydn with enthusiasm. They almost wished to immediately overthrow this decaying ninja world. Seeing the two in high spirits, Hinata no longer hesitated and immediately took the lead to fly away. Kakuzu and Haydn quickly followed. Every companion on the road to combating darkness would be a precious asset. In a remote village in the northwest of the Wind Country, Scorpion had recently been studying how to preserve the bloodline limitability of the third Kazekage, and had finally made progress in his experiment to create a puppet. After all, without the bloodline limit, the third Kazekage couldn't display his powerful abilities. For this reason, he had hidden away for several months, completely unaware of the chaos his actions had caused in the ninja world. However, even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Pursuing the eternal path of puppetry was his destined mission. For hours later, Hinata, Kakuzu, and Haydn arrived near the village where Scorpion was hiding. After all, It was over 300 kilometers away. Even for ninjas, it was a considerable distance. Plus, they had to take care of Haydn, whose weaker strength made it difficult for him to keep up. Let's rest and adjust before we go after Scorpion, our prospective member. Seeing Haydn a bit out of breath, Hinata was quite understanding. They were so close now, he couldn't run away. Hearing Hinata's words, Haydn found a comfortable spot to sit and rest. He was indeed a bit tired. He had been exerting himself to keep up with the two older guys. At times, he even wondered who the real young one was. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was fine. His strength was sufficient, and although older, he wasn't very fatigued. But since Hinata had spoken, he had no objections and sat down obediently to adjust. Hinata stood in place, not panting or flushed waiting. He didn't plan to intervene in the invitation to Scorpion. That was Kakuzu and Haydn's task. After all, he would eventually pass away, and the seeds needed to learn to be independent. He, Hinata, was the great sage of the ninja world, the spreader of the idea of unification, the founder of a perfect world, the life mentor for those who have lost their way, the light illuminating the darkness of the ninja world. He was not a babysitter trailing behind to clean up messes. He could guide many things, but couldn't intervene all the time. He needed to let them learn self-redemption and dare to struggle against their predetermined fate. This was Hinata's ultimate goal. How could one break through this world shrouded in darkness without a firm will and belief? Half an hour later, the two were ready. Having adjusted their state, prepared to strike at any moment. The three set off together to the village. Scorpion was in that village, in the house at the far corner. From here on, it's up to you. Hinata Masashi handed a ring to Kakuzu and then provided the specific location. Rest assured, leader, we will definitely bring Scorpion into the organization and make him a part of building the perfect world. Kakuzu took the ring and immediately headed towards the house where Scorpion was hiding, accompanied by Haydn. Chapter 35, Recruitment and Temptation. Kakuzu and Haydn walked straight toward the house where Scorpion was hiding, without a moment's pause. Hyuganiji went to a hill several hundred meters outside the village. Looking down on the development of events, he could sense the existence of the six paths well from 5 kilometers away, let alone now. The few hundred meters distance was no different than standing right in front of him under his spiritual perception. As Kakuzu and Haydn approached Scorpion's hiding place, Scorpion, busy inside the house, seemed to have sensed something. He stopped what he was doing, concentrating intensely, with a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Scorpion had not yet transformed himself into a puppet. He was still a being of flesh and blood. Who goes there? Scorpion had detected something unusual. Kakuzu and Haydn, who were almost at the door, also halted their steps. Scorpion, come out. We came specifically for you. Kakuzu wasted no time, making his intentions clear. Could it be that my killing of the third Kazekage has been exposed? Scorpion thought to himself. He then put away the unfinished puppet of the third Kazekage, slung the large scroll over his back, and opened the door. No matter what, he still had the courage to meet his enemy. Who are you? Why do you say you came specifically for me? Upon opening the door, Scorpion looked at the strangely dressed, middle-aged man and a boy about his age outside, asking with some curiosity. These two didn't look like ninjas from Sunagakure, so he thought that his killing of the third Kazekage hadn't been revealed. He was curious about how Kakuzu and Haydn had found him and what their purpose was. This isn't a place for conversation. Come with us. Kakuzu glanced at the people occasionally passing by in the village and invited Scorpion. Without waiting for Scorpion to respond, he led Haydn toward the outskirts of the village. Kakuzu was confident that Scorpion would follow. Strong individuals have their own pride, and young, strong individuals even more so. Scorpion was indeed very curious about the intentions of these two, especially since he didn't sense any killing intent from them. So he didn't think too much and followed along. He wanted to see what these two wanted from him. The three of them walked in a line, and soon arrived at an uninhabited area a few hundred meters behind the village. Speak. Who are you? And why do you say you came specifically for me? Scorpion asked immediately as the two stopped. We are members of the Starfire organization, and we came to invite you to join us because we value your talents. Kakuzu stated the purpose of their visit. What Starfire organization? I've never heard of it. I'm not interested. Scorpion rejected it without a second thought. This is your only chance to escape the cage, and it will also mark the beginning of your fate's change. I hope you will consider it seriously. Kakuzu said with a very serious tone. Cage? Opportunity? Fate? Huh. Who can trap me? No one can dictate my destiny. I am eternal. Scorpion said with great confidence, his words carrying a hint of youthful arrogance. Another problem, child. The leader's judgment is too accurate. Haydn was just like this back then. Kakuzu couldn't help but think. What you see is merely what others want you to know. The darkness of the ninja world exceeds your imagination. You pride yourself on being a puppet master, yet you don't realize that you are also someone else's puppet. You are completely unaware of the dangers that exist. Seeing that Scorpion was somewhat difficult, Kakuzu had no choice but to play his trump card. As a puppet master, Scorpion was recognized as a genius in the art of puppetry by Sunagakure, and now someone was saying he was someone else's puppet. Although he indeed had thoughts of transforming himself into a puppet, he could never allow anyone to say he was another's puppet. That would be a trampling of his dignity as a genius puppet master. Are you provoking me? Do you know that what you said is the greatest insult to a puppet master? Scorpion was getting a bit angry. I'm just speaking the truth. You just don't know it yet. The ninja world is shrouded in darkness, and you think you can really kill the third Kazekage? Everything is merely a script that has long been arranged. You are just an insignificant pawn in it. The coming of the Ninja World War has allowed you to complete your mission. Otherwise, you would still be muddling along without a self. Kakuzu continued to explain the terrifying facts. On the way here, he had communicated with Huganiji and had enough understanding of Scorpion. Hearing that this member of the Starfire organization actually knew he had killed the third Kazekage shocked Scorpion. Even the people of Sunagakure didn't know he had done this. How did this Starfire organization know? Moreover, the Ninja World War had actually broken out? What on earth has happened in these few months? Scorpion was a bit overwhelmed by the flood of information. How do you know I killed the third Kazekage? And what do you mean by script and mission? Why do you say I have lost myself? Scorpion sorted through the information and then seriously voiced his doubts. I told you, the darkness of the ninja world exceeds your imagination. As for your information, our Starfire organization knows it in great detail. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come to invite you. If you want to know the truth, then join us. You will escape the cage of the ninja world and understand the truth of this distorted world shrouded in darkness. Kakuzu began to tempt Scorpion with the truth. After hearing Kakuzu's words, Scorpion frowned. He didn't know what this organization's true intentions were. They spoke of vague things but didn't provide answers. However, this indeed piqued his curiosity. What is the purpose of your Starfire organization? Seeing that Kakuzu didn't answer, Scorpion posed the question. He wanted to see what this organization, which knew so much about him, was really after. Our mission is to establish a unified and perfect ninja world, to overthrow the puppet masters who have been behind the scenes for thousands of years. Kakuzu answered Scorpion's question. Unified? Perfect ninja world? Puppet masters? Scorpion was a bit taken aback. In his perception, the middle-aged man he was talking to had absolutely strong power, and this person spoke with certainty, as if it were indeed the case. Does the ninja world really have an undisclosed side? Scorpion's curiosity intensified, but at the same time, his trust in this Starfire organization increased a bit. Because if they really wanted to conceal something from him, they wouldn't have spoken such unreliable ideals. A unified ninja world is something even the god of ninjas couldn't achieve, and a perfect world seemed even more unrealistic to Scorpion. As for the puppet master, he felt there was indeed a certain possibility. Then if what they said is true, have I really lost myself? Are the so-called scripts and pawns real? Am I truly someone else's puppet? For a moment, he fell silent, constantly pondering the possibilities of it all. Kakuzu and Haiden didn't disturb him, quietly waiting. However, Haiden was a bit displeased. When he joined, he had been thoroughly beaten. This kid, who was about the same age as him, was now being invited by Kakuzu to discuss ideals. And this guy was still ungrateful. If it weren't for Kakuzu's prior warning, he would have already shown this kid the might of the evil god. Scorpion's mind kept floating with Kakuzu's words, recalling everything from his past. There was indeed a point of doubt. Killing the third Kazekage had been too easy. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed incredible. Although he was confident in the poison he prepared, the third Kazekage, as a shadow-level powerhouse, had discovered it too late. It seemed as if he was coordinating with his actions. Scorpion recalled the script that had mentioned about pawns, losing oneself, and couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, cold sweat pouring down. Have you figured it out? Join us, and you will escape the swamp you are already trapped in, break free from the cage that confines you, and gain true freedom. Know everything you want to know. Saw the cold sweat on Scorpion's forehead and knew that Scorpion had some suspicions, so he tempted him again to join the Spark organization. Scorpion also came to a conclusion. Since he wasn't sure, he might as well join to find out. If it was a deception, he could just leave. But if it was true, that would be terrifying. Although he was very interested in the ideals of your organization, I still need to verify your strength. After all, achieving the so-called great unification and perfect world is not that simple. Without enough power, You can't convince me. Scorpion no longer hesitated and decided to make the final verification. Chapter 36. Scorpion joins. So, we're really gonna fight, huh? Kakuzu had already anticipated this in his heart. Strong individuals are not easily convinced by words. Not everyone is like Naruto Uzumaki, who has the Sage of Six Paths to back him up. Haiden became instantly interested after hearing Scorpion's words. He'd been waiting for this moment for a long time. I'll fight you. He immediately prepared to take his scythe and engage in battle with Scorpion. Come back, Haiden. Kakuzu stopped him just as Haiden had taken 2 steps. In Kakuzu's view, while Haiden might be able to hold his own against Scorpion in terms of physical combat, Scorpion was a puppeteer, and it would be difficult for Haiden to get close. Moreover, even if Haiden managed to trick and kill the 3rd Kazekage, Scorpion's strength was likely not low either. His power was still an unknown factor. Otherwise, Hinata Wooden Tea have specifically reminded him. Since Haiden had his unique methods, Scorpion probably had his merits as well. This was an opportunity for Scorpion to understand the organization's strength and to showcase the organization's capabilities. Haiden couldn't just run wild. Although his strength was average, his abilities were too dangerous. Using them against future teammates would have a negative impact. Therefore, Kakuzu decided to take the lead himself and let Scorpion understand the organization's strength. TCH, Haiden pouted, reluctantly returning to his position. Hey Kakuzu, don't lose, otherwise the organization will lose face. Haiden still couldn't help but mutter a couple of complaints. Come on, kid. Kakuzu issued a battle invitation to Scorpion, ignoring Haiden's complaints. Scorpion did not hesitate either. He immediately took down the large scroll he had been carrying on his back. He then tossed the scroll onto the ground, laid it flat, and made a few simple hand seals before slamming his palm down on the scroll. Boom! 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 10 puffs of white smoke rose up, and instantly, 10 humanoid puppets appeared. Chakra threads instantly connected, and the 10 puppets seemed to come to life. Could it be the 10 shinobi of Chikamatsu? No. Their structure and appearance were different. Could he already control 10 puppets at such a young age? Kakuzu was startled when he saw the 10 puppets. Thinking that Scorpion had obtained the 10 shinobi of Chikamatsu, the ancestor of puppeteers, which shocked him. After all, very few puppeteers could control 10 puppets. During the village building era, Sunagakure produced the ancestor of puppetry, Chikamatsu Monzaemon. He was also one of the founders of Sunagakure. The 10 shinobi he commanded were extremely powerful, capable of offense, defense, and using poison techniques, sealing techniques, hidden weapons, sword techniques, and more. He made a significant name for himself during the late Warring States period and the village building era, and later his puppets were referred to as the 10 shinobi of Chikamatsu. Kakuzu had seen him fight from a distance. He was a very strong and troublesome presence. Therefore, he had specifically studied puppetry and had a certain understanding of it. For a puppeteer, the more puppets they can control and the higher their proficiency, the stronger they become. Thus, Kakuzu did not dare to be careless. He immediately took off his outer clothes and ripped open his back, instantly summoning 4 Doton, Yomi clones. He also needed to go all out, otherwise, if Haiden was right, he would have something to laugh about in the future. Scorpion was indeed surprised by Kakuzu's transformation, but his movements did not stop. He simply waved his 10 fingers slightly. The puppets immediately launched an attack on Kakuzu. He had already grasped the highest secret of puppetry, the 10-finger manipulation. One white puppet wielding a large sword broke through to Kakuzu's main body and slashed down. Doton hardening. Kakuzu did not evade, directly using the hardening technique to grip the puppet's sword with one hand. He then threw a punch, striking the puppet's weak point. Instantly, one puppet was destroyed. Scorpion, being young, indeed lacked combat experience. However, he realized that a single assault could lead to puppet losses, so he immediately commanded the puppets to surround Kakuzu and attack. Kakuzu's 4 clones instantly joined the battle. Although it was a duel between 2 people, it felt like a small-scale war. The scene was quite lively for a moment. F-Ton, wind pressure. Katon, fire bullet. Raidun, false darkness. Suetun, water dragon bullet. Kakuzu's 4 clones took off into the air, launching a barrage of long-range attacks at Scorpion's puppets. They coordinated extremely well, first combining wind with fire, then water with lightning, causing massive damage over a wide area. Kakuzu himself, facing the assault of numerous puppets, instantly used Doton to burrow underground. He then appeared in another location. This put significant pressure on Scorpion. After all, he had no air superiority. It was very difficult for the puppets to harm Kakuzu's main body, who excelled in Doton. Moreover, The presence of water on the ground also enhanced Kakuzu's right-on attacks. If he hadn't hidden behind the puppets, he likely would have been hit by Kakuzu. The entire battle was extremely unfavorable for him. Hidden weapons, Thousand Hands of Rain. One puppet opened its mouth wide and unleashed a flurry of shots towards the airborne clones. Secret technique, Thousand Hands Manipulation. Countless slender puppet arms attacked Kakuzu, who had just evaded the encirclement. Although this technique had considerable power, the attacks were too rigid. Moreover, Scorpion's control over this puppetry technique was far from sufficient. It hadn't reached the later stage density of attacks akin to a machine gun. For Kakuzu, who had rich combat experience, the weaknesses were quite evident. He dodged all of Scorpion's attacks. Kakuzu's clones were still hovering in the air, continuously bombarding Scorpion with various ninjutsu, forcing him to be on the defensive, unable to continue attacking his main body. All of Scorpion's puppets had to retract and defend themselves. The battle between the two continued for about 2 to 3 minutes, with one on the offense and the other on the defense. However, Scorpion still couldn't evade Kakuzu's tentacle punch attack and was injured. Throughout the entire battle, Scorpion was being suppressed and firmly pinned down. If it were a life-and-death battle, Scorpion might not last 10 minutes under Kakuzu's hands. After all, he had not yet grown to his later stage strength. Some shortcomings were acceptable. This also made Scorpion realize the power of the Starfire organization. Any random member could easily overpower him. After a while, the two ceased fighting, demonstrating a tacit understanding. What are your thoughts? Have you decided to join our organization? Kakuzu was the first to ask. Your strength has earned my recognition. I can join. However, it's best if the facts are indeed as you say. If I find out that you've deceived me, I will withdraw at any time. Scorpion agreed. Of course, our organization allows free entry and exit. We never force anyone. We only fear that once you understand the truth, you want to leave. After all, the Starfire organization is the only light in this darkened ninja world. Kakuzu welcomed Scorpion's joining. Welcome aboard. Haiden also came over, carrying his scythe. Faced with their goodwill, Scorpion simply nodded. Now, can you tell me about the so-called truth? Scorpion asked impatiently. No rush. We need to take you to meet the leader first, to help you break free from your cage and shake off your shackles. Kakuzu answered Scorpion's question. Cage shackles? What do you mean? Now that I've joined, why won't you speak plainly to me? Scorpion felt a bit unhappy. Everything will be explained after you meet the leader. There is no need to rush now. Just like you said, if it's a deception, you can withdraw. Kakuzu could see that Sasori's expression was somewhat impatient, so he immediately began to explain. Let's go. Follow us to meet the leader. He's already waiting for you. Without waiting for Sasori's response, Kakuzu turned and left. Haiden followed closely behind, and naturally, Sasori had to join as well. It didn't hurt to take this step. He was even more interested in the so-called truth in darkness. Hinata, who was watching the battle from the mountain, also knew the outcome. It seemed Kakuzu was quite capable. Next, it was time for brainwashing. Oops. It was time for the teachings. Chapter 37, Discovery. Soon, the three of them found the mountain where Hinata Makoto was watching the battle and approached him. This is our leader of the Spark organization. J-Tun introduced Hinata Makoto to Scorpion. When Scorpion saw that the leader was an elderly man, he was momentarily stunned. He never expected that the leader of an organization would be an old man on the verge of death. Are you sure? Scorpion questioned somewhat. Hinata Makoto, with a smile on his aged face, did not speak but gently raised his arm. He struck out toward the mountain behind him. Boom! A powerful shockwave instantly pierced through the mountain behind him. Strength is the best proof. Hinata Makoto's action startled Scorpion. Even J-Tun and Haiden were quite surprised. Although they had always known that Hinata Makoto was strong, they did not have a concrete concept of it. Even J-Tun was not fully aware of it. Although he had fought with the first Hokage, it was like an adult teasing a child. They had no idea how strong they truly were at that level. Seeing a mountain easily pierced through, Scorpion gained a full understanding of Hinata Makoto's strength. This elderly leader was ridiculously strong. He no longer doubted Hinata Makoto's old appearance. A strong person, there is no need for explanation. Their strength is the best explanation. Hinata Makoto understood the psychology of a ninja's well. Welcome to the organization, Scorpion. Seeing that the doubt and disdain had left Scorpion's eyes, Hinata Makoto finally spoke. Yes, I am also honored to join the organization, but I still need the leader to clarify some things for me. Scorpion's trust in what J-Tun had said increased again. Such a strong person has no need to deceive him. A mere 15 or 16-year-old child. That will be explained by J-Tun later. What we need to do now is to help you break free from your cage and constraints and see the true sky of the ninja world. Hinata Makoto's words were almost identical to what J-Tun had said. This made Scorpion even more curious. Next, sit cross-legged and concentrate. Hinata Makoto wasted no time and directly arranged for Scorpion. He began the necessary process of entering the organization, clearing the six paths will. Although Scorpion was somewhat puzzled, he followed Hinata Makoto's instructions. For such a strong person, if they truly wanted to harm him, no matter how he struggled, the outcome was predetermined. Therefore, he cooperated fully. Hinata Makoto skillfully cleared Scorpion's hidden dangers, removing the embedded six paths will. As the actual experiencer, Scorpion had the deepest experience. Just as J-Tun had said, he felt as if he had been freed from restraints, with a light and buoyant feeling in both body and soul. He felt as if he had been reborn from the inside out. The amount of chakra increased greatly, and its purity was higher. He felt a sense of freedom, as if he had returned to nature after being trapped for a long time. Another confined bird was about to fly into the sky and gain true freedom. After a while, Hinata Makoto had removed all the nails from Scorpion's body, eliminating future troubles. Scorpion stood up from the ground shortly after Hinata Makoto withdrew. His eyes were fixed on Hinata Makoto, with too many questions wanting answers. For specific questions, let J-Tun answer you first. If there are other unclear matters, come find me again. Hinata Makoto could see Scorpion's thirst for knowledge, so he asked J-Tun to explain to this newcomer. He then led the way down the mountain. J-Tun, Haiden, and Scorpion followed closely behind. On the way, J-Tun answered Scorpion's questions, instilling in him the darkness of the ninja world and the organization's great ideals. After hearing J-Tun's words, Scorpion felt that something was wrong. He was shocked to learn that the ninja world was so dark. Everything had been pre-designed. They were merely a group of clowns able to take the stage. J-Tun was right. He was just a puppet. Scorpion never expected that as the progenitor of the chakra system, the Sage of Six Paths had become the greatest evil in the ninja world. He had become the great dark sky looming over the ninja world, acting as a demon while bearing the title of Sage. For a moment, Scorpion truly felt despair. Were his parents also killed to ensure he followed the predetermined fate? Thinking of this, Scorpion couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was too terrifying. Ever since the nails in his body were removed, he felt that his thoughts had become increasingly active. His trust and sense of belonging to the Spark organization rapidly increased. Another newly sprouted seed had begun to germinate. Hinata Makoto's journey of spreading the seeds of hope in the ninja world had taken another step forward. On the same day that Scorpion joined the Spark organization, a problem arose for Orochimaru, who was fighting on the battlefield of Awagakure. It wasn't that there was a change on the battlefield, nor was it that SH-10 encountered an accident, but rather that the Richi Cave had summoned him. He needed to go to the Richi Cave as soon as possible, as the White Snake Sage had something to discuss with him. Orochimaru was reluctant to go. After learning the truth of the ninja world, he had developed a certain level of wariness towards all immortals in the ninja world. The three great summoning sanctuaries were naturally included in his precautions. However, he was indeed a contract holder of the Richi Cave, and he also wanted to know the purpose of the White Snake Sage's summons. After thinking for a while, he decided to go. Originally, he wanted Tsunade to help hold down the Middle Army, but unexpectedly, Tsunade also received a summons from the Wet Forest. It was likely that Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, also received a summons. Orochimaru already had an inkling in his heart. This is not normal. What time is it now? It's wartime. Two of the three Sannin were commanders stationed in the Middle Army. How could they leave the battlefield easily at this time? Yet the three great sanctuaries had issued summons and demanded urgency. This made Orochimaru suspicious. It seems that things might truly be as Senior Makoto predicted. The Sage of Six Paths and the three great sanctuaries must have some collusion. Orochimaru also had his suspicions, but he still decided to take a look to verify his guess and see what the three great sanctuaries were up to. The Richi Cave is a unique space hidden in the ninja world, rich in natural energy, a paradise for countless snakes. There are countless small snakes, and there are also quite a few large snakes over 10 meters long. There are even a small number of giant snakes that reach 40 or 50 meters in length. Orochimaru quickly arrived at the Richi Cave using the reverse summoning technique. Just as he arrived, a snake princess came to guide him. This was not something one could easily see on a normal day. Generally, it would be good enough to have the thousands of snakes to greet him. As for the snake princess, they were disciples of the White Snake Sage and were close snakes that served beside him. They would not ordinarily come out to do such a degrading task, as they did not hold the so-called contract holders in high regard. In their view, the so-called contract holders were merely pawns in the hands of the Sage of Six Paths. After all, as disciples of the White Snake Sage, they had some understanding of the true ninja world. Led by the Snake Princess, Orochimaru smoothly arrived at the snake cave where the White Snake Sage was training. He saw a massive white snake over 100 meters long coiled around a huge bed, with 2 horns on its head, orange hair, yellow eyes, a strange green stone on its chest, and a pipe in its mouth. This was the true form of the White Snake Sage. Having seen the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru politely greeted him. Orochimaru, you must be very curious about why I suddenly summoned you here, right? The White Snake Sage took a puff from his pipe and then asked. There are indeed some doubts. After all, the sage should know the current state of the ninja world, and I still need to stay at the Central Army to deal with the Wagakure. Orochimaru responded neither humbly nor arrogantly. I see. The White Snake Sage cast his gaze on Orochimaru, observing him carefully before saying something that seemed disconnected. The reason I summoned you this time is to give you a warning. Keep your distance from that Hyuga. He is very dangerous. As the contract holder of the Ryuchi Cave, I believe you understand what I mean. The White Snake Sage stated the purpose of summoning Orochimaru quite directly. Understood. I will be cautious. Standing below the stage and listening to the teachings of the White Snake Sage, Orochimaru's eyes were clear, revealing no emotions at all. Chapter 38 Determined. I wonder if the sage has any other instructions? Orochimaru asked calmly. Some predetermined fates should not be interfered with, as it is not good for you. Do you understand? The words of the White Snake Sage were somewhat pointed, but Orochimaru understood. The White Snake Sage was warning him. May I ask, what is a predetermined fate, Sage? A hint of confusion flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, a smile on his lips as he sought the White Snake Sage's guidance. Yet, boundless anger surged within him. Why, they indeed have a connection. You will find out. The White Snake Sage glanced at Orochimaru with a hint of pity, then closed his eyes and fell silent. Seeing that the White Snake Sage was not speaking, the Snake Princess waved her hand to signal Orochimaru to leave. Although Orochimaru was furious inside, his expression remained unchanged. Cold as water, his temperament exceptional, truly deserving of the title Cold Lord Orochimaru, as referred to by fans in his previous life as Hokage. Through the fixed passageway of the Dragon Cave to the ninja world, Orochimaru returned to the ninja world in a short time. At this moment, Orochimaru no longer concealed his inner anger. His face looked very grim. The waters of this world are too deep. Even the sages of the 3 great sacred lands are involved. For a moment, Orochimaru found it hard to control his emotions. Although he had suspected this before, he still held onto some illusions. This trip to the Dragon Cave made Orochimaru fully understand that in the already darkened ninja world, there was no longer any presence of light. Perhaps only that flicker of starlight still stubbornly persists. At this moment, he wished more than anything that Hinata Makoto was by his side to hear him express his anger, oppression, and helplessness. The darkness of the ninja world is like a chasm, cutting off everyone's path. Thinking of Hinata Makoto, Orochimaru suddenly realized he could contact him remotely. When Hinata Makoto left, he had given him a ring for easy communication at any time, to cope with the possible fateful backlash at any moment. However, this place wouldn't do. It was too close to the Dragon Cave. He needed to find a more suitable location. Orochimaru knew his position, calculating the distance. He realized it was still over 1,000 kilometers to the Iwagakure front line, which was impossible to reach in a short time. He immediately calmed down. He could take his time. Besides, he wasn't particularly interested in this war anyway. The script might have already been written. It was just right to take this opportunity to share his speculations with Hinata Makoto and hear his opinions. The next day, after a day of travel, Orochimaru took a short break at an inn on a street. He decided to contact Hinata Makoto right there. Although it was crowded and seemingly unsafe, as long as he set up protective barriers, it would actually be quite safe. Thinking of this, Orochimaru immediately split into 4 shadow clones and began to set up barriers in the room. After all, it was only for a short time. 1 person was enough. Once the barriers were set up, Orochimaru activated the ring, which he had learned to use the day it was given to him. For a ninja talent like Orochimaru, it was exceedingly simple. The ring was instantly activated and a figure projected out. Orochimaru, is there something urgent? Why contact me just a few days after leaving? Hinata Makoto was also somewhat puzzled. The actions of the Sage of Six Paths shouldn't have been so quick. Senior Makoto, some unexpected events have occurred that led me to some speculations. I think it's necessary for you to know, and I want to hear your opinion. Orochimaru's expression was dark, his tone very cold. Oh, It seems this matter has affected you quite a bit. Go ahead, I'm listening. Hinata Makoto could naturally see Orochimaru's anger and frustration. I was summoned by the Dragon Cave, and the White Snake Sage warned me to stay away from you, saying you were a dangerous person, and emphasized that fate should not be easily changed. Orochimaru spoke these words while suppressing his anger. It seems my guess was not wrong. They must indeed have some connection. What do you think? Hinata Makoto was not surprised by this. Senior Makoto, what do you think their purpose is? With their immense power and long lifespan, why are they still not satisfied? Why do they collude with the Sage of Six Paths? Orochimaru gritted his teeth as he spoke. There are still many things in this world that I don't understand. I have some guesses about their motives, but I lack evidence. Let's wait a bit longer. Some secrets, no matter how deeply hidden, will eventually be uncovered. The Sage of Six Paths, and so will they. Hinata Makoto's expectations for Orochimaru increased. The rational Orochimaru had a qualitatively improved perspective on things. He was no longer a frog at the bottom of a well. But if they are involved, can our ideals still succeed? Orochimaru's words carried a hint of despair. Nothing is guaranteed to succeed. It only depends on whether one dares to try. We are the only spark of hope under the darkness of the ninja world. As long as our will is not eroded, and we do not lose ourselves, there will eventually be successors who follow in our footsteps. Hinata Makoto actively encouraged Orochimaru, not letting him lose faith in this world. Yes, thank you, Senior Makoto, for your guidance. I will maintain my original intention, strengthen my beliefs. I will dedicate my life to the unification of the ninja world. Orochimaru quickly recovered in the warmth of Hinata Makoto's words. Senior Makoto, I think the White Snake Sage may have discovered that the Six Paths will within me has been cleared. Orochimaru frowned, recalling the White Snake Sage's cryptic words. That's normal. If it didn't, that would be strange. Hinata Makoto was not surprised at all. But if he emphasized that fate cannot be changed, does that imply that the three great sacred lands may intervene to manipulate our destinies? To help the Sage of Six Paths put the ninja world back on the right track? Thinking of the White Snake Sage's meaningful gaze, Orochimaru shared his speculation with Hinata Makoto. There is indeed that possibility. It seems I need to expedite my research. If I'm not mistaken, it won't be long before the Sage of Six Paths attempts to realign your fates. If it's just consciousness erosion, that's fine. I'm just afraid that they will completely obliterate your wills, turning you into their true puppets. Hinata Makoto also instantly realized that he couldn't underestimate this group of old schemers. After all, having lived for thousands of years, who doesn't have some means? Orochimaru, please remain vigilant until my research is complete. Remember to send me a message every day. There's no need for projection communication. Just leave a message through the ring. Remember, every day. Of course, if there is an urgent matter, projection contact is also acceptable. Hinata Makoto understood the key point and gave Orochimaru a warning to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. He feared that if he hadn't produced results before then, Orochimaru might fall victim to the Sage of Six Paths without time for rescue. Okay, Senior Makoto, I remember. I will definitely do as instructed. Orochimaru understood Hinata Makoto's meaning. Smart people do not need excessive explanations. Is there anything else? If not, we'll end here for today. I need to speed up my research. Hinata Makoto suddenly felt a sense of urgency. I wonder if the senior's recruitment of organization members is going smoothly. Orochimaru was also concerned about the development of the organization. So he casually asked, It's going well. Now there are already 3 members besides you, namely Haiden and Sasori. They are all decent sparks and will provide you with the greatest support in the future. Orochimaru, you are the ideal heir I have chosen. Never doubt yourself. Strengthen your beliefs. I always believe you will become the only light illuminating the ninja world shrouded in darkness. I initially fought for my own survival, then for my family, and later for my village. After I saw through the darkness of a ninja world, I ultimately fought for the realization of peace and rebirth in the ninja world. You are the same. When you jump out of the bottom of the well and see the vast sky, you can establish great ideals. Orochimaru, don't disappoint me. Hyuga not only answered Orochimaru's question, but also shared a wave of inspirational words. Orochimaru, invigorated by Hyuga-shin's collection of motivational quotes, felt no trace of despair. So let us leave it at that for today, and don't forget to check in every day. After saying this, Hyuga cut off the communication. A storm is brewing. Hyuga, resting on a large rock, gazed at the sky and was inspired. The 3 people following him also became aware of Orochimaru's presence. They didn't expect that one of the legendary 3 ninjas, Orochimaru, was actually a member of the organization and highly valued by the leader. Chapter 39 Guidance Before Seclusion, as you just heard. Things are gradually developing in an unpredictable direction. Not only is Sage of the Six Paths secretly manipulating the ninja world, but it is also very likely that the sages of the three great summoning sanctuaries are involved. I need to quickly research methods to counter the embedded will of the Six Paths, as well as how to protect you from being eroded by him again. Until I have my research results, the organization will temporarily stop expanding outward. You should try to maintain your previous appearances and refrain from going too far. At the same time, like Orochimaru, send me a message daily to prevent any unforeseen events. Hinata Makoto earnestly instructed the Starfire trio. Leader, didn't we already clear the will of the Six Paths embedded in our bodies? Why do we need further research? Can't you easily clear the Six Paths will from a ninja's body? Kakuzu, although unconditionally executing Hinata Makoto's orders, still had some questions he wanted to ask. Haiden and Sasori were also curious, their eyes wide open, waiting for Hinata Makoto's explanation. Although I can indeed easily resolve the will embedded in a ninja's body, that is only for me. What happens after I die? Who among you can take over and clear the Six Paths will from our companions? With just a few of us, we can achieve great things. Moreover, while the Six Paths will has indeed been completely cleared from your bodies now, it doesn't mean it can't be invaded. If the Sage of the Six Paths is willing to pay a certain price, he can still turn you into his puppets. Therefore, for future planning, for the organization to continue its legacy, and for the safety of your own will, I must quickly research a feasible plan. Otherwise, this spark of hope under the dark shroud could be extinguished at any moment. Hinata Makoto's words were filled with seriousness, reflecting the importance he placed on this matter. Kakuzu, Haiden, and Sasori, after hearing Hinata Makoto's words, also understood the blind spots in their own perspectives and Hinata Makoto's long-term planning. No wonder he is the leader of the Starfire organization. He considers everything very comprehensively. You all need to pay attention to some things in the near future. Although the Sage of the Six Paths has not yet discovered that you have escaped his control, it doesn't mean he won't find out eventually. If you have nothing to do, focus on improving your strength. The road ahead is destined to be difficult. Without strong power, you cannot help realize the organization's great ideals. You are among the few sparks in the darkness, and the future ninja world still needs your salvation. Hinata Makoto reminded the three, then offered some motivational words, a skill he had become quite adept at. The renowned sage of the ninja world lived up to his reputation. Kakuzu and the others expressed their compliance with Hinata Makoto's instructions, striving to maintain a low profile and patiently waiting for his research results. Do you have any questions? If so, feel free to ask, and I will do my best to answer. If not, we will part ways here. Contact me using the ring if anything comes up. Hinata Makoto decided to enter seclusion. Time was of the essence, and he couldn't afford to be careless. I have no questions. Kakuzu was the first to respond. Leader, my preaching won't be affected, right? You know, the evil god, I believe, needs regular offerings. Haiden, true to his nature as a devoted follower of the evil god, never forgot about his deity. Just do as you see fit, but try not to harm civilians anymore. I hope you can remember this. Hinata Makoto set boundaries for Haiden. Our organization does not prohibit members from having different beliefs or hobbies, as long as they work towards the common goal. However, there are some red lines that cannot be crossed. Then I will only kill those wicked bandits and those ninjas who commit evil, as well as anyone who offends me. That should be acceptable, right? Although Haiden was somewhat displeased, he still asked within the boundaries set by Hinata Makoto. As long as it's not too excessive, go ahead. Hinata Makoto was too lazy to argue. After all, Haiden still needed to rely on the power of the evil god to grow. This aspect couldn't be restricted. As a trump card enforcer, Hinata Makoto could accept it as long as it wasn't too extreme. Hinata Makoto then turned his gaze to Sasori. His meaning was clear. Leader, I want to ask how I can quickly improve my strength. Sasori, quick-witted, asked a question that Kakuzu and Haiden were also very interested in. After all, becoming strong in this chaotic and distorted world is the dream of every ninja. And members of Starfire, shrouded in darkness, should have a strong desire to grow stronger. As Hinata Makoto had previously stated, without strong power, one cannot contribute to the great ideals of the organization. Sasori, the question you raised actually already has an answer. After you release your bindings, you should have noticed that the purity and quantity of the chakra in your bodies have undergone a fundamental improvement. Moreover, due to the increased purity of your chakra, the power of your ninjutsu using the same amount of chakra should be multiplied. As long as you can quickly adapt and master it, you will significantly enhance your strength. Hinata Makoto addressed Sasori's question. Okay, leader, I understand. Sasori nodded in acknowledgement. Kakuzu realized this was indeed the case. He had only escaped from captivity a few days ago and had been in a hurry, so he hadn't paid much attention. He hadn't expected that he could continue to enhance his strength. After being possessed by the Earth Grudge Fear, he had lost hope. Before I leave, let me give you some advice. Kakuzu, you should strive to improve your mastery of ninjutsu and aim to minimize the hand signs needed to perform it. Any strong ninja can master their ninjutsu to the point where they can execute it freely without being bound by hand signs. Just like Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, one can release ninjutsu with just 2 fingers, while the other can call upon any jutsu with a clap of their hands. Of course, I, Hinata Makoto, am not bad either. Hinata Makoto offered Kakuzu reasonable suggestions for improvement. I understand, leader. I will work hard. Kakuzu understood Hinata Makoto's advice, and it was indeed a good direction for him to strive towards. As for Haiden, you might try negotiating with the evil god you believe in to see if he can help you enhance your strength. If he disagrees, just delay or ignore his urgings. Maintaining the basic offerings will suffice. I believe he will make concessions. Hinata Makoto also gave his advice to Haiden. Really? Can I do that? For the devout believer in the evil god, Haiden had never considered such audacious actions before. Give it a try. After all, you're the only believer of his in the ninja world, so you won't lose anything. If he agrees, you'll become a formidable presence in the organization. Hinata Makoto's suggestion was indeed cunning, trying to entice the devout follower Haiden with such a tactic. However, it might actually work for Haiden. I got it. I will discuss it with the evil god. Haiden was indeed eager to improve his strength. After all, this was a world that valued power without strength. No one would listen to him preach about the evil god. As for you, Sasori, while your manipulation of the 10 fingers is basically at an introductory level, it is not yet proficient, and you cannot perform it freely in coordination, failing to achieve a saturated attack. This is the direction you need to work on next. Hinata Masaya gave some advice to Scorpion. Yes, leader, I realize this too, and I will work hard from now on. Scorpion also knew his weaknesses. Well, since there are no more issues, let's part ways here. I will be going into seclusion for research, which might take 2 to 3 months at most, or at least half a month to see some results. Remember my reminder, prioritize your own safety. Only by truly living can you have a bright future. After saying this, Hinata Masaya floated away under the watchful eyes of the 3. Chapter 40. The secluded Hinata Makoto, the laid-back Orochimaru after parting ways with Kakuzu and the others. Hinata Makoto found a relatively beautiful town within the land of wind and chose a spacious inn to stay in. He entered seclusion again. This time, he vowed not to exit without results. Orochimaru's words reminded him that although the Sage of 6 Paths might be temporarily trapped in the Pure Land, the 3 great insect sages could still appear in the ninja world. If the Sage of 6 Paths could really persuade them, it would be greatly disadvantageous for Hinata Makoto. Fortunately, the insect sages seemed to have no intention of making a move for now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only issued warnings to Orochimaru and his group. Things were getting more and more interesting. What kind of secrets was the ninja world hiding that allowed the 3 great insect sages to be so tolerant and supportive of the Sage of 6 Paths? This old schemer? Hinata Makoto believed that it wouldn't be long before they revealed their true intentions as well. After sorting out his chaotic thoughts, Hinata Makoto began his formal seclusion and research. The first task was to find a way for ordinary ninjas to detect the will of the Sage of 6 Paths embedded within them. He already had some ideas on this. Combining his insights from cultivating immortality with his understanding of the chakra system, he initially established a feasible hypothesis. That was to use the cultivation formation he created in conjunction with the spatial rules of this world to create a small auxiliary spatial barrier to help ninjas discover the hidden will of the Sage of 6 Paths. The main method would be to use the formation set up within the small spatial barrier to attract some natural energy, enhancing the soul's will within the barrier for a more profound understanding of oneself. By doing so, ninjas inside could introspect and see everything clearly within themselves. This way, they could discover the embedded will of the Sage of 6 Paths. If perfected, it might even be possible to use natural energy to completely eliminate the will of the Sage of 6 Paths. This natural energy essentially refers to a higher level of utilizing natural energy. To channel natural energy for one's own use, one must be a cultivator who has entered the path of natural energy and possess exceptional talent. As a practitioner of the path of cultivation, Hinata Makoto naturally met the conditions. However, this was still not easy. His application of natural energy was undoubtedly powerful, being half a step into the primordial spirit realm. He had also dabbled in spatial rules, which weren't too difficult. However, using natural energy to enhance the souls will involve much more complex transformations. The final point was how to ensure that this spatial barrier could operate for a long time. This was crucial, as it could continuously provide fresh blood for the Starfire organization, supporting the organization's future endeavors. Each aspect alone wasn't too difficult, but once combined, it became troublesome. However, Hinata Makoto made significant breakthroughs regarding how to equip the soul's will of the Starfire organization members with a firewall. The method was to use natural energy or pure chakra to cast a sealing technique on the entire soul space, thus protecting the soul as a whole. This could block the infiltration of others into one soul will. This sealing technique was far more powerful than ordinary sealing techniques and could closely connect with the soul space. Even the Sage of Six Paths would find it hard to break through without paying a huge price. This sealing method was created by Hinata Makoto after studying countless sealing technique knowledge and soul research materials, combined with his own experience. He had basically completed the derivation and preliminary verification of the technique, only needing to conduct human experiments. However, this sealing technique was still relatively complex and had little hope of being learned by ordinary ninjas. Only geniuses like Orochimaru would have a good chance of mastering it. Further optimization was needed to make it more universally applicable. For the next half-month, Hinata Makoto was completely immersed in his research. He kept contemplating how to utilize natural energy more perfectly, how to maintain the small spatial barrier for a long time, and how to improve the sealing firewall. During the half-month of Hinata Makoto's seclusion, the war in the ninja world continued. The Sage of Six Paths seemed to have forgotten about Hinata Makoto's existence and continued to watch his seedlings grow in the direction he desired. After contacting Hinata Makoto, Orochimaru leisurely returned to the Iwagakure battlefield. After all, the outcome was the same. Whether it was a day earlier or a day later didn't make much difference. Could the Sage of Six Paths and the Sages of the Three Great Holy Lands really allow the Konoha ninjas to be completely annihilated in the Iwagakure battlefield just because he was a few days late? If that were the case, Orochimaru would feel much more at ease, as at least he could act as a pawn to change the overall situation. Having learned the dark truths of the ninja world, he still had this courage. On the other side, Tsunade, who had gone to the slippery ancient forest, returned early. She was worried about SH Tree's safety, so she hurried back to the Iwagakure battlefield as soon as she returned from the slippery ancient forest. Fortunately, SH Tree was obedient this time, remembering what his sister and teacher Orochimaru had said, and stayed in the main camp without going anywhere. Since it didn't take long, nothing happened. When Orochimaru returned to the main camp and heard that Tsunade was back, he immediately went to find her. He wanted to ask if the slippery ancient forest had made the same request to her. As expected, Tsunade had also been warned by the Slug Sage to stay away from Hinata Makoto. The Slug Sage even mentioned that her body had undergone changes and advised her not to easily interfere with others' destinies. It also urged her to follow her own mission and not to stray from her path, reminding her that if she didn't remember its words, it would be too late to regret. Hearing this left Tsunade a bit dizzy. After listening to Tsunade, Orochimaru realized that his guess was correct. The three great holy lands must have received a warning from the Sage of Six Paths. This was a warning for their three ninja clans to stay on track. Unfortunately, that fool Jiraiya was too naive. He must have been misled by the big Toad Sage. Confirming his suspicions through Tsunade, Orochimaru stopped asking further questions. It was already very clear. Since Orochimaru returned, the entire Iwagakure battlefield had slowed down. It wasn't due to any plan, but because Orochimaru was genuinely uninterested in this war. However, he was now stuck in the situation and couldn't get away, so the clever Orochimaru decided to take it easy. Let it rain. Let his mother marry. Whatever happens, happens. Whoever wants to fight can do so. He wouldn't serve anymore. Therefore, he would delay the war against Iwagakure as much as possible and avoid fighting. He had no demands for his subordinates. Just keep their lives safe, and he wouldn't issue any combat missions. The entire Konoha main camp was in a lazy state, leaving strategist Nara Shikaku quite helpless. Iwagakure also found it strange, but they couldn't directly attack the Konoha main camp. This wasn't a decisive battle. So when the commander on Iwagakure's side saw Orochimaru slacking off, he went along with it. After all, there were no mandatory orders from the village. So who would want to risk their lives? Thus, the situation on the Iwagakure battlefield dramatically changed from a state of conflict to a standoff. It wasn't until the two villages issued strong combat orders that this situation changed, but that was a story for later. Another 10 days passed, and Hinata Makoto's research was nearing success. This time of seclusion could almost be compared to the time he spent with Orochimaru. It had been a month, and he finally had some gains. Hinata Makoto's research finally bore fruit, and even he, who had strong self-control, couldn't help but feel some uncontrollable joy. It seems that Orochimaru and Kakuzu should still be safe. I wonder what that old man sage of six paths is up to. Hinata's true consciousness glanced at the messages left by the four from that day, and he couldn't help but feel even more wary of the sage of six paths. A biting dog doesn't bark, and those who kill often do so with a smile. Hinata truly knew how angry the sage of six paths was back then, but now there hasn't been a peep. He was worried before entering seclusion that the sage would forcefully take action. After all, he was wrong last time. But unexpectedly, he was also wrong this time. Sage of six paths, you old man. Don't keep me in suspense. Hinata felt somewhat uncertain in his heart. Chapter 41. Exiting the barrier and strengthening the three after extensive research and improvements by Hinata Makoto. His small-scale spatial barrier project and the enhancement of the soul firewall have achieved significant results. In his simulations, there has been a major breakthrough in the utilization of the natural energies within the small-scale spatial barrier. Furthermore, it can meet the requirements for long-term operation. It can essentially achieve the functions he desires, though better results will require further refinement in the future. Additionally, a relatively safe location is needed for its establishment. Moreover, the soul intent firewall has also been greatly simplified, making it much easier to use. Hinata Makoto thought of decomposing the complex technique into 8 corresponding sealing scrolls, modularizing it. By mastering only simple, fundamental operations, one can autonomously guide the technique to successfully synthesize a complete seal, perfectly protecting the soul intent. It's as easy as building with blocks. This also greatly reduces the difficulty for future members of the organization to get started. Each person can learn just a part of the sealing technique and then create their own sealing scrolls. This way, it ensures that even after his departure, the organization has its own self-sustaining and protective capabilities. Since the research has yielded results, it is naturally necessary to proceed with trials and human experiments immediately. Time waits for no one, and the more honest the sage of six paths is, the more uneasy Hinata Makoto feels. It's like when children are quiet at home. They're definitely up to no good. Subsequently, Hinata Makoto no longer hesitated and immediately contacted Kakuzu and Haiden, notifying them to meet in the capital of the Land of Wind. Through the ring, Hinata Makoto clearly knew their locations. The capital of the Land of Wind was the closest meeting point between them, saving a lot of time. As for Orochimaru, he should currently be under close observation, so there is no need to provoke the Sage of Six Paths and the 3 major insect sages for the time being. Once the situation is confirmed, he can send a message to inform him. Hinata Makoto and Kakuzu initially met in the Land of Wind's Grand Canyon, and Kakuzu chose to practice ninjutsu there. After all, it is a remote area with few people, and the space is spacious and very solid, making a great place for training. After finishing a day of training, he sat on a stone pillar to rest when he suddenly received a message from Hinata Makoto. Has a leader's research finally yielded results? Seeing the message coming from the ring, Kakuzu couldn't help but let out a long breath. He had been under a lot of pressure during this time, training hard and even refusing missions to earn money. However, just as Hinata Makoto said, after the nail was removed, both the quantity and quality of his chakra had significantly improved. The power of his ninjutsu greatly increased under the same chakra output, and the amount of his own chakra had almost doubled. Additionally, the reduction of hand seals and the research on compound ninjutsu had also yielded certain results. This greatly enhanced Kakuzu's strength, making him much stronger than he was before joining the organization. Since being possessed by the Earth Grudge fear, Kakuzu had forgotten how long it had been since he experienced the thrill of a rapid increase in strength. After receiving the message, Kakuzu quickly packed up and set off for the capital of the Land of Wind. Meanwhile, Scorpion found a secluded village to conduct his research and training. Originally, he wanted to train with Kakuzu and the others because having company could significantly enhance the training effect. However, he didn't expect Haiden to go preach to the evil god and seek benefits, which would require him to run around and not be able to train together. Kakuzu stated that the organization is still quite weak, and members need a certain level of independence to avoid being taken out all at once. So they all dispersed. After receiving the information from Hinata Makoto, Scorpion quickly packed up and set off. During this time, he had also made considerable gains, without mentioning chakra. His control over puppet techniques had greatly improved. The manipulation and coordination of his 10 fingers had also seen some enhancement. The main achievement was that he had basically completed the process of converting the third Kazekage into a puppet. His strength had made a qualitative leap. As for Haiden, he might have undergone the biggest transformation among the three. Ever since Hinata Makoto opened the door to a new world for him, he has been unstoppable. He really began to bargain with the evil god and had gained quite a lot. Not only did his own power from the evil god greatly increase, but he also became more suave when facing the evil god. This caused some existence in the Pure Land to be quite troubled. After all, what else could they do with this lone seedling? They could only pamper him. After all, a lot of effort had been put into embedding a nail in the world controlled by the Sage of Six Paths, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Haiden originally thought that the evil god was high above and would look down on him as a somewhat failed believer, but he didn't expect that the evil god valued him so much. This made Haiden feel very pleased and grateful for Hinata Makoto's guidance. After completing the day's sacrifice, Haiden planned to have a good chat with the evil god to see if he could continue to gain some benefits. However, upon seeing the message received in the ring, Haiden abandoned his plan to chat with the evil god and instead headed towards the capital of the Land of Wind, wielding his bloody scythe. A day later, the three of them arrived one after another in the capital of the Land of Wind. Hinata Makoto had already booked a room and was waiting for them. Kakuzu, Haiden, and Scorpion were led by attendants to the room that Hinata Makoto had prepared. With everyone gathered, Hinata Makoto said, "Let's eat first. You must all be tired from a journey. We'll discuss everything after the meal." He then arranged for the attendants to serve the dishes. He was very considerate of his subordinates. The bonds he had worked hard to establish should not be squandered casually. The more stable things became, the more attention he needed to pay. The chicken soup that needed to be served should still be served, but the concern, recognition, and compassion from strong leader are equally vital. Hinata Makoto's grasp of the hearts of the ninja world would likely make even the Sage of Six Paths feel ashamed. The three of them feasted heartily, clearly having not eaten well during this period, and Hinata Makoto was the same, spending every day locked in a room deducing and eating irregularly. As for drinks, Hinata Makoto did not order any, and the three did not ask either. Mainly, Scorpion and Haiden could barely be considered adults and had hardly touched alcohol. Kakuzu, on the other hand, was an old hand. Seeing that the leader didn't order any, he naturally understood. Being a ninja, abstaining from alcohol was the norm. Half an hour later, the four of them finally finished eating. The table was a mess of plates and cups, and the serving attendants were nearly exhausted from running back and forth, which showed how hard they had been working during this time. "Leader, based on our eating habits, this restaurant standards must be quite high. This meal probably isn't cheap," Haiden asked while picking his teeth. The three of them were all big eaters, and one person's meal could equal that of 10, with the hidden dangers eliminated. And with the absence of the sage's extraction, their bodies instinctively began to replenish energy. Hinata Makoto was a bit surprised by Haiden's question. He thought it would be more normal if Kakuzu asked. After all, Kakuzu was known for being money-minded within the organization. "It's not too bad. It's only about 100,000 ryo." Hinata Makoto casually replied to Haiden's question. 100,000 ryo. We spent 100,000 ryo on one meal. That's the reward for an A-rank mission. Haiden exclaimed. "Leader, we can't waste like this. The organization still needs to develop, and we need money everywhere." Kakuzu's expression was somewhat agitated. He was a perfect worker who thought solely for the organization. Scorpion, on the other hand, was a bit dazed. Although he was from a land of wind, he had never been to such an extravagant place. 100,000 ryo for one meal, he echoed. While Haiden noticed that Kakuzu seemed to look quite pained. Although Haiden thought it should be quite expensive, he had no specific concept of the amount of money involved. 100,000 ryo can allow you to offer 2 chunin or 1 ordinary jonin level soul to your evil god. Kakuzu understood Haiden very well and quickly explained it to him. Wow. After eating so much, Haiden's mind instantly grasped how much money this was. Scorpion, standing aside, covered his face, feeling helpless about the bizarre thought processes of these two teammates, and was somewhat worried about Hinata's reckless behavior. "I hope the organization doesn't go bankrupt before our grand ambitions are realized." Scorpion couldn't help but grumble inwardly. "Leader, I have about 80 million ryo here, which can be used as organizational funds, but I request that we refrain from such extravagant waste in the future." Kakuzu shakily pulled out his savings book and handed it to Hinata. This was the result of decades of hard work. But for the ideals and great cause of the organization, he was willing to contribute, even though his heart ached. Chapter 42. The renowned novelist teacher, Long, you don't need to worry about money, Kakuzu. I appreciate your intentions. Rest assured, our organization isn't short on funds. Hinata Makoto looked at the perfect worker, Kakuzu, who was wholeheartedly devoted to the organization, and immediately offered him some comfort. At the same time, he couldn't help but think, did Conan in the original work empty Kakuzu's vault? We're not short on money. Kakuzu's eyes lit up at Hinata Makoto's words. Scorpion, who was secretly scoffing, also became somewhat curious upon hearing them. He thought that having a teammate like Kakuzu who could produce 80 million ryo was already quite exaggerated. But he didn't expect Hinata Makoto to look down on that amount. After gaining a concrete concept of 100,000 ryo, Haiden found it hard to calculate when Kakuzu mentioned 80 million ryo. Now that Hinata Makoto said they weren't short on money, not only was Kakuzu particularly excited, but even Scorpion and Haiden looked at Hinata Makoto with curiosity. Leader, how much reserve funds does our organization actually have? Kakuzu's faith in money continuously urged his curiosity, driving him to ask. Well, at the moment, 1 billion ryo is no problem, Hinata Makoto said, furrowing his brow as he calculated his small treasury and stated the approximate amount. 1 billion ryo. Kakuzu's breath quickened. It was simply unimaginable that Hinata Makoto had so much money. Scorpion was also shocked by the amount of Hinata Makoto's savings. The entire Suna's financial budget was only a little over 300 million ryo a year, and Hinata Makoto's treasury was enough to support Suna's financial expenditure for 3 years. Scorpion, who had once served as a guard for the 3rd Kazekage, was well aware of this. After all, Suna was notorious for being poor among the 5 great ninja villages, unlike Konoha, which had a financial budget starting at 500 million. The Land of Wind wasn't as wealthy as the Land of Fire, so the financial support was naturally not that high. Once Scorpion recovered from his shock, he no longer worried about the organization going bankrupt. Hinata Makoto's treasury was indeed not short on money for their organization of only 5 members. With that in mind, it seemed that having such a meal wasn't that excessive. As for Haiden, he was still asking Kakuzu how much 1 billion ryo was, as he hadn't even grasped the amount of 80 million ryo. However, Kakuzu had no time to pay attention to him. 1 billion ryo. It's simply unimaginable. I, Kaku, have worked for nearly a lifetime, completed countless missions, faced numerous crises, extorted dozens of wealthy individuals, and have been reluctant to enjoy any of it. Just to save up 80 million ryo. And Hinata Makoto, he effortlessly takes out 1 billion ryo. It's simply a dimensional strike. Not only was the leader powerful, but he was also so wealthy. Kakuzu's admiration and worship for Hinata Makoto surged like a torrential river, endlessly. It was like the Yellow River flooding, uncontrollable. Leader, may I ask how you earned such a large sum of money? I have struggled my entire life and only managed to earn a mere 80 million ryo. Please, do share your method. I will be extremely grateful. Kakuzu, emotionally stirred, could no longer suppress his curiosity and admiration, immediately inquiring, even using the honorific you. Scorpion, sitting nearby, was speechless upon hearing Kakuzu's words, thinking, what do you mean only 80 million ryo? He had hardly seen 800,000 ryo. Most of Scorpion's money was sponsored by his grandmother Chiyo. After all, being young, he didn't have much in his pocket. Puppet masters really burned money. Damn. For the first time, Scorpion had a direct understanding of his poverty. Well, about that, Hinata Makoto was momentarily at a loss for words. It was really hard to bring it up. He couldn't just tell them that he earned money by writing adult novels, right? After Hinata Makoto withdrew from the ninja ranks, he could only rely on his savings to get by. After all, the Hinata clan's main family didn't look upon him favorably, so there was naturally no financial support. Thus, during the period of creating his techniques, he consumed a large portion of his savings. Fortunately, before his treasury was exhausted, he had already achieved some results. However, further research still required some financial support. So, more than a decade ago, Hinata Makoto embarked on the path of becoming a best-selling author in the ninja world. Being a writer in the ninja world was quite profitable, and no one dared to pirate their works because the publishers were mostly owned by the daimyos of various countries. They maintained strict control over books, especially for works with inflammatory content. It was almost impossible to publish. In order to earn some money to support his techniques, Hinata Makoto decided to write some books as a trial. After all, apart from creating techniques, he had plenty of free time. Moreover, after conducting thorough research at that time, he found that adult novels in the ninja world were extremely popular. The Five Great Nations even published a large number of such books because there was indeed a substantial market for them. Not only were the sales among ninjas astonishing, but ordinary civilians bought even more. The name of the Three Poisons was indeed well-deserved, so he bought a few best-selling books for research. As expected, the writing was poor. The plots were lacking, and the character descriptions and passionate segments were merely superficial. From his previous life experience, he thought it was simply a pile of crap. The key was that these readers were enjoying it immensely. Ridiculous. It seemed that the adult literature in this world was still in its infancy, representing a huge gold mine. Hinata Makoto immediately decided to open the eyes of these ninjas and, by the way, earn some money to support his grand endeavor of creating techniques. The best part was that the money came in fast. So, on a night more than a decade ago, the famous best-selling author in the Five Great Nations, Teacher Long, emerged. His first book, The Days I Lived with Beautiful Ninja Girls, quickly swept through the Five Great Nations upon release. The thrilling plot, enticing descriptions, and stimulating segments that made one's imagination run wild. Those feelings of yearning yet unattainable, and the painful struggles in Hinata Makoto's writing were vividly brought to life. It was as if the characters were real, making it easy for all readers to immerse themselves and fantasize. For a time, it became a sensation across the Five Great Nations. Just this one work, disguised as adult literature, brought Hinata Makoto over 300 million ryo in total income. It was simply a windfall. Earning money had never been this fast. Following that, Teacher Long wrote the stories I Must Tell My Beautiful Ninja Boss, the collection of War Blossoms, Inoue Nabahiko's memoirs, My Regret-Free Ninja Career, To Those Wonderful Days We Once Had, and over a dozen other works. Each one was thrilling and cheeky, yet not as explicit and straightforward as those written by other authors, allowing readers to endlessly imagine, making powerful supplements a must-have item for every book fan. Hinata Makoto understood readers. You can't emphasize how the characters in the book are. You have to let them think about what they would do if they were in the character's shoes. That way, they can feel a sense of immersion. The itching from afar is the hardest to bear. Whitewashed descriptions cannot compare to one's own imagination. Moreover, Teacher Long even wrote a pure adult novel, which sold out quickly. To this day, it remains at the top of the adult literature bestseller list, suppressing all authors attempting to imitate him. These works brought Hinata Makoto several hundred million ryo in royalties each year, with no less than 300 million ryo annually, equivalent to Suna's entire financial budget for a year. He was truly rich enough to rival a village. And now at this level, money had lost its significance for Hinata Makoto. It was merely a pile of waste paper. However, for the Spark organization, it was a tremendous support. Leader, is there something unspeakable? Kakuzu asked upon seeing Hinata Makoto's hesitation. Not really. I just feel it might not be suitable for you to do. Anyway, the organization won't lack for money in the future. Hinata Makoto, slightly embarrassed, tried to brush it off. He still cares about his reputation. He can't let it affect his image in front of the organization members. So, may I ask what industry you are in, leader? I doubt being a ninja could earn you this much money. Hinata underestimated Kakuzu's obsession with money. Unexpectedly, even with the ideal of revenge, Kakuzu was still very much obsessed with money. It's nothing much, just wrote a few novels and made some small money. Facing Kakuzu's probing, Hinata reluctantly revealed the industry he was making money in. Writing novels? It doesn't seem to suit me at all. Kakuzu felt a bit disheartened. No way. What kind of novels can make that much money? Are there really novelists in the ninja world making that kind of money? Kakuzu suddenly began to doubt. There really are. After thinking carefully, Kakuzu had a guess in his mind. Chapter 43. The Success of the Sealing Technique. Kakuzu recalled someone. A person he had spent several months trying to find in the past. Back then, Kakuzu was solely focused on making money and occasionally considered robbing some wealthy individuals who lacked adequate protection. This was one of his ways to earn money. However, he was relatively trustworthy, generally releasing people after receiving payment. Therefore, for some wealthy individuals who were rich but lacked protection, he would find ways to make some extra cash. 7 or 8 years ago, someone entered Kakuzu's sights. That was the famous writer, Master Dailong, who was rising in the ninja world. This guy was incredibly wealthy. Kakuzu learned about his existence through the underground black market. As many ninjas, there were eyeing Master Dailong. Several of his works had earned at least 1 billion ryo. When Kakuzu heard this news, he was instantly invigorated. This was a big fat sheep. Just one job could equal 10 years of his hard work. So, Kakuzu put in a lot of effort to find Master Dailong. But in the end, he couldn't find him. Hinata-jin didn't use his real appearance at all, and initially, he sent clones to various countries to collect royalties. Once he received the payment, he would instantly escape using a spatial scroll he had prepared in advance. Later, he opened bank accounts in various countries, and royalties were directly deposited into his accounts, which made him even less visible. He left no trace at all, and no ninja could track him down. Eventually, it all came to nothing. 3 years ago, Master Dailong announced his retirement, and readers sighed in regret. "Boss, you're not the famous novelist Master Dailong, are you?" After realizing this, Kakuzu had a shocking guess in his heart. "Aha, you found out." Hinata-jin's face turned red, and he scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Originally, Scorpion and Haiden didn't want to mention it in front of the boss and had no other thoughts, but Kakuzu didn't give up. He was quite surprised to hear that Hinata-jin earned such a large sum of money from writing novels. He didn't expect writing novels to be so profitable. Even Scorpion felt a bit tempted and planned to find an opportunity to try it since being a puppet master was too expensive. But when they heard that Hinata-jin was Master Dailong, they were also curious and didn't understand why Kakuzu had such a shocked expression. Of course, they could see that the boss was a bit embarrassed. "Kakuzu, big brother, what is so strange about the boss being Master Dailong? Why do you have that expression?" Haiden asked curiously. Scorpion also silently waited for Kakuzu's response. He felt that Kakuzu had discovered the boss's hidden secret. "Play on, you little radish head. What do you know? You'll find out naturally when the opportunity arises." Kakuzu noticed Hinata-jin's embarrassment and didn't directly point it out. He had read Master Dailong's works. After all, he wanted to try writing since it was so profitable. As a result, during that period, Kakuzu almost strayed from his belief in money. Fortunately, his pursuit of wealth was strong enough that after spending hundreds of thousands of ryo in a short time, he suddenly woke up. Otherwise, he might have lost his kidney. That was a pain he had buried deep in his heart for many years. He had never spent so extravagantly. Seeing Kakuzu not speaking, Haiden and Scorpion became even more curious and thought that they must read the boss's works when they had time. "All right, since we've eaten, let us talk about serious matters." Hinata-jin quickly regained his composure. The awkwardness didn't last long. Upon hearing that Hinata-jin was going to discuss serious matters, Kakuzu and the others immediately perked up, quietly waiting for Hinata-jin's instructions. Hinata-jin pressed one hand on the floor of the room, and a series of sealing runes quickly covered the entire room, sealing it off. It was better to be cautious. Hinata-jin was meticulous in his work. "Currently, my research has basically yielded results. Although it's not particularly perfect, it can be attempted after simulation. The method for clearing the 6 paths needs to be placed in a secure location. I won't elaborate on that for now. We'll try it once we find a suitable place. Right now, the main focus is to experiment with the sealing protection method for your soul wills. I have optimized this method quite well, and there should be no major issues." Kakuzu, Scorpion, who wants to try it first? Hinata-jin explained his results to the three and then asked for Kakuzu and Scorpion's opinions. "I'll go. Scorpion is still too young and lacks experience." Kakuzu, as the organization's elder brother, took the lead. "All right, then it will be Kakuzu. But don't worry, I'm here. There won't be any problems." Hinata-jin highly appreciated Kakuzu's sense of responsibility. He then took out 8 prepared scrolls that recorded the sealing technique. He proceeded to explain to Kakuzu and the others how to guide the sealing technique. This wasn't too difficult. It was easy for Kakuzu to pick up. After all, Hinata-jin had spent so much time improving it, and the effect was quite good. After trying a few times without mistakes, Kakuzu immediately spread out the 8 scrolls, arranging them in a circle, and knelt in the center. Sealing. After casting the guiding technique, Kakuzu shouted. Instantly, the sealing scrolls surrounding him seemed to come alive, climbing toward Kakuzu's body. One by one, the sealing characters crawled onto Kakuzu's forehead and drilled inside. Within Kakuzu's soul space, the sealing runes, guided by his pure chakra, gradually filled his soul space. They gradually converged, forming a massive, spiderweb-like seal that covered his soul space. Chains of runes extended and embedded into the consciousness of his soul within the soul space. The entire soul space became increasingly stable the moment the sealing was completed. A few minutes later, the technique ended. Kakuzu felt no abnormalities. Hinata-jin knew he had succeeded. Without waiting for Kakuzu to respond, his consciousness immediately penetrated into Kakuzu's soul space. As soon as he made contact, before fully entering, the sealing runes in Kakuzu's soul space began to move. Like thick pythons, they rushed towards Hinata-jin's consciousness. Kakuzu immediately noticed the anomaly due to the success of the sealing, but he guessed it was Hinata Gene's attempt. So he was overly worried. Hinata Gene tested it, and overall the effect was good. It could effectively protect the soul space and detect invading consciousness, making it possible to block it. Without expending much effort, the possibility of remote invasion was minimal, essentially cutting off the risk of the Sage of Six Paths regaining control over Kakuzu and the others. Now, the future of the Starfire organization had a real chance of being passed on. Without a method to protect one's consciousness from being eroded, all ideals would be like flowers in a mirror or the moon reflected in water, beautiful but unattainable. Seeing that Hinata Gene had finished testing, Kakuzu immediately shared his experiences during the casting process to provide insights for Scorpion and Haydn. Since there were no issues, Hinata Gene didn't dawdle and took out several spare sealing scrolls, handing them to Scorpion and Haydn. They had basically learned the operating methods. And with Kakuzu's experience and Hinata Jin's protection nearby, there was nothing to worry about. They then began practicing the guiding technique, and after becoming fully proficient, the two started building their own soul will's firewall. Everything went smoothly, and there were no abnormalities. This firewall plan was a perfect success. Afterwards, Hinata Gene taught Kakuzu and Scorpion how to make sealing scrolls and suggested that if it was too difficult, they could specialize in one or two parts. As long as we can ensure that there are no mistakes, once the number of organized personnel increases and each has their own responsibilities, mass production can be achieved. Even without our direct involvement, the continuation of the Spark organization can be guaranteed. As for Fade Wan, he is not included. His system is fundamentally different, and he won't be able to learn it. Things have finally made some progress. Developing organization members should be prioritized once we finish building the small spatial barrier and can independently handle the Six Paths will. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Chapter 44. Distributing wealth after completing the tasks with Scorpion and Haydn, Hyuga Masashi checked for any abnormalities as usual. Finding none, he felt relieved that the ceiling was stable. Good, you can feel my consciousness invading, right? Hyuga Masashi then asked the three for specific feedback. Although they had succeeded, it was still important to hear the user's experiences. Indeed, as soon as your will invaded, I sensed it and could receive follow-up feedback from the consciousness in the soul space. Kakuzu responded first. I feel the effect is very good as well, Scorpion added. I feel the same way. Haydn supported his teammates' opinions. Well, that's good. Next, we need to select a location for building a small space barrier. Do you have any good suggestions? Hyuga Masashi, seeing that the three shared the same opinion, felt reassured and asked for their input. Does the leader have any requirements for the location? Kakuzu inquired. It should ideally be a place with fewer people, but a good environment and abundant energy. It would be even better if it's somewhat concealed. Hyuga Masashi stated his requirements for the location. I can't think of such a suitable place right now, Kakuzu admitted after some thought and turned to his two teammates. I haven't thought of a suitable place either, Scorpion replied. Me neither. After all, we're still young and haven't been to many places, Haydn echoed. Then let's take our time and brainstorm. We need to find some suitable locations as soon as possible and report them to me. The foundation is crucial for the Spark organization. The sooner, the better. Hyuga Masashi understood that they might not find a suitable place immediately, but hoped they would take it seriously. The three agreed to keep it in mind and quickly select some promising locations for Hyuga Masashi to choose from. With that matter temporarily set aside, Hyuga Masashi remembered what Kakuzu had said about the need for money to develop the organization. I indeed overlooked this point. It seems only Kakuzu has some assets. While Scorpion and Haydn, you both are probably still broke, he noted. Come with me to the bank in the capital of the Land of Wind. I'll transfer some money to each of you. After all, improving our strength requires a lot of resources. Hyuga Masashi decided to provide them with some support and allocate a portion of the funds for Kakuzu to manage as a reserve for the organization's development. Really? Leader, thank you so much. Scorpion expressed his gratitude with great joy. In fact, the one who needed financial support the most at that moment was Scorpion, as his puppet techniques were very costly, and he likely had very little money left. Leader, I don't need any. Keep it as a reserve fund for the organization. Kakuzu, while greedy for money, still thought of the organization's interests. Leader, give me a few million Ryo. I want to buy some evil ninjas to sacrifice to my evil god. Haydn finally understood that a few million Ryo was a significant amount and immediately asked for it without hesitation. He was becoming bolder ever since he learned to bargain. Let us go. Hyuga Masashi didn't delay, dispelling the sealing technique and leading the three downstairs. After paying for their meal, which amounted to over 100,000 Ryo, they headed to the bank in the capital of the Land of Wind. Next came the exciting part of distributing wealth. Hyuga Masashi transferred 20 million Ryo to Hayden's account, mainly because this guy's strength relied entirely on his evil god, and money wouldn't matter much. Moreover, if he took the money to recruit ninjas to sacrifice to the evil god, it would be too conspicuous and could expose the existence of Spark, making them a target. A little operating capital was sufficient for him. As for Scorpion, Hyuga Masashi transferred 50 million Ryo to him. After all, puppet masters are known to be extravagant, and Hyuga Masashi recognized Scorpion's talent, hoping he could use this money to enhance his strength as much as possible. Finally, it was Kakuzu's turn. Hyuga Masashi transferred a staggering 550 million Ryo to him. Upon seeing the number just deposited in his savings book, Kakuzu's breath momentarily halted. It was simply too much. He couldn't understand why Hyuga Masashi would give him so much money. After leaving the bank, Hyuga Masashi explained his reasoning for distributing the funds to the three, so they wouldn't feel treated differently. Once they heard the reasons for Hayden and Scorpion, they all understood. The main explanation was for Kakuzu's situation. Hyuga Masashi intended for Kakuzu to take on the role of the organization as financial manager. Although he loved money, he had enough self-control not to spend recklessly. You're right, the organization's development indeed relies on financial support. Since there might be other urgent matters I need to handle next, I can't be with you all the time. Orochimaru won't be able to join us for the time being either. Thus, the task of developing the organization will probably fall on the three of you. Hyuga Masashi appointed Kakuzu as the financial manager of the Spark organization, entrusting him with most of the reserve funds. This way, when they needed money for developing new members, they could directly apply to Kakuzu for funding, eliminating the need to ask Hyuga Masashi for money again. With this explanation, Hayden and Scorpion had no objections, as they were still too young to manage money. However, Kakuzu felt a bit overwhelmed. Although he loved money, he knew that these funds would need to be used for the organization's development, which would involve a lot of responsibility. Despite this, Kakuzu still felt a strong sense of trust in Hyuga Masashi and was very pleased. The feeling of being valued, needed, and entrusted with important responsibilities was truly wonderful. With the wealth distribution complete, most of the matters he could handle were resolved. Only the location selection remained. As Hyuga Masashi had said, the sooner, the better. He worried that Sage of Six Paths wouldn't give him too much time. Therefore, he decided to personally explore the ninja world to see if he could find a suitable location and scout for potential talents. He then took Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Hayden out of the capital to find a quiet place to arrange their next actions. Next, I will outline the organization as upcoming plans and some suggestions. After you listen, feel free to share your opinions. Your upcoming task is to search for excellent fire seeds in a ninja world and prepare adequately. Once I find a suitable location and successfully build a small space barrier, I can invite the people you have in mind to join the organization. Also, try to keep a low profile. It's not time for the organization to surface yet, so be sure to carefully evaluate every talent you choose. I need to travel around the ninja world to see if I can find a suitable building site. The following actions will be arranged by Kakuzu. Remember, preserving your life is the top priority at all times. Only by truly living can we achieve our ideals. If you can't win, running away is not shameful. If you can't escape, then there's a problem with your head. Don't trust others easily, especially in battle. When you encounter those who like to debate ideals and beliefs with you, if you meet such a person and have the ability, kill them quickly. If you can't, then escape as fast as possible, because you never know if the person arguing with you at that moment is truly themselves. Hinata Makoto reminded the three while discussing the upcoming arrangements, tightening the spring. He didn't want Kaku and Scorpion to end up in the ridiculous fate they had in the original story of their past lives. I hope you take my suggestions to heart. So, do you have any questions or suggestions regarding my upcoming arrangements? Hinata Makoto glanced at Kaku, who was listening intently, and then asked Hayden and Scorpion. Kaku, as the elder brother of the trio, naturally spoke first. The leader's suggestions are very reasonable, and I have no objections to the upcoming arrangements. Scorpion then expressed his thoughts. I would like to ask the leader, are we acting separately or together? You can act individually or as a group. Both are fine. However, since you and Hayden are still young and lack experience, it's better to stick with Kaku for now, Hinata Makoto answered and offered advice regarding Scorpion's question. Now that we have a firewall, we're much safer. Okay, leader. I have no objections, Scorpion replied. I have no issues. I've noted everything the leader said. Hayden stated plainly when he noticed Hinata Makoto looking at him. All right, we'll stop here for today. Now it's your time. Go find quality sparks to bring light and hope to this dark and twisted world. Your future is infinitely bright. Hinata Makoto's words were passionate and inspiring. Chapter 45. The starting point of Hinata's true immortal path. After Hinata made arrangements with the Starfire trio, he parted ways with them. He didn't understand what tricks the Sage of Six Paths was playing. This old man was too difficult to read. He needed to quickly select a suitable location to complete the establishment of the base. Hinata's concerns were somewhat exaggerated. Although the Sage of Six Paths truly viewed him as a thorn in his side, wishing he could immediately eliminate this grave digger of the chakra system. He was indeed unable to act directly due to the restrictions of the Pure Land rules and the agreements with the three major insect sages. Even if he could disregard the agreements with the three sages and forcibly break the limitations of the Pure Land to act, all previous efforts would be in vain, which he was reluctant to do. While Hinata had indeed erased the will he had embedded within Orochimaru and the others, which had angered the Sage of Six Paths and caused him to temporarily lose his rationality, he soon regained his composure. He felt that his rationality had been led astray by Hinata. Although Hinata was able to extinguish his embedded will, could he not invade again? After all, he was the ancestor of the chakra system. As long as Orochimaru and the others still operated within the chakra system, there was nothing to worry about. With just a little more thought and some cost, he could redirect Orochimaru and their fate back on track. The Sage of Six Paths was very confident. He had already thought of a way to deal with Hinata, but the timing was not right and the conditions were not met. He needed to wait. In his view, although Hinata had some abilities, he ultimately couldn't stir up much trouble. The trends in the ninja world were not so easily changed. He would not agree, and the three major insect sages would definitely not agree. Otherwise, they would not have intervened hundreds of years ago. The current system of the ninja world was the result that he and the three insect sages wanted. The Sage of Six Paths even looked forward to Hinata being able to influence or even change the entire trend of the ninja world. At that time, it wouldn't be him who was anxious, but rather the three high and mighty insect sages. When that time came, the Sage of Six Paths could sit back and watch the tigers fight, annoying the insect sages. Moreover, the fate script of the ninja world had reached a critical moment, and the pieces were all taking the stage. As long as Hinata didn't act recklessly for the time being, the Sage of Six Paths couldn't be bothered. This was also the reason why the Sage of Six Paths was not in a hurry to act against Hinata and the others. With his rationality restored, the Sage of Six Paths returned to a state of calm where everything was under control. After all, he was an old monster who had lived for over 1,000 years. His thoughts were deep, and he was not easily swayed by emotions. It was indeed not that simple. An angry enemy is not terrifying because anger might affect their rationality. A rational and deeply thoughtful enemy is truly terrifying because you can't guess what treacherous tricks they have in store for you. However, the Sage of Six Paths would never have imagined that, in just a short time, Hinata had already come up with a perfect solution and built a firewall for the seeds. By the time he discovered it, it would already be too late. Hinata sped along, pushing his speed to the limit. Since coming down from the mountain, he had never felt such a sense of urgency. The calm demeanor of the Sage of Six Paths left him somewhat baffled. He could only quickly push forward with his next plans. While racing forward, Hinata used his spiritual sense to explore all the places he passed, searching for suitable locations. Days passed, and Hinata had almost flown across the territories of the five great nations without finding a reliable place. Although there were some decent locations with abundant natural energy, some were too close to the three major holy lands, while others were near various ninja villages. Clearly, they were not suitable as an important base for the organization. Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Haiden were also in contact with him, but had no good suggestions either. Hinata even contacted Orochimaru once to ask for his opinion, but received no reliable locations. Did he really have to choose one of these places? Hinata hesitated. After all, the safety of Starfire was the most important. These places were still not quite suitable. He decided to keep looking. If it came down to it, he would make a final decision. This time, Hinata set his sights on the various small nations outside the five great nations, hoping to find a useful place. This search indeed yielded some good discoveries. He found promising locations in 3 countries: the land of iron, the land of hot water, and the land of craftsmen. They had good concealment, low population density, and decent environments, though the density of natural energy was somewhat lacking. However, Hinata had no better options for now and could only consider choosing the tallest among the short ones. Just as Hinata was about to settle on a location, he suddenly received a message from Orochimaru, which gave him a better choice. After receiving Hinata's inquiry, Orochimaru had also set this matter aside, constantly thinking about suitable locations. Senior Hinata, you are trying to target the 3 major holy lands for your site selection. are you? Orochimaru thought the most suitable place was indeed the three major holy lands and sent a message to Hinata to complain about it. Upon receiving Orochimaru's message, Hinata couldn't help but smile. It was indeed the case. If there could be a similar unclaimed land to the three major holy lands, it would indeed be the best choice. Suddenly, Hinata had a flash of inspiration. Wait, there might actually be such a place in the ninja world. Hinata recalled a life-and-death crisis from over 30 years ago. It occurred during the Valley of the End battle more than 30 years ago. Severely injured and on the brink of death from being chased by Madara and Hashirama, he had to forcibly use reverse summoning to escape. Grasping at a slim chance of survival, he was subsequently transported to a very special space, a unique little world similar to the three major holy lands. However, this space had become dilapidated, with weak internal vitality, no powerful beings, and relatively sparse natural energy. Hinata had recuperated there for several days before he had basically recovered and found himself again. It was also in this space that he found a connection to the ninja world, and it was usable. He just didn't know why this place had turned out like this. After healing his injuries and severing the chakra system, he left. The natural energy there was even less than in the ninja world, making it unsuitable for him to prepare for the creation of law and step into the immortal path. Decades flew by, and under the erosion of the great force of time, he was about to forget this place. With Orochimaru's reminder, he remembered it again. It was indeed an excellent choice. Although it was somewhat dilapidated and not as grand as the three major holy lands, and its natural energy was weak, it was undeniably a very secretive place. It would be absolutely suitable as a base for the organization. As for the issue of weak natural energy, it wouldn't stump Hinata. With his current realm and strength, along with his extreme utilization of natural energy, it wouldn't be very difficult to transform it. At most, he would spend some time setting up formations to gather natural energy, which he had methods for in his small spatial barrier construction techniques. Thinking of this, Hinata became even more interested in the hidden secrets of the ninja world. Back then, he was solely focused on cultivating immortality and hadn't thought about other aspects or conducted a detailed exploration of the entire space. Now it seemed that there might have once been a holy land there. However, he didn't know if he could still access it. It was worth a try. After all, with his current strength, even tearing through space wouldn't harm him. Hinata immediately formed seals, and natural energy surged forth. Bang! A puff of white smoke rose, and Hinata Makoto disappeared from the spot. Chapter 46, Seizure. After a wave of spatial fluctuation, Hinata Makoto successfully arrived at his destination. It was the place he had visited over 30 years ago. He never expected to come back. Looking at the still somewhat dilapidated space, Hinata Makoto decided to explore the secrets of this small space carefully. He then soared into the air, investigating everything in this mysterious space. The entire small space was about 100,000 acres in size, covered in vegetation, and overall presented a hint of greenery. There were mountains and water and lakes. Some small animals lived there, but no signs of intelligent life were found. Overall, it looked like a small world. However, the natural energy was indeed thin. Otherwise, the trees here shouldn't be so short. It was completely incomparable to the overwhelming sight of a single blade of grass in the three great holy lands. As Hinata Makoto continued to advance, he made a discovery in a place he had not been to before. It was the core position of the entire space, where there seemed to be traces of some intelligent life having lived. Hinata Makoto did not rush to investigate carefully, but continued flying until he had explored the entire space. After finding no other discoveries, he returned to the core area. There should be some findings here. Hinata Makoto descended from the sky and saw that the trees around the core area were noticeably much taller, along with some relatively ancient buildings. However, most of them were already decayed, and with a little force, they would likely collapse instantly, indicating that this place had existed for a considerable time. It might have been here long before the three great holy lands, though this was just Hinata Makoto's speculation. Moreover, there seemed to be traces of human habitation. This made Hinata Makoto very curious. Could the people of this world have had a glorious history? The secrets of the ninja world were indeed becoming more and more uncovered. Hinata Makoto carefully stepped into these ancient buildings, trying to discover something from them. However, many items inside shattered upon contact, and he found no valuable information. Only some well-preserved stone pots and bowls confirmed that there were indeed traces of human habitation. After searching each building, Hinata Makoto couldn't help but feel a bit discouraged. It had been too long, and many things had already been destroyed. He could not determine whether this was indeed a gathering place for ancient human powerhouses. However, Hinata Makoto did not give up. He emitted his powerful spiritual sense and conducted an in-depth exploration of the entire core area, delving dozens of feet deep. He did not believe there wasn't a shred of useful information left behind. As Hinata Makoto conducted his in-depth exploration, he indeed found a deeply hidden secret place beneath the ancient buildings. However, it was blocked by a barrier formed by natural energy, and his spiritual sense could not penetrate it. He might need to go investigate personally. This instantly piqued Hinata Makoto's interest. He immediately performed the earth escape technique and hurried toward the only place that might conceal the secrets of this space. In a short time, Hinata Makoto arrived at the mysterious underground space. It was protected by a barrier formed by natural energy, surprisingly able to last for so many years. Perhaps the few natural energies in this space were all used to maintain the operation of the barrier. Hinata Makoto approached and reached out. The barrier was not very strong. After all, it had been many years. For a cultivator of his caliber, it was not a significant problem. However, in order not to damage the secrets that might be hidden within the barrier, Hinata Makoto did not force his way through. He spent some time studying the weak points of the barrier, using his understanding of natural energy, barriers, and sealing techniques to successfully find a way to penetrate it. Suddenly, a rich natural energy radiated from Hinata Makoto's body, directly penetrating the barrier and beginning to guide its operation. Silently, he opened a gap and then walked inside. Inside the barrier was a relatively spacious space, with a throne built on a high platform. On the throne sat the long-dead skeleton of a figure, holding a scepter inlaid with deep green gemstones, seemingly a king. Below the throne, some deceased human skeletons sat cross-legged in 2 rows on either side. The entire space seemed devoid of life. But Hinata Makoto knew this was merely an appearance. The moment he stepped into the barrier, he felt the presence of a mysterious consciousness. It probed Hinata Makoto and was instantly detected. Interesting. There was actually an unexpected discovery. This senior seems a bit excessive. I come here, and you probe me so recklessly without introducing yourself first? Hinata Makoto did not hesitate to point out the existence of the hidden person. Junior, you have finally arrived. Unfortunately, it's too late. An ancient voice came from the throne. Senior, if you don't say anything, how would I know it's too late? Hinata Makoto ignored the mysterious person's words and continued to guide him to reveal the secrets he wanted to know. If you were a bit younger and had come here on your first visit, everything would still have been possible. Now, you are already nearing the end, with no time to make changes. The mysterious voice conveyed a deep sense of regret. Senior, since I have arrived here, it is naturally fate, regardless of early or late. Moreover, how does Senior know I haven't made any changes? If there are any hidden secrets, why not speak frankly to the junior? Perhaps I can help a little. Although Hinata Makoto's voice was old, it was filled with confidence and vitality. Hinata Makoto could roughly guess the meaning of the mysterious person, but he still needed him to speak it out loud. You are indeed different from before, no? You have actually walked the right path. While speaking, the mysterious person carefully examined Hinata Makoto again. This time, Hinata Makoto did not hide and directly revealed part of his foundation. This surprised the mysterious existence for a moment. Genius. You truly are a genius. This king knew that the rules of this world would not allow a useless person to come here. Initially, he was quite angry about your previous departure, thinking you were unworthy, having not discovered the true secret of this place. Unexpectedly, you were able to realize and walk the true path. The mysterious person spoke with great excitement. What you said is quite vague. Please speak plainly. Hinata Makoto was a bit displeased. He was always the one playing riddles with others, but today he was the one being riddled. However, for the sake of the secrets of the ninja world, he endured. Since you have walked the true path, you should have discovered the secrets of this world. He has already gone astray. The puppet masters hidden deep within this world treat everyone as chives, satisfying their filthy pursuits. The mysterious person's voice was filled with anger, the kind of uncontainable fury conveyed through his words. Are you referring to the sage of 6 paths and the 3 bug sages of the 3 great holy lands? Hinata Makoto bluntly pointed out the target. You have indeed discovered their existence. Junior, you are quite impressive. The mysterious person couldn't help but praise Hinata Makoto. Hinata Makoto could no longer hold back. Could this old fool not get to the point quickly? This was the first time he experienced how annoying a riddle maker could be. Maybe this was karma. Senior, if you continue to beat around the bush like this, then the junior will not accompany you any longer. Hinata Makoto directly refused to indulge him. Say it or not. Do I have to beg you? You're quite the impatient little fellow. Come closer and place your hand on this green gem, and I will share the secrets of the entire world with you. It may take more than just a few words to explain. The mysterious voice came from the throne. Hinata Makoto glanced at the green gem on the staff and had a guess in his heart. Perhaps the consciousness or soul of the mysterious person was hidden there. However, this old guy probably had ulterior motives, using the secrets of the entire ninja world to bait him. Despite having a prediction in his heart, the bold Hinata Makoto still approached the mysterious person's throne. Although the mysterious person believed he had seen through Hinata Makoto, he didn't know that Hinata Makoto had already figured out most of his secrets. The moment Hinata Makoto stepped onto the throne and placed his hand on the green gem, a soul began to enter his sea of consciousness. Indeed, you want to take over, huh? Unfortunately, you've chosen the wrong person. Even the sage of 6 paths and the insect sage from the 3 great holy lands together wouldn't stir up any trouble in my sea of consciousness. A group of frogs at the bottom of the well. How could they know the power of the true immortal path? Hinata Makoto immediately threw the skeleton off the throne, took the staff, and sat confidently on the throne to deal with this brainless, mysterious person. This is what you brought upon yourself. Chapter 47. The king from 900 years ago, the soul of the mysterious person instantly penetrated into Hinata's spiritual space. However, he did not expect that Hinata's spiritual space was vastly different from others. While others had a soul space, Hinata's was a sea of consciousness. Shortly after entering Hinata's sea of consciousness, the true appearance of the mysterious person's soul emerged. He appeared as a middle-aged man clad in ancient battle armor, looking to be in his 50s, without the frailness that his voice suggested. This was likely someone who, like Hinata, enjoyed hiding their true capabilities. Once inside Hinata's sea of consciousness, the mysterious man attempted to find and devour Hinata's soul, but he was taken aback by the sheer size of Hinata's soul space. Moreover, it was filled with powerful wills, forming an ocean of spiritual intent. Otherwise, it would not be called a sea of consciousness. An existence that had never seen the true visage of the Tao could not comprehend the strength of a true cultivator on the path of immortality. Hinata's path was flawless. Especially in terms of the sea of consciousness, it was terrifyingly strong. Seeing the frightening vastness of Hinata's sea of consciousness, the mysterious man felt that his soul would likely be extinguished under such overwhelming willpower in no time. The mysterious man instantly realized he might have fallen into a trap and wanted to escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Hinata had already isolated his sea of consciousness, cutting off his escape route. A big fish like this would not be let go by Hinata. Furthermore, he needed this guy to answer some secrets of the ninja world. Hinata's figure slowly rose from the sea of consciousness, appearing like a celestial being before the shocked soul of the mysterious man. It seems you made a wrong choice. Why not be honest and answer my questions and play the good guy? Why seek death? Hinata's tone was icy, devoid of any emotion. You've underestimated me, young one. I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, and your soul is so youthful. The mysterious man was also shocked at the disparity between Hinata's soul and his physical appearance. There's no need for further words. Since you made a wrong choice, you must pay the price. Hinata immediately attacked the mysterious man. The vast sea of consciousness was mobilized, and countless waves of mental will surged forward, instantly assaulting the mysterious man. Young one, let me go, and I will tell you all the secrets. Everything can be negotiated. The mysterious man, enveloped by the ocean of spiritual will, immediately lowered his posture in fear. In Hinata's domain, he could not hide at all. No need. I can obtain what I want myself. Hinata gave the mysterious man no chance. Despite the mysterious man's immense soul power, it was nothing in Hinata's presence. Especially in Hinata's domain, he could not stir up any waves, merely struggling in vain. Faced with the tidal wave of will, the resistance of the mysterious man's soul became increasingly difficult. No, release this king. I can obey your commands and assist you against those behind the scenes. The mysterious man grew desperate, feeling his soul would soon be completely dispersed by Hinata's army of spiritual will. In order to survive, he lowered his pride, willing to become Hinata's subordinate to seek a way out. After all, he had struggled to survive for so many years. He was truly unwilling to die like this. I never expected that a moment of greed would lead to such dire consequences. No need. You're just a failure. Insignificant to me. Hinata gave no opportunity. You force me. Then let us die together. Seeing that begging for mercy was ineffective, the mysterious man was instantly filled with rage and prepared to fight to the death. You? You think you can die with me? Fool's dream. This is my domain. Hinata saw the mysterious man's soul power erupting, intending to self-destruct, and immediately mobilized the will of the entire sea of consciousness to suppress him. In an instant, the mysterious man's soul power was pushed back, bound by layers of restraints. Unable to struggle any longer, under the continuous wash of Hinata's will, the mysterious man gradually lost the power to resist. No, I beg you, this world still needs me. The mysterious man whispered his final words. Ultimately, under Hinata's spiritual attack, his soul gradually lost consciousness, falling into a complete stupor. Everything about him would be laid bare before Hinata. Next, let me see what you truly know. What secrets of a ninja world are hidden, and how many? I hope you won't disappoint me. Hinata probed into the now unconscious soul of the mysterious man, searching for the secrets he knew. After more than an hour, Hinata finally concluded his investigation of the mysterious man. There were indeed some gains, though not many. Some of the information he had already anticipated, but he could generally understand the true intentions of the Sage of Six Paths and the three great insect sages. The mysterious man's name was Oda Kinzuya, a person from over 900 years ago, after the chakra system was passed down by the Sage of Six Paths for over 100 years before the Warring States period. Moreover, he was not a native of this small world. He was merely a fortunate newcomer. His understanding of the secrets of this space was also limited. It was here that he obtained the deep green gemstone that provided him refuge. Within that deep green gemstone, he acquired the correct methods of cultivation for this world. With the gemstone's help, he eliminated the Six Paths will embedded in his body and learned the true purpose of the Sage of Six Paths. The reason he referred to himself as king was that he had indeed done things that Hinata had already anticipated. His intention was to unify the entire ninja world, to completely overturn the conspiracy of the Six Paths. He had made significant efforts and gained substantial support from many people, achieving considerable results. However, he ultimately failed. In the end, he could not defeat the Sage of Six Paths and the three great insect sages. He only managed to escape with a few loyal subordinates to this place, evading the pursuit of the four great sages, barely surviving. All the history he participated in was completely erased, leaving no trace in the ninja world. Having obtained the desired information, Hinata originally planned to completely extinguish Oda Kinzuya's soul. But then he reconsidered. Oda Kinzuya still had considerable value. This guy indeed possessed a certain level of strength. His memories revealed that at his peak, he was not beneath Hashirama. In fact, he might even have surpassed him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape from the sage's pursuit. Moreover, he practiced the immortal path developed by the indigenous people of this world, which had certain reference value and could provide an opportunity for the members of the Spark organization to enhance their strength. It would be a waste to simply extinguish him. Hinata decided to give this old man Oda Kinzuya a chance. Although his soul was knocked unconscious by Hinata, it was not completely erased. It just needed some time to recover. However, necessary safety measures were still required. Hinata's consciousness then pressed against the forehead of the now unconscious and sleeping soul of Oda Kinzuya. Soon, an incredibly complex soul shackle was placed deep within Oda Kinzuya's soul. Although your behavior annoys me, I will give you a chance considering that you are somewhat aligned with the Spark organization. Chapter 48. Success after completing the safety measures. Hinata Makoto pulled Oda Kinzuya's sleeping soul out of the sea of consciousness. He then placed his soul back into the deep green gemstone. For now, Oda Kinzuya's soul could only be stored inside it. Although keeping it in his own sea of consciousness wouldn't cause any issues, Hinata Makoto felt uncomfortable. This gemstone was the true treasure of this space, and one could say it was the core of this alternate dimension. Just like the beads carried by the Toad Sage and the gem carried by the White Snake Sage, it served a similar purpose. As for whether the Slug Sage had something similar, although Hinata Makoto had never seen it in his previous life, he was certain that it existed, as every independent alternate space would have such an item. This gemstone had the ability to gather natural energy, and it contained a small internal space that could hold various items, even souls. It could also mobilize the power of heaven and earth within this small world to assist in cultivation. Most importantly, it allowed for control over the entire alternate space. Oda Kinzuya was able to discover and eliminate the Six Paths while embedded in his body thanks to these two functions. These functions were also very beneficial to Hinata Makoto, saving him a lot of time. More importantly, this alternate space was hidden deep. Otherwise, the Sage of Six Paths and the three major sacred lands would have come searching for it. Additionally, its location was excellent, making it a great base for the Starfire organization. The only issue was that the natural energy was too low to gather enough power from heaven and earth. When Oda Kinzuya came here 900 years ago, he had harvested a wave of it, and later, in order to develop his power and clear the Six Paths will from his subordinates, he expended a large amount of heaven and earth power, depleting the already limited natural energy reserves. Moreover, this alternate world had its own issues. It couldn't autonomously draw in natural energy from the outside, and the energy produced internally was too little. Eventually, Oda Kinzuya used it as a tool for storing souls, which made it nearly impossible for the entire alternate space to draw in external energy. His actions also caused significant consumption of the natural energy produced and stored within the alternate space. However, these issues were not too big of a problem for Hinata Makoto. At worst, he would just need to spend a bit more time repairing it. For the next period, Hinata Makoto confirmed that the passage between the alternate space and the ninja world was still usable. He also marked the gemstone with his own seal, achieving perfect control over the space. Soon, Hinata Makoto completely erased Oda Kinzuya's will left in the gemstone and stamped his imprint on it. At that moment, he gained a clear grasp of the entire alternate space and understood its true problems. The main issue was the passage of time, without a powerful figure to maintain it. The mysterious array, originally used to absorb natural energy, had long since become ineffective and damaged. In fact, Oda Kinzuya had thought about repairing it, but there was no relevant introduction in the system he inherited. Although he had good talent in cultivation and high combat power, he lacked talent in array repair. After several attempts with no results, he ultimately had to give up. In the end, Oda Kinzuya took the core to maintain his own needs, leading to the worsening situation of the entire alternate space. Being an independent space attached to the ninja world, it could not contend for natural energy with the greater world and was even drained of its already limited natural energy by the ninja world. This caused its problems to worsen over time, gradually leading to degradation. If this continued for a few thousand years, it would likely become a barren wasteland. Not much different from Kagaya Otsutsuki's special space. A space that could give rise to life is vastly different from those independent spaces that only have partial rules. The ability to nurture life indicates that the rules of this space are relatively complete, and its level is higher. Although they are referred to as alternate spaces, they are essentially independent small worlds. The three major sacred lands are such examples. Once the problem was identified, it became easier to handle. Hinata Makoto prepared to rejuvenate this small world and began his arrangements. First, he completely demolished the place where the array for absorbing natural energy had been inscribed and rebuilt the natural energy absorption array. This would allow the small world to operate and achieve a positive gain of natural energy. He had prepared for this, so it wasn't troublesome to set up. Next, he severed the ninja world's draw on the small world to prevent the loss of natural energy. As long as a strong figure was stationed there, this was not difficult and posed no issue for Hinata Makoto. One method was to increase resources, while the other was to conserve them. He believed that soon the small world would begin to operate positively. After 5 busy days, Hinata Makoto had basically completed his work. During this time, he had received inquiries and suggestions from Starfire members. Hinata Makoto assured them not to worry about the location, as he had already found a suitable site and was in the process of building it, telling them to rest easy. It's time to give it a try. It's already quite perfected, not easy at all. Hinata Makoto muttered to himself, looking quite fatigued. These past few days have been mentally exhausting. The arrangement and inscription of the arrays could not afford any mistakes, or everything would be in vain. Activate. Hinata Makoto waved his sleeve, and a streak of light instantly flew toward the array. The entire array quickly activated, and beams of light rose up, rapidly covering the entire array area. Buzz of blinding light erupted, and the entire array was fully activated. Streams of natural energy were drawn into the array, and the quantity was continuously increasing. It seemed there were no problems. The array was operating very smoothly. Hinata Makoto felt a sense of relief as he watched the natural energy being absorbed. Next, he needed to arrange the array to convert natural energy into the power of heaven and earth. Once completed, Starfire would have no further worries. It was also time for the winds of the ninja world to start blowing. What? You ask, why not use the core gemstone to drive away the Six Paths will for the ninjas? That won't do. This thing must be kept under my control. After seeing the potential of this small world, Hinata Makoto had plans. This place would not only serve as a base for Starfire, but would also be his future cultivation site, destined to become a place on par with the sacred lands. He didn't want others to covet it. However, for this place to quickly regain vitality, he would likely need to personally oversee it for a considerable amount of time. Hinata Makoto felt helpless about this for the time being. This small world had deteriorated too severely. It could not resist the energy drain from the larger world of the ninja realm. It was like rivers ultimately flowing into the sea. Without a dam, it was impossible to stop, unless he was willing to spend time covering the entire small world with isolation arrays. But that was clearly unrealistic, as it would take too long. Hinata Makoto did not have that kind of time. He still had to preach and sow seeds of hope. As the great virtuous teacher of the ninja world, his task was quite heavy. Forget it, let's not think too much. I'll get the array for converting natural energy into the power of heaven and earth done first. Hinata Makoto did not dwell on it too much. Thinking too much now was useless, and he did not have that much time. Another busy period followed. Fortunately, everything was already planned out, and within 4 days, it was completed. Although this array was troublesome, it did not require as much effort as the previous tasks. Hinata Makoto tried it out, and it indeed works. Under his design, the power of heaven and earth can enhance the soul and will of ninjas, achieving the effect of perceiving the subtle from the obvious. It can also allow for introspection, providing a clear view of oneself. In the later stages, as natural energy increases and the power of heaven and earth strengthens, it will be easy to shatter the embedded will of the Sage of Six Paths. Everything is already in place. The reckoning day will not be too late. Sage of Six Paths, are you ready to face judgment? The winds of the ninja world are about to change. Chapter 49. The change of Orochimaru. After completing the arrangement of this small world, Hinata Makoto's next task was to create the summoning scroll for this world. After all, for someone who has become the actual controller and has some knowledge of spatial rules, it wasn't a hassle. The main purpose of this was to provide a key for the members of the Spark organization. Otherwise, unless they had the directional space transfer scroll he created, Kakuzu and Haiden would not be able to come over at all. Once everything was sorted, Hinata Makoto looked at the gradually reviving small world of the other space and felt genuinely happy. This place was quite nice as a stronghold. He originally planned to create a small spatial barrier himself, but unexpectedly got inspired from Orochimaru's teasing and found a better solution. Now that everything was ready, Hinata Makoto just needed to hand over the entry key and the method for using the formation to eliminate the Six Paths will to the members of Spark. With the already perfected Soul Firewall sealing method, the Spark organization now had all the necessary antivirus and defensive functions. There was no need to worry about the old tricks of the Sage of Six Paths anymore. The Spark would usher in a real blaze of glory. After checking again and confirming there were no issues, Hinata Makoto prepared to leave. Although it would affect the recovery of the small world, it wasn't a big problem. For the time being, it was still developing positively, with the natural energy being absorbed far exceeding what was lost. It would only slow down the recovery speed, and to accelerate it, Hinata Makoto would definitely need to be present. However, without a good way at the moment, he decided to leave it as it was. Recovery was inevitable, just perhaps taking a bit longer. Through a special passage connected to the ninja world, Hinata Makoto soon emerged from the dilapidated temple hidden deep in the mountains. It was still the same location from more than 30 years ago, but the temple was in even worse condition. This was within the Land of Iron. After establishing his village, Hinata Makoto had come here specifically to compete in swordsmanship with the samurai masters, leaving behind a legend of a swordsmanship master. The Land of Iron is a neutral country, and they have always refrained from participating in the wars of ninjas. Although after the village establishment era, they began to study the chakra system under the Sage of Six Paths influence, they have never regarded chakra as a mandatory method. Their country has its own samurai system, and unless one possesses extremely high talent and strong willpower, the results are slow. Otherwise, the chakra system of the Sage would not be able to penetrate. The Land of Iron can be said to be the most conservative nation in the entire ninja world. Hinata Makoto thought about how the passage connecting his small world to the ninja world was located in the Land of Iron. Coupled with the fact that the Land of Iron has always maintained its traditional conservatism, it surprisingly did not collapse under the system established by the Sage of Six Paths. This gave him many speculations. Perhaps the Land of Iron also harbored some secrets. However, he didn't have the time or mood to delve into the reasons behind it now. He had more important things to do. Regaining his focus, Hinata Makoto used his ring to locate Kakuzu and Sasori's positions and prepare to take off to meet them. This time, it took more than 10 days to build the base, which was at least half the time needed compared to the original plan of creating a small spatial barrier. The main reason was that there was already a ready-made space. saving a lot of trouble. He wasn't sure if Kakuzu and the others had found suitable candidates. In this ninja world shrouded in darkness, finding an excellent spark was very difficult. Hinata Makoto understood this deeply. After more than 3 months of busy work, he had only managed to recruit 4 members, including Orochimaru, who was still lingering outside. It wasn't that he didn't want Orochimaru to join quickly. It was just that the Spark organization was still in its initial stages and couldn't afford to expose itself. Moreover, Orochimaru was currently attracting too much attention. If he joined the organization now, it would undoubtedly draw the gaze of the Sage of Six Paths and the White Snake Sage. This was not a good thing for the nascent Spark. However, thinking of Orochimaru, Hinata Makoto suddenly realized that he hadn't taught him the sealing method to protect his soul from erosion. Previously, due to being overly concerned about the threat from the Sage of Six Paths, he had hurriedly selected and built the Spark base, which caused some delays. However, it should be fine. Orochimaru had been sending messages on time every day, so Hinata Makoto had not been too worried. Yet what needed to come would still come. Hinata Makoto discovered that Orochimaru had not sent his message on time today. An ominous premonition arose in his heart. Orochimaru was a meticulous person. Ever since Hinata Makoto made an agreement with him, he had sent messages at the same time every day without fail. The lack of today's message led Hinata Makoto to suspect that something unfortunate might have happened to Orochimaru. Hinata Makoto quickly reviewed the message records Orochimaru had sent in the past few days. He had been busy and only glanced at them hastily, just to confirm Orochimaru's safety without detailed analysis. Upon closer inspection, he indeed found a problem. Orochimaru had returned to the village. Senior Makoto, I have been relieved of my command at the Iwagakure battlefield, replaced by Akimichi Choza. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants me to return to the village with Tsunade and Shiranui. I don't know if there's something fishy going on. Orochimaru's message was brief, clearly stating his current situation and the issues he faced. From his words, it was not hard to tell that Orochimaru had doubts. This was the message he sent yesterday. However, when Hinata Makoto used the ring to locate him, he found that Orochimaru had already appeared in Konoha village in just 1 day's time. As for Tsunade and Shiranui, he couldn't locate them, so he couldn't determine their positions. This was abnormal. What could have happened that was so urgent? Changing commanders at the last minute was a major taboo in military strategy. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't he possibly be unaware of this. Even if he were to change commanders, it wasn't necessary to recall Orochimaru. Leaving him on the battlefield would also serve as a deterrent to Iwagakure. The reason for this change had to be blamed on Orochimaru. His lackadaisical attitude had affected Sarutobi Hiruzen's plans, making the change unavoidable. Moreover, the Sage of Six Paths, being in the Pure Land, would occasionally pay attention to Orochimaru, a piece that had slipped from his control. This was crucial to his future plans. He hadn't expected Orochimaru to be so unruly, seeing that he couldn't escape the constraints of the script, and simply gave up. This also made the Sage of Six Paths realize that Orochimaru must have learned something, and that Hinata Makoto, this remnant, was truly a significant threat. The Sage of Six Paths, who initially thought everything was under control, could no longer contain his emotions. He absolutely could not allow the residual threat of Hinata Makoto to spread in the ninja world, so he decided to act early, just in time to have a suitable excuse. He influenced Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts, forcing Orochimaru back to Konoha ahead of schedule to complete his plan, a plan that could completely eradicate Hinata Makoto, this malignant tumor. Not long after Orochimaru sent his message to Hinata Makoto yesterday, the Sage of Six Paths made his move. This time he invested heavily, directly mobilizing most of the hidden contingencies buried within the ninja bodies at the Konoha camp on the Iwagakure front. He condensed them into a small version of the Sage of Six Paths chakra consciousness. Then, he forcefully infiltrated the now uncontrollable Orochimaru, influencing his thoughts and interfering with his actions, intending to pull Orochimaru's fate back on track. As the Sage of Six Paths had anticipated, although Orochimaru had escaped his constraints, he was still within the chakra system. Regarding the erosion of his will, although he did not completely lose himself, he also lacked strong resistance. Orochimaru was once again back under the control of the Sage of Six Paths. This was precisely what Hinata Makoto had been worried and prepared for, but unexpectedly, due to a careless oversight, it still happened. Chapter 50. Let's make Orochimaru suffer a bit more. Hinata Jin descended from the sky, his expression somewhat grim. At that moment, he lost the desire to meet up with the members of Starfire. He hadn't expected that the Sage of Six Paths, who had been inactive, would finally make a move. This was his oversight. Otherwise, Orochimaru should have already activated his firewall. Sometimes, overthinking isn't a good thing. Hinata-jin couldn't help but curse inwardly. If he had known, he would have just taken Orochimaru away directly. After all, the relationship had already soured. Why worry about it? Initially, he had considered the influence of the three great holy lands, and even from the current perspective, not taking Orochimaru away wasn't necessarily wrong. However, Hinata-jin still felt like a hard-won girlfriend had been taken away by a pig. He tried sending a message to Orochimaru, but received no reply. He couldn't help but feel angry. The Sage of Six Paths was truly willing to invest heavily. Regardless, Orochimaru had long since lost the will of the Sage of Six Paths within him. Trying to control him again while he was conscious would certainly not be easy, especially with a world in between. However, Hinata-jin still planned to confirm the situation. After all, Orochimaru was the dragon-slaying warrior he had chosen and couldn't be easily given up on, unless he had completely lost himself and become a puppet of the Sage of Six Paths. But he didn't believe that the Sage of Six Paths could completely erase Orochimaru's self-awareness in such a short time. With this thought, he knew time was of the essence. Hinata-jin's figure instantly took off, swiftly heading towards Konoha Village. 5 hours later, with Hinata-jin's speed, Konoha Village was already in sight, and he quickly arrived. Time was urgent. The sooner he confirmed Orochimaru's state, the better. Effortlessly passing through Konoha's defensive detection array, the invisible Hinata-jin soon arrived at the vicinity of Orochimaru's location. To his surprise, it was in the underground library of the Hokage building. The library was a highly confidential place in Konoha, guarded by specialized personnel and filled with powerful seals, barriers, isolation arrays, and warning arrays. It was the foundation of Konoha. Only a select few had the qualifications to enter. As one of the legendary Sannin and a direct disciple of the third Hokage, Orochimaru clearly had that qualification. But even so, it did not hinder Hinata-jin's investigation. There were hardly anyone in Konoha who understood the layout better than him, having once worked alongside Senju Tobarama. Even though some sealing techniques and barriers had been added later, they were trivial in Hinata-jin's eyes. With his spiritual sense, he quickly located Orochimaru's figure. In a dimly lit room, flickering lights illuminated Orochimaru, who was half kneeling on the ground, gazing eagerly at a large scroll, as if something was attracting him. The scroll was the sealing book made by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. It contained a plethora of strange ninjutsu and forbidden techniques that even Tobarama himself had not fully perfected. Orochimaru was particularly focused on the forbidden techniques of soul immortality, the impure world reincarnation, and the reanimation jutsu. However, both techniques had their drawbacks. The impure world reincarnation would weaken the strength of the soul's will, and the reanimation jutsu was still a work in progress. Yet, Orochimaru was obsessively fascinated by these two forbidden techniques. To Hinata-jin, these were all forbidden paths. He had come to confirm whether Orochimaru had completely fallen under the will of the Sage of Six Paths. Then, a strand of spiritual sense imbued with Hinata-jin's will penetrated into Orochimaru's soul space, unnoticed even by the Sage of Six Paths, who had opened the back door for Orochimaru to research forbidden techniques. Once this strand of spiritual sense entered Orochimaru's soul space, it did not reveal Hinata-jin's figure. Not even a ripple of disturbance was emitted. It vanished as if invisible, disappearing into Orochimaru's soul space. This was the result of his deliberate control. Hinata-jin did not want the Sage of Six Paths to discover his presence. If he could confirm that Orochimaru had not lost his self-awareness, then even a controlled Orochimaru might not be a bad thing for Hinata-jin. After all, excellent hunters often appear in the guise of their prey. Fortunately, the reality was just as Hinata-jin had surmised. Orochimaru's soul essence had not been tainted and still had a chance to be saved. His soul was instinctively resisting the Sage of Six Paths' encroachment, although it was thoroughly suppressed, with his thoughts and ideas under control. One could say that the current Orochimaru was still himself, or one could argue that this wasn't the true him. His intelligence remained his own, but his life ideals and pursuits did not belong to him. This was also the goal of the sage. He did not need a puppet who had lost their self. He needed a truly wise Orochimaru who could advance according to his intentions. Moreover, some things could only be done by those within the ninja world. Even he could not violate the rules. Opening a back door was already quite impressive. But for an ordinary person, even if a back door was opened, they wouldn't be able to produce what the sage wanted. In recent times, only Senju Tobarama and Orochimaru met this criterion. After confirming that Orochimaru's true self remained intact. Hinata Jin felt relieved. Although he could use this opportunity to drive away the Sage of Six Paths will once again, he chose not to. Since the sage believed he could pull the ninja world back on track at any time, there was no need to shatter this illusion. After all, it seemed the sage did not intend to turn Orochimaru completely into a puppet. Rather, he was using Orochimaru to research forbidden techniques. The sage had advanced the timeline, likely related to his own schemes, possibly to deal with the ideas he had come up with. Hinata Jin had already guessed the sage's thoughts. He also had strategies in mind to respond to them. Moreover, he had left backup plans for unexpected situations and decided not to interfere for the time being. For now, he just needed to make Orochimaru suffer a bit. He figured he wouldn't mind. Hinata Jin got the answers he wanted, made arrangements for the future, and speculated on the Sage of Six Paths' thoughts and calculations. With no worries left in his heart, he left Konoha feeling light. He still needed to meet with the Seeds of Starfire to complete his unfinished business. Once again, he sped along, and soon Hinata Jin arrived in the land of waterfalls, where Kakuzu and his companions were, as it was also Kakuzu's hometown. After parting ways, the trio had spent several days in the land of wind without finding a suitable place to establish a base or qualifying seed members. Scorpion suggested that the environment in the land of wind might not be good, and they should consider changing locations. So, Kakuzu thought of his hometown, the land of waterfalls, which had beautiful scenery, hoping to find a suitable place to establish their organization. They came to give it a try. However, to their surprise, just after arriving, before they even started searching, they were informed by Hinata Jin that it was no longer necessary. But since they were already there, they decided to try and see if there were any qualified seeds to integrate into the organization. This was their mission after all. Thus, the three wandered around the major black markets in the land of waterfalls. To their astonishment, they actually discovered a promising candidate. This person was named Inoue Hirohiko. Around 30 years old, a wandering ninja with strength at the upper ninja level, which was barely decent. If judged solely on strength, he would not qualify to join Starfire, as Starfire sought powerful teammates. At his age, having such strength was indeed not impressive. However, this person's ideas resonated with the Starfire trio, as he believed the chaos in the ninja world stemmed from the lack of a unified regime. Only a unified country and ninja world can truly understand each other. It was precisely because they heard Hirohiko Inoue talking with others that it caught the attention of the three members of the Akatsuki. They were surprised to find that the land of Waterfall could also discover a ninja whose ideals were so close to those of their organization. Therefore, the trio immediately began to observe this person, checking his detailed information and working style before deciding whether to invite him to join the Spark. Chapter 51 New member joins the land of waterfalls has many waterfalls, and the jungles are quite dense, making the environment really nice. At the foot of a cliff with a waterfall over 30 meters high, the Starfire trio sat on a rock, discussing whether to invite Hirohiko Inoue. After all, his strength was indeed a bit lacking, but his ideas were quite profound. It was hard to make a decision. Fortunately, the leader was about to arrive, so they could hear his opinion then. Hinata Makoto soon arrived near the Starfire trio, descending from the sky and hurrying over. Kakuzu and the others had also received the information that Hinata Makoto sent in advance, knowing that the leader was about to arrive, which meant that the base had been completed. This made the three of them very excited, as a solid foundation was essential for Starfire to shine brightly. Kakuzu Haiden and Sasori had worked hard during this time. As soon as Hinata Makoto appeared, he acknowledged the contributions of the three to the organization. This is what we should do. Leader, you are the one who has worked the hardest. There are many things we can't help with, so we can only run errands for the organization, Kakuzu said, being a good employee who knew how to flatter. Among the three, he was the one Hinata Makoto liked the most, as he was very appropriate in both speech and action. Brother Kakuzu is right. This is what we should do, Sasori echoed from the side. Me too, Haiden quickly added. Sasori's response was spot on. Although young, he was quite sensible. However, what was up with Haiden? Where did he learn that phrase? It inexplicably made Hinata Makoto think of a big, dark-faced man. Suddenly, Hinata Makoto thought of something. Damn, could it be that this kid Haiden learned it from the book I wrote? The thought of his work being read by organization members made Hinata Makoto feel a bit embarrassed. What Hinata Makoto didn't know was that not only did Haiden read his work, but even Sasori did. This caused both of them to have a surge of emotions for 2 days, and if Kakuzu hadn't discovered it early, they might have been immersed in it and unable to extricate themselves. Kakuzu understood this well, as he had also been influenced in the past, let alone these two rookies. Out of responsibility for the organization, Kakuzu confiscated the two's treasure collections and strictly prohibited them from reading any further. Everything had to be prioritized for the organization's grand cause. This time, I mainly came to take you to visit the organization's base. I will also give you the key to the base and methods to help later members discover and eliminate the Six Paths Will. Hinata Makoto suppressed his embarrassment and stated the purpose of the visit to the trio. So, the base has been successfully constructed? Kakuzu asked excitedly. That's right. From now on, the foundation of Starfire has been established, and it is time to move forward. Hinata Makoto affirmed Kakuzu's question. Leader, can we bring someone with us? Sasori asked at the right moment. Oh, I didn't expect you to find a suitable candidate so quickly. Hinata Makoto immediately understood what Sasori meant. Of course. We've been working hard. I even stood up the evil god for 2 days. Haydn clearly had read a lot of Teacher Long's books, as he was spouting vocabulary he had never used before. Hinata Makoto could guess what Haydn had been doing during those 2 days. Leader, we have indeed discovered someone who shares similar ideals with the organization, but their strength is a bit lacking. Kakuzu spoke up when he saw Hinata Makoto was interested. Strength is not an issue, but anyone who can have such thoughts in the shinobi world must be our kindred spirit. Only by uniting all the forces we can unite can we overturn the great darkness that covers the shinobi world. We must not only care about strength, but also about ideas. If we want to succeed, we must spread our thoughts throughout the shinobi world. Even those who are weaker can still contribute to the organization by promoting our ideas and uniting more grassroots people. You will also find it much easier and have more time to improve your strength. What we need to do is that strength alone cannot accomplish great things without ideas. It is merely a reflection in the mirror. Only by grabbing both sides can we strengthen both, and our path will become wider, allowing Starfire to ignite the entire shinobi world. Hinata Makoto passionately delivered his speech, clenching his fists with an extremely solemn expression. His tone had no pauses or hesitations. If it were in his previous life, he would undoubtedly be the head of a pyramid scheme. Does the leader mean to accept him? Sasori asked, feeling a bit excited, and proactively inquired. Kakuzu and Haydn were also waiting for Hinata Makoto's answer. They would unconditionally support the leader's choice. Of course, I assume you must have already investigated him thoroughly. Hinata Makoto asked again, but his tone was very affirmative. Yes, we have conducted an in-depth investigation. And overall there are no major issues, but there are some minor flaws that do not hinder the organization. Kakuzu continued to report the investigation results. Then let's extend an invitation. It is rare to have someone to walk through life with, and those who share the same ideals are even rarer to find. Hinata Makoto immediately made the decision. All right, then I will personally go to invite him. I believe he will not refuse me. Upon hearing Hinata Makoto's decision, Kakuzu immediately offered to take on this task. All right, I'm at ease with you doing it. Hinata Makoto expressed his support, as Kakuzu was naturally more reliable. Sasori and Haydn were still too young and lacked persuasion. Kakuzu had experience with such matters, and having lived longer and gained more experience, he should have no trouble securing someone with shared ideals. Leader, then I will go first. Wait for me to bring him back, and we can visit the organization's base together. Kakuzu was a man of action, not one to procrastinate. Watching Kakuzu leave, Sasori and Haydn instinctively wanted to follow, as they had been acting alongside Kakuzu for some time. You two don't need to go. Someone who shares the same ideals won't take much time. Find a place to sit and rest, chat a bit, and just wait patiently, Hinata Makoto said, then jumped onto a flat boulder to wait. Haydn and Sasori listened and did not refuse. Then they seemed to think of something, exchanged glances, and jumped onto the boulder where Hinata Makoto was. They actually had topics they wanted to discuss with Hinata Makoto, though the organization's ideals were not among them. Leader, can you tell me about the content after chapter 20 of the book you wrote? The Flowers of the Warring States? Haydn, being straightforward, blurted out whatever came to his mind without any hint of subtlety. Sasori beside him also looked expectantly, waiting for Hinata Makoto's answer. Although he was not reading the same book as Haydn, he could at least gauge the leader's thoughts from Haydn's probing. If the leader was willing to talk, he would also ask. If not, he wouldn't. Sasori considered himself much smarter than Haydn, the fool who believed in the evil god. Damn it. I see you're asking for a beating. Don't ever say that's my book again. Hinata Makoto had originally thought Haydn wanted to discuss organizational ideals and had prepared some golden quotes to share with them. He didn't expect Haydn to ask such a question, leaving Hinata Makoto with a black line on his forehead, and he immediately gave Haydn a knock on the head. Seeing the leader furious, Sasori couldn't help but secretly rejoice, thinking he was indeed smarter. After that, Both Haiden and Sasori became obedient, quietly accompanying Hinata Makoto as they waited for Kakuzu's return. As Hinata Makoto expected, within just 3 hours, Kakuzu brought the person back. The three of them were originally observing Inoue Takehiko, so they were not very far apart. "Chief, this is Inoue Takehiko. He is very willing to join our organization." Kakuto leaned half of his body forward to introduce Inoue Takehiko, who was following behind Hinata Makoto. Chapter 52. The Four Tails Jinchuriki. Hinata Makoto returned to the ninja world through the connecting passage. All hidden dangers had basically been eliminated. This time he could carry out his plans without restraint. No one could stop him from spreading his teachings in the ninja world. Not the Sage of Six Paths. Not the three great insect sages. I want the darkness of the Sage of Six Paths to not overshadow my brilliance. I want the schemes of the three great insect sages to all fall flat. I want all beings in the ninja world to understand my will. Hinata Makoto's aged voice echoed near the passage, a strong sense of teenage rebellion sweeping over him, completely contrasting with his old appearance. After speaking, Hinata Makoto flashed with light and disappeared from the spot. Although he was once again traversing the chakra system, his control over this reconstituted body was almost perfect. Otherwise, he would have reached a level close to that of the Sage of Six Paths. The space manipulation ability of the Rinnegan was incredibly useful, greatly enhancing Hinata Makoto's mastery over space. He would soon be able to showcase his abilities like Senju Tobarama and later Namikaze's Minato. Hinata Makoto was already aware that the organization had 2 new members. He and his main body and the shadow clone, Miyoshi Nikizai, shared information. However, since Kakuzu and the others had not contacted him yet, Hinata Makoto was not in a hurry to go over. He thought they must have taken his words to heart. They were probably trying to find a few more qualified candidates to solve things together. Meanwhile, given the increase in the number of organization members and the significant power gap, Hinata Makoto had already categorized the members when Hirohiko Inoue joined. The first category consisted of core members like Kakuzu, Scorpion, Haiden, and Miyoshi Nikizai. They possessed communication rings with the organization's emblem and were individuals with excellent talent and strength. They could contribute to the development of the organization and provide combat support. The second category included individuals like Hirohiko Inoue and Zatsumaru, who had decent strength but were not particularly strong. They would serve as a talent pool to assist the organization's development, contributing some mid-level combat power or spreading the will of the Spark organization to the lower levels. The third category consisted of pure logistical support roles, which could be filled by weaker individuals but must be smart and capable of providing logistical guarantees for the organization. Currently, this category had not yet been established due to a lack of talent. However, the organization members' time had been wasted on finding people, which also affected their own strength improvement. Hinata Makoto realized that if things continued like this, the organization would take ages to overturn the ninja world. He needed to think of ways to speed up the process. He was not patient enough to prepare quietly for over a decade, like Nagato. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Hinata Makoto's aged figure reappeared. Where is this? Looking around at the Bear Mountains, Hinata Makoto was somewhat confused about his location. This was mainly because it was his first time trying to test the space abilities of the Rinnegan, wanting to see how far he could go under his control. Unexpectedly, he found himself in a place that even he was unsure about. Hinata Makoto took off into the air, scouting the surroundings to confirm his position. He was actually in the land of Earth. This jump had taken him directly from the heart of the land of Iron to the land of Earth, covering thousands of kilometers. It seemed that traveling relied on space jumps, as flying was too slow. He had truly forgotten his old love once he had a new one. He wondered who it was that had once flown around the entire ninja world. Now that his spatial abilities were fully developed, he no longer looked down on flying. Well, since he was here, he might as well take a look around. Perhaps he could make some other discoveries. For months into the war in the ninja world, the flames of battle were growing stronger, and the support troops from various villages were gradually increasing. The battlefield in Iwagakure had become even more intense after Inoki's forced order to go to war, even more so than when Orochimaru was around. This led to some differing opinions within Iwagakure. The Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, wanted to go to the battlefield to provide support, but the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, disagreed and issued an order forbidding him from leaving the village. This made the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, very dissatisfied. The war was raging so fiercely. If he could go to the battlefield, he would undoubtedly be able to crush Konoha's combat power. Moreover, Konoha's new commander, Akito Torikes, while competent, was not as difficult to deal with as Orochimaru. At least he did not have the support of the summoning Holy Land. Additionally, the news that Orochimaru had been reassigned from the front lines had already spread. In Old Purple's view, if he went to the battlefield, he could very likely secure victory for Iwagakure in a short period of time and significantly reduce the casualties of the village's ninjas. However, he did not expect to encounter strong opposition from Inoki. He was strictly forbidden from leaving the village privately. This gradually made the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, see through the hypocrisy of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. This war was merely a unique tacit agreement among the leaders of various villages. They needed to use this war to thoroughly suppress and weaken the ninja clans that troubled them and those voices opposing them. Therefore, it was even more necessary to maintain a superficial balance of power, slowly dragging the various ninja clans down. This was inconsistent with the ideology that Old Purple had been instilled with by the village, making him increasingly dissatisfied with Inoki. On a pitch-black night, the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple, took advantage of the cover of darkness and his familiarity with the village. Using his superhuman strength, he escaped from this village he found somewhat detestable. Old Purple's escape infuriated Inoki, who immediately dispatched a team of elite ninjas and tracking experts in an attempt to bring the Four Tails Jinchuriki back to the village. Thus, Old Purple, being pursued by Iwagakure, sought refuge in a small village full of civilians, posing as a fisherman. Since Inoki did not want him to participate in the war, he could forget about it entirely. This guy also had a fiery temperament. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become friends with the Four Tails Sun Wukong. Both were hot-headed, and through their quarrels, they developed feelings for each other. Hinata Makoto was flying around the land of Earth, continuously using sensing techniques to scan the areas he passed through, hoping to discover some good candidates. While passing through a relatively poor small village, he sensed a familiar chakra. It felt like the chakra of the Four Tails Sun Wukong, but it was well hidden, emitting a very weak aura. Hinata Makoto immediately stopped and carefully sensed it. Yes, it was indeed the aura of the Four Tails Sun Wukong. He could be very sure of this. It seemed that the Four Tails Jinchuriki had fallen out with Inoki and was hiding here. The reason he was so familiar with the aura of the Four Tails Sun Wukong was that after the village was established, in order to realize the plan of unifying the ninja world, he had done some things. At that time, Hashirama, Madara, and Hinata Makoto had not yet changed. To quickly flatten the ninja world and achieve the ideal of unifying it, they decided to capture the nine-tailed beasts as weapons to cut through the chaos. It was Hinata Makoto who had taken action to capture the Four Tails Sun Wukong, which made him extremely familiar with the chakra aura of the Four Tails Sun Wukong. Perhaps he could go meet an old friend and see if he could persuade Old Purple to become an external member. Directly bringing him into the organization was not possible. After all, the tailed beasts were created by the Sage of Six Paths, and Hinata Makoto did not know how many holes there were. However, it would be a shame not to utilize such good combat power. So Hinata Makoto decided to try to make him an external member. It seemed that he could try to persuade this Jinchuriki, Old Purple, to work for the Spark organization. After all, trying wouldn't cost anything. And even if the Sage of Six Paths found out, it wouldn't matter. It could still annoy him a bit. Suddenly, Hinata Shin descended from the sky and walked towards the location of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Purple. Chapter 53. The first setback. The sky gradually became overcast, indicating that it was about to rain. Lao Zi was sitting by a small river not far from the village, fishing. This was one of his sources of food, especially since he was being hunted down and the risk of going out to buy food was quite high. Moreover, the team sent by the rock-hidden village to capture Lao Zi was a shadow guard, whose strength could not be underestimated. Even though he was confident that he could defeat them, Lao Zi had no intention of killing them, as they were from the same village, and he didn't have such a strong killing intent. He merely despised the rock-hidden village. However, being pursued was annoying, so he simply found a village to settle down in, living off fishing and hunting. It was better to stay still than to move. By keeping his presence concealed and not using much chakra, he effectively made it harder for the shadow guard pursuing him to gather information about him. Thus, Lao Zi settled there, planning to stay put for a short while, at least until the heat died down. Yet, no matter how well he hid, some things were bound to happen. Hinata Shin was tracking him by his aura. The sky was heavily clouded and began to drizzle. Just as Hinata Shin approached within 100 meters of Lao Zi sensed it. Although he was not a sensory ninja, Sun Wukong could help him. Lao Zi, it seems a strange person is coming up behind you, someone familiar, but I can't quite remember. Sun Wukong's voice echoed in Lao Zi's mind. Oh, if you find him strange, Then I really need to see who it is, Lao Zi replied telepathically. What makes you think he is strange, Sun Wukong? He continued to ask. Well, I can't quite put it into words. He looks like an ordinary person, but his aura is quite peculiar, giving me a very familiar feeling. However, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I have no clear memory of it, so it feels strange. But you should still be cautious. Sun Wukong replied, somewhat puzzled, but still warning Lao Zi to be careful. All right, I understand. I'll be careful, Lao Zi responded. In just an instant, Lao Zi and Sun Wukong had exchanged a lot of information. He was already prepared in his mind, in case it was a rock-hidden ninja tracking him. As the rain began to pour harder, Lao Zi could only take out his homemade rain gear. He pulled out a rain cloak and a straw hat from his backpack, donned them, and continued to fish quietly. Hinata Shin gradually approached, now within 10 meters. Who are you? Do you not know why you're looking for me? Lao Zi had no doubt that this person was here for him. Otherwise, how could Sun Wukong feel familiar with him? Plus, his purpose was so clear, heading straight for him. Four Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi. You appearing here ISNT because you had a falling out with that little brat from the rock-hidden village, is it? An elderly voice came from behind. Upon hearing Hinata Shin's voice and words, Lao Zi was instantly unsettled. Turning around to look at this person who had come specifically for him, it turned out to be such an elderly member of the Hinata clan. This left Lao Zi somewhat confused. Didn't members of the Hinata clan usually travel with a grand entourage? And to infiltrate enemy territory during wartime and dare to come alone? That took a lot of guts. Elder of the Hinata clan. How did you know my location and that I had a falling out with the third Hokage of the rock-hidden village? Lao Zi's expression became serious, and the drizzling rain could not obscure his sharp gaze, implying that he might strike at any moment. Although he disliked the rock-hidden village, he still cared about his own village. He did not want news of his escape to leak out, as it would bring greater losses to the rock-hidden village. It was easy to find you. It was the thing inside you that guided me. As for how I knew you and the rock-hidden village were at odds, isn't it obvious? Which village would treat their Jinchuriki like a treasure, keeping them firmly in hand? Someone like you, wandering outside, must have had a falling out with the powers that be. Hinata Shin answered Lao Zi's question casually. Lao Zi, don't be too hasty to act. This old man is Hinata Shin from the Warring States period, a top-tier powerhouse from the same era as Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Be very careful. I've suffered a great loss at his hands before. I thought this old guy was long dead, but I didn't expect him to still be alive. When Sun Wukong heard Hinata Shin say he was drawn here by Lao Zi, he connected it with the Byakugan and recalled Hinata Shin's existence. He immediately reminded Lao Zi to be cautious. So it's a senior from the Warring States period. I wonder what brings you here to find me. Looking at Hinata Shin, who stood in the rain but whose clothes were completely dry, Lao Zi realized that this Hinata Shin was not ordinary. Although he had a fiery personality, he was not a fool. Plus, the fact that Sun Wukong was so wary of him indicated that Hinata Shin was definitely not an easy opponent. He then voiced his curiosity. Oh, it seems you've gotten along quite well with the little monkey inside you, to the point that he is willing to communicate with you. I didn't come here for anything major. I just sensed a familiar aura while passing by and came to take a look. However, since fate has brought us together, since you don't want to stay in the rock-hidden village, why not join me and contribute to bringing peace and unity to this chaotic ninja world? Hinata Shin half-heartedly began his persuasion. Thank you for your kindness, senior, but I have no interest in anything else. I just want to accompany Sun Wukong and live out my days in solitude. Lao Zi displayed no interest on his face and directly rejected Hinata Shin. This left Hinata Shin somewhat at a loss for words. At least ask a question so I can persuade you. This is the first time I've encountered such a situation where someone rejected me outright without even asking. Even if it's a question, that would be fine. But Lao Zi is different. He rejected me very decisively. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Hinata Shin pondered how to deceive, how to entice Lao Zi to join. Meanwhile, Lao Zi was communicating with Sun Wukong inside him. Sun Wukong, what do you think about how much of what Hinata Shin is saying is true and how much is false? Lao Zi asked Sun Wukong. You'd better run quickly. This guy is not someone who plays by the rules. Don't pay attention to what he says. Sun Wukong immediately advised Lao Zi. He's so old. What could be so scary? Lao Zi was puzzled about why the Four Tails was so wary of Hinata Shin. Just look, a powerhouse like him, until he is completely dead. You will never know what tricks he still has up his sleeve. Seeing that Lao Zi was somewhat dismissive of the warning, Sun Wukong clenched his fist with one hand and transmitted memories to Lao Zi's consciousness. The communication between a Jinchuriki and their tailed beast is instantaneous. And soon Lao Zi saw the scene of the four tails being dealt with. It was a tragic sight. Such a large creature was treated like a child by middle-aged Hinata Shin. There was no escape at all. Moreover, his physical skills, ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and sword techniques were all of top-tier standards. Even the four tails could be briefly controlled by Hinata Shin's jinjutsu. No wonder Sun Wukong was so wary of Hinata Shin. Anyway, I think this person is very dangerous. You'd better not hesitate, lest he decides to bind us both. By then, he could sell us and count the money. The four-tailed Sun Wukong suggested again that Lao Zi should escape. Then I'll listen to you. I'll head back first. Lao Zi's consciousness was instantly pulled back to his body. However, in a short moment, the atmosphere still remained awkward. Just when Hinata was still trying to find a way to salvage the situation, Old Purple spoke up. Senpai, I have other matters to attend to, so I won't keep you any longer. If fate allows, we shall meet again. After saying that, he took his fishing rod and ran off. Hinata was momentarily stunned, thinking, damn it, this kid is really slippery. He runs so fast. He didn't expect the first failure to come so suddenly. Chapter 54, Daily Life. Hinata Makoto was feeling a bit annoyed. Very annoyed. This was his first setback since coming out of the mountains. But it was understandable, after all. He was a Jinchuriki with another will living inside him, making it quite difficult to trick. Moreover, there was the four-tailed Sun Wukong, who had a grudge against Hinata Makoto, complicating matters further. Hinata Makoto had somewhat underestimated the situation. Although he was very angry, he still refrained from forcibly taking action against Old Purple. He was confident he could quickly subdue Old Purple without causing much commotion. However, after some thought, Hinata Makoto decided against it. If he did that, he would be no different from the Sage of Six Paths. He aimed to become a great mentor in the ninja world, not to replace the Sage of Six Paths as a new evil dragon. Besides, now that he knew Old Purple's exact location and personal chakra information, he could always plan against him later if needed. There was no need to rush. However, not being able to annoy the Sage of Six Paths left him feeling slightly disappointed. After coming to terms with it, Hinata Makoto didn't dwell on it any longer and continued to wander around the land of Earth. At this time, the members of the Spark organization in the Land of Grass had already successfully gathered. The addition of new members, Sasamaru and Uzumaki Ayano, increased the organization's personnel once again. Furthermore, Uzumaki Ayano had never practiced chakra before. The group was obviously becoming somewhat bloated, with significant disparities in strength, making unified action more inconvenient. When they first met, the introduction of Uzumaki Ayano by Miyako Hizaki raised some doubts within the organization. To the members, especially Janine, Ayano appeared to be an ordinary person with no power, making her presence in the currently fledgling organization seem inappropriate. Although Hinata Makoto had mentioned that excessive expectations should not be placed on the strength of companions, that was aimed at lower-tier members. For core members, the strength of the organization's members was still quite important. After all, without sufficiently strong individuals, it would be impossible to uphold such a grand ideal. Even if Uzumaki Ayano was positioned as a mid-level member of the organization, she still needed a certain level of strength. Fortunately, when Miyako Hizaki mentioned that Uzumaki Ayano was from the Uzumaki clan and possessed a special talent, the doubts of the Janine were alleviated. As for Uzumaki Ayano, she felt somewhat at a loss. Facing the doubts of the organization's members about her, she felt a bit nervous. However, seeing Miyako Hizaki speak up for her warmed her heart. The other new member, Sasamaru, did not encounter any issues. Everyone basically accepted him after getting to know him. Subsequently, Miyako Hizaki specifically introduced Uzumaki Ayano to Scorpion, indicating that Scorpion possessed some bloodline of the Uzumaki clan to deepen Ayano's sense of belonging to Spark. Uzumaki Ayano was very happy. She had already suspected something when they gathered in the organization. After all, red hair was a basic trait of the Uzumaki clan. Scorpion also had blood ties to the Uzumaki clan, but his bloodline was not as pure as Ayano's or Kushina's. The Uzumaki clan was not as feudal as the Hyuga clan. There were occasionally some weaker or powerless clan members who married outside. Thus, there were bound to be some diluted bloodlines. However, the bloodlines were certainly diluted, and over generations, most of the Uzumaki bloodlines gradually became recessive, losing the important marker of Uzumaki red hair. Nevertheless, there should still be some instances of bloodline reversion. Otherwise, where would all the red-haired individuals come from later on? Besides Scorpion, there were also Nagato, Gaara from Sunagakure, Kagaya from the Land of Lightning, and many others under Orochimaru, all of whom should possess Uzumaki bloodlines, although they lacked training methods. Moreover, their bloodlines were not pure enough to unlock the special talents belonging to the Uzumaki clan. This was the first time Scorpion realized he had blood ties to the Uzumaki clan. However, upon seeing Ayano with the same fiery red hair as his, he somewhat accepted Miyako Hizaki's statement. After all, in Sunagakure, the color of his hair was almost unique among his peers. When he was very young, he had asked his parents and grandmother Chiyo why his hair was different from others. Other children often teased him about his hair. However, both his parents and grandmother simply told him that it was a gift from heaven and not to worry too much about it. Now it seemed that the Uzumaki clan's bloodline had the upper hand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a distinct mark. Uzumaki, Ayano looked at Scorpion, a peer who shared the same bloodline, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Although she was very happy, she didn't know why tears were welling up in her eyes. Scorpion, I'm very glad to meet you. I'm Uzumaki, Ayano. Please take care of me from now on. Ayano suppressed her emotions and proactively introduced herself again. Hello, Scorpion. Please take care of me too. Scorpion smiled and responded warmly to Ayano's friendliness. Next, they needed to discuss the next steps, as the organization was becoming increasingly populated. Moreover, the disparity in strength was too great, and this situation might become the norm in the future. Although the leader had divided the organization into 3 levels, there were no clear divisions of labor, making things somewhat chaotic. It was time to establish some roles. After seeing everyone getting acquainted, Nin voiced his thoughts. Miyako, Hizaki, Scorpion, and Haiden all expressed their support. Inoue, Hirohiko, and Sasamaru quietly listened without speaking, as they were very clear about their own positioning and had self-awareness. Hinata Makoto's clone, Miyako Hizaki, did not intend to intervene in Nin's decision. For Spark to develop, they needed to learn self-reliance and navigate through challenges. At most, he would step in to correct the course if the organization went astray. Then, Nin shared some of his thoughts and asked for suggestions. Ultimately, they decided that Nin, Scorpion, and Haiden would be primarily responsible for exploring core members. Miyako Hizaki would lead Inoue, Hirohiko, and Sasamaru to focus on searching for mid-level combat power and cultivating promising seeds. As for the logistics department, they would not consider forming it for now, as there were not many personnel yet. Spark needed to pick up the pace, according to the current development trend. It was simply too slow. To realize their ideals and establish a unified ninja world, they were still far from it. Nin and the others were also somewhat anxious about this. After all, the strong in the ninja world were limited, and each one had their own territory, making them not so easy to recruit. This was also one reason Nin preferred to seek members in the underground black market. The underground black market concealed the dark side of the ninja world, where there would always be some unwilling to be restrained or defecting strong individuals mingling among them. The task for the 3 of them moving forward was to explore underground black markets they had not been to before to search for talents and strong individuals to increase the organization's manpower. Miyako Hizaki, on the other hand, needed to find ways to expand mid-level combat strength and spread Spark's ideology among the lower-class populace while cultivating talented seeds. This task was even more challenging than finding strong individuals. He applied to Nin for an allocation of 80 million Ryo for operational expenses. This left the money-loving Nin feeling overwhelmed. After a long delay, he finally transferred the funds to Miyako Hizaki, mainly reminding him not to misuse it and that it must be used for the organization's development, among other things. Chapter 55, Kakuzu. Nostalgia for the days of earning 100,000 Ryo a day after completing the task allocation. Kakuzu and the others separated from Gyuji Nikazu to act independently. As the organization became more perfected, Kakuzu felt an increasing number of responsibilities. The creation of the sealing scrolls required independent mastery. The core members of the organization needed to grow. The ideal of a unified ninja world needed to be promoted. One matter after another placed immense pressure on Kakuzu and Scorpion. Haiden, on the other hand, had no such worries because the leader hadn't assigned him any tasks. He only needed to assist in recruiting members. Although the method for creating the sealing scrolls had been simplified by Hinata, making it much easier to grasp, it was still like a foreign language to Haiden, who belonged to the evil god system. Therefore, he didn't worry about it at all. As for spreading the organization's ideals, he didn't dare to engage in that either, being a failed messenger of the evil god. By the time he looked around, aside from Kakuzu, there were no followers of the evil god, which showed that he had no talent in that area. Thus, Hinata's initial expectations of him were simply to be a pure enforcer, obedient and useful. As for Kakuzu, during this time when Hinata had given him more power, he increasingly realized how difficult it was to independently build an organization. He feared that future management would give him even more headaches. He didn't know when a leader would finish his own matters or when Orochimaru would be able to take over and manage the organization's development. Although Kakuzu had lived a long time, he honestly wasn't very skilled in management and development. He was used to being alone, having lived like this for decades. When he was on his own, he mostly mingled in the black market, completing tasks to earn money. So where would he learn the experience of managing and developing power? If it came to making money, Kakuzu could probably provide dozens of methods without much difficulty, though most of them were somewhat unfriendly. Therefore, when he heard that Hinata had chosen Orochimaru as the next successor of the organization, Kakuzu didn't feel any aversion. He was self-aware. Moreover, during this time of increased power, he felt even more acutely his own lack of capability. The methods he could think of for developing the organization were indeed limited. So whenever he had thoughts or ideas, he would express them, encouraging everyone to brainstorm together to identify weaknesses and shortcomings. Nevertheless, they still didn't receive very good development suggestions. After all, the core members Scorpion and Haiden were still young, lacking experience, and mainly focused on improving their strength. After all, they were currently in the best period for rising in power. Furthermore, they couldn't provide good suggestions, being under 20 years old with insufficient life experience. As for Gyuji Nikazu, he had many ideas but rarely offered suggestions, only occasionally pointing out some unreasonable aspects. For Kakuzu, he was the only core member who could help with development strategy. Although in no way Hirohiko had experience, decent ideals, and was clever, he was too slick, knowing how to gauge the situation and rarely going against the opinions of core members. His contribution to Kakuzu was not significant. Zatsumar and Uzumaki Ayane had just joined and had yet to clear the Six Paths methods. They were only partially aware of everything in the organization. So Kakuzu couldn't take their opinions into account. Therefore, he sincerely hoped that the leader would return soon, allowing him to put down this burden and just execute orders. Kakuzu couldn't help but feel a bit sentimental about the days when he earned money working. Now he was driven by lofty ideals and missions, filled with fighting spirit. But under the heavy burden of the organization, he occasionally missed the days of earning 100,000 Ryo a day. Just like some successful people in his past life, although they were very successful now, they expressed that they were not happy. In summary, a petty person is just being pretentious. What is Brother Kakuzu thinking? Scorpion asked as they traveled. He could feel that Kakuzu was under a lot of pressure. It's nothing, just a bit sentimental. Kakuzu replied with a hint of melancholy in his tone. Brother Kakuzu, are you thinking about making money? Why don't we collaborate again, like before? I'll collect souls, and you can take heads to exchange for money. We both get what we need without delaying the task progress. Haiden unexpectedly guessed Kakuzu's thoughts correctly. Kakuzu was somewhat tempted. He had been under a lot of pressure lately, and perhaps making some money could please himself and relieve some stress. Especially after Gyuji Nikazu had taken away 80 million Ryo. Scorpion noticed the change in Kakuzu's expression and guessed that he was itching to make some money. Brother Kakuzu, since we're going to the black market anyway, why not take some tasks along the way? It can satisfy Haiden's needs, earn some money, and perhaps deal with some evildoers, putting our organization's ideals into practice. Scorpion saw that Kakuzu was interested and encouraged him with Haiden's suggestion. All right, let us first head to the nearest underground black market and see if there are any suitable tasks to take. Hearing Scorpion say this, Kakuzu no longer held back. He had been addicted to making money and had only been spending for a long time. Constantly spending large sums of money was indeed a significant challenge for someone like Kakuzu, who loved wealth. This feeling, like a cat scratching at his heart, made him think that if it weren't for his lofty ideals and beliefs, he would have run off to earn money a long time ago. Now that someone was encouraging him, he naturally went along with it. After all, Haiden would do the heavy lifting while he just collected money, and he could also practice the organization's ideals and please himself. What a win-win. Kakuzu suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders had made him a bit dim-witted. He only thought of such a good idea now. Previously, when Hinata was managing, he and Haiden had done this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gotten along so well. He truly had to thank these two little guys for waking him up. His mood instantly brightened. The three of them sped along, quickly heading toward the nearest underground black market in the land of grass. Meanwhile, Gyuji Nikazu and the four newly joined members did not leave the land of grass. Their task was to promote the organization's ideals and try to invite some individuals with certain strength to supplement the organization's mid-level combat power. They definitely needed a place for their initial attempts. Gyuji Nikazu decided to experiment directly in the land of grass. After all, the strength of the Grass Ninja Village was not strong, and it should be easy to control. Once developed, the organization's mid-level combat power would grow, and it might even be possible to replace the Grass Ninja Village. Controlling the Grass Ninja Village in the shadows was Gyuji Nikazu, or rather Hinata's, plan. After all, it was just a small ninja village, which was not significant and shouldn't lead to organizational leaks. It could also provide a development base for the Starfire organization in the ninja world. Then his reckless actions directly gave Kakuzu a lesson. It turned out that Gyuji Nikazu needed money for this. But damn, this was too much of a money burn. After learning the news, Kakuzu felt like he was bleeding from the heart. In Kakuzu's eyes, Gyuji Nikazu was a tumor. A heretic, he was simply the organization's strongest prodigal. Even if there were 10 billion Ryo in funding, it probably wouldn't withstand his lavish spending. Chapter 56. Confident Noki Hinata Makoto was wandering aimlessly in the land of earth, and one might mistakenly think he was in the land of fire. An old man, presumed to be from the Hyuga clan, appeared in the land of earth without any guards. This was simply outrageous. Wasn't this a gift delivered right to their doorstep? Hinata Makoto had no intention of hiding his whereabouts at all. Therefore, his information was discovered by Naka's shadow guards, who were searching for the Four Tails Jinchuriki. The news quickly reached Naka's ears. The shadow guards' mission was to capture the old purple-haired man, and they couldn't leave their posts recklessly. But such a big fish was right in front of them, and it would be unsatisfying to do nothing. So they immediately activated an emergency communication method to seek Naka's opinion and let him make the decision. When Noki received the urgent message from the shadow guards through a summoning beast, he initially thought that the old purple-haired man had gone berserk. He even considered whether to personally capture him. Unexpectedly, it was such news. Noki was somewhat tempted. The Byakugan was indeed a good thing, providing significant support to his side on the battlefield. Although the purpose of this war was not very clean, being the result of a tacit agreement among various forces, obtaining a pair of pure Byakugan was still a big gain for long-term considerations. After all, he knew the old purple-haired man well. He had no ambition, just a bit of dissatisfaction with his actions. He wouldn't run far, and they could find him any time. But the Byakugan was different. Ever since Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha forcibly retrieved the bloodline limits, major ninja villages had followed suit, and the outflow of bloodline limits was basically controlled. Among them, the Hyuga clan was the most protective of their bloodline. Since the village was established, not a single Byakugan had flowed out. It had completely become a private property of Konoha. Considering that Hinata Makoto could run away at any time, Noki immediately ordered to prioritize obtaining the Byakugan, postponing the capture of the old purple-haired man. After the order was given, Noki felt a bit happy. The shadow of the old purple-haired man's escape had lifted somewhat over the past few days. Relaxed and lying on the Tsuchikage's throne, Noki felt a rare sense of ease. But in an instant, his expression changed. He felt something was wrong. This was completely abnormal. He had a deep understanding of that decayed Hyuga clan. How could they let an elderly clan member wander around aimlessly? Moreover, he had come to the land of Earth without any guards. Even if the Hyuga clan had some commercial dealings with the land of Earth, it was impossible for a clan member to come alone. Those who went out for business were usually ninjas with lesser talents, and a clan member had never appeared before. They valued their safety above all else. There was definitely something abnormal about this. Recalling the specific information reported by the shadow guards, Noki tried to find some useful clues. The Hyuga clan member was without a caged bird, very old, and nearing the end of his life. But he was still very quick, and his strength seemed not weak. Naka's expression became serious as he thought deeply. The more he looked, the more he felt this person was not simple, as if he had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. However, for safety's sake, he decided to pause the shadow guard's plan and switch to tracking and observation. Soon, Naka's urgent message was sent out again. Meanwhile, the sensing ninja, secretly observing and following Hinata Makoto, began to notify their teammates to assemble after receiving Naka's first order. They started preparing to take action against Hinata Makoto. They didn't know they had already been exposed to him. He simply couldn't be bothered to care. As long as they didn't seek death, Hinata Makoto would pretend he didn't see them. Just as the shadow guards were about to move within 500 meters of Hinata Makoto, Naka's message came again. TCH, I thought I could stretch my muscles, but it seems this kid Noki is a bit clever. No wonder he has been able to control a Wagakure for so many years. He can endure even better than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hinata Makoto detected Naka's order and subtly praised his meticulous thinking. The Shadow Guards executed Naka's orders unconditionally and then became Hinata Makoto's tail, trying to gather personal information about him. They also informed Noki of Hinata Makoto's general appearance. After receiving the information, Noki had a shocking guess in his heart. Could it be that old man is still alive? If it is him, then the Hyuga clan really can't control him and has no ability to do so. However, there were rumors long ago that he had withdrawn from the ninja scene and lost his power. So was this news false? It shouldn't be, because he didn't participate in the first and second shinobi wars. Otherwise, the current situation would be hard to say. Moreover, the spies in Konoha hadn't brought any information related to him in recent years. But this old man, after all, was once the strongest in the first tier. He might have some unknown means. However, since he had a guess, Noki took it seriously. He wanted to confirm it personally. If it really was the person he suspected, the Shadow Guards could be wiped out at any time. He had a profound understanding of the strongest of the Warring States period. Such old fellows could not be judged by their age in terms of strength. With this thought, Noki stopped hesitating, quickly arranged his work, and flew out of the window of the Tsuchikage building. At this time, Noki was still agile enough to fly quickly, unlike the elderly who couldn't stand up straight. Of course, he couldn't compare to Hinata Makoto. Their strengths were not in the same dimension. 5 hours later, Noki arrived near the location where Hinata Makoto was. He successfully joined up with the Shadow Guards. Tsuchikage, the target, is fishing by that lake now, but he seems to have noticed us a long time ago, reported a sensing ninja who stepped forward. Yes, I suspected that. Let us go over. He probably knows I'm coming and is waiting for me. Remember, don't act rashly. This old fellow is not easy to deal with. After warning his personal guards, Noki immediately led his subordinates toward Hinata Makoto, who was sitting by the lake fishing. I didn't expect the esteemed Tsuchikage of Awagakure to have time to see an old man like me, Hinata Makoto teased as he fished. I also didn't expect that you're still alive, old man. I thought you would have died long ago. Noki sharply responded to Hinata Makoto's teasing. The Shadow Guards standing by were somewhat dumbfounded. They didn't expect this Hyuga clan member to be so familiar with the Tsuchikage. The little guy from back then had now become a village leader. Time really flies, and you've aged. Hinata Makoto spoke with a hint of nostalgia. At this time, why aren't you enjoying retirement in Konoha? What brings you to the land of Earth? Noki showed no courtesy to Hinata Makoto and immediately launched an interrogation. You're still the same as before, lacking the proper respect when facing strong opponents. Hinata Makoto's aged voice came through, his tone slightly cold. Do you still see me as that young brat? You've aged, nearing the end of your days. Meanwhile, I'm still at my peak. Naka's words contained a hint of dissatisfaction, yet were filled with strong confidence. Oh, very confident. Are you? Do you want to compete with me? Hinata Makoto said teasingly. So what? Your era is over. Now it's our time. Hinata Makoto. Owanaji is a bit too confident. Chapter 57. Not bad, you've grown just right. I also want to stretch my rusty muscles and bones. Let me see how much progress you've made over the years to be this confident. After Hinata Makoto finished speaking, he put down the fishing rod in his hand and slowly stood up. A powerful aura emanated from him, affecting the breathing of the nearby Shadow Guards. It was incredible that such an old man could exude such a strong presence. The members of the Shadow Guard couldn't help but be grateful for the timely order from the Tsuchikage. Otherwise, they might have been in serious trouble. Noki also floated lightly, his expression serious. He was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Hinata Makoto's aura to still be so strong. Then let us see. I'll let you know that your era has passed. Although Noki was surprised, he showed no signs of fear. He wanted to wash away the humiliation of being crushed to the ground by mere presence. He wanted to prove that the Hinata clan's era had indeed passed, and that they were the brightest stars of this age. Hinata Makoto found Noki's strength acceptable, but he wasn't very interested in someone whose thoughts were so narrow-minded. His ideas were too rigid, and he was too power-hungry. However, he was still interested in taking him down a notch. There were too few worthy opponents in the current ninja world for him to take action against. Fighting was also pointless. There were hardly any who could withstand his simple attacks. Noki, as a peak Tsuchikage, barely qualified to make him act. Noki floated, emanating a powerful aura that clashed with Hinata Makoto's energy. Come on. Hinata Makoto's aged body stood tall, his right sleeve waving, inviting Noki to battle. Earth-style, ultra-lightweight rock technique. Noki began the battle by enhancing himself with a powerful support ninjutsu to increase his speed. He was still cautious with Hinata Makoto. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Spear. Noki quickly formed a few hand seals, and several 5-meter-long massive earth spears burst forth from the ground by the lake, charging towards Hinata Makoto. As expected of a shadow-level powerhouse, the same ninjutsu in Naka's hands not only had greater numbers, but also was much sturdier. 8 trigrams, Air Palm. Hinata Makoto charged a powerful chakra with one hand, instantly shattering the earth spears with a strong shockwave. Boring test, Noki. Show me your best skills and let this old man enjoy himself. Hinata Makoto, uninterested in testing each other, immediately provoked Noki. I hope your old bones don't turn to dust under my hands. You all step back a bit. I'm going to use my full strength. Otherwise, you get caught in it. Noki ordered the Shadow Guard to retreat, as his dust release attack had a wide range and could easily harm his own people. The Shadow Guard quickly retreated 100 meters. Realizing from Hinata Makoto's casual strike that this old man was not ordinary and that they wouldn't be of any help. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Noki floated in the air, his palms slightly together, and a dazzling white light appeared between them. Then a white beam shot towards Hinata Makoto at incredible speed. But Hinata Makoto reacted even faster. In an instant, he appeared on the surface of the lake. The place he had been standing was instantly vaporized, and the ground by the lake was left with a more than 10-meter-wide pit. Not bad, you've indeed grown, Noki. Hinata Makoto's words were venomous. Noki hated being treated like a junior. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. Wind Style, Thousand Faces Wind. Noki descended from the air to the water's surface, utilizing the terrain to launch ninjutsu at Hinata Makoto. Returning Heaven. Waves of azure chakra burst forth, spinning rapidly and enveloping Hinata Makoto. Hinata Makoto stood on the water's surface without dodging. Even the dust release didn't pose much of a threat to him. Although this ordinary ninjutsu looked powerful, far stronger than when used by an ordinary ninja, to him, it was just that. Moreover, Hinata Makoto's Returning Heaven was completely different from many members of the Hyuga clan that Noki had encountered. He didn't even spin. Since learning the Returning Heaven technique, Hinata Makoto was determined to find a way to improve it. He didn't want to be a spinning top. It was too awkward. While his defense was solid, it lacked elegance and didn't suit his status at all. Earth Style, Earth Clone. 2 Earth clones quickly separated from Noki, resembling 2 stone men. However, they quickly transformed into Noki's form. Seeing that his ninjutsu couldn't harm Hinata Makoto, Noki had to think of other strategies. His main body rushed towards Hinata Makoto. Believing he had spotted a flaw, he aimed to use physical techniques to overpower Hinata Makoto. In his view, since Hinata Makoto was so inactive, it must be due to age and lack of stamina. This was his opportunity. Facing the aggressive Noki, Hinata Makoto understood what he was thinking. Kagaya had thought the same way back then. An intense physical confrontation immediately began. Hinata Makoto's combat experience and physical prowess were undoubtedly formidable. After 2 or 3 minutes of combat, Noki realized something was off. This guy's stamina was still quite impressive. This old fool from the Warring States period was truly difficult to deal with. How did he maintain his strength until this age? Noki couldn't help but curse internally. Seeing that his physical techniques were also suppressed by Hinata Makoto, Noki no longer held any illusions. He quickly threw a smoke bomb and withdrew from close combat. One of his clones stealthily approached Hinata Makoto, quickly using the body flicker technique to appear behind him and pressed one hand on Hinata Makoto's back. Earth Style, Ultra Heavy Rock Technique. Dust Release, Original World Separation Technique. Meanwhile, another clone had also prepared the dust release. Noki's main body flew into the air, ready to deliver a fatal blow to Hinata Makoto. As the Ultra Heavy Rock Technique took effect, Hinata Makoto instantly felt as if his body had become 10 times heavier. But it didn't affect him much. He would soon break free from the technique's restraints. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed Noki's intentions. He just wanted to play a little longer and test his newly acquired abilities. Seeing the incoming dust release, Hinata Makoto raised his right hand. Sealing technique, absorption. A shocking scene unfolded before Noki. His all-consuming dust release was actually blocked by Hinata Makoto with just one hand. Hinata Makoto emitted a mysterious power that repelled the dust release. Moreover, his dust release attack was quickly being absorbed, soon disappearing without a trace. Although Noki was shocked by this, he didn't give up. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet. Water Style, 3 Dragons Bite Explode. Wind Style, Windblade. Noki's main body and two clones each launched ninjutsu again at Hinata Makoto, but it was still useless. The ninjutsu was also blocked by Hinata Makoto's other hand. As Noki stood there in shock, Hinata Makoto used the body flicker technique to appear right in front of the floating Noki. With one punch, he sent Noki flying hundreds of meters. It was really Noki's fault for adding the ultra-heavy rock technique to himself. It was too embarrassing. However, it's good that it happened in the air, and there weren't too many obstacles causing damage, so the injuries aren't very severe. Just a bit of blood from the corner of the mouth. It seems there must be some internal injury. Not bad, you've grown. Namaki, this battle was quite enjoyable for me, so I won't hold your offense against you. Hige Masao's old voice echoed in Namaki's ears. Chapter 58. The unbelievable rapport between Hinata and Inoki is simply a great humiliation. The feeling of powerlessness when facing Hinata made Inoki recall the humiliation he once felt when controlled by Uchiha Madara. In a short battle of just over 5 minutes, he was suppressed from start to finish. Moreover, seeing Hinata handle everything with ease, he knew the latter wasn't even using his full strength. He lost face in front of so many people. Hinata. The sudden anger almost made Inoki lose his sanity. Kid, while I'm in a good mood, get your subordinates and leave quickly. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Hinata looked at the furious Inoki and felt somewhat displeased, his old voice emanating endless coldness. Inoki sensed a hint of killing intent in Hinata's words, and despite being on the verge of letting his anger take over, he quickly regained his composure. After all, Inoki was a smart man. Although he felt humiliated, knowing when to bend and when to stand firm was key to survival. What is your purpose in coming to the land of Earth? He knew he couldn't win, but just like when he faced Madara, he dared to raise his voice. If it weren't for being too rigid and clinging to power, he would have been a decent candidate. Where I go is none of your business. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't dare question me like that. Get lost while I'm still in a good mood. Hinata's attitude was a perfect replica of Madara's disdainful demeanor toward Inoki. Inoki couldn't help but want to slap himself. He was really asking for trouble. These old geezers from the Warring States era all had terrible personalities. Madara was like this in the past, and now Hinata was the same. Damn all. Inoki knew that persisting would do him no good. He lost the desire to provoke Hinata. He immediately darkened his face and signaled his shadow guards to retreat, preparing to return and issue an inquiry letter to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving the headache to him, or else he wouldn't hesitate to turn hostile. After Inoki left, Hinata also departed without causing any trouble. Right now, he was in a tacit understanding with the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage felt that although Hinata posed a significant risk, it was still within his control. Ever since Orochimaru was brought back, Hinata hadn't made a move. Although the Sage didn't know what Hinata was planning, he was already prepared to deal with him. As long as Hinata didn't cause any trouble and didn't affect the situation he had set, they could let things be for now. Once the plan was completed, if Hinata was still alive, he would be dealt with directly. Moreover, the time when Hinata disturbed him had made the Sage somewhat annoyed. He couldn't do anything else and had to divide his attention to monitor his layout. With so many people in the ninja world, it was impossible to keep an eye on everything. He was merely a person walking a crooked path, aiming to become immortal, not a true Dao ancestor. He couldn't observe the world with a single thought. Like some people in his past life who liked to raise ants as creators, he could only observe the important existences related to his plans to see if they were influenced by Hinata. However, later realizing they weren't, he felt relieved. As long as the situation didn't change, he could let Hinata stir things up. He wouldn't cause any significant waves. After some time, once Orochimaru was back on track, the Sage of Six Paths stopped frequently observing the ninja world, as it was too mentally exhausting. He would only check in occasionally. Hinata probably guessed the Sage's intentions and knew that the Sage likely thought he couldn't escape his grasp, so he was willing to give him that illusion. Therefore, during this time, he didn't plan to cause any trouble and didn't even go to the Spark organization, giving the development power to Kakuzu, the big fool. It was all for the sake of keeping things under the radar. He attempted once more to steal from the Sage's home, planning to start from small countries and gradually encircle some of the forces the Sage looked down upon, laying a solid foundation for the Spark organization's development. His second avatar, Miyazi Nichizang, was the head of this plan. He had already begun to attempt making things happen. After parting ways with Kakuzu and the others, Miyazi Nichizang, along with the other three, spent money to establish a base and settle down. He chose a site less than 100 miles from the Grass Ninja Village. It was backed by mountains, had a river within a kilometer, flat land, a nice environment, and a decent natural energy density, making it convenient for future control over the Grass Ninja Village. Overall, it met Miyazi Nichizang's requirements. He immediately started spending money to build the first ninja world base. Everything had to be done step by step. There was no rush for infiltration into the land of grass and the grass ninja village. Miyazi Nichizang spent 20 million ryo, securing land usage rights, hiring for construction, and preparing materials with ease. However, it was tough for Inoue Hirohiko and Zatsumaru, as Miyazi Nichizang was giving orders while they were the ones running errands. As for Uzumaki Ayane, she was still following Miyazi Nichizang for training and couldn't be relied upon. Considering that Zatsumaru, the new member, had yet to break free from the sage's control, Miyazi Nichizang took some time to create a sealing scroll and personally sealed Zatsumaru. After all, his chakra wasn't pure. Half a month later, after spending an additional 10 million ryo, the entire base's construction had taken shape. Several large construction teams from the land of grass had been brought in, with nearly 100 people working day and night, with water and earth-style ninjas. Along with Miyazi Nichizang's help, the speed was incredibly fast. Moreover, Miyazi Nichizang was very generous with the money. He didn't delay at all. This made the heads of the construction teams work very hard. They were making a fortune on this job. Looking at the entire base, it had basically taken shape. 36 Japanese-style buildings formed a courtyard layout, but the overall structure was 3 stories high. This was also a kind of nostalgia for Miyazi Nichizang from his past life. Furthermore, this architectural style inspired several major construction companies, who thought the layout was quite good. They planned to promote it in the future, charge some design fees, and make a big profit. After another 2 days, with everyone's efforts, the base was finally completed. After paying the final payment of 5 million ryo, Miyazi Nichizang's first-step plan was successfully accomplished. Inoue Hirohiko and Zatsumaru couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. They had been quite busy during this time. There was no choice. Since Miyazi Nichizang personally helped, they couldn't just sit back and watch. During this time, Uzumaki Ayane, under Miyazi Nichizang's guidance, refined her chakra and started on the path to becoming a ninja. Everything was moving in a positive direction. Next, Miyazi Nichizang would begin his second wave of plans. This was also an important step to recruit talent for the organization. Instead of going through great efforts to find them, it was better to let them come to him voluntarily. Once the number of people increased, he could pick and choose as he pleased. Miyazi Nichizang was worried that it would be difficult to manage when there were too many people. He might even need Kakuzu and the others to come back to help. At that time, Miyazi Nichizang would let Kakuzu scold him for being a prodigal, but later, seeing the results, he wouldn't say anything. Being able to contribute meaningfully to the organization's development made spending money worthwhile, no matter how much. Kakuzu was still quite reasonable. It was just that he didn't know how he would feel when he realized he had scolded the leader. He might say that he already had this idea during that meal. Chapter 59, Gong Zirizong. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Gong Zirizong decided to start advancing his second plan. It was still the money-spending plan. He would throw money around. First, he would trick people into coming over. In Gong Zirizong's eyes, anything that could be solved with money was not a problem. He went directly to the underground black market closest to his base in the land of grass. He immediately requested to see the person in charge of their station. The black market manager did not dare to be negligent, as Gong Zirizong was accompanied by Esmaru, who was a regular there. Moreover, there were not many elite rogue ninjas in such a small place like the land of grass. Esmaru was one of the best among them. Since he was obediently following this person, it must be a big deal. The black market manager had some insight otherwise. He wouldn't be able to survive in such a place. Therefore, he did not ask too many questions and sent someone to notify the station's head. Soon, Gong Zirizong met the head of the underground black market in the land of grass. His name was Odagawa Sato, not too tall, slightly overweight with sharp eyes. His strength was probably at the elite J-nin level, similar to Inoue Hirohiko. However, he looked more like a businessman than a ninja. This was also a characteristic of ninjas in the underground black market. They generally valued money a lot. Gong Zirizong did not beat around the bush. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he stated the purpose of his visit. He was willing to give the black market 5 million ryo to send out an invitation. He only needed Odagawa Sato to help him spread a message to all eligible black market ninjas in underground markets outside the 5 major countries. This kind of benefit was right in front of him, making Odagawa Sato's heart race and breath quicken. His eyes were filled with images of money. 5 million ryo. That was at least the total reward for 5 S-rank missions. The 2 bases in the land of grass would not even see that much money in a year. After all, it was a small country, and the tasks the black market could receive were limited. He immediately inquired about Gong Zirazong's specific purpose. Although he loved money, he did not dare to violate the rules of the black market. Without a clear understanding of the specific purpose, even with a lot of money, Odagawa Sato would not dare to accept it. Subsequently, Gong Zirazong disclosed his purpose. He was paying the black market 5 million ryo to spread the news about an upcoming strongest ninja conference in the underground black market in the land of grass. He wanted the information distributed to all eligible black market ninjas outside the 5 major countries, and he would actively invite them to participate. Furthermore, he would provide 30 million ryo as a prize for this conference. He would definitely not let the participating ninjas leave empty-handed. He guaranteed that all eligible black market ninjas who participated would receive at least an A-rank mission reward. Upon hearing Gong Zirazong's intentions, Odagawa Sato was shocked by his generosity. An A-rank mission reward usually ranged from 80,000 to 100,000 ryo, meaning if there were 100 qualified ninjas, that would be 10 million ryo. It was simply rich beyond human decency. But what was he doing this for? Odagawa Sato couldn't help but feel puzzled. Little did he know, Gong Zirazong was planning to uproot the black market. However, the prospect of such a profitable deal was still tempting to Odagawa Sato. Moreover, he had been in this position for a long time and had not been promoted due to underperformance. This had become a source of distress for him. He envied those in charge of the black markets in the 5 major countries. They managed more ninjas, had more tasks, held higher positions, and made better profits. Now, Gong Zirazong had truly brought him a huge surprise. This task was not very difficult because as long as the employer paid enough, it was not impossible to get all the black market ninjas to serve him. They then discussed the task in detail with Gong Zirazong. Gong Zirazong also stated his only requirement and limitation, which was that the ninjas needed to have solid strength. This was the most important. They should not be weaker than the elite J-nin of the 5 major ninja villages. Other than that, there were no other excessive conditions. Black market ninjas were well aware of their own nature. How many good ones could there be? If too many requirements were set and not many met the conditions, it would be a wasted effort. Anyway, first, bring the chives over. How to cut them was Gong Zirazong's own business. He already had a plan in mind to deal with it. As for the limitation, it had already been mentioned. It was only to invite ninjas from the black markets in small countries, not involving the 5 major countries. This way, the number of eligible candidates would not be too many. After all, there were not many rogue ninjas with strength. They were not the mainstream of the ninja world. But Gong Zirazong believed that he could easily gather 100 or so elite J-nin level black market ninjas. After all, there were quite a few small countries in the ninja world, and there were always dozens. Many rogue ninjas like to hide in these small countries to live. Inoue Hirohiko and Esmaru were examples of this. Because it was indeed comfortable. There were not many dangerous missions. The rewards were acceptable. And they could also gain admiration from many black market ninjas. It satisfied their pursuit of money and also fulfilled their spiritual needs. Life was quite easy. The saying better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix was a mainstream thought among many rogue ninjas in the black market. After confirming that the information with Odagawa Sato was accurate, Gong Zirazong took out a space storage scroll. Boom! 5 money boxes instantly appeared after he formed hand seals. He had prepared this in advance and even made a special trip to the bank for it. Upon seeing the money boxes, Odagawa Sato's eyes lit up with the shape of money. This was the biggest deal he had made in years. He immediately opened the money boxes and began to count. According to the black market rules, tasks were generally confirmed by counting the money in person. Once the task agreement was signed, even if there was a problem with the money later, it had to be accepted. This was an ironclad rule that could not be violated. Otherwise, why did the character in the original work love to count money so much? It was just a habit developed over the years. Gong Zirazong was not in a hurry. He sat quietly with Esmaru, eating fruits prepared by the black market and waiting. Fortunately, Odagawa Sato called over a few more managers to assist. Otherwise, it might take a while to count everything. After more than 20 minutes, Odagawa Sato completed the counting and confirmation of the money. There were no issues, and they could sign the agreement. He immediately had his subordinates draft the task agreement, preparing to issue it to various black markets. Considering that the small countries were too scattered and the distances varied, Gong Zirazong set the time for 40 days later. The rendezvous point was marked at this black market. At that time, members of the organization would come to receive them, and they could participate in the conference. A month of time, for most ninjas with elite J-nin level strength, could almost traverse half of the ninja world with normal travel. 40 days was enough. As for why the time for the black market to issue the tasks was not considered, that was because the black market already had its own quick contact methods, which was not a concern at all. If they were slow to relay messages, the black market would have gone out of business long ago. The underground black market was not that simple. It had considerable hidden power. Even the daimyo of the major countries might be involved. After witnessing Odagawasato sign the agreement and send out the message, Gong Zirazong left with S. Maru. The current tasks are basically completed, and all that is left is to quietly wait for the arrival of the workers. Chapter 60. Cash power is king. Another wave of 35 million Rio was thrown out, and Gong Jiri didn't even blink. This made Zwasi Maru, who was following him, sigh inwardly. Truly deserving of being a core big shot in the organization, spending money like water. It had only been less than a month since parting ways with Jiao Du, and the 80 million Rio was down to just 10 million Rio. In the following time, Gong Jiri began to select a venue for the ninja conference. It couldn't be too close to the Grass Ninja Village to avoid scaring them and causing trouble. Once the workers arrived, the Grass Ninja Village would be in the bag for the Xingho organization. After 7 days of searching, Gong Jiri finally found a suitable location for the conference in a deep valley in the eastern part of the Land of Grass. It was not too far from their base, less than 120 kilometers away, and would take less than 2 hours to reach. This valley was surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only a small path for entry and exit. The geographical location was superior and highly concealed, making it an excellent venue. Moreover, it was quite spacious, with an area equivalent to 5 or 6 football fields. It was enough for some Jonin-level ninjas to fully display their abilities. Then, Gong Jiri took Zwasi Maru and some hired black market ninjas to perform simple modifications to the huge valley using Earth-style ninjutsu. At least it needed to look decent. They built some viewing platforms and rest areas. These tasks weren't very difficult, just a bit time-consuming. As for Uzumaki Ayano, Gong Jiri temporarily entrusted her to Inoue Hirohiko for guidance, allowing her to practice diligently at the organization's base. Additionally, Gong Jiri took in some nearby civilians as servants, responsible for managing the base and taking care of the living needs of the organization members. 2 days later, the venue modifications were complete, just waiting for the leaks to come knocking. It had been over 10 days, and the information sent out by the black market had already been distributed. Gong Jiri decided to have Zwasi Maru check how many qualified ninjas had signed up. Since money had been spent, there should be some response. Gong Jiri felt that the black market wasn't doing a good job. They should proactively report the progress of the tasks to the paying employers. It was unacceptable that the employer had to inquire about the tasks progress themselves. The service attitude was neither enthusiastic nor professional, which explained why the business volume was so poor. However, this was the norm in the ninja world. It wasn't just the black market that lacked a service concept. Several major ninja villages shared the same idea. They valued results over process. Once a task was issued, it was done. As for wanting to urge progress or learn more about task advancement, one had to ask themselves. Zwasi Maru felt a bit unfortunate. He had been part of the organization for nearly a month and had done all the dirty work and errands. However, he had no complaints because Gong Jiri often gave him special treatment and provided guidance on his own ninjutsu training during his downtime, including the time spent working as a construction worker. He had also truly experienced Gong Jiri's strength, which was one of the reasons he had come to respect him. In a ninja world, the obedience to the strong was always high, even among black market ninjas. At most, this group of guys might have a bit more rebellious spirit compared to ordinary ninjas, requiring some time to train and refine. Zwasi Maru's back and forth took up the whole day. However, the feedback from the black market was quite good. They had already distributed the information to all 147 black market ninjas who met the criteria. More than 90 qualified ninjas had already accepted the task. Most of them had already set off, and a few closer ones, including some local black market ninjas from the Land of Grass, had already arrived at the gathering point. They had also been arranged by Dewan Binche to have suitable accommodations and were ready to head to the venue at any time. Of course, this was funded by Gong Jiri. As for the rest, they were mostly farther away, and after receiving the news, they said they needed to think about it. The confirmation time was relatively longer. It was very likely that more black market ninjas would come. Over 100 was certain. Hearing this, Gong Jiri felt more at ease. He had previously worried that this group of black market ninjas might refuse to leave their comfortable nests. Fortunately, the allure of money and the desire to become famous in the ninja world had enough appeal for these guys. The first step had basically succeeded, and the subsequent plans needed to proceed gradually. He wondered if Jiao Du and the others had found any qualified core members. They would definitely need their support soon. With just the three of them, they couldn't manage such a big operation alone. A few days ago, Xiao Du and the others had also received the news from Gong Jiri about the upcoming Black Market Ninja Conference. At first, they were unclear about the specifics, only hearing that some wealthy individual was throwing money around. As long as one participated, there would be at least an A-rank task reward. Although there were strict requirements for strength and scope, Xiao Du thought that there should be at least 100 ninjas participating. That would be at least 10 million Rio spent. Haydn and Scorpion were very interested as well and discussed going to participate with Xiao Du. The three of them wouldn't have to do anything and could earn at least 300,000 Rio just by showing up. Moreover, they would definitely gather some competent ninjas there, possibly recruiting a batch into the organization. They were indeed members of the Xingho organization, completely aligned with Hinata's true thoughts. However, when Xiao Du and the others went to the black market to receive the task and learn more details, they realized that the venue was in the land of grass. Furthermore, the task issuer was Gong Jiri. Xiao Du's hand trembled as he held the task scroll. His usual expressionless face turned red. What a wasteful spender. He just threw out 35 million Rio. How many S-rank tasks would it take to earn that back? He immediately sent a projection message to Gong Jiri, Hinata's clone. Scorpion and Haydn were also speechless. They originally thought it was some rich fool throwing money around. They didn't expect it to be one of their own. Fortunately, after hearing Gong Jiri's explanation, Xiao Du understood his plan and realized it could indeed accelerate the development of the still-growing Xingho organization. But he still felt a headache over this spendthrift teammate. He initially thought that 35 million Rio was already a lot. But unexpectedly Gong Jiri said he had also built a base for the organization in the ninja world, spending another 35 million Rio, and now there was less than 10 million Rio left on hand. He even asked Xiao Du to bring some money back when he returned to support them in a few days. Even Scorpion and Haydn, who were listening nearby, were incredulous about Gong Jiri's ability to spend money. However, Gong Jiri's cash power strategy was indeed quite effective. Just when they had no recent gains, they discussed it and decided to take a detour to the land of rice. They would quickly return to the land of grass to help Gong Jiri with the Black Market Ninja Conference. However, this decision also led them to a good opportunity on their way back. When they reached the territory of the land of rice, they encountered the rogue Jonin, who had defected from the Leaf Village. Bailuhu was a civilian ninja, a contemporary of Orochimaru, in pursuit of strength and to prove himself superior to Orochimaru and the others. He began researching the forbidden technique, Ghost Budrao technique. He ambushed the bloodline ninja within the village to steal their bloodlines. However, he ultimately couldn't keep it a secret and was discovered by Sarutobi Hiruzen, who ordered his capture. To realize his dream, Bailuhu had no choice but to defect. Chapter 61. Not so friendly. The land of rice is just a small country, ranking low among a number of small nations, and it doesn't even have a ninja village, with very few ninjas within its borders. Kakazu, Scorpion, and Haydn never intended to waste time here. They were only passing through as a shortcut. After Kiryu's defection, Sarutobi Hiruzen classified him as an S-rank rogue ninja. The forbidden technique he studied, the Ghost Bud, is extremely dangerous. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched a pursuit team with a clear order to capture him alive if possible. If not, they were to eliminate him on the spot to avoid future trouble. A rogue ninja like Kiryu, who steals the bloodline of villages, goes against the principles promoted by Konoha, and Sarutobi Hiruzen needed to give the bloodline clans an explanation. Under the relentless pursuit of Konoha's elite forces, Kiryu was in a dire situation. He was tracked down several times, falling into crises where he nearly lost his life. The elite forces were not so easy to deal with. They were the backbone of the village. And being called elite was not just for show. It was earned through real combat. Furthermore, they coordinated well, had rich combat experience, and were equipped with various specialized ninjas. For someone with slightly lower strength, surviving under their pursuit was nearly impossible without the power of an elite J-nin. Fortunately, Kiryu managed to identify a gap in the tracking ninja surveillance in time, and with his decent strength and combat experience, he barely escaped Konoha's elite forces' pursuit for the time being. However, his condition was not good. He was somewhat exhausted, and his chakra was nearly depleted. He urgently needed to find a safe place to rest and recover. But Konoha's pursuit was still ongoing, and it seemed they wouldn't give him much time. Unexpectedly, he encountered a few competent Konoha ninjas in the land of rice. Kakuzu emerged from the shadows of the forest with Scorpion and Haydn. "Who are you?" Kiryu was alarmed. His strength was almost non-existent, and his situation was not optimistic. Thus, He had not noticed their approach. Despite being well hidden, he was still discovered. Even with Konoha's tracking ninjas, Kiryu was confident they wouldn't find him easily. "Are you a rogue ninja from Konoha?" Kakuzu asked directly, not paying attention to Kiryu's emotional state. The three had stumbled upon Kiryu, who was in combat with Konoha's elite forces, and observed him from a distance. They were somewhat satisfied with his strength and decided to try inviting him to join their organization, considering he was a ninja from a major village and seemed to have decent skills and experience. Kakuzu felt a sense of regret at potentially losing such talent, although Kiryu had just barely escaped danger and was doing his best to conceal his presence, managing to evade Konoha's tracking ninjas for the moment. It would be somewhat difficult to fool an experienced ninja like Kakuzu. "What do you want?" Kiryu remained cautious. He needed to know the intentions of these people and did not answer Kakuzu's question. "We are members of the Starfire organization. We noticed your strength and would like to invite you to join us." "We mean no harm," Kakuzu explained, understanding that Kiryu was a bit jumpy at the moment. "Starfire organization? Inviting me to join?" Kiryu had never heard of the Starfire organization and felt a bit uncertain. "Can I choose not to join? What would happen if I refuse?" Kiryu had no knowledge of this mysterious organization, naturally leading to his concerns. "Of course, it's not forced. However, your current situation is precarious, and I don't know if you can evade the next wave of Konoha's pursuing ninjas. But if you join our organization, we can provide you with protection and ensure your survival." Although Kaku said it was fine, he had ulterior motives, directly threatening Kiryu while giving him a glimmer of hope. To Kiryu, this was a blatant threat. He understood it as joining would guarantee his life, while refusing would expose his location, leaving his fate to his own abilities. Moreover, the middle-aged man and the two young men exuded strong auras, indicating they were likely not weak. Kiryu was a decisive person. He had his own ambitions to realize and wanted to prove that he was more talented than the legendary Sannin. Stronger. Thus, for the sake of his ideals. He thought it over and agreed. After all, his forbidden technique would take a long time to master alone, and during this time of fleeing, he had considered gathering some subordinates for assistance. Being isolated and helpless made it incredibly difficult to contend with a powerful force. Now that a mysterious organization had invited him to join, they seemed to have decent strength. It was just the right opportunity to leverage their power to complete his forbidden technique. He had already turned against his own village's ninjas with his forbidden technique, so his moral bottom line was long gone. "Hello, Kiryu. I'm Kakuzu, a core member of the organization, and I welcome you to join the Starfire organization." "Welcome aboard, Kiryu." "I'm Scorpion, a core member." "Welcome, Kiryu." "I'm Haiden, also a core member." Upon Kiryu's agreement to join, the three core members expressed their welcome and introduced themselves. "Since you three are core members, what level of member will I be after joining? Also, what exactly is this organization? Why have I never heard of it before? What is its purpose?" Kiryu noted Kakuzu's emphasis on the term core and was full of curiosity about this mysterious organization. "Currently, your strength is likely at the mid-level within the organization. As for core members, that requires the leader's judgment. Core members must not only have solid strength, but also sufficient talent and potential, as well as the leader's recognition. I know you have many questions, but there's no need to rush. Once you join the organization, you'll quickly gain a concrete understanding of it all." Kakuzu only provided Kiryu with information about his level in the organization and the requirements for core members, knowing what Kiryu would want to ask next, but not elaborating further. Now is not the time. Just focus on recovering. With our protection, you won't come to any harm. Once you've recovered, we'll take you to the organization's base, Kakuzu continued. "All right, thank you." Kiryu saw that Kakuzu was unwilling to say more and stopped asking questions. After all, they were now part of the same family, and he would find out sooner or later. He immediately found a flat spot to sit down and began to recover. 3 hours later, Kiryu had restored a decent amount of chakra, and Konoha's pursuit team had not come looking for him. It seemed that if it weren't for Kakuzu and the others' appearance, Kiryu might have actually escaped. However, this was not entirely a bad thing for Kiryu. Once he truly broke free from his cage, learned about the organization's ideals and plans, and received support for his forbidden techniques, he would finally achieve his goal of increasing his strength and proving that he was not inferior to others. The only downside was that Orochimaru, who had always overshadowed him, was actually designated by the organization as leader as the next successor. This was truly unfriendly to him. Chapter 62. The target Hinata Makoto had been wandering around the land of Earth for quite some time, but hadn't he found any satisfactory talents. Most of the skilled individuals had already been gathered by the Iwagakure, Rock Ninja Village. "Here, Anoki's control was even stronger than Sarutobi Hizashi's control over the Land of Fire. He did not allow too many existences beyond the control of the Iwagakure. The entire Land of Earth, except for one ninja clan, was under his tight grip. That clan was the Tsuchigumo clan. Hinata Makoto had originally planned to move on to another place, but unexpectedly, on his way out of the Land of Earth, he discovered a talent worth inviting personally. The Tsuchigumo clan's Yoku no Kishi, the Chosen One, who controlled the incredibly powerful forbidden technique, Fury of Heaven. If it weren't for the unusual fluctuations of natural energy he happened to notice, he would have forgotten that such a ninja clan existed in the Land of Earth. Moreover, the Tsuchigumo clan had not joined the Iwagakure. Hinata guessed that Anoki would also be reluctant to let the Tsuchigumo clan join the Iwagakure due to the extreme danger of their forbidden techniques. Although it was somewhat life-threatening, its power was immense. The Iwagakure could not afford that risk. However, this provided a great opportunity for Hinata Makoto. He not only had ideas about Yoku no Kishi, but was also highly interested in the forbidden technique, Fury of Heaven. Hinata Makoto recalled the original work from his past life and learned that Fury of Heaven, the forbidden technique of the Tsuchigumo clan, utilized a mysterious pearl along with a formation to absorb and store energy from the natural world. Then it would explode outward from its center, capable of completely destroying an area with a diameter of nearly 10 kilometers. It was a city-destroying technique that could rival Shinra Tensei. Before its activation, it required about 30 minutes to store natural energy, and the longer it was stored, the larger the destructive range. The original work even claimed that if the storage time was long enough, it could destroy an area with a radius of several hundred kilometers. However, Hinata Makoto did not believe this last point. Perhaps this forbidden technique did have unique aspects, but to destroy a country with a single blow was probably impossible. Otherwise, the Tsuchigumo clan would have long been wiped out. Moreover, this forbidden technique required the consumption of lifespan. Just based on this point, Hinata knew that what was said in the original work was nonsense. A body could only bear a power commensurate with its own strength. Even with a body at the level of the Sage of Six Paths, the Tsuchigumo clan's forbidden technique could not achieve the destruction of an area of over 100 kilometers. Even Hinata Makoto himself, having entered the realm of the primordial spirit, could not accomplish this. If such a level of power truly existed, it would not be a forbidden technique, but a nation-destroying technique. This was a big fish. He had to reel it into his organization. Otherwise, once it became an enemy in the future, it would truly be a headache. The only things that could trouble Hinata Makoto now, apart from the four great sages, were just one or two in the ninja world. One was the Tsuchigumo clan's forbidden technique he had just discovered. The other was the 8 Gates of Might Dai and his son. These two were probably the hardest working geniuses to emerge in the ninja world for hundreds of years. Their physical martial arts talent was exceptional. Their perseverance was extraordinary. Their self-discipline was enough to make all ninjas feel ashamed. And as for their character, there was no need to mention it, being ridiculed every day yet remaining unperturbed. Their intelligence was also quite good, with a rough exterior hiding a keen insight. Their only drawback was their limited vision, unable to break free from the constraints of their village. Otherwise, these two would definitely become Hinata Makoto's most powerful support. However, there were still opportunities. After all, he had once given Dai some pointers and shared the training method for the 8 Gates of Might, so their relationship was still good. Forget about them for now. He temporarily did not consider returning to Konoha. His main focus was to find a way to bring Yoku no Kishi into the organization. By the way, he also wanted to understand the working principles of their clan's forbidden technique, Fury of Heaven, and see if it could be replicated. Hinata Makoto cleared his mind of distractions and prepared to get down to business. Descending from the sky, he headed toward the territory of the Tsuchigumo clan. Yoku no Kishi was older than Anoki, so he assumed he would have heard of the old man's great name. Hinata decided to go directly, without any plans, leaving it to fate whether it would succeed or not. After all, too much debt is not a worry, and too many lice don't itch. At worst, he would just be rejected. But if accepted, then Hinata Makoto would have gained a significant advantage. At least he would have another trump card in hand. Old man, what do you want? What is your intention in coming to our clan's territory? As soon as Hinata Makoto approached the vicinity of the Tsuchigumo clan's territory, he was stopped before reaching the entrance. Youngster, I am here to visit your clan leader, Yoku no Kishi. Please notify him. Just say that Hinata clan's Hinata Makoto has come to visit. Hinata Makoto's aged voice conveyed an undeniable tone, making it difficult for others to defy his will. The Hinata clan, indeed, The guard of the Tsuchigumo clan, upon seeing his white eyes, confirmed it without a doubt. He had not paid much attention before, considering that the Hinata clan was also a prominent family and that he had personally come to visit. He might have a previous relationship with the clan leader, so he did not refuse. He then quickly flew into the clan territory to report to Yoka no Kishi, who was coming to visit. The Hinata clan's Hinata Makoto? Are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Yoka no Kishi was somewhat surprised by the report from his subordinate. Yes, clan leader. I assure you I didn't hear wrong. The Tsuchigumo clansman replied with certainty. It's actually him. I never expected he was still alive. And he actually came to visit me. Yoka no Kishi found it hard to believe. He had heard of Hinata Makoto's great name. He was just a bit curious as to why this remnant of the Warring States era would come to visit him. Could it be for the Tsuchigumo clan's forbidden technique? Yoka no Kishi instinctively thought of the worst. Their forbidden technique was simply too tempting. He didn't know how many ninja villages and great nations had set their sights on it, but they were all scared off by his rage. He had directly annihilated a hostile force, a town with a radius of over 10 kilometers. This had deterred several major ninja villages from harboring bad intentions. They were all afraid of provoking Yoka no Kishi and being targeted, secretly receiving a visit from him, which would be a huge loss. Therefore, plans targeting the Tsuchigumo clan had been abandoned by various ninja villages. The risks were too great, and naturally, no one dared to reach out. Clan leader, should we welcome him inside? The Tsuchigumo clan guard asked Yoka no Kishi for his opinion. No, I will personally go out to greet him. Yoka no Kishi thought for a moment and decided it was better to meet him in person to probe into Hinata Makoto's intentions for coming here. He then strode towards the entrance of the clan territory, leading the way. The Tsuchigumo guard hurriedly followed. He never expected that a senior from the Warring States era would come to visit. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. It is truly rude. As Yoka no Kishi reached the entrance, he saw the aged Hinata Makoto and immediately greeted him with a smile, expressing his respect for him. It is I who was presumptuous, coming uninvited. Please don't mind it. Hinata Makoto was also someone who knew how to act appropriately. Since the other party was being courteous, he naturally could not put on airs. Senior, you flatter me. Your arrival brings great honor to the Tsuchigumo clan. Joku no Kishi, being the clan leader, spoke the formalities perfectly, making it pleasant to hear. However, the guards following behind were quite puzzled, eager to know what kind of identity this elder from the Hinata clan, who was being personally received by the clan leader, possessed. You flatter me. This is your time now. I'm just an old man nearing the end of my days, unworthy of such praise from you. Hinata Makoto is also very humble, immediately raising a hand to the Yuji traveler, showing great modesty. Both of them are seasoned veterans, and a few words of flattery do not affect them at all. Well then, senior, why not step inside? This is not a place for conversation. The Yuji traveler was also quite pleased with Hinata Makoto's attitude, and immediately invited him to enter the clan's territory for a detailed discussion. Then I shall not disturb you. Hinata Makoto did not refuse, as he came here with a purpose. Following that, Hinata Makoto was led by the Yuji traveler into the territory of the Tsuchigumo clan. Chapter 63. The Fisherman Senior. Please take a seat. Upon arriving at the home of the traveler of the role, he, as the host, naturally had to show courtesy to his guest. The old man followed the customs and did not insist on modesty. Hinata Makoto also did not act pretentiously and sat down immediately. Then, the traveler of the role sat down as well. Before the two could speak, a servant brought tea, showing great etiquette. Senior, please enjoy the tea. The traveler of the role gestured with one hand, exuding the demeanor of a clan leader. Good. Seeing that the traveler of the role was not in a hurry, Hinata Makoto felt he shouldn't rush either. He leisurely began to savor the tea unique to the Earth Spider clan. This tea is quite good. It was slightly bitter at first, but there was a sweetness that followed. Hinata Makoto took the initiative to steer the conversation towards the tea. As long as the senior enjoys it. The traveler of the role was at a loss for words. This old guy was really tight-lipped and not anxious at all. Very composed. It seemed that if he wanted to extract some information from Hinata Makoto, he would have to ask directly. May I ask what brings you here, senior? They had almost finished a pot of tea, yet Hinata Makoto showed no intention of speaking. The traveler of the role finally opened his mouth. He couldn't help it. He was feeling uneasy. If Hinata Makoto had ulterior motives, then he would need to be cautious. But who could steal every day without being on guard? After all, as the old saying goes, it's not the thief you should fear, but the one who keeps an eye on you. If someone like Hinata Makoto really had their sights set on the Earth Spider clan, it might not end well for them. I primarily came for you, and secondly, I came due to your clan's forbidden techniques. Hinata Makoto was very straightforward, hiding nothing, and directly stated his purpose. Does the senior also covet my clan's forbidden techniques? The Traveler of the Roll's grip on the teacup tightened, and his tone became cold. Did you not pay attention to the order of my words? First is you as a person, and only then your clan's forbidden techniques. Hinata Makoto did not mind the Traveler of the Roll's tone and calmly explained the crux of the matter. Is there a difference? With me, you naturally possess the forbidden techniques. The Traveler of the Roll's expression turned ugly. To be honest, I don't even need to look to guess that your clan's forbidden techniques must have significant side effects. I don't value forbidden techniques that have not been improved, and you do not have a clear understanding of yourself. Hinata Makoto remained unhurried, completely unconcerned that the Traveler of the Roll's expression was becoming even more unpleasant. Then what exactly is the senior's intention for coming here? Please be clear. The Traveler of the Roll could no longer endure the guessing. I primarily want to understand what your perception of this ninja world is and what you think in your heart. After finishing the last cup of tea, Hinata Makoto's expression remained calm, as if everything was within his expectations. Is the senior here to tease me? The Traveler of the Roll could no longer hold back, his tone betraying a hint of uncontrollable anger. As a clan leader, you need to strengthen your composure. Also, I take this matter very seriously. I'm not here to tease you. I hope you can seriously consider it before answering. Hinata Makoto's expression was very solemn, and his tone was deep and serious, indicating that he was not joking. Seeing Hinata Makoto's expression and tone, the Traveler of the Roll was somewhat confused. He could tell that Hinata Makoto truly did not seem to be joking. But why would he ask such a question? What direct connection did this question have with him and the forbidden techniques? You can first calm the anger in your heart. As a clan leader, you should know that anger only leads to loss of reason. Moreover, I am here merely to discuss with you, not to forcefully take anything. My interest in you far outweighs my interest in your clan's forbidden techniques. Think it over before answering. There's plenty of time, and I'm in no hurry. Hinata Makoto could see the Traveler of the Roll's confusion and immediately offered guidance. He was the one sitting calmly while the Traveler of the Roll was like the fish he had his eyes on. The more patient the fisherman, the more restless the fish would become. But how to bait the fish was a test of skill. Hinata Makoto had deeply studied this. The wise mentor was not joking. It was all about practical experience. Hearing Hinata Makoto say this, the Traveler of the Roll's anger gradually faded. Indeed, as Hinata Makoto said, he had become somewhat flustered with concern. The Traveler of the Roll quickly adjusted his state, the anger dissipating, and he began to think calmly about the question posed by Hinata Makoto. His question was specifically designed for him, the most suitable bait for this big fish. From memories of his past life, he knew that the Traveler of the Roll had always wanted to change the ninja world. Hinata Makoto speculated that this should be related to their clan's mission. Of course, this was merely speculation and had not been confirmed. However, Hinata Makoto believed that he would soon uncover the secrets buried within the Earth Spider clan's forbidden techniques. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Hinata Makoto and the Traveler of the Roll sat across from each other in silence. Is this question prepared specifically for me? After a long while, the Traveler of the Roll asked, already having some guesses in his heart. With his rationality restored, he had already thought through the question posed by Hinata Makoto. The reason for his silence was that he was considering whether certain things should be said. Indeed, I want to hear your true thoughts and also want to confirm if you're the person I'm looking for. Hinata Makoto spoke frankly, intending to play a strategic game with the Traveler of the Roll, putting him on the spot to express his true thoughts. Hearing Hinata Makoto's response, the Traveler of the Roll began to believe him a bit more. He might really not have come for the clan's forbidden techniques. Could it be that he also saw through this dirty ninja world? The Traveler of the Roll pondered for a moment, hesitating to speak. Even though he wanted to be straightforward, holding back many thoughts could lead to problems. Hinata Makoto could also see the Traveler of the Roll's hesitation and immediately encouraged him. Do you really want to hear it, senior? What if what I say doesn't satisfy you? The Traveler of the Roll was somewhat confused, not understanding where Hinata Makoto's confidence came from. I believe you will be the person I am looking for, and that is enough. Hinata Makoto's words gave a feeling of having met a confidant and wanting to speak freely. Then I shall share my humble opinion, and I hope senior will not be disappointed. The Traveler of the Roll seemed to have made a certain decision. I am utterly disappointed with this dirty and chaotic ninja world. The Traveler of the Roll opened with a bombshell. If it weren't for the lack of strength in our clan, and if our forbidden techniques could only be used by one person, this ninja world would have long been overturned by my Earth Spider clan. After speaking, the Traveler of the Roll fixed his gaze on Hinata Makoto's expression, hoping to see shock or other emotions on his face. But to his disappointment, Hinata Makoto still wore a composed expression, as if everything was within his expectations. Don't you think I'm a bit arrogant? Seeing Hinata Makoto's unchanging expression, the traveler of the role asked. Hinata Makoto's composure indeed exceeded his expectations. What is there to be arrogant about? It's human nature. If you're not lying, then you're the person I am looking for. Hinata Makoto did not treat the traveler of the role's arrogant words as a joke. He even fully supported him. Does the senior mean to support my thoughts? The traveler of destiny was somewhat surprised by Hinata's true thoughts. After all, his logical reasoning was quite rebellious in the ninja world. Not only did he support it, but the old man also had better options. You truly are someone like me, traveler of destiny. I did not misjudge you. You are indeed worthy of my personal invitation. Hinata looked at this middle-aged man with world-changing ideas with great satisfaction. Chapter 64. The Traveler of Roles. Hinata's words instantly gave the Traveler of Roles a feeling of finally meeting a kindred spirit. The long-suppressed feelings suddenly expressed, coupled with the acknowledgement from a strong person, left him somewhat exhilarated. It was a feeling akin to a soldier dying for a confidant. He understands me. He truly understands me. The Traveler of Roles looked somewhat excited. After so many years, he actually met this person at nearly 60 years of age. It's just a bit late. Hinata is already too old. While the Traveler of Roles was excited, he felt a bit regretful as well. Do you think this old man is already too old to provide any help? Hinata could see the regret in the Traveler of Roles' expression and naturally understood his inner thoughts. It is an honor for the junior to share common understanding and thoughts with a senior, but unfortunately, it is indeed a bit late. If we were 20 or 30 years younger, I believe that if we joined forces, we would definitely be able to make a change. The Traveler of Roles did not deny Hinata's words. He indeed thought so. Have you reached the level of a shadow, in terms of strength? I mean, aside from relying on forbidden techniques. Hinata was not angry. He simply asked the Traveler of Roles in a very calm tone. He wasn't very sure about this, as there was no detailed introduction in his previous life, just a simple appearance with a big move. I am rather dull-witted. It was only around 50 that my strength barely reached the level of a shadow. Although the Traveler of Roles did not understand why Hinata asked this, he still cooperatively answered, "That's not bad. You must be quite puzzled about my purpose in coming here. Since it has been confirmed that you are the person I am looking for, I will not hide it from you. I am here to invite you to join the Starfire organization." Seeing that the Traveler of Roles had taken a bait, Hinata no longer beat around the bush and went straight to the point. In Hinata's view, the Traveler of Roles basically couldn't escape now. Starfire organization? What kind of organization is that? Is it founded by you, senior? What do they do? The Traveler of Roles had some guesses in his heart, but still wanted to hear Hinata's explanation. Starfire is indeed an organization founded by me. As for their purpose, it is basically the same as yours. We all want to change this ninja world shrouded in darkness and bring light to the world. Its ideal is to overthrow the current ninja system and establish a unified and perfect ninja world. Hinata unreservedly instilled the philosophy of the Starfire organization into the Traveler of Roles. For someone with thoughts so different from the world, there was no need for any fancy talk. After all, there are very few people who share the same ideas as him. They desire someone to understand them, to follow them, to join them. Hinata truly had a firm grasp on this type of person. The Starfire organization is actually such an existence, such a great goal. Compared to my desire to overthrow the ninja world, it is even more commendable. After hearing Hinata's account, the Traveler of Roles was deeply impacted. He did not expect that Hinata had already embarked on the path of resisting the existing system and building a better future. Did the senior invite me because my ideals are highly similar to those of the Starfire organization? The Traveler of Roles calmed his emotions and then asked, "This is the most important point. Secondly, it's your strength and the forbidden techniques you possess. Furthermore, this path is not easy to walk. Having more friends is much better than having more enemies." Hinata was still straightforward, showing no intention of hiding anything. He was not worried that the Traveler of Roles would be angry because he was coveting the Earth Spider's forbidden techniques. He had made it very clear. "Senior, are you worried that my Earth Spider clan will become enemies of the Starfire organization in the future?" The Traveler of Roles understood what Hinata was trying to express. The darkness of this world runs deep, and the old man also has to be cautious. Hinata's words seemed to imply something. "Please rest assured, senior. My Earth Spider clan will absolutely not become a stumbling block on the path to breaking the existing ninja system." The Traveler of Roles spoke with certainty. "Then have you decided to accept my invitation to join the Starfire organization and bring a glimmer of light to this dark ninja world?" In the organization, there are many people who share the same thoughts as you. They're all working hard for the ideals of the organization. We have already achieved quite good results. Hinata once again extended the invitation to the Traveler of Roles. It would be an honor for me to join your organization and walk alongside those who share the same ideals. After a brief consideration, the Traveler of Roles expressed his agreement. This does not conflict with the mission of our clan. Very well. Welcome to join us, Traveler of Roles. You will surely become an indispensable talent for the organization. You will also be a key figure in paving the way for a perfect ninja world. Next, let me tell you about the specifics of the organization and the darkness lurking within this ninja world. I believe that after you understand, you will have a full recognition of the great ideals of the Starfire organization. Hinata's flattery and praise had almost become second nature when trying to recruit strong individuals. He had already used his spiritual sense to probe the Traveler of Roles' body. Surprisingly, there was no presence of the Six Paths will within him. However, his clan members generally had the Six Paths backup. This further confirmed Hinata's belief that the Earth Spider clan must know something. It seems that the ninja world is not entirely composed of fools. The forbidden technique of the Earth Spider clan likely harbors some secrets. Therefore, after confirming that the Traveler of Roles posed no risk of being controlled by the Six Paths, Hinata did not hide anything. He directly laid out everything he had discovered. The conspiracy of the chakra system, the arranged fate, the existence of the Sage of Six Paths, and what the Starfire organization is currently doing. Countless darkness hidden beneath the ninja world was completely exposed before the Traveler of Roles by Hinata. The more the Traveler of Roles listened, the worse his expression became. He knew some of the darkness of the ninja world, which was only known by those who possessed forbidden techniques in the Earth Spider clan. Their clan had a remarkably talented ancestor who discovered problems with the chakra system a long time ago. Subsequently, using a pearl that could store and release natural energy, which they obtained by chance, and after in-depth research combined with various sealing techniques, they created the forbidden technique Anger of Heaven to maintain the Earth Spider clan's freedom from being bound by the hidden forces. Moreover, they had a certain degree of self-preservation ability. It was just that at that time, the Sage of Six Paths had already faked his death, and they did not speculate in that direction. They always thought that there were other hidden hands lurking in the ninja world, controlling its direction and interfering with the thoughts of ninjas. Now, with Hinata's clarification, everything became clear in an instant. The Traveler of Roles felt fortunate to have joined the Starfire organization. Otherwise, he would probably never have understood such secrets in his lifetime. Moreover, after listening to Hinata's account, his sense of identification with the entire Starfire organization grew even stronger. Chapter 65. Growing stronger. Yako no Yukari's joining made Hinata Makoto very happy. With his presence, the tolerance of the Spark organization would greatly increase. He was a nuclear-level existence, and, if used well, could play a significant role at critical moments. Yako no Yukari was also looking forward to joining Hinata Makoto's organization. Being able to walk alongside like-minded individuals was truly a great joy in life. There was no distance between Hinata Makoto and Yako no Yukari anymore. They chatted freely until the sky darkened. Afterwards, under Yako no Yukari's arrangement, they had dinner together and stayed with the Tsuchigumo clan that day. Since it was already late, Hinata Makoto did not refuse. He had already included Yako no Yukari among the core members and had given him the necessary equipment and some forbidden techniques. Since he had joined, unconditional trust was necessary. Moreover, Hinata Makoto planned to take Yako no Yukari to the base in the Land of Grass in the coming days to meet the Spark members. As core members, it was essential for them to get to know each other for the future development of the organization. The next day, Yako no Yukari heard from Hinata Makoto that he wanted to take him to the organization base to meet the other members. Although he had many matters to attend to as a clan leader, he still did not refuse. He only mentioned that he needed to make some arrangements within the family to avoid unnecessary troubles due to being away for too long. However, he was persuaded by Hinata Makoto that it was unnecessary. After all, with his current control over space ninjutsu, it was just a matter of bringing someone along, and he could possibly go and return on the same day. However, considering that Kakuzu and the others had not yet returned to the base and the personnel were not complete, Hinata Makoto did not rush and stayed as a guest in the Tsuchigumo clan for a few days. Once the Spark members gathered, it would not be too late to take Yako no Yukari over. Meanwhile, in the Land of Grass, Miyako Shizuku had also been quite busy lately. There were less than 20 days left until the Black Market Ninja Conference was to be held. The number of registered ninjas had already exceeded 129. This number had completely surpassed his expectations. There were too many matters to handle. He originally thought having around 100 participants would be good, but it turned out that this group of black market ninjas could not escape the trap of fame and profit. Great. This would significantly increase the number of middle-level personnel in the organization. Spark was about to reach a new level. The day when Spark truly stepped into the territories of the 5 great nations was not far away. Fortunately, Kakuzu had contacted him yesterday, saying he would soon return to the land of grass, and he was bringing back a promising seed. This would make his upcoming work a bit easier. Miyako Shizuku naturally knew that Baruhu was indeed a person of potential. He did not expect that Kakuzu and the others could recruit him into the organization. A fierce battle between Spark and the darkened ninja world was inevitable. The more prepared they were, the greater their chances of victory. Although Hinata Makoto looked down on Bruised Demon Seed, forbidden technique, for Spark, if it could be perfected, controlled, and used well, it could rapidly produce a batch of usable, strong individuals. In Hinata Makoto's view, techniques were not inherently good or bad. It depended on how the person who wielded them used them. Haiden's evil techniques felt like dark magic, but if he could use them on the path to restore the ninja world, who would have a right to criticize him? A day later, Kakuzu and his 3 companions finally returned to the base in the land of grass. Hinata Makoto, who was in the land of earth, also received the information. He decided to take Yaku no Yukari to the base as soon as possible to deepen his sense of belonging to the Spark organization. At the base in the land of grass, Kakuzu, Scorpion, Haiden, and Miyako Shizuku gathered in a conference room specially created for core members. Since leader Hinata Makoto had sent word that he would be coming and would bring another core member for them to meet, they were curious about why they needed to gather together now. Aside from Miyako Shizuku, who was the second in command, Kakuzu and the others were somewhat puzzled. However, they soon learned the reason. Suddenly, the rings on their hands emitted a glow, followed by a wave of spatial fluctuation. Hinata Makoto appeared in the conference room with a middle-aged man. The core members' rings had a positioning function, and before, Hinata Makoto could also perform space teleportation. Though it was a bit cumbersome and required making space scrolls, so he rarely used it. Now, with his greatly enhanced control over spatial rules, as long as there was a location, there was nowhere he couldn't go. Seeing Hinata Makoto suddenly appear, Kakuzu and the others were also surprised. They did not expect the leader to have such skills in space ninjutsu. Thank you all for your hard work during this time. I came here mainly to introduce you to a new core member. This is Yaku no Yukari, the leader of the Tsuchigumo clan, whom I personally invited to join. He is an elder with the same ideals as Spark and possesses considerable strength. As soon as Hinata Makoto appeared, he began introducing Yaku no Yukari to the Spark members, indicating his importance. Kakuzu and the others naturally understood Hinata Makoto's implication and actively welcomed him. I am Yaku no Yukari from the Tsuchigumo clan. I am very happy to work with all of you. Yaku no Yukari suppressed the shock in his heart and introduced himself. He had always been puzzled as to why Hinata Makoto wanted to take him to the organization but stopped him from making arrangements for his family. After all, as a clan leader, he needed to make some arrangements for being away for an extended period. Now he understood that Hinata Makoto's direct spatial teleportation did not take up much time at all. Hello, welcome to Spark. I am Kakuzu, a core member. Welcome to Spark. I am Scorpion, a core member. Welcome to Spark. I am Haiden, a core member. Welcome to Spark. I am Miyako Shizuku, a core member. The 4 of them introduced themselves to Yaku no Yukari one by one, bridging the distance between them. Each of the 4 core members exuded a powerful aura, and they were all excessively young. Even the oldest, Kakuzu, looked much younger than Yaku no Yukari, deepening his understanding of the Spark organization. The power held by the Spark organization was truly not to be underestimated. Perhaps they could really achieve their ideals and goals, overthrowing the decaying ninja system that was shrouded in darkness. Next, Hinata Makoto briefly discussed the organization's development situation and the upcoming plans, expressing his agreement and support for Kakuzu and Miyako Shizuku's plans. He also took the opportunity to let the newly joined Yaku no Yukari understand the organization's development situation. After finishing the formal work, Hinata Makoto suggested that the organization members hold a friendly match to deepen their understanding of each other. The main purpose was to showcase the strength of Miyako Shizuku and Yaku no Yukari. Although Miyako Shizuku, as Hinata Makoto's second-in-command, had been a member for a while, his strength had never truly been revealed. Yaku no Yukari was also a newcomer personally invited by Hinata Makoto. Both needed to demonstrate their strength to Kakuzu and the other 2. Although the 3 of them would not question the leader's judgment, Hinata Makoto could not take it lightly. In the ninja world, strength ultimately spoke the loudest. Chapter 66. Sparring. Hinata's proposal was supported by all members, who had been waiting for this day for a long time. Previously, they had been busy with organizational matters, and even if they had this idea, there was no time for it. They also considered each other as comrades, so no one had any excessive thoughts. Now that the leader had taken the initiative to propose a match, Kakuzu and the others naturally would not refuse. As for Yagami and Miyako, they were even less likely to do so. One hoped to understand the strength of the organization's members, while the other wanted to showcase his own abilities to gain more influence and power. Hinata then asked Miyako to notify the mid-level members of the organization to temporarily put aside their work and come to watch. This was also an opportunity for them to gain a detailed understanding of the strength of the core members and to have a clear recognition of them. The next day, at the venue for the Black Market Ninja Conference, all members of the Starfire organization gathered there. Even the weakest member, Uzumaki Ayano, did not miss it. Who wants to go first? Hinata asked the core members, actively inquiring about their thoughts. I'll go first. Who wants to fight me? Except for Kakuzu. Haiden, the combative member, was interested in fighting but cleverly wanted to avoid Kakuzu. Although his strength had significantly increased, he still did not have confidence against Kakuzu, as that guy's weirdness was not much weaker than his own. He was most eager to spar with Scorpion and Miyako. You're out, Haiden. Just watch. It's not the right time for you to reveal your abilities, and it's not suitable to use them against comrades. Hinata rejected Haiden's challenge and provided a reason. Oh, fine in, boss. Haiden's tone was noticeably disappointed. He really wanted to show off in front of the organization members. Don't worry, Haiden. Your stage is very big. There will come a time when the entire ninja world knows your name. The evil god Haiden. Hinata sensed his disappointment and immediately gave him some encouragement. Kakuzu and Scorpion were not surprised by Hinata's rejection of Haiden's challenge, but Yagami was a bit puzzled. He did not understand why Hinata initiated a match among the core members, but then refused Haiden, also a core member, to participate. Then I'll go first. Miyako, shall we have a duel? Kakuzu stepped forward and challenged Miyako. He had always been curious about this young man, whom the leader praised highly. In Kakuzu's view, Miyako was indeed quite thoughtful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have quickly thought of a way to rapidly expand the strength of the Starfire organization. He also wanted to understand the strength of the organization's biggest spendthrift. Since you invited me, I must accept the challenge. Miyako, the second avatar of Hinata, did not refuse. It was not a life-and-death duel, so it didn't matter who he fought. It was enough to showcase his own strength. The two then walked from the spectator platform to the center of the valley under the watchful eyes of the organization members. They first formed opposing seals and then entered a standoff state. Their respective auras clashed, and the battle began instantly. Initially, both were using taijutsu to fight. This was Kakuzu's strong suit, and he wanted to gauge Miyako's foundation through taijutsu, so he actively closed in, not giving Miyako a chance to use his sword techniques. However, Kakuzu did not expect that Miyako's taijutsu was completely on par with his own. Not only did they exchange blows evenly, but at one point, Miyako even suppressed him. The Starfire members watching were captivated. The taijutsu duel was indeed thrilling. Seeing that he was not at an advantage in taijutsu, Kakuzu immediately created distance and activated ninjutsu. Fire release, head hardening, wind release, tornado. Kakuzu used his shadow clones to simultaneously perform two types of ninjutsu, using the wind to enhance the power of the fire, instantly amplifying the power of the head hardening technique several times. This was also a result of his training. The power and range of the combined ninjutsu had greatly increased, indicating that Kakuzu had indeed become much stronger. It seems I need to take this seriously, Miyako thought as he saw the rapidly approaching combined ninjutsu. He swiftly reached for the katana, tucked at his waist. Open heaven. Miyako drew his katana and, with the blade held behind his back, twisted his body and swung it. A huge shockwave, akin to an air slash, instantly dispersed Kakuzu's combined ninjutsu. Moreover, it still had enough power to surge towards Kakuzu's position. The power was astonishing. This was also the first time Miyako showcased his super strength in front of all the members. This strike was nearly equivalent to S-rank ninjutsu. It allowed the relatively weaker mid-level members of the organization to witness the might of the core members. Kakuzu also realized the danger and had already dodged in advance. This made him truly understand that Miyako's strength was indeed, as the leader said, extremely formidable. Furthermore, his taijutsu was strong, and his sword techniques were even more powerful. Ordinary ninjutsu would probably have little effect on him. Next, Kakuzu used various other types of ninjutsu and his self-developed combined ninjutsu, but none could affect Miyako. They were all dispersed with a single slash. Although Kakuzu did not use his clones, his strength was genuinely at the shadow level. His various ninjutsu had almost reached the stage where he could use them effortlessly, with fast casting speed, strong attack power, and a wide range. Even so, they were still swept away by Miyako's blade energy. The mid-level members of the Starfire organization gained a concrete understanding of the strength of the core members. 5 minutes later, Kakuzu voluntarily stopped because, in his view, if he did not go all out, he probably would not be able to inflict effective damage on Miyako. No wonder he's the core talent personally selected by the leader. His strength is indeed formidable. Kakuzu could fully guess that Miyako had probably not used his full strength either. Kakuzu and Miyako then returned to the spectator seats, and their match had come to an end. Next, Scorpion took the initiative to challenge the new member, Yagami, to a match. After watching the match between Kakuzu and Miyako, Yagami had a sufficient understanding of the strength of the Starfire organization. The strength of the core members was indeed very strong. Both Kakuzu and Miyako were not weaker than him without using forbidden techniques. He gladly accepted Scorpion's challenge. To truly join their ranks, he had to gain recognition in terms of strength. Their battle was much more exciting than that of Kakuzu and Miyako. Scorpion's manipulation of 10 puppets became increasingly skilled, using various different ninjutsu systems. The coordination was much stronger than before, and he repeatedly launched attacks to surround Yagami. Yagami, being an experienced fighter, though initially caught off guard, quickly familiarized himself with Scorpion's combat style and began to fight back. After more than 10 minutes of combat, relying on his rich combat experience, he successfully suppressed the younger Scorpion. Half an hour later, Scorpion voluntarily stopped. His strength, without the use of the third Kazekage puppet, was still slightly inferior to Yagami. After all, at just 16 years old, having the strength to reach the threshold of the shadow level purely by himself was already a genius. Yagami couldn't help but sigh. The new generation is pushing the old generation forward. The core members of the organization are truly hidden dragons and crouching tigers. A young man who is barely in his 20s can possess such strength. At this age, his power is only at the level of a chunin. With such a group of powerful teammates, their ideals might just be achievable. Chapter 67, preparing for another round with 6 paths after the battle ended. Scorpion and the Traveler returned to the observation area. The internal competition had a good effect, evident from the expressions on the faces of the 4 mid-level members. Inoue Hirohiko, Suzumaru, Hiruha, and Uzumaki Ayano all looked as if they had gained new insights. They now had a general understanding of the organization's overall strength, especially for Hiruha, who had just joined. When he first joined, he had some doubts about Scorpion and Haiden becoming core members at such a young age. Although he believed their strength should not be weak, he was not clear about the specifics. Scorpion's performance this time made Hiruha realize what true genius is. Having such strength at such a young age, he was almost at the threshold of the shadow level. This greatly impacted him, as he was already over 30 and still at the Jounin level. It also made him more obsessed with the pursuit of the forbidden technique, Kiyomaro. After the competition ended, Hinata Makoto originally intended to wrap things up, but he thought about how unfamiliar the new members were with him. Mainly, the new members did not know much about him as their leader. It would be better to take this opportunity to get to know each other. His intention was naturally understood by Miyako Hizaki. He then took the initiative to introduce the 3 new members to Hinata Makoto. Suzumaru and Uzumaki Ayano did not have any special questions, greeting Hinata Makoto and introducing themselves. They just found it a bit strange that the organization's leader was an older man. However, they did not question it too much, as the core members who led them into the organization showed great respect for Hinata Makoto. Hiruha, on the other hand, was a bit different. He was puzzled. He could still tell that the leader belonged to the Hinata clan, after all, with such prominent Byakugan and without the constraints of a caged bird. However, considering the leader's prestige in everyone's hearts, he could only suppress his doubts. He would find out in due time. He then took the initiative to introduce himself. Hiruha, you're a rogue ninja from Konoha? Hinata Makoto took the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Yes, leader. I had no choice but to defect due to personal issues. Although Hiruha had joined the organization, he had been there for too short time and had not completely committed, still harboring thoughts of concealment regarding the Starfire organization. He did not mention that he had defected due to researching forbidden techniques and ambushing fellow ninjas from his village. You're quite impressive. The forbidden technique Kiyomaro indeed has room for development, but is not yet perfected. Before resolving the issues with this forbidden technique, I do not recommend you conduct human experiments too early. Hinata Makoto suddenly exposed Hiruha's secrets. Since he was unwilling to be honest, Hinata Makoto would help him out. He wanted to integrate this guy into the organization as soon as possible to work hard for the great cause of Starfire. How does the leader know I'm researching the forbidden technique Kiyomaru? Is there someone in Konoha? Hiruha was a bit surprised, as only a few people knew about his research on the forbidden technique Kiyomaru, even in Konoha. He thought Hinata Makoto had learned about him through Konoha. I have no interest in that group of frogs in the well. However, I do have some understanding of you. Next, study your forbidden technique, well. And if you have questions, you can consult Miyako Hizaki and Kaku. If you can perfect a version of Kiyomaru without major flaws or with some universality, then I will allow you to become a core member. Hinata Makoto was quite adept at painting a bright future. Since they had already gotten acquainted, he planned to take this opportunity to help them pull out the nails in their bodies, allowing them to have a new understanding of Starfire. Otherwise, being trapped in a cage, they would never fully understand the ideals and plans of Starfire. Kaku and the others, for safety reasons, had not informed them of the truth about the ninja world. After all, Starfire was still in a developmental stage, and it was not the right time to reveal itself. They would still maintain a certain level of vigilance towards them, not personally targeting them, but rather the methods left behind by the Six Paths. Even Hinata Makoto himself was unsure of when the Sage of Six Paths, this old schemer, would observe someone. Starfire members naturally did not dare to be careless. After that, Hinata Makoto personally helped the three clear the nails from their bodies, helping them break free from their cages. As for the sealing techniques, that would be handled by his second clone, Miyako Hizaki. Suzumaru had already been sealed, while Uzumaki Ayano would not be able to use the sealing technique on her own for a short time and needed Miyako Hizaki to take action personally. Hiruha, on the other hand, could use the sealing technique by himself. After taking the scroll handed over by Miyako Hizaki, he quickly succeeded under Kaku's guidance. The significant changes in their bodies also brought great gains to the three. Next, Suzumaru and Hiruha's strength would likely experience a surge in a short time. Breaking through the elite Jounin level was a certainty, and even reaching the quasi-shadow level was a possibility for Hiruha. As for Uzumaki Ayano, her physique seemed to awaken after the nails from the Six Paths were removed, as long as she received sufficient nutrition to make up for the deficiencies. It shouldn't take too long. As for why they didn't take them to Starfire's base in the small world of another space to autonomously investigate the will of the Six Paths, it was mainly because Hinata Makoto found it troublesome. After all, it was almost the same. It just lacked the process of autonomous discovery. However, the changes in their bodies could not be deceived. Additionally, later on, Kaku would inform them of the true side of the ninja world, so they wouldn't be able to escape it. There was nothing to worry about. Once they entered Hinata Makoto's trap, wanting to play both sides or engage in espionage was truly wishful thinking. After everything was settled, Hinata Makoto took the members back to the base in the Land of Grass through space transmission. This move also brought a considerable shock to Hiruha, Inoue Hirohiko, and Suzumaru. They hadn't expected that this elderly leader possessed such miraculous abilities. It took them over an hour to cover nearly 100 kilometers to arrive, but returning only took an instant. Among these newcomers, only Hiruha had a bit of understanding of space ninjutsu. The others had only heard of it. This made them even more curious about this mysterious leader. Next, the Starfire members continued to get busy as the ninja tournament was approaching, with many things to handle and arrange. Hinata Makoto also temporarily sent the Traveler back, as he still needed to take care of his clan. He needed to quickly find a successor to take over the position of clan leader so he could join Starfire with peace of mind and fulfill his own ideals. After sending the Traveler back, Hinata Makoto gave him 2 space transmission scrolls and had already marked the locations, allowing him to provide support during the tournament. Hinata Makoto did not intend to personally participate in the ninja tournament, mainly worried about being discovered by the Six Paths, which could affect the upcoming plans. This was a crucial moment for the development of Starfire. The process was not important, and he only needed to clean up the nails upon receiving the results. Moreover, with his second clone, Miyako Hizaki, present, there wouldn't be any major issues. He even decided to show his face in other countries to distract the Sage of Six Paths and was even thinking about having another confrontation with him. Although this could potentially break the delicate balance between him and the Sage of Six Paths, Hinata Makoto did not care. He was currently terrifyingly strong. He could basically run rampant in the ninja world without fear. There's no helping it. He had become inflated. Chapter 68. The Unseated AI. After sending off the bearer of the mission, Hyuga Makoto did not return to the Grass Country base. He wanted to continue his wandering journey. drawing the attention of the Six Paths to reduce the risk of exposure for the Grass Country Ninja Tournament. The current Ninja World War was in full swing, and the 5 major ninja villages were gradually achieving their goal of dragging various ninja clans into the fray. The Sage of Six Paths was probably enjoying the recent harvest quite a bit. The value of ninjas was being exploited to the fullest. While alive, they were used for mining, and even in death, their souls were collected for labor. Hyuga Makoto was somewhat curious about the state of Senju Hashirama's soul. He remembered that in the original work of his previous life, it seemed to say that Madara could not communicate with Hashirama after entering the Pure Land and had no specific concept of time. However, when Kakashi died, he saw his father, Hatake Sakomo, and even exchanged a few words. This was a bit contradictory and didn't make sense. He wondered if, upon their next meeting, Senju Hashirama could tell him about it. Hyuga Makoto had long anticipated a reunion with Senju Hashirama. He was quite certain they would meet again soon. He was also curious about the Pure Land, wondering how many secrets it held. Fate and S evil god likely came from the Pure Land. Its power should not be weak, possibly related to the rules it controlled. The Shinigami seal by the corpse demon should also belong to this realm, though it probably wasn't that strong. After all, Orochimaru managed to trick it, although there might have been interference from the Sage of Six Paths. This indicated that its strength was likely not on par with that of the Sage. There must be other existences within, but they simply hadn't appeared in the original work. Otherwise, the Sage of Six Paths would have long been the sole ruler of the Pure Land and would not be bound by it. Of course, this was just Hyuga Makoto's speculation, but he had reason to believe that the Pure Land was not as simple as it appeared. Hyuga Makoto directly activated space transmission to leave the land of Earth. There were no outstanding seeds left here. He wanted to wander elsewhere. As for where to go, he didn't know. He would go wherever he pleased, as he couldn't escape the ninja world anyway. With a wave of spatial fluctuation, Hyuga Makoto stepped out into the air. After glancing at his surroundings and listening to the conversations of nearby humans, he realized he had arrived in the Land of Lightning. Once he confirmed his location, he began to wander around the Land of Lightning. Initially, he thought he might find some excellent seeds here, but after a few days of wandering, he found nothing. Some black market ninjas within the Land of Lightning had decent strength, but they were not the ones he was looking for. He needed core members who could help the Starfire organization develop. These black market ninjas were mostly just embellishments and not very useful. Once the Starfire organization developed, others would naturally handle these matters. The Starfire organization intended to leave no stone unturned in the underground black market, determined to dig it out completely. After a few days of no gains, Hyuga Makoto originally planned to secretly enter the Hidden Cloud Village to see if there was an opportunity to steal their hidden Six Paths treasures. If he could get his hands on them, even if they didn't work against the Sage of Six Paths, they could still annoy him. In Hyuga Makoto's view, the Hidden Cloud was the best at hiding among the 5 major ninja villages. They had all sorts of good things that most people were unaware of. The Six Paths treasures were well known, but there was also a mysterious place similar to a holy land, Turtle Island, where the Jinchuriki could connect with their tailed beast minds, easily achieving tailed beast transformation. The significance of this was immense. Among the 5 major ninja villages, even Konoha lacked such means. The other 3 major ninja villages' Jinchuriki were the same. They either relied on overwhelming strength to suppress the tailed beasts or spent time grinding away. Far from matching the Hidden Cloud, young Jinchuriki could easily control their powers. Additionally, there was the chakra cannon that claimed it could destroy the moon with a single shot. This alone confirmed that the Hidden Cloud must have a mysterious research team. However, they were likely well hidden and had never been exposed. Such powerful things could not have been developed overnight. One should not be deceived by the appearances of the past Raikage, who looked like brutes. They seemed rough, but were actually bold and meticulous, with considerable ambition. Their approach to Jinchuriki was fundamentally different from other ninja villages. Furthermore, the Hidden Cloud was known for its unity and lacked the backstabbing often found in other villages. Hyuga Makoto felt that if it weren't for the interference of the Sage of Six Paths, the top position among the 5 major ninja villages might not necessarily belong to Konoha. The 4th Raikage, AI, seemed like a good seed. Hyuga Makoto couldn't help but slap his forehead. The current 4th Raikage AI had not yet fully ascended to the Raikage's throne. The Elder Council had been in charge of the Hidden Cloud. Although he had advantageous conditions due to his father's influence, he still needed to prove himself through war. This was also the reason for the Raikage brothers heading to the battlefield. As for whether the Hidden Cloud had plans to weaken the ninja clans, Hyuga Makoto felt that if not for the interference of the Sage of Six Paths, they might not have such thoughts, but interference changed things. Moreover, the Hidden Cloud was known for being warlike among the 5 major ninja villages, always confronting others head-on and never backing down. They were only cautious during the founding era, as they were truly outmatched then. As long as someone dared to provoke the Hidden Cloud, they would undoubtedly retaliate, regardless of which ninja village it was. They even took the initiative to stir up the waves of the Second Ninja War, likely also under the influence of the Sage of Six Paths. The fourth Reikage AI was indeed a good candidate. Bold and meticulous, decisive in action, he wouldn't hesitate to make tough calls. Most importantly, he was young. Unlike Sarutobi Hizashi and Inoki, who were old stubborns consumed by power, his strength was decent, and he was a good friend of the Jinchuriki. Although he was slightly weaker than his father, he could still be a trump card if used well. Perhaps Starfire could directly gain the support of a ninja village. Hyuga Makoto pondered how to persuade AI to join the Starfire organization. However, he realized it wouldn't be that easy. After all, the system of one village, one country, was deeply ingrained in the minds of those in power. No one wanted a larger force looming over them, but it was worth a try. Who knew if it would succeed? If it did, it would be a huge profit. Hyuga Makoto also understood the challenges faced here. Changing the mindset of the rulers of a ninja world was difficult, as they had grown up in such environments. They had everything others yearned for at an age when others were still struggling. Even without the interference of the Sage of Six Paths, this task would not be easy. After all, AI was not like the other members of the organization. His mental world was rich and without fatal flaws. He had things he wanted to protect and pursue, and his goals were right at his feet. Forget it. Let us just go for it. Success or failure is up to fate. If it succeeds, it's a big profit. If not, at least I make a friend. Having more friends is always better than having more enemies. The more Hinata Makoto thought about it, the more he felt that the difficulty of the situation was immense. After all, changing ingrained beliefs is indeed very challenging. Otherwise, why did many of the ideas he promoted during the Warring States period fail? It wasn't because he didn't try hard enough, nor was it that his ideas lacked reasoning. It was the constraints of contemporary thought combined with interference from the Six Paths. After all, being a step ahead makes one a genius, but being 10 steps ahead turns one into a heretic. Chapter 69. The Difficult Night Moon AI. With this in mind, Hyuga Makoto decided to visit the Cloud-Hidden Village to meet the future Fourth Reikage AI. As for how to attract the attention of the Sage of Six Paths, he didn't have a good idea for now. He would deal with that after meeting AI. If he couldn't find a way, he would directly go to Madara to cause some trouble. After all, he had no concerns at the moment. Having made his plan, Hyuga Makoto no longer hesitated and immediately sped towards the Cloud-Hidden Village. The village was located in a high-altitude area with a very unique architectural style. Coupled with the occasional fog, it gave a feeling as if the buildings were floating in the air. Hyuga Makoto easily entered the Cloud-Hidden Village. In terms of barriers, Cloud-Hidden couldn't compare to Konoha. After all, it was the designated birthplace of the Sage of Six Paths reincarnation. It was also the best ally of the Uzumaki clan, with plenty of sealing and barrier techniques. Once inside the Cloud-Hidden Village, Hyuga Makoto changed his appearance, and his Byakugan was concealed. It was better not to expose himself before finding AI. Otherwise, those brutes would definitely try to snatch his Byakugan if they saw it. After half a day, Hyuga Makoto successfully tracked down AI's whereabouts. He was practicing in the Yunlei Gorge, a place exclusive to the Night Moon clan. Beside him was Karabi, who had long since become the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Hyuga Makoto quietly approached, not rushing to reveal himself, but patiently waiting for the right moment. It was best to meet AI when he was alone. The presence of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki could increase the risk of being discovered by the Sage of Six Paths. Although he wasn't afraid of him, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Hyuga Makoto enjoyed the feeling of digging a pit for the Sage of Six Paths. An hour later, AI and Karabi finished their practice. After discussing taking a break, they decided to return to the village together. This made Hyuga Makoto somewhat displeased. If they didn't separate, it would be hard for him to carry out his plan. He then used space ninjutsu to return to the Cloud-Hidden Village, controlling a Chunin from the Night Moon clan and sending him rushing towards the Yunlei Gorge. Hyuga Makoto then returned to the Yunlei Gorge, patiently waiting near AI and Karabi. Just as the two were about to leave the village together, a Chunin from the Night Moon clan appeared and said something to them. Following that, Karabi hurriedly left with the ninja under Hyuga Makoto's control. AI didn't suspect anything. After all, Hyuga Makoto's illusion technique was very sophisticated, and without personally investigating, there was no flaw at all. Moreover, This was in his own village, and the arriving ninja was from his clan, so Karabi and AI had no such thoughts. After Karabi walked away, Hyuga Makoto seized the opportunity and directly blocked AI's path. Who are you? Why are you in Yunlei Gorge? Don't you know this is a crucial area of the cloud-hidden village? AI looked at the mysterious ninja, blocking his way with a somewhat displeased expression. He had every reason to suspect that this middle-aged man blocking his path was a spy. Night, Moon AI, the future fourth Reikage, is nothing more than this upon our first meeting. Just another frog in a well, unaware of the vastness of the world. Hyuga Makoto directly got his face, fully mocking him. For a hot-tempered and strong-willed ninja like AI, he had to be treated like a boss, constantly drawing aggro and leading him into the rhythm he wanted. No matter who you are, daring to invade the cloud-hidden village and speaking so boldly, you are doomed. After AI finished speaking, his body flickered with lightning-release chakra, ready to launch an attack. Let me show you the true darkness hidden in the ninja world. Night Moon AI, Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Hyuga Makoto knew that dealing with someone like AI, with such a temperament, would be troublesome. Even without beating around the bush, he might not listen to reason. He then used an illusion technique he hadn't employed in a long time. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. This technique trapped AI's spiritual body within it. Mirror Flower, Water Moon was created shortly after Hyuga Makoto established his village, during a period of discussion about illusion techniques with Madara. Its main function was to trap a person's spiritual body and subject them to various tortures. Of course, it could also be used to pull a person's spirit into the technique for communication. Through the illusion, Hyuga Makoto directly conveyed to Night Moon AI the existence of the hidden puppet master lurking in the darkness of the ninja world. He controlled everything in the ninja world, even the course of wars. Even the death of his father, the third Reikage, might be related to the puppet master's schemes. In any case, blaming everything on the Sage of Six Paths was definitely the right move. After a while, Mirror Flower, Water Moon automatically released. The lightning release chakra emitted by AI gradually dissipated. Although he didn't know the purpose of the person before him, the information he conveyed was too shocking. Is what you said in the illusion true? Now tell me your purpose for coming here. AI's expression was somewhat grim. Although he found it hard to believe, he still needed to confirm. The mysterious person before him was undoubtedly strong. Even he, who had already reached the level of a Kage, couldn't easily escape from his illusion. Moreover, he had been force-fed a shocking secret. Such a powerful individual had never been heard of in the ninja world. This made AI doubt the veracity of the matter. Everything I said is naturally true. The darkness of the ninja world far exceeds your imagination. Everything is nothing but a meticulously designed trap. If you doubt it, I can tell you my identity. Hyuga Makoto was not surprised by AI's questioning at all. Then who exactly are you? Why are you telling me all this? AI, being straightforward, directly followed up with a question. I am Hyuga Makoto, the last ray of light from the Warring States period. If you know anything about my identity, you should understand that I wouldn't lie to you. As for my purpose, perhaps it is to help you break free from your cage and change the ninja world. At that moment, Hyuga Makoto reverted to his old appearance. You are Hyuga Makoto, the strong man from the time of Konoha's founding? As the leader of his clan, AI naturally had a considerable understanding of the history of the ninja world. Looking at Hyuga Makoto's pure white, flawless Byakugan and his aged appearance, he already believed about 70 to 80% of it without waiting for a direct reply from Hyuga Makoto. There was no way around it. The signs were too obvious. Whether it is true or not, you will know in your heart. I believe your thoughts are far from being as rough as they appear from the outside. Although Hyuga Makoto didn't directly answer AI's question and even gave him a compliment, to AI, it felt like a confirmation. I didn't expect you to still be alive, and so bold as to come to the cloud-hidden village alone. Aren't you afraid of losing your eyes? Although AI was very interested in what Hyuga Makoto said about the puppet master hidden in the ninja world, he was clearly more concerned about Hyuga Makoto's Byakugan at this moment. The lightning release chakra he had dispelled reappeared, as if he was about to strike at any moment. I am very disappointed. After learning the truth of the ninja world, you still do not know your place. I must have overestimated your temperament. Hyuga Makoto felt that he had indeed overthought things and couldn't help but mock him again, as if he hadn't just praised him moments ago. My capacity is not for you to judge. Since you say the ninja world is being manipulated by hidden forces, do you have any evidence to back that up? Without evidence, you expect me to believe you based on just a few words? How to know you're not trying to fool me? You should think more about how to escape from the Cloud Village. Otherwise, I'll take your Byakugan. After saying this, Yakuyu AI prepared to take action. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be that easy. After all, he is a clever noble clan ninja, well aware of the saying that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Hyuga Makoto couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. He came here for something and ended up having his Byakugan targeted instead. Damn, it really feels like a kick in the teeth. Yakuyu AI didn't know if what Hyuga Makoto said was true or not, but the pure white Byakugan in front of him was undeniable. Rather than wasting time worrying about the truth of Hyuga Makoto's claims, he thought it would be better to reap the benefits first. This was his mindset. If you want evidence, I'll give you evidence. I'm just afraid you won't dare to come. This is something that will help you discover the truth. And it's also the key to understanding the real ninja world. As for whether you dare to verify it yourself, that's your business. I have important matters to attend to, so I want to keep you company. Hyuga Makoto was too lazy to continue bickering with Yakuyu AI, directly throwing a scroll at him. Then he used space ninjutsu to instantly disappear from the spot, leaving Yakuyu AI in a state of shock and confusion in the wind. He didn't expect Hyuga Makoto to run away so quickly. Hyuga Makoto also found Yakuyu AI difficult to deal with, but the seeds of doubt had already been sown. It all depended on whether he had the curiosity and the courage to explore the truth. Chapter 70. Don't be angry with Madara. It's not worth it for this iron fool. One day, he will have the desire to understand the truth of the ninja world. After leaving the hidden cloud village, Hyuga calmed himself down a bit. Although he failed to deceive and make friends, at least he planted the seed of doubt in him. The rest will follow naturally. It's time to do what he wants to do. However, regarding how to attract Sage of Six Paths' attention and confront him directly, there are currently two methods. One is to go to Madara and create a big commotion. The other is to go to Orochimaru and disrupt the Sage of Six Paths' plans. These two are currently under the Sage's close watch. However, considering that Orochimaru is also related to his future plans, Hyuga decided to cause trouble for Madara instead. Since he was going to stir things up, he might as well go big. If the Sage of Six Paths doesn't explode in rage, then I'm not Hyuga. With that thought, Hyuga no longer hesitated. He then used space ninjutsu to instantly arrive within the borders of the Land of Fire. This is the capital of the Land of Fire. In order to collect a manuscript fee and to escape conveniently, Hyuga had previously left a spatial marker here. Now it just happened to be useful for getting around. Hyuga didn't linger in the capital of the Land of Fire for too long. After having lunch, he set off towards Uchiha Madara's hideout. There was no spatial marker left there, so he had to fly. In less than 2 hours, Hyuga arrived near Madara's old lair again. Landing from the sky, Hyuga walked leisurely towards Madara's hideout. The underground space where Madara was located was as dark and eerie as ever, with lights streaming in through some cracks and the flickering of weak candle flames. Hyuga was familiar with the route this time. He quickly avoided the monitoring of white Zetsu nearby and arrived at the place where Madara was located. You dare come again? Do you really think I want to kill you, Hyuga? Sitting on a stone bed with tubes inserted into the back of his head, Uchiha Madara exuded a chilling, killing intent. He had noticed the moment Hyuga entered the underground. You know, Madara, you can't do that now. Hyuga was not intimidated at all. Even if Uchiha Madara had the fighting power of the Fourth Great Ninja War, he couldn't kill him, let alone in his current state. What do you want this time? You're not here to ask some boring questions again, are you? Just say what you need. I'm too lazy to play guessing games. Hearing Hyuga words, Uchiha Madara did not refute him, and then retracted his killing intent, asking Hyuga about his purpose for coming. Mainly because during this period, his hideout had been discovered by Hyuga, but it hadn't affected his plans at all. Everything seemed just like before. This also made Madara feel more at ease with Hyuga. As long as he didn't come to cause trouble, everything would be fine. But Uchiha Madara didn't know that Hyuga purpose this time was completely different from last time. Since you were so impatient, I can only speak frankly. I hope you want to go berserk after hearing this. Hyuga followed Madara's words and prepared to give him a strong dose of reality. Madara, you pride yourself as a strong person, but you don't know that you are just a puppet in someone else's hands. Hyuga sarcasm was full, and he opened with a bombshell. You say I'm a puppet. Hyuga, you really dare? Who can control me? No one can control me. Who am I? I am Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. If you think this can disturb my mind, that is too low. A person like Uchiha Madara would never believe what Hyuga said. He always considered himself one of the two strongest in the ninja world. Even the 3 great sacred lands were beneath his notice. Then how do you explain the other spiritual will that exists within your body? Hyuga quickly pointed out the secret within Madara's body. So you really know? Madara's tone was cold, but one could tell he was not surprised. When Hyuga came last time and said a lot of nonsensical things, Uchiha Madara had guessed that Hyuga might have discovered the abnormalities in his body. It seems you've known for a long time and aren't too worried about it. Hyuga wasn't too surprised by this. After all, he had reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths, so he could still detect such abnormalities. Even Naruto and Sasuke during the Fourth Great Ninja War could notice the anomalies in their bodies. How could Uchiha Madara not know? But this did not align with Madara's character. A proud person like him would never allow the will of another to lurk within him. Even Hyuga, at the moment of awakening, broke into a cold sweat. That feeling of discovering that he might not be his true self was truly hard to accept. Don't you think his existence is a threat to you? Hyuga continued to guide Madara's will to awaken. He can't do it, and no one can influence my will. Uchiha Madara was very confident in his strength. Then if he is behind you, the Sage of Six Paths, do you think you can escape his schemes? Hyuga directly revealed the Sage of Six Paths' existence. Impossible. The Sage of Six Paths has long been dead. Even if he were still alive, he couldn't affect my will. Moreover, I have already reached his height. Madara became a bit emotionally agitated, and when he mentioned the Sage of Six Paths, he clearly acted somewhat unusually. Hyuga guessed that the will of the Sage of Six Paths had probably already discovered his arrival and was starting to try to influence Madara's judgment. Madara, you are indeed a good chess piece. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths chose you. Hyuga words were full of mockery, showing no mercy to Uchiha Madara. Hyuga, do you want to die? Madara was furious, and Hyuga words were the greatest insult to him. As the strongest, how could he tolerate being called a pawn and a puppet? The killing intent radiated uncontrollably from him. Then let me show you the true darkness hidden within the ninja world. Don't you dare lack the courage to even take a look, Madara. A stream of chakra information surged towards Uchiha Madara's forehead in an instant. Although Uchiha Madara's killing intent was still somewhat uncontrollable, he did not stop the flow of information flying toward his forehead. He also wanted to see what Hyuga really knew. How dare he humiliate him like this? After the information flow entered Madara's mind, his killing intent gradually dissipated. What followed was a long silence. Hyuga poured all his verifications and speculations regarding the Sage of Six Paths being the puppet master of the ninja world into Madara, regardless of whether they were true or false, speculation or substantial proof. He stuffed everything into Madara without caring if the Sage's will within him would discover it. He just wanted to test the extent of the Sage of Six Paths' control over Madara. After a long time, Uchiha Madara opened his scarlet eyes, and the killing intent leaked uncontrollably. Are these things true or false? Tell me, Hyuga. Madara's face was very grim, and he found it hard to accept. It should be true. No, it's definitely not true. I am Uchiha Madara. No one can treat me as a pawn. No one. Not even the Sage of Six Paths has that qualification. Before Hyuga could answer, Madara began to question and answer himself, muttering to himself, and his expression kept changing. The words were somewhat incoherent, as if someone were trying to wrest control of their own will from him. Hyuga knew that it was the Sage of Six Paths at work, interfering with Obito's thoughts. The Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land was nearly furious. He hadn't expected Hyuga to pull such a trick on him. After such a long time without major movements, he had actually managed to uncover Obito, who had been hidden away. Moreover, he forcefully instilled all of Obito's inadequacies and even baseless speculations into this powerful piece. If it weren't for his constant attention on Obito, it could have caused him significant trouble. In any case, Hyuga, this malignant tumor, could not be given too much time. The Sage of Six Paths was left with a tingling scalp from Hyuga-shin's manipulations. Under Hyuga-shin's persuasion, Obito's will was at risk of slipping out of control. The Sage of Six Paths could only increase his infiltration efforts, doing everything possible to stabilize this piece. He absolutely could not allow Hyuga to lead Obito's thoughts astray. Chapter 71. The Active Uchiha Madara. The escaping truth Hyuga observed Uchiha Madara's transformation and did not find it strange. However, he still wanted to give Madara's will a strong boost, to invigorate his spirit and allow him to tussle with the Sage of Six Paths for a while longer. Madara, in the past, you were spirited and always stood at the center of the crowd. With lofty ideals and beliefs, you were a pioneer in ending the Warring States period, the initiator of the grand unification ideal. I once respected you so much, supported you. I regarded you as a brother. And now look at you, like a maggot hiding in a gutter with none of your former charm. I believe that if it were the young you would rather die on the battlefield than live like this now, muddling through. Do you still think you are unaffected now? Hyuga words were indeed harsh. First, he lifted the young Uchiha Madara up, then he threw the elderly Madara into the filthy gutter. Hyuga-jin, are you looking for death? Uchiha Madara was already struggling to control his killing intent. The information conveyed by Hyuga-jin made him question himself. It felt like a battle was raging in his mind. On one hand, he thought Hyuga-jin made a point, while on the other hand, he felt Jin was trying to fool him. Now Jin brought up the past, using his deceased memories to attack him. The spirited young Madara flashed before his eyes, unstoppable. Compared to his current state, what Jin said was like shitting on Madara's face. The Sage of Six Paths also fueled Madara's anger, continuously eroding his rationality. Uchiha Madara stood up from the stone bed and casually pulled out the tube inserted at the back of his head. He was ready to take action against Hyuga-jin. No matter how reasonable Jin's words were, or whether the Sage of Six Paths truly regarded him as a pawn, those were matters for later consideration. He was just very displeased right now. Even if he couldn't kill Hyuga-jin, he wanted to show him some color. Did he really think that Uchiha Madara, the Azura of the shinobi world, was a good-tempered person? Seeing Madara's movements, Hyuga-jin was also speechless. He truly didn't have any thoughts. One jab in, and instead of igniting Madara's will, he ignited his anger. But then again, what kind of person was Uchiha Madara? Proud and arrogant. Hyuga-jin's words might have indeed invigorated his spirit, but they also ignited Madara's fury. Poor child, if you want to save your mother, remember to come find me. I can help you. As soon as Uchiha Madara raised one hand to strike, Hyuga-jin said something abrupt and used Earth Release to flee. It wasn't the right time to fight Madara. The Sage of Six Paths was also watching closely. He probably hoped for a fight between Madara and Hyuga-jin. That way, he could gain a full understanding of the power Jin currently wielded, which would help him deal with him later. In a battle between ninjas of equal strength, the asymmetry of information is key to determining victory or defeat. Jin understood this principle, so he fled immediately, not giving the Sage of Six Paths a chance to gauge him. In the underground base, Madara unleashed a great fire annihilation that instantly covered all areas near Hyuga-jin. But unfortunately, Jin managed to escape. Still the same as before, so good at escaping. Madara looked at the charred, mottled underground space and muttered in dissatisfaction. He didn't care about Jin's nonsensical words, nor did he have the intention to pursue. After all, he couldn't kill Jin, who was slipperier than a snake. Otherwise, how could he have escaped alive under the combined efforts of him and Hashirama? However, Jin's arrival did bring him many issues that he had previously not realized. Uchiha Madara decided to closely examine himself. Dispelling his killing intent, Madara approached the stone bed, grabbed the oil supply tube on the side, and directly inserted it into the back of his head. It was as simple as plugging or unplugging a USB drive, indicating he had done this many times before. The quiet underground space fell silent again, with only a few flickering candle flames illuminating the deep darkness. Uchiha Madara sat on the stone bed, lost in deep thought. Hyuga-jin's words had a substantial impact on him. The truth of a ninja world made him suspicious. The corroded will was constantly struggling, trying to break free from the entanglement of the sage's will. But the Sage of Six Paths, residing in the Pure Land, would not agree. He was continuously strengthening his infiltration of Madara's soul and will. The contest of wills between the two had just begun. After Hyuga-jin exited, he opened a spatial passage and directly left this place of trouble. Some might ask, since Hyuga-jin could help other ninjas clear the Six Paths will, why not directly help Madara and clear the Six Paths will as well? This had been mentioned before. The stronger the ninja, the deeper the Six Paths will corruption. The power embedded in that would be greater. Helping Madara clear the Six Paths will would certainly take a long time, and Madara might not cooperate. That proud and arrogant person would only rely on his own strength to break the shackles. Moreover, the current situation was what Hyuga-jin hoped for. Madara's self-will revival would inevitably be subject to the Sage of Six Paths erosion. As long as Madara did not give up, the sage would have to put in great effort to maintain the status quo. This would significantly reduce his focus on the ninja world. For the current Spark organization, this was undoubtedly good news. Finally, he had achieved his goal of pulling Madara down a notch. Hyuga-jin believed that the old Sage of Six Paths was surely furious right now. Thinking of this made Hyuga-jin feel quite pleased. In about 10 days, the Black Market Ninja Conference of the Spark organization would also be held. A wave of fresh blood was about to join. After that, they could secretly take control of the Grass Ninja Village and further realize the ideals of Spark. Everything was developing in a good direction. The darkness of a ninja world would eventually welcome the sweeping momentum of Spark. The sage and their conspiracies would gradually be revealed to the world. The ideal of establishing a unified ninja world would inevitably be realized. I, Hyuga, am the only savior of the ninja world trapped in darkness. When I come, the ninja world is filled with darkness. When I leave, the future of the ninja world will surely be bright. Thinking of this, Hyuga couldn't help but feel a bit exhilarated. This game of changing the world from behind the scenes was truly interesting, second only to his steadfast pursuit of the true immortal path. No wonder the Sage of Six Paths and so many from previous lives enjoyed playing games of controlling fate and being the creator. Meanwhile, at the Grass Country base, the preparations for the Ninja Conference were in full swing. The number of participants had basically been confirmed, and those who had not arrived would not make it. The final confirmed number of participants meeting the requirements was 134. Most of them would arrive in the coming days. All that was left was to wait for the opening of the Ninja Conference. At this moment, the Sage of Six Paths in the Pure Land was also struggling to suppress his killing intent towards Hyuga. This Cancer of the Warring States era was truly a nuisance. The Sage of Six Paths wished he could kill him immediately. Uchiha Madara was hidden so securely that he could be found by him, and now Jin was throwing dirt on him. Some things he acknowledged were done by the sage. But damn it, Jin was dragging every little thing onto him. It was simply infuriating. There's also that unfinished sentence. Could it be that Hyuga Makoto knows about his mother's situation? I must urge Orochimaru, apply some pressure to him, and have him complete his plan as soon as possible. We need to eliminate this tumor, Hyuga Makoto, as soon as we can. Keeping him around will surely bring disaster. Every extra day he lives is an insult to the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths truly doesn't want to wait another day. Chapter 72. Baiju's body will also be disdained. Hinata Makoto said something that didn't quite make sense, but it was meant for Kuroju, who was hiding in the shadows. He believed Kuroju should be able to understand it. Otherwise, he would deserve the title of the great benefactor of the ninja world. However, whether Kuroju would come to find Hinata Makoto was uncertain. After all, Madara was currently his best choice, and he had been planning for a long time, so he probably wouldn't give up easily. But Hinata Makoto didn't really care. He was used to taking chances regardless of the outcome. If Kuroju came to him, he would lend a hand, and who knows, after saving Kagaya, she might be so excited that she would offer herself to him. Wouldn't that make Hinata Makoto the father of the Sage of Six Paths? Ha ha ha. Just thinking about this made Hinata Makoto feel that his thought process was quite unique. This was just a moment of self-amusement, and he didn't expect that it would actually come true later. As for whether Kuroju would come or not, it didn't matter. He was just bait. And whether or not he caught a fish was up to fate. Time flew by, and 10 days quickly passed. Hinata Makoto had been wandering around the ninja world during this time without any significant gains. There were too few independent powerhouses with both strength and intelligence in the ninja world. However, there was some good news. His main body called him back to the small world, saying that Oda Nobunaga's soul had mostly recovered and could be revived. After receiving the message, Hinata Makoto ended his wandering journey in the ninja world and hurried back to the small world. Over a month had passed, and upon returning to the small world, he clearly felt that the natural energy had increased almost tenfold. The trees and weeds had grown more lush, presenting a vibrant scene. This was mainly thanks to the presence of his main body. The small world could now autonomously absorb natural energy, and the main body had cut off the ninja world as plunder of the small world. The entire small world had been developing positively, and it would not be long before it became the next sacred land. Hinata Makoto's main body had been researching how to quietly advance to the spirit realm during this idle time, and had indeed made some progress. In fact, if Hinata Makoto were not in a hurry, he could wait a few years until the natural energy in the small world was sufficient for a silent breakthrough. But Hinata Makoto didn't want to delay. Although he had already calculated the next realm of the spirit realm, due to his lacking strength, there could be many shortcomings. Only by truly entering the spirit realm could he have a clear understanding of the realms beyond it, rather than relying solely on deduction. He had done this before. Only after truly entering a realm could his insights become deeper. Deductions would always have significant gaps. This was also the reason why Hinata Makoto was eager to advance to the spirit realm. However, he now had certain means to reduce the noise caused by the breakthrough. Although there would still be considerable fluctuations, they were much smaller than before. Moreover, Hinata Makoto's main body had a specific plan. That place should currently be the most suitable for his breakthrough. Once the Ninja Conference was over and Oda Nobunaga joined the Starfire organization, the entire organization would significantly increase in strength. At that time, he could have his first clone help stabilize the small world while he secretly broke through. It wouldn't be long now. It was just around the corner. The spirit realm was almost within reach. Faced with the upcoming major breakthrough, even Hinata Makoto's main body couldn't suppress his joy. He had spent over 30 years striving for the true immortal path. If it weren't for his firm will, extraordinary talent, and the benefits from his past life, he wouldn't have reached this point. Now, he was finally about to reach the pinnacle of this world. After Hinata Makoto's first clone returned to the small world, he took the already cultivated by Ju clone and the gem containing Oda Nobunaga's soul from the main body. He then brought them to a cave gathering place in the small world that had been specially opened for the members of the Starfire organization. After all, it was a small world with limited materials, and not many core members of the Starfire organization knew how to build houses. They simply found a high mountain peak and dug a cave at the foot of the mountain as a gathering place. Since they didn't come every day, it was just a makeshift solution. Hinata Makoto placed by Ju's body on the ground and then summoned Oda Nobunaga's soul. "How's the recovery? It looks like you're almost there," he said as Oda Nobunaga emerged from the gem. "Not bad, basically recovered. Is this the body you prepared for me? Why does it look so pale and naked? It seems like it's missing some parts. Are you sure this is a body meant for me? And it can restore me to my peak condition? Can't you find a more normal one? It doesn't have to be strong. I just feel a bit lonely after 900 years, you know?" Oda Nobunaga complained after observing Baiju for a while, especially after noticing certain issues that made him want to switch bodies. "There's no choice. This is the only one," Hinata Makoto replied, slightly annoyed. "You, an old guy who has lived for 900 years, still can't see through such things. You really disappoint me." Hinata Makoto was somewhat displeased. Wasn't that just a roundabout way of insulting him? His Baiju was practically perfect, with only a few physical traits preserved, and everything else had been neatly arranged. All the necessary parts were intact. It was a pure man. "All right, well, I have no choice but to accept it," Oda Nobunaga agreed, with a resentful expression. "What S with that expression? Just because he doesn't have it doesn't mean you can't." Hinata Makoto continued. "This body has high plasticity. It all depends on your abilities. You were once a strong person. Can't you manage this?" After hearing Hinata Makoto's words, Oda Nobunaga felt a bit frustrated, but still explained, "Well, I'll give it a try first. If it doesn't work, you'll have to help me out, Chief." Hinata Makoto's words brightened Oda Nobunaga's eyes. If he could maintain his peak strength while having a young and complete body, that would indeed be a huge win. After saying this, he dove into Baiju's soul space to take over. For a mere Baiju, there was no way to resist Oda Nobunaga's takeover. Within just a few minutes, the soul was completely devoured. Not everyone could be as abnormal as Hinata Makoto. Seeing Baiju's eyes open, Hinata Makoto knew that Oda Nobunaga had initially completed the takeover, and next, he would start modifying the body. After Oda Nobunaga's soul fused with the body, he fully controlled Baiju to develop in the direction he imagined. Since Hinata Makoto had cultivated Baiju's body with natural energy for a long time, Oda Nobunaga's modifications were not lacking in energy, and the overall process was quite successful. Half a day later, Oda Nobunaga had completely finished the takeover and modified his body. He tested the fusion level and found it quite good. The body was well coordinated in all aspects. The necessary parts were all there, and his sensitivity to natural energy was also decent. Indeed, as Hinata Makoto said, it was a body of excellent quality. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he could recover to his peak strength. He then picked up the clothes lying beside him, which Hinata Makoto had left behind. He had already left. Hinata Makoto had no interest in watching a naked man figure out how to grow his own parts. Chapter 73, Resurrection and the Ninja Tournament. The resurrection of Oda Kinzuya will once again greatly enhance the strength of the Spark organization. Over the past month, the gains have been substantial. It has developed much faster than in the previous months. Talents have been joining one after another, starting with the Curse Technique user, Biryu, followed by the nuclear level Curse Technique user, Yakin no Ko. Now, a king from 900 years ago has returned, along with Kako, Haiden, Scorpion, and the second clone, Miyoshi Hizang. There are also over 100 black market ninjas about to join the Spark. The top-tier strength of the Spark is almost on par with any of the 5 great ninja villages. One can only imagine the shock that Sage of Six Paths will feel when he finds out. He might even grind his teeth in anger. After adapting to his new body, Oda Kinzuya emerged from the cave. This body is quite good. Hinata Makoto, who was waiting outside the cave, asked about his feelings upon seeing him come out. "It's indeed not bad. with a solid foundation and high plasticity. Where did you get such a body? Oda Kinzuya was also curious, as finding a body that could bring him back to his peak was not easy. This kind of thing is quite abundant. It's related to the sage of 6 paths. You know the legend of the God Tree. This was part of the first batch of people transformed by the God Tree. Later, some strong individual added certain elements, giving it a strong physical limit. Plus, I've nourished it with natural energy for a long time, basically unlocking all its potential. That is how you can have a body comparable to your peak. Hinata Makoto patiently explained to Oda Kinzuya. So that is how it is. It seems that during the hundreds of years I was gone, the ninja world has produced some decent successors. If they can be called strong, they must not be weak. I'm feeling a bit itchy. I really want to have a spar with him. Oda Kinzuya, upon resurrection, couldn't control his desire for battle. It had been pent up for too long, and he urgently needed a vent. It's okay. The gap isn't too big compared to your peak. How long will it take for you to fully recover your strength? Hinata Makoto was concerned about the time Oda Kinzuya would need to regain his power. Well, it should take about 10 days, I guess. There is still a chakra system in this body. I need to convert it all into the true path system of cultivating natural energy, which might take a bit longer. Oda Kinzuya calculated and provided an approximate time. He had already walked his cultivation path. Now his body and soul were perfectly aligned, and the quality was excellent. So recovery wouldn't take long. The main issue was changing the cultivation system and the process of accumulating natural energy, which is time-consuming. Then you should stay in the small world and focus on recovering your strength. I'll prepare some food for you. I'll come back to take you back to the ninja world and join the Spark organization in 15 days. Hinata Makoto then made arrangements for Oda Kinzuya. All right, I'll follow your instructions, and I'll go cultivate first. If I don't hurry, 15 days will be a bit tight. After saying that, Oda Kinzuya returned to the cave. Hinata Makoto made a trip to the Land of Iron, bought a large quantity of food, sealed it with spatial sealing scrolls, and brought it back for Oda Kinzuya to eat. Although he was cultivating the so-called true path of natural energy, he still couldn't sit in complete fasting like Hinata Makoto, unless he reached the realm of the 3 great insect sages. In Hinata Makoto's view, it was just that. Perhaps the righteous laws of the 3 sacred places were similar, with no significant difference. Compared to his path to the heavens, their methods of cultivating natural energy were too backward. They were not on the same level. Moreover, they could not achieve the comprehensive development of body, soul, essence, energy, spirit, and will. Otherwise, they wouldn't have suffered such a miserable outcome in the battle of the Sea of Consciousness. After resolving the issues related to Oda Kinzuya's resurrection, Hinata Makoto also handed over everything that the core members of the Spark organization should possess. He then left the small world. The Black Market Ninja Tournament in the Land of Grass was about to begin, and he would continue to visit the Land of Water to see if there were any excellent fire seeds. Currently, the only country he hadn't visited was the Land of Water, and Hinata Makoto planned to complete the set. Finally, the day of the Black Market Ninja Tournament organized by the Spark had arrived. At the pre-arranged battle venue, Miyoshi Hizang, Kakazu, Scorpion, Haiden, and the special reinforcements from the Land of Earth, Yaku no Ko, gathered together. Mid-level personnel Biryu, Inoue Hirahiko, Suzumaru, and Uzumaki Ayano were also there to assist. After this tournament, the Spark organization would have more core members than mid-level personnel. Kakuzu and the others were confident about this. Due to the number of participants reaching 134, the ninjas were divided into 6 groups for the competition. The competition rules were that 2 would battle against each other, and the winners would advance to the next round to compete with other winners. The losers would not be left without a chance. They could compete against other losing ninjas, and if they achieved a certain number of victories, they could advance. This ensured fairness in the competition. This ninja tournament would select the top 10 and grant the title of top 10 black market ninjas to the 23 participating countries. The Spark would also offer 10 million Ryo as rewards to be distributed among the top 10 ninjas. The first place would receive 3 million Ryo, while the remaining 7 million Ryo would be distributed among the other 9 based on their rankings. The higher the rank, the higher the reward. Additionally, 5 million Ryo would be awarded to ninjas ranked 10th to 30th, with the same distribution rules as above. It was simply extravagantly generous. All eliminated participants could collect their rewards from Spark staff, Inoue Hirahiko, and Suzumaru, without any delays. Once the competition rules and reward mechanisms were announced, it caused a huge stir among the black market ninjas attending the opening ceremony of the tournament. It was truly generous. They really didn't come wrong this time. If they could finish in the top 10, they would not only gain monetary rewards, but also fame across the 23 countries. Even if they lost, there was still a reward of 100,000 Rio. It felt like picking up money. Although they had known this for a long time, they wouldn't have come from so far to participate otherwise. Under the organization of Miyoshi Hizang, the black market ninjas lined up to draw lots to determine their competition times and opponents. As for why this group of black market ninjas could line up so obediently, it was due to witnessing the strength of the core members of the Spark. During the opening of the tournament, many unruly black market ninjas caused trouble. They were quickly suppressed by Miyoshi Hizang, Kakuzu, Scorpion, and Yakinoko. They were given no chance to plead for mercy. They were beaten half to death first. Of course, this is a bit of an exaggeration, but they were definitely dealt with severely. As for whether this would affect the later competitions, that was not the case. The Spark had hired medical ninjas from small countries specifically to prevent injuries from affecting the competition. Moreover, the Spark also considered these troublemakers and arranged for any injured ones to compete on the last day of the tournament. After the drawing was completed, the day's matches commenced. Those ninjas who were not competing that day did not leave. They all stayed to watch. Even the black market ninjas who had been taken down by the core members of the Spark insisted on watching while being treated by the medical ninjas. The main purpose is to collect information about the contestants. For ninjas, the asymmetry of information is also a key to victory in battle. Chapter 74. Complete success. The first day of a ninja tournament went relatively smoothly, with no uncontrollable incidents occurring. However, there were no particularly outstanding talents either. Most of the participants were rather mediocre ninjas. The overall quality of the black market ninjas was indeed lower than that of their counterparts from the 5 great ninja villages at the same level. Nevertheless, they did have some advantages, with unique skills that were quite impressive. Some excelled in hidden weapons, others in ninjutsu, some in poisons, and others in illusions. Their methods were varied, but once their information was gathered and precautions were taken, their strength would be significantly limited. Overall, they met the qualifications required by Xingho to participate. In the following days, the ninja tournament continued without much trouble. A few individuals with combat power approaching elite J-Nin level were identified and noted by Jiao Du and others, who planned to personally recruit them into their organization after the tournament ended. However, such a significant event was bound to attract attention. The Grass Ninja Village discovered the ninja tournament's occurrence. A few days prior, they had already noticed a large influx of black market ninjas heading to the Land of Grass. However, with the underground black market's assistance in concealing their activities, they hadn't thought much of it, just keeping a closer watch. But the recent frequent gatherings of black market ninjas put considerable pressure on the Grass Ninja Village, prompting them to increase their surveillance and investigation efforts. They then discovered the venue where Xingho was hosting the tournament. However, the area was surrounded by a barrier, making it impossible for them to enter. This heightened the Grass Ninja Village's sense of unease, as they couldn't help but worry whether this gathering of unstable elements from the black market was aimed at them. To quickly uncover the truth, the Grass Ninja Village had no choice but to spend a significant amount of money to hire Dodobin Zhe to gather intelligence on the purpose of these black market ninjas. It was then revealed that a black market ninja tournament was indeed being held within the borders of the Land of Grass, with substantial prize money. This made the village leader even more uneasy. As the legitimate ninja village of the Land of Grass, it was alarming that such a significant event was taking place right under their noses, and they only received the news after several days of the tournament. The intentions of the organizer were undoubtedly questionable. After all, the Grass Ninja Village was the legitimate ninja village of the Land of Grass. Consequently, the village leader arranged for the village's strong ninjas to find a way to capture a black market ninja after the day as matches ended, hoping to interrogate them and discover the method to open the barrier so they could infiltrate and learn about the true motives behind the tournament. However, this action angered the core members of Xingho. They had not yet planned to take action against the Grass Ninja Village, but the village leader couldn't contain himself and acted first. The Grass Ninja Village managed to capture a weaker black market ninja and obtain the hand seals for entering the barrier technique. They then began their covert invasion, attempting to discern the true intentions of the tournament's organizers. Little did they know, the barrier not only isolated the inside from the outside, but also had a function for identifying information. It had long completed the collection of data related to black market ninjas and chakra. Once an undocumented ninja or chakra signature attempted to break the barrier, they would be detected by Gong Jirizong. Gong Jirizong and Jiao Du would not let them off easily. They directly captured the infiltrating Grass Ninja Village ninja and subsequently used Jinjutsu to control them and extract all relevant information. The core members of Xingho were not expecting their cautious approach to be discovered by the Grass Ninja Village. They had tried to be as careful as possible to avoid drawing attention. It was not that they feared the Grass Ninja Village. In fact, the core members of Xingho were already planning how to take control of the Grass Ninja Village once the recruitment of new members was completed. Their main concern was drawing the attention of the 5 great ninja villages, which could lead to unnecessary trouble. If the 5 great ninja villages took notice, the likelihood of being discovered by the Sage of 6 Paths would greatly increase, which was not good news for the Xingho organization. Although the Sage of 6 Paths was focused on their leader, it was the small details that were key to success. In order to pacify the Grass Ninja Village, Gongji Rizong did not kill the infiltrating Grass Ninjas. They were likely elite members of the Grass Ninja Village with decent strength, some even at the J-Nin level. It was just right to control them and turn them into double agents to gather intelligence on the Grass Ninja Village. They would also relay false information to stabilize the village leader and prevent the actual situation from leaking out. This plan proved effective. The Grass Village leader, whose strength was lacking, could at most be considered a quasi-shadow level and could not detect that his subordinates had already been turned against him by Gongji Rizong. In the following days, the scrutiny from the Grass Ninja Village regarding the ninja tournament indeed decreased significantly. The subsequent matches of the tournament proceeded smoothly, without further disruptions. This intense ninja tournament lasted a full 12 days. In the end, the top 10 strongest black market ninjas emerged. They were He Yin from the land of crafts, Tu Lu from the land of rivers, Huan Yao from the land of bears, Yu Tian from the land of waterfalls, the Dao Si Ren from the land of snow, Deng Mieshur and Rinai Ku from the land of iron, Yu Tuchi Tian from the land of grass, Tian Che from the land of seas, and Yusuji Aoki from the land of vegetables. Each of them was close to elite J-Nin level, with the top 3 directly possessing elite J-Nin level combat power. Moreover, they all had unique skills and rich combat experience. They were all excellent candidates. If they could escape their confines and remove the nails within their bodies, they would see a significant boost in strength in a short period. Most could reach the elite J-Nin level, and the top 3 even had a chance to step into the quasi-shadow level threshold. These 10 individuals had to be brought into Xingho, and as for the method, it would naturally be through the bait of enhancing their personal power. This had already been in motion during the tournament. Many eliminated ninjas were approached by Inoue Hirohiko and Suzumaru when collecting their rewards. For ninjas, the ability to enhance their strength was a pursuit for every one of them. Moreover, Xingho claimed it could double their overall power in a short time. This temptation was one that most ninjas could hardly refuse. They had also witnessed the strength of several powerful members of Xingho. Most importantly, many of them were no longer young, and it was already commendable to maintain their strength without decline. Now, having the opportunity to enhance, it was truly rare. Thus, they mostly agreed to stay and see. Occasionally, those who were hesitant were directly bribed with money by Inoue Hirohiko and his partner to undertake missions. Once they reached the territory of Xingho, it would be impossible for them to escape. There would always be a way to keep these rebellious black market ninjas in check. For the top 10 ninjas, recruitment was handled by the core members of Xingho. This way, they could show more respect and emphasize the importance Xingho placed on them. In order to persuade them to join, Gongji Rizong not only spent money but also thoroughly showcased the strength of Xingho. The ninja world ultimately valued power. When you are strong enough, even if you claim to be a god, they will listen obediently. Next came the demonstration. Gongji Rizong single-handedly took on the top 10, and in just 10 minutes, he had taken them all down without sustaining a single injury, trampling their pride underfoot. It was exaggeratedly stated that any core member of the Spark could match his strength, and could also double the combat power of all members who joined the Spark in a short time. Every ninja who joined the Spark would receive personal guidance from them. They were coaxed into believing that the Spark aimed to establish the 6th great ninja village in the ninja world. All joining ninjas would become important members of the new village. Then, together with other core members, they sincerely invited them to join. Which black market ninja could resist such a tempting offer? They also understood the ultimate goal of the Spark organization in this ninja conference. Previously, a few clever individuals were curious as to why so much money was being thrown around, thinking there must be some unspeakable secret. It turned out to be for this reason. The ambition of the Spark is vast. However, most black market ninjas find it hard to refuse such an opportunity. Not only do they receive a lot of money, but they also enhance their own strength and can participate in the establishment of a great ninja village. This is indeed immensely attractive to those ninjas who have always lived in the shadows. Not everyone is born to love living in darkness. Everyone instinctively longs for light. Black market ninjas are no exception. It's not that they don't want to join the 5 great ninja villages, but they know they will not be accepted. Black market ninjas are inherently at odds with the 5 great ninja villages, and the ability to establish their own ninja village is indeed very appealing to them. Ultimately, under the various temptations and brainwashing of the Spark members, the ninjas coming to compete mostly agreed to join. Occasionally, those who did not want to join were offered money to stay as hired ninjas, working for the Spark. Overall, this ninja conference was a complete success. Everyone was very satisfied, except for Kai, who felt a bit pained. Over 50 million Ryo had just been thrown away by Miyazaki Nichizaka, but thankfully the outcome was good, so he could accept it internally. Next, they would take them to the organization's base to settle in, and then Hinata Shinichi would need to come personally to address their personal issues. They needed to quickly enhance their strength and increase their sense of trust and belonging. Immediately, Miyazaki Nichizaka shared the news with Hinata Shinichi. Chapter 75. Harvest in the Hidden Mist Village. The Land of Water is an island nation surrounded by the sea, but it has a large area. It is also not far from the mainland, only about 10 kilometers away. The population is quite large, and maritime trade is very developed, making it one of the main sources of income for the country. Hinata Makoto quickly arrived in the Land of Water using his spatial abilities, having specific coordinates. The customs here are indeed very different from those in the inland areas. Strange clothing and hairstyles are common, and Hinata Makoto began to doubt their sense of aesthetics. After wandering for a few days, he found no quality fire seeds, only worthless scraps of vegetables. One thing that made him feel somewhat helpless was that the works of Master Dragon were still very popular in the Land of Water. These readers had a good eye for literature. There was even a saying circulating among readers: if you encounter an unfamiliar adult man in the Land of Water and want to get to know him but don't know how to bridge the gap, using Master Dragon's works as a conversation starter is definitely effective. After several days of wandering in the Land of Water without any gains, Hinata Makoto decided to try another place. Perhaps he should visit the Hidden Mist Village. He also wanted to understand the Hidden Mist before the Third Great Ninja War. The original work in his previous life did not provide a detailed introduction to the specific situation of the Hidden Mist. However, he could infer from some information about the Third Great Ninja War that the current Hidden Mist was still quite powerful. The 7 ninja swordsmen, the Hozuki clan, the Kagaya clan, the Yuki clan, the Terumi clan, and the Shimizu clan were all formidable forces. However, things turned grim later, as Obito played a significant role in their downfall. After the Uchiha clan went rogue, they became quite terrifying. Hinata Makoto sped along and soon arrived near the Hidden Mist Village. He easily entered the village. The current Hidden Mist was still under the shadow of war. In the 4th Mizukage, Terumi Yagura had just ascended to power and was constantly strengthening his control over the Hidden Mist, suppressing the 2nd Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu's clan. Especially after Hozuki Mangetsu's death and the emergence of the genius Hozuki Mangetsu. Although the 4th Mizukage had a baby face, his scheming and strength were certainly not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to subdue the 3 tails and easily achieve tailed beast transformation. He later made it so that the Hozuki clan couldn't lift their heads. After entering the Hidden Mist Village, Hinata Makoto concealed his identity and began wandering aimlessly. Although he had lived for a long time, he didn't know much about the Hidden Mist Village. He only had some knowledge of the 1st Mizukage, Hakurin, and the 2nd Mizukage, Hozuki Mangetsu. The 3rd Mizukage, Kagaya Yuzora, died young due to blood sickness, and he had some understanding of the 4th Mizukage, Terumi Yagura, through his previous life memories. But he still needed to learn more about what kind of person he was. At this time, the Hidden Mist had not yet implemented the Blood Mist policy, and the entire village was relatively harmonious. Although there were certainly many dirty deeds occurring, at least it was not much different from the other 4 major ninja villages. Hinata Makoto stayed in the Hidden Mist Village for several days. Since he had not made any discoveries at first, he began to have some bad thoughts. He planned to steal some bloodline from the Kagaya clan, as it might be useful for him in the future. So he quietly went to the Kagaya clan's territory, found a few Kagaya ninjas with a high density of bloodline, and borrowed a little something. Then he sneaked away. Hinata Makoto originally thought there would be no good discoveries in the Hidden Mist Village, but unexpectedly, on the 3rd day, he found a promising fire seed. Moreover, the situation he was facing might completely push him into the embrace of Spark. Hozuki Mangetsu, the genius of the 2nd Mizukage Hozuki clan, at just 16 years old, He already possessed the strength of an elite Jainin, mastered various family water release techniques, and began training in the family's secret technique, the Mist Explosion. He had also gained the recognition of the second Mizuki's summoning beast, the SH, and signed a summoning contract. Furthermore, he could easily control the 7 ninja swords passed down in the hidden mist. The Hozuki clan viewed him as the successor to Hozuki Mangetsu, and the hope for their clan to return to its peak. However, Hozuki Mangetsu's talent also attracted the vigilance of the 4th Mizuki, Terumi Yagura. Since he took office, the Hozuki clan had maintained the proud demeanor of the 2nd Mizuki's clan and refused to bow to him as Mizuki. The Hozuki clan had been elevated too high by Hozuki Mangetsu and his teammate, Kagaya Yuzora. As a result, they had lost touch with reality and even openly defied his orders, showing him no respect. For the stability of the village, Terumi Yagura could only endure it. But he had been looking for an opportunity to deal with the Hozuki clan. Therefore, after the start of the 3rd Great Ninja War, he openly and secretly hindered the Hozuki clan. This caused the Hozuki clan to harbor grievances against the 4th Mizuki, Terumi Yagura. They maintained a facade of respect while harboring deep resentment in private. What made the Hozuki clan the most dissatisfied was that Terumi Yagura wanted to send Hozuki Mangetsu to the battlefield, and he wanted it done quickly. He even personally issued a Mizuki order to deny the Hozuki clan a chance to refuse. The Hozuki clan could see through Terumi Yagura's intentions. He wanted Hozuki Mangetsu to go to his death. If he didn't die, Terumi Yagura would find a way to ensure he did. Terumi Yagura aimed to directly break the backbone of the Hozuki clan. This made the Hozuki clan furious. Terumi Yagura was going too far, but now was wartime. With various ninja clans and ninjas in the village watching, the Hozuki clan had no way out. This was an open scheme. Unless the Hozuki clan wanted to be expelled from the hidden mist village during wartime, the Mizuki's orders were above all else. Moreover, other clan ninjas and ordinary civilian ninjas were going to the battlefield. Wouldn't the Hozuki clan's genius also need to showcase his talents? If they disobeyed, mere verbal criticism could drown the Hozuki clan. The elders of the Hozuki clan still had some awareness of this, so although they were angry, they had no other choice. They could only grit their teeth and send Hozuki Mangetsu, who had never experienced a great battle, to the battlefield, hoping to find ways to increase his protection. They needed to help Hozuki Mangetsu adapt to the battlefield environment quickly for rapid growth. Only by becoming a strong individual with sufficient strength could the Hozuki clan break free from the targeting of the 4th Mizuki. But they were thinking too simply. Terumi Yagura would not give Hozuki Mangetsu any time to grow. He had already endured the Hozuki clan's attitude for too long and urgently needed to vent his frustrations. He had long since sent word through spies that Hozuki Mangetsu was to go to the battlefield. After receiving a letter from the 3rd Mizuki, Uchiha Q arranged for 4 elite Jainin from the Uchiha clan to prepare to encircle and kill Hozuki Mangetsu. Moreover, with the cooperation of enemy forces, Hozuki Mangetsu was essentially doomed. After all, they were elite Jainin from the Uchiha clan, with comprehensive skills in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu, and outstanding skills in throwing weapons. Their strength was the most challenging to deal with among their peers. Even someone with the strength of Kage like Chiyo had said that in a one-on-one battle against the Uchiha clan, one would have to flee, and only in 2-on-1 situations would there be some chance of winning. Their genjutsu was truly insurmountable. A mere glance could unleash it, and many ninjas would find themselves taken down without understanding the situation. After listening in on some information, Hinata Makoto also became interested in this genius, Hozuki Mangetsu. He felt that he was bound to meet a tragic end. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so young when he was reincarnated through Edo Tensei in the original work. Hozuki Mangetsu has shark-like teeth, long silver-white hair cascading over her shoulders, a bandage wrapped around her neck, and is dressed in a sleeveless bodysuit, wearing a forehead protector of the hidden mist village. She is a user of dual-wielding flatfish blades. Besides her looks, her fashion sense is simply blinding to Hinata's eyes. The aesthetic of the land of water really has issues, and the hidden mist village is no exception. Chapter 76. Hozuki Mangetsu Hinata Makoto decided to seize this excellent fire seed and give him a chance to join the Starfire, welcoming his new life. After all, this guy should no longer be a focal point of attention for Sage of the Six Paths. Besides, even if he really found out, Hinata Makoto wasn't afraid. At worst, he could just shout, "You come here." He probably wouldn't even need to lift a finger to break the Six Paths defenses. The day after receiving the order from Mizuki Kagaya Shiranui, Hozuki Mangetsu set off for the battlefield in the Land of Water. The Hozuki clan specifically sent 4 clan members to accompany him, 2 of whom were experienced Jonin, while the other 2 were Chunin level, each with their own specialties, one good at reconnaissance and the other skilled in setting traps. Their main purpose was to protect Hozuki Mangetsu's safety, and secondly, to impart various survival knowledge from the battlefield to him. Hinata Makoto also followed behind to see how this plot unfolded. Less than 2 hours later, Hozuki Mangetsu and the 4 clan ninjas disembarked from a large ship. After all, it was a sea journey of over 10 kilometers, so taking a boat was much more stable. They then began to rush towards the battlefield in the Land of Water. However, what they didn't know was that everything had already been arranged ahead of time, just waiting for Hozuki Mangetsu, this big fish, to take the bait. As they passed through a grove of trees, the leading Jonin from the Hozuki clan suddenly stopped, raised one hand, and signaled for his teammates to halt. Seeing his signal, the 4 people behind him all gathered around, waiting for his explanation. Brother Jinwe, did you discover something? In the end, the young Hozuki Mangetsu couldn't help but ask, feeling a bit impatient. Mangetsu, something feels off? Observe closely. Hozuki Jinwe did not speak directly, hoping Mangetsu could discover the problem himself, which would benefit his growth. It's very quiet here. I sensed it and found nothing. After hearing Jinwe's words, Hozuki Mangetsu began to sense, but found nothing. Ayamuki, you tell Mangetsu. Jinwe did not blame Hozuki Mangetsu. After all, it was his first time on the battlefield. It was completely different from executing regular assassination missions. Young Master Mangetsu, don't you think it's a bit too quiet? A Chunin named Ayamuki immediately provided an explanation. Indeed, Hozuki Mangetsu instantly realized, on the battlefield, ambushes could happen anytime and anywhere. Even from behind, they could be attacked by infiltrating teams. One must never let their guard down, Mangetsu. This is a bit strange. Everyone be careful. Jinwe was both imparting experience to Mangetsu and reminding everyone to be cautious. I understand, Brother Jinwe, Hozuki Mangetsu replied. As a newcomer to the battlefield, he was still very receptive to advice. However, the net had already been cast. There was no escaping it. Hinata Makoto had discovered this long ago. Not only were there elite Uchiha from Konoha lying in wait, but also the 3rd Mizuki's men were lurking nearby. If Hinata Makoto did not act, Hozuki Mangetsu would surely die. Soon, Hozuki Mangetsu and his companions encountered the Konoha ninjas. It wasn't just 4 elite Uchiha ninjas. There were also 10 other ninjas coming to assist. They were responsible for restraining the other members of the Hozuki clan, allowing the elite Uchiha to quickly eliminate Hozuki Mangetsu. Although the Mist Village had some restraint against the Uchiha clan, they could only ensure they reduced interference from Jinjutsu. Under equal conditions, the Uchiha clan was still very strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand the entire assault from the Mist Village relying solely on their clan's power. Despite the high-level leader's intentions, the strength of the Uchiha clan could not be denied. In just 3 minutes, Hozuki Mangetsu faced life and death several times, sustaining significant injuries. After all, he was still too young and inexperienced. Under the siege of 4 elite Uchiha Jonin, being able to hold on until now was already a testament to his extraordinary talent. Hozuki Jinwe and the other 3 were also in a precarious situation, unable to provide rescue. This is a conspiracy against us. Mangetsu, run. Don't linger in battle. Hozuki Jinwe shouted to remind Hozuki Mangetsu, but it was ultimately too late. Hozuki Mangetsu was stabbed through the chest by an Uchiha Jonin. Their strength was overwhelming, and being from the same clan allowed them to coordinate too well. No. Seeing Hozuki Mangetsu's chest pierced, Jinwe and the others went into a frenzy, desperate to rush to Hozuki Mangetsu's side to save him. After all, he was the genius of the Hozuki clan. The hope for the clan's revival rested on him. They desperately rushed to Mangetsu's side, shielding him behind them. But ultimately, they were too weak and outmatched, and they died tragically. Hozuki Mangetsu also fought until he was on the brink of exhaustion, collapsing to the ground, on the verge of death. Then he saw the arrival of the Mist Ninjas. Initially, he felt a bit relieved, thinking he might be saved, but the words of the Mist Ninjas almost caused him to die on the spot. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by the 4th Mizukage Kagaya Shiranui, who wanted him dead. Just as he was about to lose consciousness completely, an old figure suddenly appeared beside him and quickly grabbed him, vanishing from the spot. The elite Uchiha and the mist-tracking ninjas did not even see what Hinata Makoto looked like. They only saw a figure appear, instantly disappearing with the dying Hozuki Mangetsu. Hinata Makoto emerged from a spatial passage with Hozuki Mangetsu. He immediately began to treat the severely injured and nearly dead Hozuki Mangetsu, stabilizing his injuries to prevent any lingering effects that could impact his potential for growth. With Hinata Makoto's current abilities, even if someone had already died, as long as their body was intact, he could bring their soul back, provided the time of death was not too long. However, it would consume a significant amount of energy. For Hinata Makoto, healing a Hozuki Mangetsu who still had a breath left was not particularly difficult. After several minutes, he managed to save Hozuki Mangetsu's life and heal most of his injuries. With some time to rest and recuperate, he believed Mangetsu would recover even faster. Once the situation stabilized, Hinata Makoto took the still unconscious Hozuki Mangetsu and left the land of water. He had received shared information from his second clone, Miyako Nikizai. The ninja conference had been successfully completed, and he needed to hurry to help the newly joined members clear the nails in their bodies. This was to fulfill his promise, enhance the strength of the new members, and strengthen their sense of belonging to the organization. In the next moment, Hinata Makoto appeared in the meeting room of the core members of Starfire with Hozuki Mangetsu. Miyako Nikizai, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Sasori were already waiting. As for the traveler, he had already left. He had not yet found a suitable heir for the clan leader and needed to spend some more time worrying about that. Leader, welcome back. Who is this unconscious ninja? Miyako Nikizai asked knowingly. The genius from the Mist Village, Hozuki Mangetsu, a talent I have high hopes for. So I brought him along to save him. He should be a genius with the potential to reach the level of a Kage, Hinata Makoto explained. Leader, the mid-level personnel expansion of the Starfire organization is complete. I hope you can take action to resolve the nails within the new members' bodies. This will also help increase their trust in Starfire, their cohesion, and their sense of belonging. Kakudo also suggested at the right time to let Hugashin help the new members of Spark break free from their confinement to increase their strength, and to let them understand the true power of the organization. Well, you go ahead and make the arrangements. It's time for Spark to get back on track. Hugashin replied solemnly. Chapter 77. The Spark sets sail soon. Jiao Du called over the top 10 participants of this ninja conference. They were all exceptionally talented individuals, and having them as role models would be more persuasive. Upon seeing the leader of the Spark organization, these 10 black market ninjas were somewhat surprised. They did not expect the leader to be such an elderly man and a member of the Hyuga clan at that. After all, the Hyuga clan is a unique bloodline family of Konoha, and they all thought that the Hyuga clan harbored such great ambition to break away from Konoha and establish independence. It was only natural for them to have such doubts. However, they did not voice their questions, as it was evident that someone capable of commanding the loyalty of so many strong individuals must possess considerable strength themselves. These elite ninjas from the black market were all shrewd. Their valuable experience taught them to never underestimate anyone. Hinata Makoto had no intention of explaining anything to them. Once they fully committed themselves, Jiao Du and Inoue Hirohiko would clarify things for them. He then began to extract the 6 paths while embedded within each of them. He was already very familiar with this process, so it was not troublesome. It was just that with more people, it took a bit more time. Soon, the nail within Kurowa, the top-ranked ninja from the land of crafts, was completely removed, and he felt a change in his body. It was indeed astonishing. Not only did his soul feel liberated from a cage, but the amount of chakra in his physical body also increased significantly, and its purity was higher. After a period of training and adaptation, it was indeed as promised by the Spark members. The claim of doubling their strength within a short time was not mere talk. Hinata Makoto then had Kuroiwa discuss his changes, which quickly excited the other 9. The Spark's promise of doubling their combat power in a short time was true. Although they had stayed, they still had some doubts. After all, such things were a bit too incredible. They had thought there were some secret techniques to be taught to them to achieve a short-term boost in strength. They did not expect it to be an essential enhancement of their potential. Each of them was filled with excitement, waiting for Hinata Makoto to bless them. In their eyes, he was a legendary elder radiating holy light. After each of them had their nails extracted and felt the tremendous changes within themselves, their trust and sense of belonging to the Spark organization grew stronger. The strong members of the Spark organization were indeed reliable, and the promises made were fulfilled in a short time. They now firmly believed in the Spark's goal of establishing the 6th great ninja village and were even more motivated to join. In the following days, Hinata Makoto did nothing but busy himself with removing the nails from those who had agreed to join the Spark. He publicly claimed it was to enhance the ninja's potential through blessing. The ninjas who underwent blessing by Hinata Makoto experienced significant increases in strength in a short period. This made the black market ninjas who had not joined but were hired to stay increasingly envious. Many who were previously no match for them now possessed stronger abilities. And after several days of observation, there were no side effects at all. One after another, they approached Inoue, Hirohiko, and Suzumu, requesting to join the Spark. They welcomed everyone without hesitation. Thus, in just 7 days, all 134 black market ninjas who came to participate in the conference, all at the special Jounin level and above, were incorporated into the Spark organization. The influence and strength of the Spark were instantly greatly enhanced. The Spark organization was one step closer to realizing its ideal of unifying the ninja world. During this period, Akatsuki Mangetsu also awakened and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Hinata Makoto for saving his life. He stated that he would do his utmost to repay the favor in the future if there was a need for his assistance. However, Hinata Makoto, who did not play by the rules, directly asked him to repay the favor by joining the Spark organization immediately, without waiting for the future. The concept of gratitude for a favor was clearly understood by him. Mangetsu, being just a teenager, had never encountered such a shameless request. He thought it would at least be polite and somewhat indirect. He had never seen someone so straightforward and barefaced. However, since this person had saved his life, he could not directly refuse. He could only think of ways to delay, trying to figure out how to politely decline. He still wanted to return to Kirigakure and expose the true face of the fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura. But Hinata Makoto told him not to always think about returning to the whirlpool of Kirigakure while getting trapped in the Kagaya clan cesspool. The sky of the ninja world was vast, and he needed to jump out of the narrow view of his clan and village to see a broader horizon. After several days of Hinata Makoto's persuasive arguments and analyses of Kirigakure and the Kagaya clan, Mangetsu began to see more of the darkness in the struggles of various villages. This also temporarily extinguished his thoughts of returning to Kirigakure. After Hinata Makoto's analysis, he understood that if he returned to Kirigakure now, it would only bring disaster to the Kagaya clan. The fourth Mizukage, Kagaya Yagura's goal was him. If he went back, he would only bring more trouble to the Kagaya clan. Moreover, as long as he did not die, it would not end. Now, in a time of war, it would be too easy to deal with the Kagaya clan. Ultimately, Akatsuki Mangetsu chose to stay. He trusted this mysterious elder from the Hyuga clan who had saved his life. Not only had he saved his life, but he also analyzed the contradictions between the Kagaya clan and the fourth Mizukage, allowing him to see clearly. He knew that Hinata Makoto was doing this for his own good. After all, he was young, had experienced too little, and could not withstand the guidance of such an experienced, forward-thinking, and unconstrained mentor like Hinata Makoto. Since Akatsuki Mangetsu had already decided to stay, there was no turning back. Hinata Makoto believed that it would not be long before he became a member of the Spark organization. As for how to guide him, Hinata Makoto assigned this task to Sia, who was about the same age as him. He believed that as fellow geniuses, they would surely find common ground. After the initial expansion of the organization, the next step for the Spark was to completely control the Grass Ninja Village. This was already in progress and should not take long. A small country's ninja village, lacking even shadow-level combat power, could not stop the Spark's advance. Hinata Makoto did not take this to heart at all. However, one thing did make Hinata Makoto feel a bit frustrated. He did not know which core member had leaked the news that the leader was the famous writer-teacher Long Dragon of the ninja world. This caused an uproar within the organization, with everyone discussing excitedly. The incident was sparked by a new member who was curious about where the organization got so much funding. As black market ninjas, they were well aware of how difficult it was to make money. Moreover, with the increase in organization members, the future funding requirements would surely be considerable. Yet, the Spark showed no signs of worrying about money. Later, it was unclear which fool let slip the information that the leader was the ninja world's most profitable novelist, Teacher Long Dragon. Hinata Makoto speculated that it was most likely Haiden, as everyone else among the core members could keep their mouths shut. Nevertheless, this reminded Hinata Makoto that with the increase in personnel, the expenses might also significantly rise. He then approached Jiao Du and transferred nearly 400 million Ryo that he had left to him as funding for the organization's future development. Then he handed over his bankbook for the manuscript fees to his second clone, Gong Zirazon. After taking care of these matters, Hinata Makoto did not linger in Starfire, but just advised them to develop step by step and not to be too hasty before leaving. Oda Kinzuya should be nearly recovered as well, and he needed to personally guide him to join Starfire. With Oda Kinzuya's addition, Starfire would have the potential to confront the entire ninja world, as long as the Sage of Six Paths and the three Great Insect Sages did not intervene. This spark of starfire was about to become a volcano. It wouldn't be so easily extinguished. There were also important matters to attend on the main body's side, and Hinata Makoto no. One needed to prepare as soon as possible. Chapter 78. Lulon Hinata Makoto once again arrived in the small world through reverse summoning. It had been over 10 days, and Oda Kinzuya should have mostly recovered by now. He then went to the cave and found Oda Kinzuya practicing. As soon as Hinata Makoto stepped into the cave, Oda Kinzuya noticed him and was aware of his purpose for coming. He was very much looking forward to it. After all, having waited for so long, he was already somewhat impatient. "How's your recovery?" Hinata Makoto asked as soon as he entered the cave. "Not bad. I've basically recovered. Although I'm still a bit below my peak, it's already quite good," Oda Kinzuya replied, his face showing some uncontainable joy. "That's great. You can polish your skills for one more day, and tomorrow I'll take you to meet the future companions at Spark," Hinata Makoto said, sharing his plans. "Sure. That's what I was thinking too." Oda Kinzuya had no objections to this. Hinata Makoto then turned and left the cave. Now that Spark was officially embarking on its journey, the plans back on his main body's side were also about to begin. Hinata Makoto's first clone arrived in a rather inconspicuous forest in the small world. It seemed nothing was out of the ordinary, but his clone suddenly vanished after reaching a certain spot. It was actually a realm within a realm here. Created by Hinata Makoto's main body after gaining insights into space from the Otsutsuki clan, combined with his own understanding of the laws of space. Even Oda Kinzuya, now fully recovered, wouldn't be able to detect it. This was also Hinata Makoto's intention. From now on, he did not plan to interfere in the affairs of the ninja world, as the path of cultivation was his true goal. The aged Hinata Makoto, with a glance exchanged with his main body, instantly shared information. Arranged for Oda Kinzuya to join Spark as soon as possible, and then return to oversee the small world. "My plan must commence. The spirit realm has blocked me for too long." Hinata Makoto's main body spoke with a calm demeanor, as if talking to himself. "Okay, I'll handle it tomorrow. You can rest assured." Main body, "How long do you estimate your plan will take?" "I feel like we won't be able to hide from the Sage of Six Paths for long. The larger Spark grows, the higher the chances of being discovered. The time to step into the spotlight probably isn't far off." Otsutsuki Hinata Makoto shared his thoughts and inquired about the time needed for the main body to break through. Although they could easily achieve instant information transfer, the main body still had the ability to impose restrictions on the clone. Things the main body did not want the clone to know would remain unknown to it. If that place has sufficient energy, about a month should do. Mainly, I don't want to be too conspicuous. Absorbing energy will surely be constrained. As for the risk of Spark being discovered by the Sage of Six Paths, it has always been present. This isn't the past. Even if we are discovered, it will only lead to a fight. Our enemies are not just the Sage of Six Paths. Hinata Makoto's main body did not care about these issues. The only thing on his mind was breaking through the spirit realm. Only by breaking through could he truly possess the power to disregard these hidden big bosses of the ninja world. The main body and the clone did not communicate for long, and Otsutsuki Hinata Makoto emerged from the realm within a realm. A day later, after Oda Kinzuya finished adjusting, Otsutsuki Hinata Makoto took him out of the small world. "Ninja world, your king has returned," Oda Kinzuya exclaimed excitedly as he emerged from the link passage of the Land of Iron. Hinata Makoto detected the ambition in his words, but paid it no mind. Although he had placed the soul shackles on Oda Kinzuya, how could someone with near-peak strength after resurrection not have ambitions? Seeing the eager look in his eyes, it was clear he wanted to fight Hinata Makoto again. No one with a strong heart would want to be controlled and enslaved. It was their dignity. Even though Hinata Makoto could see Oda Kinzuya's inner thoughts, as long as it did not disrupt his plans, he would use him for now. The main body's soul shackles were not easy to break, and once the main body broke through, Oda Kinzuya's opportunity would be even slimmer. Not caring about Oda Kinzuya's demeanor, Otsutsuki Hinata Makoto directly opened a space passage and took Oda Kinzuya to the Spark base. Core members Miyako Jizong, Scorpion, Kakazu, and Haiden arrived together. When Hinata Makoto left previously, he had mentioned that a top-tier powerhouse would join Spark within a few days. He didn't expect to bring him over so quickly. This is the new core member Oda Kinzuya, who is officially joining the Spark organization today. Let me introduce him to you all. You core members will brief him on the relevant matters. I have more important things to handle, so I won't stay longer. After saying this, he opened a space passage again and vanished from the spot. Otsutsuki Hinata Makoto did not share his glorious past with the core members in front of Oda Kinzuya. He only gave a brief introduction before leaving, But privately, he sent a message through his ring to all core members except Oda Kinzuya. He reminded them to be wary of Oda Kinzuya. He could be utilized, but do not fully trust him. He also informed them of his identity and strength. Although Hinata Makoto was confident he could suppress Oda Kinzuya, he could not guarantee that Oda Kinzuya had no other thoughts. Moreover, with the presence of the second clone, Miyako Jizong, Oda Kinzuya would not be able to stir up any trouble. Otsutsuki Hinata Makoto returned to the small world, and his main body emerged from the realm within a realm. Hinata Makoto's main body was finally ready to execute his plan to break through the spirit realm. Having delayed for half a year, he could no longer hold back. After exchanging glances with Otsutsuki Hinata Makoto, he headed straight for the passage linking to the ninja world. Emerging from the dilapidated temple passage, Hinata Makoto immediately broke open space and began to move. Without specific coordinates, he could only rely on chance, hoping to find his destination soon. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, he decided to abandon using the space passage and personally fly over. It would only take a little more time. Lulan was a very mysterious country in the ninja world. Although its land area was small, it held great prestige among many small nations. They possessed a mysterious power rumored to be capable of destroying the entire ninja world. Even the 5 great nations regarded this country with importance. They must have some understanding of this rumor. Hinata Makoto's destination for this trip was Lulan, or rather, he came for the Dragon Vein within Lulan. He had previously considered secretly breaking through at the Dragon Vein, but at that time his bloodline issues had not been resolved, and he could not control the noise of the breakthrough, so he had to postpone it. Now that both issues had been resolved, he could break through the spirit realm without restrictions, essentially achieving his breakthrough quietly. After half a day, Hinata Makoto finally arrived in Lulan. He did not hesitate and flew directly toward the Lulan Palace to search for the specific location of the Dragon Vein, since he truly did not know the exact location of the Dragon Vein, and this thing could potentially cause space-time fluctuations. There was a significant chance he might encounter people from the past and future. With so many uncertainties, he needed to grasp some knowledge about the Dragon Vein to prepare for a smooth breakthrough. Chapter 79, Breakthrough of the Dragon Vein. Lulan is an ancient kingdom, mysterious yet not particularly strong in defense. The number of ninjas within the country is not large, and most of them are rogue ninjas. There is also one point that sets Lulan apart from almost all other ninja world nations. The leaders of most countries are typically referred to as daimyo, and they're mostly male. However, in Lulan, the leaders are called kings, and they are predominantly ruled by queens. In a world where almost all rulers are referred to as daimyo, the title of Lulan's queen stands out as quite unique. Yet, the daimyo of various countries have no objections. Perhaps there are unknown secrets behind this. After several days of searching, Hinata Makoto finally found records and biographies about some dragon veins in Lulan's secret library. He also located the specific position of the dragon vein, but for safety reasons, he secretly used illusion techniques to control the Lulan queen and inquired about some information. Indeed, many details were not mentioned in the biographies and records. Currently, the opening of the Dragon Vein requires the special bloodline of the Lulan Queen, and they do have methods to control the Dragon Vein. Furthermore, the Dragon Vein requires regular cleaning and maintenance by the royal family, releasing excess accumulated energy into the ninja world to maintain relative stability. Otherwise, prolonged neglect could lead to terrifying events. The secret library of Lulan records an incident where an excessive accumulation of energy in the Dragon Vein opened a time-space gate, attracting powerful enemies from the outside world. That battle drained Lulan's national strength, leading to a significant decline, eventually becoming a small nation. However, as the queen who can control the Dragon Vein, her presence is not to be underestimated, regardless of her weakened strength. Hinata Makoto then left a spatial mark within the palace and took a small sample of the Lulan Queen's blood. He planned to try it himself first and seek the Queen's help if it didn't work. Makoto flew out of the palace, heading towards the location of the Dragon Vein. After about 10 minutes, he stopped above the Dragon Vein. On a stone platform a few meters wide, pure natural energy was dissipating. There was a seal formation in the shape of a well, but it was clearly significantly eroded by the natural energy. It might not hold for much longer and would need to be reinforced again. Was this the reason why Minato Namikaze personally led a team to execute a mission right after the Third Great Ninja War? The seal was not a challenge for Hinata Makoto. The main concern was controlling the Dragon Vein to prevent it from going berserk and causing time-space fluctuations. He needed a quiet and stable environment for his breakthrough. Otherwise, if he broke through only to be sent back to the past or future by a rampaging dragon vein, it would be a huge loss. He hoped that the blood of Sarah's mother and the secret techniques of control would be useful. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome. Having said that, Hinata Makoto directly penetrated the seal and entered the dragon vein. The deep green natural energy, under the accumulation of the dragon vein, was close to forming a substantial natural energy crystal pillar, and it appeared relatively stable at the moment. Makoto immediately sat cross-legged within the dragon vein and began to absorb the natural energy. The surging natural energy was attracted and rushed towards his body like mad. The stability of the dragon vein was also affected, gradually becoming uncontrollable. There was a risk of the natural energy going berserk under Makoto's guidance. In a hurry, Makoto took out the queen's blood and activated the queen's hereditary secret technique to quell the riot of the natural energy. This secret technique proved effective. The dragon vein indeed suppressed the natural energy, greatly aiding Makoto. With a stable environment, he began to break through rapidly. He had not expected the natural energy within the dragon vein to be so pure and vast. The natural energy inside was almost condensed into crystals. It was truly exaggerated. It was more than sufficient for him to break through to the spiritual realm. If he unleashed all his strength, he might only need 3 days. However, for safety's sake, he slowed down to avoid provoking a riot of the natural energy within the dragon vein. He stayed there for 20 days. During this time, the dragon vein cooperated well, showing no time-space fluctuations or riots of natural energy. Finally, Hinata Makoto was about to truly step into the spiritual realm. After 30 years of effort, he was finally rewarded today. At the moment the sun set, he broke through. He officially entered the spiritual realm, supported by the endless natural energy of the dragon vein. He quietly stepped onto the strongest level in this world so far. No longer burdened by worries and concerns, his strength was now on par with anyone. Not even the sage of 6 paths could match him, nor could the 3 great insect sages. He felt the potential of the cultivation path he had created. His essence, spirit, body, soul, will lifespan, strength, and understanding of the world's rules all received tremendous enhancements. With his current perspective, he could see many flaws in the next realm he had previously deduced. The differences in realms brought about vast disparities in strength, perspective, and understanding, especially regarding the rules of the world. Moreover, the will in his sea of consciousness finally condensed into the spiritual body. Although he had just broken through, he felt that he could easily defeat the sage of 6 paths in a head-on confrontation. Having grasped certain rules, Hinata Makoto felt that he was now terrifyingly strong. He could easily defeat his pre-breakthrough self. His lifespan had even broken through to 5,000 years. Perhaps he was not inferior to the 3 great insect sages at all. This made Makoto feel incredibly excited. The feeling of breaking through barriers and being unrestrained was exhilarating. Looking at the dragon vein, which had become somewhat wilted from the absorption, Makoto couldn't help but sigh. It truly deserved to be one of the greatest secrets of this world. His breakthrough required such vast natural energy that it only caused a temporary wilt in the dragon vein. Judging by its energy absorption speed, it should recover soon. The dragon vein must hold great secrets. Without the assistance of the Lulon Queen's secret techniques and blood, his breakthrough journey would not have been so simple. Since he had achieved his desired goal, Hinata Makoto decided not to linger any longer. Although he still had many questions about the dragon vein, now was not the time to study it. The secrets of the dragon vein would eventually be revealed before him. For now, he should return to the small world to stabilize his realm. Makoto left a spatial mark within the dragon vein and then traversed space, instantly returning to the small world. Now, his understanding of various rules had reached a new level. As long as he was willing to spend some time, he could even create a small world akin to the 3 great holy lands. However, since he already had a ready-made one, there was no need to waste time. After his main body appeared in the small world, he specifically wanted to test if Otsutsuki Hinata could sense his return. Therefore, he completely concealed his aura, using spatial rules to form a space membrane covering himself, ensuring that not a hint of his presence leaked out. The result proved that Otsutsuki Hinata could not detect the concealed main body at all. It was only when he got close that he felt something was amiss. Otsutsuki Hinata was also proficient in spatial rules, but compared to the breakthrough main body, his mastery was still quite superficial. This was the gap in strength brought about by differences in realms. Main body, have you returned? Although Tsutsuki Hinata Masashi couldn't detect it, after all, they're the same person and can roughly guess each other's thoughts. It's me. The young Hinata Masashi with black hair and black eyes instantly appeared next to Tsutsuki Hinata Masashi. I knew it. It seemed your breakthrough went quite smoothly. Being this close, I only felt something was a bit off, but I just couldn't detect it. Tsutsuki Hinata Masashi couldn't help but feel amazed. He is also one of the top strong figures in this ninja world. Yet he couldn't even notice the presence of his own breakthrough. How incredibly strong must that be? It's terrifying. Fortunately, it's me. I'll share the specifics with you, and you'll understand. It should be a great help to you. And number 2. Immediately, the main body of Hinata Masashi released the restrictions and began to share the insights gained from the breakthrough with Tsutsuki Hinata Masashi and Miyako Hayori.